Pressure coming. Shedeur gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes crib it. Touchdown. Shedeur, Sanders over the middle of the field. Horn on the catch at the other end. The connection and a touchdown. They just get it off into the end zone. Contact. What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12. Miller on the move. Plenty of real estate. Touchdown! Don't count them out. The Bison with the score. And you would guess at this point they'll go for two. Miller with a 20-yard dash into the end zone.
You ever felt like you won, but you didn't win? It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful, I'm happy we got the W. I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm going to try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
Ultimately, you got what you wanted. You got the W, and you get to move on. You knew that North Dakota State was going to be tough. A little too close for comfort, just a little bit. But you do win 31-26. A couple of things that I loved, a couple of things that I didn't like as much. I'll tell you this right now. Even though that was a game with 30, what do you say, 31 scouts were on hand or something like that. Shedeur was great. Travis Hunter was the star of the game. The amount of plays that he was just constantly popping off the screen, and you're just like, what is this human being that I'm watching? Forget what he did on the defensive side last night. Just look at the impact that he had on the offense. And it was almost as if every time that guy touched the football, it was going to be a touchdown. You just got that feeling. The third touchdown of the game for him it's reminiscent of last year in week 1, where he made a play that you just went, oh my God. Last year was the diving interception against TCU. This year, it is without a doubt. Draped, a defender draped all over him, falling sort of out of the side of the end zone on a touchdown that you needed badly to try and keep pace in that game. I mean, it put you up 24-20, and from there you didn't relinquish the lead again. That was the one that put you up 31-20. To kind of what you thought was ice the game, and then it turned out not to go that way. But Travis Hunter he's going to be one of the most remarkable college football players I'll ever see in my life. Because he's not just good at one thing. He's good at, everything.
His pronouns is he, him.
I will accept it for that one. Because he's he on offense and he's him on defense. I still am blown away by what that guy can accomplish athletically. There's nothing like it. By the way, all those calls that you heard in the intro were courtesy of ESPN. The things that made me nervous, because I'll get to the positives in a minute. And Deion was not boastful after the game. He was kind of upset. Like he told you, I'm going to do my best to try not to be mad at this post-game press conference. I mean, you don't want to be the head coach who's mad after a win, but you know what? If you have higher expectations for yourself, I kind of like that stuff. I like it. You go out there and you're like, no, we should have made that a lot easier. And just a couple of texts coming through here. Travis has to be drafted as a wide receiver. He might be the best athlete I've seen. As far as his ability to play both sides and not look like he's slowing down either way is incredible. Another text. I am 100% a CSU fan. It literally makes my keister pucker to say anything good about CU, but Hunter is just silly. CU will be appointment viewing for me just to watch him. Exactly right. Like, they have two players. And Shadour's the same way. Some downfield throws that he makes that are just like, the throw is beautiful. Money. And he got hit with a little bit of bad luck, right? Like, Shedeur throws the interception. Why? Because the ball hits a guy's leg who's turned away from the ball, lying on the ground, pops up in the air. And that was, I mean, they were in a goal-to-go situation. So you get incredibly unlucky there. But just kind of stayed in it the best you could. But again, the things that maybe I didn't like so much, you still can't run the football. I mean, North Dakota State prides themselves on playing a tough, physical brand of football. You knew they were going to run it. They ran it 43 times in that game. And they were going to sell out to stop the run. And I thought CU did a pretty good job of holding their ground game. Didn't give up too many huge burst plays. It was a lot of like at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage stuff with a few exceptions. But I was okay with how they held up defensively in the running attack. But your rushing game was kind of non-existent. Didn't see it a whole lot. It's kind of like they made an effort to start the game, and then it was just like, all right, let's just go out there and do what we do best. Which maybe for the situation was the best thing, the best approach. But very odd that once again couldn't run the football and couldn't establish a rushing game that could really help. Not that he needed all that much because his numbers were insane. 445 yards and 4 touchdowns for Shedeur.
And Deion was actually asked about that in the postgame. Brian Howell asked him on that last drive, why didn't you run the ball when the game was winding down?
That last drive, though, not running the ball, like throwing the passes, is that something that, I mean, you guys couldn't really run the ball effectively a lot tonight?
I'm not going to say that. I mean, you got to understand, you got to take what people give you. You can't take what you want, and it's not there. I mean, what is it? What did he throw for? 445 yards? You think we upset?
Right.
Who upset? So, they didn't have a running game. Well, the passing game looked pretty darn good today. So let's be appreciative and thankful that we got one of the premier guys in college football spinning it. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do that. We're going to have a lot more balance. Today was just that type of day. You got to take what they give you.
But in that situation, like 2 minutes left, you want to run the clock down. I mean,
you want first downs.
Right.
If you want to run the clock down, they got a 5-man box. I mean, they got five down. Like, you got to look out there and say, okay, I got one-on-one right here. I haven't seen one-on-one the whole game. So I got to do what I got to do to move these chains. And that's what that is.
I don't mind that answer. I don't. At the time, I was pretty confused. But that makes total sense. You know, I never fault a head coach for going out and trying to win the football game. But at the same time, you do have to worry about clock situations. You do. There's a real sense that you want to go out and win. And what's the best thing that we were doing yesterday? We were throwing the ball. Okay, fine. And to be fair, like, the offensive line held up in pass protection for the most part. It wasn't that Shedeur didn't get hit or he wasn't under pressure, but Shedeur is doing pretty well at buying some extra time and making sure the ball got out before he took those hits. You know, one of my favorite throws of the day, he stays in knowing he's going to take a shot and hits, I think it was Horn downfield over the middle. Horn had a great game too. Like, he was just kind of overshadowed by the Travis Hunter experience, but Horn is a great wide receiver. You kind of got the full gamut, the full CU experience. A little bit of nervous, a lot of amazing, and a lot of yuck. Like, it was all kind of wrapped in the middle of that game yesterday. But you start the season 1-0, and that was the goal from the very start, and we all knew this was going to be a tough opponent. North Dakota State is no cupcake to start your season with. They might not be the same sort of North Dakota State teams that had Carson Wentz under center or Trey Lance or whoever, but still really, really effective and really good. I mean, if they're in an FBS conference, they're probably 70th, 80th as far as best teams in college football. Like, they're going to give people some problems. So 303-504-0925. Chomp Mazda text line. Texter says, need Hunter on the Broncos. Well, if you want that to be the case, then you better be picking in the top 3 because he ain't falling past that. I still wonder if they're going to make him, once he jumps to the NFL, just pick a side. But another texter says, can Hunter play running back? Maybe do a Debo type role. Yeah, just have him do quite literally everything. Outside of throwing, Shadour's got that under control. Play defense and play wide receiver, running back, throw him a tight end for a little bit. Hey, if it's a big down, maybe you throw him at left tackle, see if he can handle that for you. I bet you he could do it. Bet you he could. Another text. I'm not a CU fan by any means, but was it maybe a bit of the defense was not giving them the ability to run on the final drive? Yeah, that's what we just played there. That they were stacking it, which is kind of a bizarre strategy to me. I can understand doing it towards the end of the game, but if they're doing that throughout the entire thing, you know what CU is built on. You know what it is. It's built on, we're going to throw the football with Shedeur, and we're going to light you up through the air. By the way, Nelly, do you have ESPN on in there? I don't have it on my computer yet because I hear that they're just going buffs the whole morning right now on Get Up. So maybe we can get some of that audio. We'll play it back in just a little bit.
And for all the things that came up in the press conference, you know my favorite was Deion Sanders, as he was sitting down, before he even officially started, he had a complaint, an objection, a little gripe with the university.
I called today and I told them, please leave the air on because they got a propensity to turn the air off to save some money. I don't know why we tried to save money, ain't like we broke around here. But now it's hot, right? I apologize on behalf of the university. We could do better than that.
You know what? I appreciate that too. I don't like a hot room. I was just at a place yesterday where it was really cold, and I would rather take that than being too hot in a room. Have to. You know what? I'm with Deion. Everything Deion said yesterday, I'm good with. I agree. 303-504-0925. In terrible, awful news, Johnny Gaudreau and his brother reportedly passed away in a car accident yesterday. Remember, Johnny Gaudreau was a Hobie Baker winner. He had those great years. A few years back when he was in Florida. And again, in just awful news. There was rumors about it last night, was waiting to see if there was any sort of confirmation on this stuff because you hope that when you hear things like this, it's just some sort of, I said Florida, I meant Calgary. You hope that these things aren't true, and passes away last night in a car accident. Just terrible. As it's confirmed this morning, it's been a tweet has been sent out by NHL PR. Just awful. So our hearts go out to the Gaudreau family, to the Columbus Blue Jackets, everybody, in just what is the most awful news you could wake up to. So hearts go out to the Gaudreau family, and some just awful things for Johnny Hockey and what took place last night. 303-504-0925. A lot more to get to this morning. Stick around. So just a little more detail on this. Again, this awful news that comes out of Columbus that Johnny Gaudreau and his brother were both killed in an accident. Now, as originally reported, it was a car accident. They were on bikes. They were cycling and were killed by a driver last night. And again, what is just horrifying and awful news. And hearts go out to the Gaudreaus, to the Columbus Blue Jackets, everybody in that community, because that is just awful. So we'll keep monitoring this as we go along today. Now, I want to go back to CU for a little bit. And they get the win last night, and Nelly said he's furiously cutting up this Prime audio from yesterday. Prime, could you play this this back for me, Nelly, of Dion saying he's going to try not to be mad at that press conference, but he feels like they didn't play up to their standard. Can we hear that again?
You ever felt like you won, but you didn't win? It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful, I'm happy we got the W. Miss Peggy's one step closer to the dream and the vision that we have for her, as well as I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and I think they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm going to try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
That's the bottom line. Now, you don't care about style points, but I think this is what you care about. You care about if you're playing a better team than North Dakota State, if you're in the meat of your schedule, and this is the middle of the Big 12 season, then that's a game that you probably lose when stuff like that happens. You know, they had a couple of big mistakes early in the game. You know, there was a third down where you get a stop, and Shiloh gets called for the personal foul that extends a drive and eventually ends in them scoring points. You just seem to have some trouble getting a full stop on North Dakota State, despite the fact that they only had 6 points in the second half. They got that late touchdown and 2-point conversion. Again, nervous time. It felt like at times the defense was having a very difficult time just finding a way to get a stop, especially on third down. North Dakota State was 7 of 13 on third down. They were 1 of 1 on fourth down. You know, and it came down to a Hail Mary throw. That luckily was short because that Hail Mary was caught, right? Yeah, it was caught just at the 4-yard line, where they probably need to have another conversation about when that goes up in the air, do not worry about catching it, just knock it the hell down. But North Dakota State looked exactly like I thought they would. Very efficient, not a lot of mistakes. Pretty predictable and running the football a whole lot. Their passing game was better than I thought it was going to be. But there's some things to iron out here before you get into the meat of this schedule, and even before next weekend. Like Nebraska, I guess you'll get a real look at them tomorrow. But if all these reports about this, I believe he was the number 1 recruit in the country, this new freshman quarterback they have, if he's that level good, well, a lot of the passing game stuff on the defensive side needs to get ironed out. Can't have guys running wide open, need to be able to get pressure on the quarterback. 2 sacks is meh. Going to need a few more, or at least a lot more pressures, if nothing else. Seemed like he had a lot of time. But the defense has to get things ironed out. So the things that I wanted to see heading into the game yesterday. Can the offensive line hold up a little bit better than it did last year? In one department, pass protection, I thought they were a lot better. Still, I wouldn't say great, but they were a lot better compared to what they were last year. Rushing offense looked pretty much the same, which isn't good news. And then defensively, how does the front seven hold up? And it's kind of the same story, but in the opposite vein. I thought run defense was okay. I thought pass defense needed a lot of work. So after 1 week, you've had sort of half of the boxes checked in one way or the other. But I'm telling you, it is a complete and utter joy to watch Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter play football. I mean, Travis Hunter, if he doesn't win the Heisman this year, and this is why the Buffs need to make like a bowl game or win like at least 7. Because I think if he does that, he's going to win the Heisman. There's nothing you can do to stop this kid, offensively or defensively. Again, that third touchdown that he had, it's just like it's one-on-one, guys all over me, go get the football, find a way to keep your feet in bounds and hang on to it. Just unbelievable. But once that offense sort of gets rolling, that passing game gets rolling, I mean, 26 of 34 for 445 yards and 4 touchdowns. And again, 1 pick, but it was a fluky pick. If you can have 445 yards of offense on 26 passing or 26 completions, you're rolling. You're hitting downfield shots. You're giving guys opportunities. Between Jimmy Horn, Travis Hunter, it's going to be a bear for an opposing defense to try and stop these guys. Like, Jimmy Horn is very, very, very good. Just finds ways to get open. And Travis Hunter's Travis Hunter. So 303-504-0925. Couple texts coming through here. Texture says, now I read between the lines and I understand that Deion was upset because his players made him look bad to those 31 scouts that were watching the game. I don't think that's it. You can hate Deion all you want to. You don't need to invent some things. It's not about that. Say what you want about Deion. Deion cares about winning. And does Deion worry about his image? 100%. Of course he does. But I don't think he's upset about that. I think he's upset that he was expecting more from his team last night. Again, I wouldn't say that that was a terrible game for them. They're playing against a really tough opponent, and sometimes that's what it looks like. But there were a few pretty critical mistakes that they made that game close. Now, at the same time, they had a few giant plays when they needed it to get the win. You know, I'm sure you guys felt the same thing I did. You're heading into halftime. You're down 3 points. You know, the offense, you had a couple of big plays to start the game. You had the big touchdown drive to answer the field goal drive. Then you give up a touchdown drive. 2 plays later, you're back in the end zone. It was just like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. But after that, it was 3 straight drives that ended in no points. And then the first drive of the second half is when you're right there at the mouth of the goal line and you get the interception that kicks off the foot. So now it's like, it's extra. It's extra go time. Can you make some plays? Defense gets a 3 and out. You get the ball back, find a touchdown drive. You hit Travis Hunter, get another punt, score another touchdown. Like, they clutched up when they had to. So give them credit for that. But I think what you wanted to see was a more consistent effort of you looking like the more dominant team. And it was more of a back and forth sort of thing. So again, 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Jump back to the Buffs in a bit. A lot going on yesterday as we had the Open of College Football. I want to discuss a lot of the games that are going to be happening this weekend, including the huge one with CSU in Texas. I want to know for all the CSU fans out there who've been chiming in about the Buffs and their game from last night. What is it that you expect? What is it that you would say is an acceptable line for what happens against Texas this weekend? Because mine is like, it's a pretty simple expectation. So the game 1:30 on ESPN. You're a 32-point dog. If I had to create a scenario in which I would say this is the acceptable line, it's got to be it can't be a complete and utter blowout. You got to be in the second half of that game feeling like, hey, we a couple things break our way, we got a chance to win. Like, enter the fourth quarter down a couple of touchdowns and just try and hang in there. Like, you can't have the expectation of this has to be a game in which you're going out there to win. And I think we all kind of understand that. There's a real feeling in this game that it could easily get away from you. Texas is just incredibly talented. I mean, think about this. They have Arch Manning as a backup quarterback right now. His Quinn Ewers is that good. They have talent everywhere because it's Texas. And for the first time in a long time, it actually feels like Texas is matching the substance with the hype that they have always garnered. How many times would you enter a college football season over, I'd say the last decade, and somebody would tell you, watch out for Texas, and you're like, yeah, okay. Watch out for what? Them to have a lot of talented players and finish 8-4? Whatever. But it feels like this is truly a new sort of era in vein in the Texas story arc. And they are a legitimate problem. Big time. So that 32-point spread, I think, is totally worthy of it. But God, would I love CSU to go out there and show the world. I mean, you're going to be on a big national stage. It's going to be ESPN, middle of the day, against an opponent that people are interested in. Show the world that you've improved as well. You know, this is a big year for the Rams. Year 3 of Jay Norvell. This is where you expect to make that jump. A bowl game should be a given this year, and then it's a matter of, can you compete to actually win the Mountain West? Can you put yourself in that conversation and turn, I guess, some expectations around a little bit? Where once you do that, can you then expect to take a bigger step and then just be one of the best non-Power 5 teams in college football? Like, it's incremental, but you want to get your build, your stair stepper going. Nope, we discussed yesterday, Nelly, stair stepper's a bad example because you don't actually go anywhere. Let's make it an escalator. How about that? An easy and steady climb to another floor. How about that? But when you have, in the same way that I've discussed with CU heading into the season, when you have a super talented quarterback in Shedeur Sanders, and you have one of the best players in the country in Travis Hunter, expectations should be high. Not a lot of teams can say that. Now, it's not quite the same thing with what CSU is rocking with, but Torrey Horton is one of the best players in the country. He's projected to be a first-round draft pick. That puts you in the top 32. And Fowler Nicolosi, I think with another year of seasoning, is going to make a giant jump because he already looked good last year. If he can cut down on the turnovers a little bit, I think you should be in a pretty good place. But it's the same kind of thing. You got a quarterback that you like. You got one of the best players in the country. Got to do something with it. And I remember talking to Jay Norvell a couple years ago. He's big on having big bodies. He wants guys who can walk into a huddle and intimidate the opposing defense. Their skill position dudes, their tight ends, their wideouts are big bodies, huge bodies. And so the hope is you walk into Texas tomorrow and you give them a game. Like, you give the same feeling that NDSU had on CU last night. Maybe not to the extent of we're about to win the game. Maybe that's too lofty expectation. But hang in there for a while. And make them earn that W. Don't have that be a fourth quarter where they're calling in the fourth and fifth stringers and the walk-ons to get them playing time, early in the season. I want them to be able to sweat this thing out. Like, if you can make Texas do this after the game, okay. I think that's good enough. The spread's 32. If they cover 30, I don't know how much that's going to do for me. Keep it within like 3 scores, and I think that would be a successful day. Or, by God, just go out and beat them, because how fun would that be if you are the big upset game of week 1 of the college football season? So 303-504-0925 between them and a whole bunch of college football games. The big one is going to be happening over the weekend. There's a couple, but the game of the weekend is probably Georgia and Clemson, and that's going to be at 10 a.m. And again, you got these in the past. You got the early schedule games that were difficult. You had like 2 or 3 every year, the top 25 teams playing against tough opponents. But I'm hoping to see a lot more of this because of the 12-team playoff and the ability to have maybe a loss in your back pocket and not have it totally kill you. No, it's one of the things that I hated in college football as I was growing up was everybody was so scared to lose a game, especially with the BCS, because you think you'd just knock yourself out immediately of national title contention, that you'd schedule these cupcakes and just try and skate by as much as you could throughout the course of the year. Now with the ability to maybe lose a game early in the season, it's a different level of we have the chance and the opportunity to challenge ourselves early in the year. Maybe this will serve us better than playing a team that we're going to beat by 60 points. We get a challenge. If we lose, it's not a huge problem. We can make that up for later. If we just win our conference, it's all we're concerned about. I hope that stuff happens more. So Georgia, Clemson, 10 o'clock. Later in the day at 1:30, there's Miami and Florida. Miami is ranked. Florida is not, but still should be a good game. And then at night, you got number 7 Notre Dame against number 20 Texas A&M. So a nice little slate here in week 1 of the college football season. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. So a lot to get to. We got some Broncos stuff we got to hit on as well. But a big win. Wasn't pretty, but you got the job done. You knew you could take a scare. They did. Rolled with the punches. Came out on top. A lot more audio from Dion in Prime in the post-game press conference coming your way next.
And look,
No.
at one point, I don't know if he was. If he heard
I don't have to remind him that. I'm just reminding him the darn clock. I say, you see that big thing up there? That's a clock. Those numbers up there running down like that, that's for you, okay? Look at that, so I don't have to burn these timeouts. But just that chemistry and that communication that Pat and I had, it was great that we were able to accomplish some things, like, save us with some timeouts called. But I was just really telling him, be smart. Be smart. Just be smart. Be smart. Don't let the clock run down. Now we got to burn a timeout. We may need that.
Again, CU wins yesterday, 31-26 over North Dakota State in what was a very nerve-wracking game. Very nerve-wracking. But got the job done. Got the win. And you move on 1-0 as you head into next weekend's game in Lincoln against the Huskers. One thing that I did find funny yesterday, I don't know if anybody else saw this. So Minnesota and North Carolina were playing yesterday. Good game, came down to the wire, and it was a game-winning field goal attempt for Minnesota at home to try and start the year 1-0. They're down 19-17. Minnesota kicks. It goes up. It misses. And somebody lit off the fireworks inside the stadium, which is a tough look.
Somebody hit the wrong button.
It's literally, you're watching a video of a stunned Minnesota crowd as fireworks are going off and Minnesota loses the football game.
That was an early ejection right there.
Wait, was that when Jokic got ejected in, was it Detroit?
No, that was when, I can't remember which team it was, but there was some team in March Madness. Oh, I cannot remember the game. Or no, it wasn't March Madness. It was one of the conference tournaments, and somebody shot off the confetti in the championship game before the game was over.
That's right.
So they had to suspend the game so they could get the confetti off the court. And that was when Kevin Harlan said,
Somebody hit the wrong button. That was an early ejection right there.
Yeah, Minnesota did the exact same thing.
hey, early ejections happen to the best of us, Brett.
Yep. It does happen. Now, here's the deal. CU fans, let me take a quick straw poll for you. And it's this. Happy, angry, or meh about the game yesterday? What did you feel? Entering a season with high expectation, a lot of hype, a lot of, is this all going to become real? All the offseason talk of improved offensive line and all that different stuff. You've had one game. Where's the read so far? Because I hate to say it this way, but I do kind of feel like this. You've gotten some improvement in some categories. I feel like the O-line is a little bit better. I don't think it's crazy better, but they were a little bit better. Still couldn't run the football. It still kind of feels like a lot of what last season was, which was if Shedeur doesn't go crazy, that if Travis Hunter doesn't have a big game, then you might be running into some trouble with no matter who the opponent was. It looks a lot like last season. Now, it's one game. Takes time for a lot of new guys on a roster to get chemistry together. I hold out hope that it can be different. But for the moment, that's kind of how it feels. And a texter says, meh, they look the same as last year, totally dependent on Sanders. That's exactly my read on it after one game. Again, it's just one game, but that's kind of how I see it. Texter says, don't feel great. Pat Shurmur already needs to go. Terrible clock management. I don't think you're going to let go of a coordinator one game into the season, but I think a lot of this season will hinge on whether Pat Shurmur can make this offense work effectively and efficiently or not. They were certainly efficient in the pass game. No doubt about that. You throw for 445 yards and 26 completions, you're doing something right. But that lack of running game is going to bite them if they don't get that fixed. They ran the ball. I'm going to take out Shadour's numbers because his were just kind of scrambles. Hayden had 20 yards on 9 carries. Offerdahl had 15 on 5. And Miller had 7 on 2. So that's a grand total of 42 yards on 16 carries. I don't think that's going to get the job done once you get into the meat of that Big 12 conference schedule. I don't think that's going to be able to beat Kansas State. I don't think it's going to be able to beat Oklahoma State or Kansas or Iowa State, like some of these teams, or certainly Utah. Some of these teams that are big and aggressive up front, if you can't establish some kind of running game, they're going to try and tee off on Shedeur, and then it could look a lot like last year where he's on his back quite a bit. Texture says they frankly should have lost that game. They got 2 amazing catches and a blown coverage on the Horn TD. Yeah, they did, but those plays were made. Like 2 amazing catches, well, if you have the guy who can make the amazing catches and the other team doesn't, then that's a massive advantage. I did not expect CU to look perfect, but I did expect maybe a little bit more. I don't think you can be that star reliant and consistently win football games that way. But a good point from a texter here, they don't get a preseason. Just got to get better as it goes, and that's right. You know, everybody talked about how much new is in this roster, and I've argued that this is college football now. Everybody's dealing with new. And if you can just weather the storm for the first month of the season, as you start to get some chemistry, then it could be a real boost for what your final win total could be.
And I think to that texter's point about there not being a preseason, the one positive takeaway I have, aside from the offense, seeing Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter looking like they read each other's minds, I like the fact that the defense seemed to settle down in the second half.
They did.
They did give up that touchdown at the end, that 20-yard scramble from the North Dakota quarterback, which is not what you want to see. But if I'm not mistaken, they gave up 20 points in the first half. They gave up 6 in the second.
They did.
So there you go. They got their nerves settled a little bit. I think there was a lot of that opening night jitters. You're back in Folsom under the fans, a lot of pressure on the team in Deion's second year. So I like that they settled down. Now, can you carry that into the next game? When you go into Nebraska, it's going to be a very, very, very hostile environment. Can you take some of that momentum and roll it in? Because if, like you said about how great Nebraska's quarterback is, if you have a first half defensively like you did last night, against a better team, well, that's curtains.
Well, and to be clear, I don't know if he's good or not, but he's certainly talked about as he is, as he's supposed to be anyway. You know, you're the number 1 recruit in the country for a reason. Typically, doesn't always play out that way, but it's just something to monitor. And yes, if you come out and you play defense like you did in the first half, then you're putting yourself behind the 8 ball quite a bit. But they did, like, this is where I give them credit. Far from perfect, a lot of mistakes made, but it felt like when they had to buckle down, they did. That's how it felt. You made key plays in clutch moments to keep the game rolling. And for them, as much as you'd love to see a 21-point win, bottom line is you got one. Can I hear something else from Deion? You've been cutting this up over there, Nelly. Can you give me something else on Deion, maybe talking about Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders? Because both of those guys, I think, the stars of the game without a doubt. As Shedeur was, he was doing his full display of deep ball, find somebody open the middle, throw a guy open. I thought he looked great last night, but Travis Hunter stole the show. The MVP of the game with some of the plays that he made on offense and that final touchdown that he caught that really sealed the win for you.
Yeah, here you go. He was asked about Travis Hunter's impressive catches.
Every last one of them. I mean, Travis is so explosive. We called it. We said that, you know, you playing against some guys it's a pretty tough matchup for anybody. But then when you bailing and you let him catch it and face you up, that's a problem. And he did what he does. Travis is a phenomenal player.
I'm telling you, he is maybe going to go down as one of my favorite and must-watch college athletes ever. I wish he stayed healthy the full year last year, but dude, you get him in a position to where he's playing at an elite level on the defensive side, and then he's got that on the offensive side. I remember going into the season, people were talking about when he goes to the pros, he should just stick to corner because he's better at that. And I'm like, are we sure? Are we sure he's not equally as good or maybe better on the offensive side of the football?
How could you be so sure?
Because you watched that yesterday, you're like, how many wideouts in college football do that? Do what he did there. His first touchdown. He was caught the ball 25, 30 yards out from the end zone, make a guy miss, and then have that just blazing speed to leave everybody else behind. The third touchdown, where part of the concern with him is, does he have the body strong enough to be able to withstand maybe some press coverage in the NFL? Can he get off the line of scrimmage if he gets hand-checked? And you watch him out-muscle the defender for the ball in a clutch moment and hang on to it. Crazy. Texture says, where do we think Travis Hunter goes in the draft next year? I think it's top 3. He's the first guy off the board who's not a quarterback. And he might be the first guy off the board regardless of that. So a lot more to get to with this game. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude-SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed as we are broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Moj Lombardi and Kane next.
Pressure coming. Shador gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes, Cribbett, touchdown. Shador, Sanders over the middle of the field. Horn on the catch at the other end. The connection and a touchdown. They just get it off into the end zone. Contact. What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12. Miller on the move, plenty of real estate. Touchdown! Don't count them out. The Bison with the score, and you would guess at this point they'll go for two. Miller with a 20-yard dash into the end zone.
You ever felt like you won, but you didn't win? It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful, I'm happy we got the W. I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm going to try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
Wasn't pretty, but got the win against a tough opponent in North Dakota State. Few things that I think looked improved, and a few things looked maybe the same. One thing is absolutely the same. It's a joy to watch Shador and Travis Hunter play football. Travis Hunter is he might go down as the most impressive and must-watch college football player of my lifetime anyway.
He's the best player in college football.
Yeah.
And I know it's week 1, and I know we have a lot of college football to watch. And I realize that we've seen guys play both ways before. I get it. Champ Bailey did it. Primetime did it. A lot of players have played both ways. I've never seen anybody play the entire game both ways, lock down the cornerback position where nothing happens on his side of the field, and make 3 of the most ridiculous plays offensively in the game.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything as thorough on both sides of the ball. He is the best player in college football in my eyes.
I don't think there's any question about it. And you know what? This team needs to get to like 7 wins, because if they do that, I don't know how you keep him away from a Heisman Trophy, because it's something I've never seen before. Like you said, Vic, you've had guys play both ways in college. They haven't done it the entire game, every game, and done it at that level on both sides. You know, we were talking about this heading into the season. Travis Hunter, when he goes to the NFL, he's probably got to choose one position. And a lot of people are like, well, I think he should choose corner. He's better at that. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know anymore. Because
Me neither.
He's so good at wide receiver. The concern that people had was, is he big enough to be able to withstand like a press coverage or something like that? Is he strong enough?
Elite ball skills. The ability to bring the ball in. That touchdown catch he made, the third one, when dude was grabbing his neck, Moj. Dude had arm around his neck. He managed to free his hands just enough to catch the ball. Elite ball skills on that man.
Yeah, he managed to, excuse me, free that right hand to be able to bring it into both hands as he's being essentially tackled out of bounds in the end zone. Yeah, it was an amazing, amazing play. Hey, I'm going to be, Vic, I'm sorry, man.
I'm with you, dude.
Yep.
I know where you're going. I am frazzled.
The hockey world is a small world.
I know.
And learning about the death of Johnny Gaudreau this morning, and his brother Matthew, who also played with him at Boston College, is just like, God, I can't. I mean, I've already gotten several texts and talked to several people this morning from the time I woke up about 5:30 a.m. And I'm going to do the show, and I'm going to talk football. I watched the entire game. It was an unbelievable catch. Travis Hunter is one of the most special athletes I think I've ever seen. But it's just devastating. I mean, it's devastating in so many different ways. Great dude, right? Great USA hockey player. You remember he chose to go to the Columbus Blue Jackets, and people are like, "What are you doing, man?" He's like, "No, I want to be a factor. I want to, all money being equal everywhere. I want to go to Columbus and be a factor for that organization and help turn things around and so on." And this is just an unbelievable tragedy. Unbelievable.
So Johnny Gaudreau and his brother were biking last night, or on bicycles, and they were struck and killed by a drunk driver. And
Here's a story
In New Jersey.
in New Jersey. So they're home for their sister's wedding, which was supposed to be tonight. They're
Unbelievable.
groomsmen in the wedding. And so they're on the right side of the road, and a car is approaching them, and that car moves to the left to give them space, to give them room, right? I don't know what road it is in Jersey. I have no idea, but the car moves to the left to give them room. Meanwhile, somebody drunk in a Jeep Grand Cherokee sees that car move to the left and tries to pass on the right and strikes both of them and kills them both instantly.
Now, listen, there's no way to paint this as any other thing but an awful tragedy. I wonder how dark it was at the time. It occurred at 8:30.
Yeah,
Right? It gets dark now.
8:19 at night, yeah.
Okay,
8:19.
it occurs. Did they have lights on their bikes? I mean, a drunk driver's a drunk driver, an absolute moron. and
Passing
should
on
be
the right?
prosecuted
Passing on the
fully.
right?
Yeah, I
come
know.
on, man.
There's no excuse for that. I just can't fathom two brothers getting ready to celebrate their sister's wedding and to go out like that. I mean, what a gut punch, man.
Mm-hmm.
What a freaking punch to the gut. All because of a moron.
This is it's tough for the league too, Vic, because this guy was really liked in this league. He was really, really liked, and of course, he's Team USA guy, and it's just I don't know. It's just really it's going to be tough for me to stay focused today. I'll do it. I mean, I didn't know him personally. I've interviewed him, on several occasions, but nothing beyond that. But the hockey community is this is going to be felt throughout this league the entire season. I guarantee it. It's just tough.
Terrible and tragic news out of New Jersey. One of hockey's best players killed last night by a drunk driver, and the circumstances surrounding it with what you mentioned, most the details of today was supposed to be his sister's wedding, supposed to be groomsmen.
Married, he has
awful.
two young little kids.
We get
God,
these
dang, man.
we get these reminders constantly, and sometimes it's fleeting. And I don't know why we constantly need reminders, because it's very obvious how fragile life really is. How fragile it is, how quickly it can go, how when stories like this happen, especially to notable athletes, it hits you different. Yep. Young notable athlete, it just hits you because you see them in all their glory. You see them do what they do. You see them entertain. You see their superpowers. They're not mortal. And then it hits you like this. Again, we shouldn't need reminding that life is fragile, that life can go like that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I listen, man, I don't even know what to say other than this is just a horrible tragedy for his family specifically.
Yep.
First and foremost, I mean, the entire family. I mean, and his brother Matthew, too, who was a high school hockey coach. Again, played with Johnny at Boston College. He was a high school coach. He was only 29. Both brothers gone. It's supposed to be such a joyous occasion to celebrate a wedding and their sister's getting married. And golly, you never recover from this, though. You never ever recover. I mean, as a family, I don't know how you don't. You simply don't. You live with the pain for the rest of your lives. That's it.
And listen, the guy was under the influence, obviously. So,
well, they didn't name a guy.
I guess we should say no. It's a guy.
It is a dude. It's a dude.
I see his mugshot.
Suspected of being under the influence. Is what
whatever.
using.
Suspected.
Yeah.
Okay, but I just wonder how dark it was. I wonder if they had lights on their bike. I wonder if there are so many questions still unanswered.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? You're riding your bike at 8:19 p.m. I wonder how busy's that street. I don't know any of those answers.
Right.
The net result is just tragic.
Hearts go out to the Gaudreau family, to the Columbus Blue Jackets, everybody who's affected by this, and we'll jump back in this with more details as the day goes along. Now, a few more things about CU before we get to a break here.
And I'm sorry, and I apologize too, because I
totally understood.
I want to talk college football. I mean, I watched every second of that game with great interest last night.
Well, look, here's what I kind of wanted to get to for a little bit today was I don't know how much different this looked from last year, and I get it's only the first game of the season, and there's time for things that it takes time for things to sort of gel and chemistry to come together. But it still did kind of feel like Shedeur had to have an amazing game and Travis Hunter had to have an amazing game for you to come out on top. Now,
it's going to be that way, I think, every game they play this year.
I will say this. We went into this before the game yesterday talking about the few things you wanted to see was offensive line improvement. Can you run the football better? Can you protect Shedeur better? They did not run the football any better. That was the exact same as last season. I thought they protected a little bit better. He still took some hits, but only 2 sacks on the day, and was able, I think, to navigate the pocket pretty well to buy some more time and hit some downfield throws. So I thought in one aspect, the protection in the pass game was a little bit better than last year. But guys, that running game, if you're going to, I said outside the Shedeur runs, they ran the ball 16 times for 42 yards. That's not going to cut it for later in the year. You aren't going to be able to get away with that with some better teams in conference play. That has to improve.
I wonder if the run game will ever come around because I just saw a lot of the same stuff I saw last year. Just not committed to it. Their only method of moving the ball is through the air. And, you know, as Prime suggested afterwards, he said, hey, if you're going to throw for that many yards and they can't stop it, keep throwing. What's to stop them? The only time I didn't like them throwing was when they simply had to kneel the ball at the end of the game to end the game. And according to Prime, Shedeur at that point wanted to get one of his teammates some action, not the time or the place, just end the game. And he acknowledged afterwards, Shedeur did, that wasn't the right play, and he's going to learn from it. I have a couple takeaways regarding not just Travis Hunter, who is the best all-around player in the game. Shedeur Sanders is one of the toughest hombres I've ever seen on a football field. Mm-hmm. That dude took some hits to the chops that could have been penalties, I thought. He took some hits, got right back up, and just kept smiling. I said this last year. He ain't going to survive a season if they can't let him get hit like that. And that's where the run game comes in. That's why the run game is important. If you cannot establish a bona fide run game and the defense knows you're going to throw it, that's where your quarterback gets hurt.
He had that throw to Jimmy Horn where he stood in the pocket knowing he was going to take a hit. And last second, just got the ball out before he took it. And it was a great throw. But I thought the same thing, Vic. I'm like, let's not make a habit out of that. Because if he gets hurt, I don't know who they have behind him as far as how effective they can be running the offense, but they aren't Shedeur Sanders. They're one of the best quarterbacks in the country. I mean, think about this, Moj. He completed 26 passes and had 445 yards passing.
Yeah, it was amazing. Some big gainers, obviously. Travis Hunter on that first one made it happen himself with his legs on a quick pass out to the right side, and then he just turns it up on the DB and all the way to the house. Impressive stuff, man. It's just I feel it's going to have to be that way all year long, that these guys are going to have huge games in order to win. They clearly in the trenches, they feel a little bit better, right?
They're not as improved as we expected,
no,
right?
They're
told
not.
That they brought in better players. We were told that they're going to be better. What was the term that was asked of Deion? Bolstered,
right?
And he said improved. Well, I don't know how improved they are. If you can't run the ball at all,
I mean, you're averaging
at all
2.6 yards per carry, Vic. You just can't seem to break through. And I don't know whether the holes are not good enough and big enough for these guys, or there's just an overall lack of talent at the running back spot. They use the passing game essentially as a run game. That bubble screen was there all night long, and so they tried to utilize that.
My worry is if you average 2.6 against North Dakota State, and I get it, a great FCS school, but it's still an FCS school, how the hell are you going to run the ball on the road at Kansas, against Oklahoma State, against Nebraska next week?
Right.
So that to me is what I wanted to see last night, and I established that in the show yesterday when you guys asked, what do you want to see? I want to see a run game. I didn't see it. I didn't see a run game. I saw a win A notable win. Anytime you win, it's a tough thing to do. They persevered. They were down at the half. They came back. I sort of had the feeling I did a little thing with DMAC last night because, DMAC's always on the air. And I told him, I said, I think the Buffs come back and win. No problem. Well, it was a problem, but they won. That winning the game ultimately is first. But no run game. It's not there.
Well, and
Gotta find it.
again, this is we suspected that this might be the case. It's the first game with a lot of new guys, and you get an opportunity to analyze the film. You start to figure out where your teammates are going to be, that sort of thing. I mean, I'm optimistic it will improve only because you have so many guys trying to mesh in a real football game at one time. I think it's going to get better, but it has to get better once you get into Big 12 play, no doubt.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line can always get in touch with us on the Voice of the People on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. They're in your corner. A lot more to get to today. Stick around.
That last drive, though, not running the ball, like throwing the passes, is that something that, I mean, you guys couldn't really run the ball effectively a lot tonight?
I'm not going to say that. I mean, you got to understand, you got to take what people give you. You can't take what you want, and it's not there. I mean, what is it? What did he throw for? 445 yards? You think we upset?
Right.
Who upset? So, they didn't have a running game. Well, the passing game looked pretty darn good today. So let's be appreciative and thankful that we got one of the premier guys in college football spinning it. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do that. We're going to have a lot more balance. Today was just that type of day. You got to take what they give you.
But in that situation, like 2 minutes left, you want to run the clock down. I mean,
You want first downs.
Right.
If you want to run the clock down, they got a 5-man box. I mean, they got five down. Like, you got to look out there and say, okay, I got one-on-one right here, and I haven't seen one-on-one the whole game. So I got to do what I got to do to move these chains, and that's what that is.
All right, so a couple different fronts in that answer from Dion after in the post game.
I don't think he understood the question. The question is, why didn't you just kneel down?
Well, here's where I'm confused.
What's the question?
The game wouldn't have ended if they took knees because North Dakota State had one timeout left. They would have drawn.
There's 55 seconds left. Weren't there after they punted?
I thought it was more than that. Wait, after who punted? Who are you talking about?
They were under 2 minutes to play when they got that first down on the pass interference. Under 2 to play. They had one timeout.
After the pass interference, there was that was 1:52 in the game. Yes,
they had one timeout.
Yeah, North Dakota State had one timeout, and so I don't think the game would have ended if they just took knees. They would have burned the clock to like virtually no time. Like they could have 15 seconds, something like that.
They could have burned it all the way down. They leave him 38.
38. Yeah.
They could have burned it pretty darn close.
If you want to make the argument that it's stupid to throw in that situation to risk an incompletion, I totally understand that. That makes sense. But I don't think that they could just take knees and end the game, which I heard a couple people say.
I was highly impressed by
what is the game clock in college football?
25.
But it's weird because it's 25 seconds when the ref declares it
Correct.
ready for play. So there's wiggle room in there. It's a lot more difficult to calculate than the NFL, which is play ends, you got 40 seconds, go.
Correct.
So it's just different.
I was highly impressed with the play and the fight of Cam Miller, the quarterback for North Dakota State.
Yeah. That dude's he's a baller.
I was shocked. I mean, this guy has shown he can run the football. He's pretty shifty, right? Good in the pocket. On that last touchdown run, that 20-yard run, don't they have a spy on him? As the game goes on and you see this guy's ability to run the football and gash you like he did in the early part of the game to make it 17-14, don't you want to have a guy that makes sure the quarterback just doesn't get loose and run through your secondary? He looked shocked on that last time. It's 31-20. He looked shocked at all the real estate he had.
The question is, Moshe, who would you have spying that guy? Because do you want to take somebody who's going to be a pass rusher and have him just kind of hang and watch him? Do you want to take somebody out of coverage? Because that guy was 18 of 22 throwing the football too.
Yeah, I mean, he played a good game. And you know what? Maybe we ought to look at this. I don't know what they're going to do against the Corn, but maybe we ought to look at North Dakota State. We gave them their flowers all week long leading up to this game. Mm-hmm. This is a fine FCS program. Number two in the country. I'll tell you right now, when I watch North Dakota State, there ain't much difference between them and a lot of FBS teams in this country.
I agree.
You put North Dakota State in Vanderbilt, they give Vandy not only all they want, I mean, you put them in the Mountain West, I'm telling you, man, that's a pretty damn good football team. And one thing they are is disciplined. They don't turn the ball over. They don't do stupid things. That one dude had the pass interference penalty late, obviously, but he got caught.
Yeah.
And the receiver got behind him.
That's because Shedeur made a play.
Yes,
Shedeur found some wiggle room to make that play. You are so right. I mean, that's a good team. That's a team that a lot of FBS schools are going to struggle with. That's not the story here. We knew this was not going to be easy. We knew this was going to be a pulling teeth kind of game. I mean, hell, the Buffs trailed at halftime. They got it right. The Buffs have better top-end talent. That's abundantly clear when you're watching the game. That talent won out. That's not the story. The story is you have to establish some things so that when you get to those other opponents later in the season, you can beat those opponents with necessary items. You have to run the ball. They can't go through another season not being able to run the ball. And now listen, Prime says afterwards, hey man, they were stacking the line of scrimmage. They gave us the pass. Okay, well, what if every team stacks the line of scrimmage? They have better athletes in the secondary.
Yeah, and you aren't able to throw for 450 yards that day, right?
You have to run the ball. Am I off base there, or am I just...
No, maybe he's just talking about that game specifically, but we saw it last year, man. Well, like, the last thing I want is this to be a copy and paste 2023 to 2024 for the Buffs, where last year, the first 4 to 5 weeks of the season, you were throwing for 350 to 450 yards a game, winning games. Didn't matter. You didn't have a running game. And then you couldn't throw for 350 yards anymore. It was more of a grind in the passing game.
And then when you couldn't.
And you had nothing to fall back on.
Correct.
That's what you need. You need to have that at least in your back pocket when you need it.
Do they have a tight end on this roster? Is there anybody that actually plays the position of tight end?
I didn't see a tight end factor in the game last night.
Zero.
That's a great question.
I guess I was waiting for a tight end to get open around down the middle. I mean, because Shedeur is either it went out to the flat an awful lot. There was nothing over the middle. No finding seams essentially. I mean, there are a couple plays. Don't get me wrong, but I thought that maybe that it could have been exploited. And again, the discipline of North Dakota State. Their blitz packages, they took chances on Shedeur Sanders. They really did. And he got hit. I thought the offensive line protected better than it did last season. He did get hit, and he stood in the pocket, and he took those hits to make those throws and make those plays.
Listen,
but the Bison also brought it on him. I mean, the Bison had some free rushers, dude, and things were open, and that's why you passed for 445, but they went after him. They got after it.
It was outstanding to watch CU go to 1-0, but you CU honks who I already see in my mentions, Seabair, you CU honks, you got to understand one thing. You're 4 yards away from losing that game last night.
I can't believe they let
You're
him
4
actually
yards
catch
away.
the football. I'm just blown away by that.
Who was the defensive back for CU that could have got flagged for targeting and taunting at the end with 15 seconds to play? They got away with it. Got away with it.
Yeah.
So the worst kind of fan is a fan who just looks at a game, a win, and moves on and says, no big deal. What's wrong with sitting down and assessing what you did right and what you did wrong?
Well,
Ultimately, number one, you won the game. You moved on. That's the most important thing. We all acknowledge that. You have better top-end talent. You got some things to work on. And if you can't see that, you're blind. You're a cheerleader.
Vic, we just played comments from Coach Prime. I thought he was fairly humble afterwards. I mean, he's like, yeah, we had more points than they did, but did we really win this game? I mean,
can we hear that again, Nelly? His comments after the game where he's like,
damn honest.
The win kind of felt like a loss. Can we hear that again?
I mean, he's pretty dang honest.
You won, but you didn't win. It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful, I'm happy we got the W. Miss Peggy's one step closer to the dream and the vision that we have for her, as well as I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and I think they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm going to try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
If your coach,
I love that reaction.
Yeah, if your coach is angry after the game,
I love it.
And he said we won, but we didn't win.
Yeah.
I mean, so all CU folks, and again, we're right there with you. We're happy about the 1-0 start. It's one step closer to Miss Peggy going back to a bowl game. But if your coach has that kind of reaction, just take some inventory of yourself and your team right now and understand that this is still very, very much a work in progress.
Well, there's nothing better than winning a game and having some teaching points from that win. And that's exactly what he's going to have all week, some teaching points. Somebody says, the offense, the run game just wasn't there last night. They'll get it. Well, you got to prove that because they didn't have it at all last year. If you can't, let me ask you this question. Let me put it this way. If you can't run the ball against North Dakota State, who are you going to run it against?
Yeah.
Well, Vic, I don't know, but again, I'm trying to put into a category how good North Dakota State really is. You know, it's interesting. Is it South Dakota State? Well, all the
Dakotas are good.
Flipping Dakotas are good.
Even the non-states, just South Dakota is pretty good.
Whoever Oklahoma State is playing this weekend, it's a Dakota, a South Dakota of some kind. Whoever they're playing, they are only a 9.5-point favorite. I've got to look at it.
Those
Again,
Dakotas are sneaky.
The Dakotas are sneaky damn good. So I'm trying to think. They've got a lot of beef. For some reason, they've got big, beefy linebackers who can run.
Yeah.
And they've got big defensive linemen who can run. And by the way, they have two guys on the offensive line, including their left tackle, who is going to be absolutely in the National Football League. He's going to be drafted early in the draft. But they've got two guys who are going to be in the NFL on that offensive line. They've got some serious beef. I mean, here it is, South Dakota State. Are they the Jackrabbits? Yeah,
I don't
Jackrabbits. I know it's a pretty good nickname. Jackrabbits are pretty. You know what, Vic? If you don't watch out, I may call you a jackrabbit. Why don't you just settle down? Right now, kids, move.
You know what? If Vic was an animal, he might be a jackrabbit.
He might be a friggin'
little
jackrabbit.
tiny quick guy.
Okie State now by 10. It was 9.5 last night. Now it's 10. Same kind of story. Oklahoma State is number 17 in the country, and they're only a 10-point favorite against South Dakota State Jackrabbits. You jackrabbit. Mm-hmm. So I'm just telling you that these teams are. They're tough. They really are. So I'm just trying to quantify how damn good the Bison are. I mean, certainly I think the Corn's better than the Bison, but golly, that team played a tough game and was disciplined.
Well, I mean, next week is going to be harder. I think we all assume. I don't know anything about Nebraska. Maybe you do, Brett. Last year I went to the CU Nebraska game, and that quarterback single-handedly lost the game for Nebraska. He was awful.
Yeah.
He was terrible.
The only thing I know about Nebraska is that they got that number one quarterback recruit in the country who's going to start for them. And
Raiola?
I've no idea if Raiola's any good or not. I guess we'll get at least a preview of that this weekend. I don't even know who they play. But he's supposed to be the real deal. So that's all I know.
The next Patrick Mahomes, dresses like him, looks like him.
Yeah, I don't think his play is going to be like Patrick Mahomes, but he does look like him. Like if you just watch him walk, like his mannerisms, it's eerie how it looks like it. Anyway, they have a lot of things they got to clean up. Like their good stuff is really good. That's the thing about CU. That's why they can get away with some lacking in other areas. Because guys, if the strategy is let Shedeur drop back and throw deep balls all day, they're pretty damn good at it.
Yeah,
they find.
Hey, wonderful game plan. You know, and I know if that's the game plan the entire year, what's going to happen to Shedeur Sanders by midseason?
He's going to get beat up.
He's going to get beat up bad. Yeah.
He took 5 hits last night. I counted 5. And I call him, he might be the toughest player on the team. That kid gets back up. He doesn't even worry about it. Gets back up like no problem. He took a hit that should have been a penalty when the dude backed him up to the 5-yard line, hit him up high.
Yeah, that guy.
He got hit hard.
He got hit right in the face mask with the crown of the helmet. That's what I saw anyway. Either way.
Well, can I quickly get to Shedeur? He was
Sure,
talking about
please.
the pocket and what that was like for him last night, and if he thought it was good enough. Here you go.
The alignment had an incentive. That's it. They had a great incentive. So they definitely did what they were supposed to do today. So it feels good. I feel real good coming out the game. But we still got to recover the right way. Make sure going into the following weeks is compound interest. So it's keep getting hit over and over and over and over. And that was kind of like my first hit since like November. So felt good, to be live out there a little bit.
What does he mean by incentive?
I don't know. The question was, you were only sacked once. What was the pocket like last night? And that was his response. The incentive, I have no idea.
He did get hit, though. And I just get the feeling that no matter who the opponent is, his ability to make plays, his ability to extend plays with his legs and keep the eyes downfield, I don't feel like the Buffs are ever going to be out of anything.
Dude,
I
agree. And the trio of Shador, Travis Hunter, and Jimmy Horn, holy crap, is that fun to watch. Holy moly.
So fun. Horn's a player, too.
Jimmy
God,
Horn is
that
a
guy
player.
he's quick. He's always open.
I love Travis Hunter. I heard his interview with Scott Van Pelt after the game, and this kid is everything you'd want out of a teammate, a player, a son. This guy is just a world-class dude. I'm really rooting for him this season. Just to have a safe, healthy year, sure, but I'll root for Travis Hunter for the rest of his career. I really like that guy.
Isn't that amazing?
So do I. I like the kid. I like the kid.
Exactly.
I like what he's made
I like
of.
the kid.
But
Yep.
it's a different
when
level.
He pulled that, yeah. And when he pulled that stuff personally last year with Blackburn after he got that cheap shot and you found out about the behind-the-scenes stuff, I love the quality of the kid, the character of the kid. He was an academic All-American. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Academic. Love him. He's gotten bigger. Do you see he's got a little more mass, a little more muscle?
Well, they kept replaying that final touchdown that he had, his third one, and I'm still blown away at how he caught that ball. Like, that guy is essentially tackling him before the ball gets there, and he still finds a way to get his hands on it and then hang on to it as he's being drugged down. With him, though, what's really rare, and I think it's why I don't care who you are, I had like 3 CSU fans in the appetizer texting in saying, 100% CSU, hate the Buffs, but God, do I love Travis Hunter. And I'm like, to be that level good, like that remarkable and that humble, you know what I mean? Just that much of a hard worker, no ego to him. Like, it's crazy.
I read his routine when he's talking about his routine. He goes to school. He goes to football. He watches film. He eats. And every now and again, he'll play a video game. He goes, and that's all I do in life.
And hangs out with his girlfriend.
Yeah, that's it. At home.
Yeah.
He's just like, this guy he's everything you want, man. He's a dude. This guy is a real dude.
So overall, look, wasn't perfect yesterday, but got what you needed. You got the first win of the year. Now you move on to Lincoln next week and hopefully clean some stuff up and get a win there too. I want to talk about college football as a whole throughout the course of the show today. We got a lot of good games coming up this weekend. But how about this, CSU fans? What is success for tomorrow? Where do you draw the line? It can't be just beat Texas, okay?
Got to win by 50. Got to win by 50 or it's a bad day.
So where is your line for what you would consider a success against Texas tomorrow? We'll get to it next.
I try not to dwell. I try not to, but sometimes it just happens. You know, today's supposed to be fun talking about football and the Buffs and the Rams and, you know, going down to Austin. I saw the story last night where the plane heading to Austin, I guess, was full of CSU fans, and the flight attendant, when they're taxiing, is "Go Rams, go!" And there's a whole chant on the airplane and everything. And yeah, it's a wonderful time. And then you wake up to news like this, and it's just, dude, Vic, I can't even begin to comprehend. I mean, it's supposed to be such a joyous occasion. You're in Jersey, where you're from. You're going to Philly for your sister's wedding the night before. You're out with your brother, just, you know, getting a little ride in and enjoying each other's company. And the next day is going to be beautiful and great. And your sister's going to be the happiest person on the planet. And then this. And then the more I read about it, dude passed one person on the left. And because the car in front had moved over to the left to give room to the brothers, he then tried to swerve back and pass on the right. What a friggin' idiot, man. What a friggin' idiot. Drunk friggin' idiot.
Mosier's talking about, by the way, Johnny Gaudreau and his brother were killed in an accident. They were on their bikes last night, and it was in New Jersey. And a driver suspected of being drunk hit both of them and killed both of them last night in an unbelievably tragic story for somebody who was incredibly popular in the world of hockey and obviously in Columbus. As 2 years ago, I mean, this guy went from Calgary to Columbus as one of the biggest free agent names, which pretty rare, Moj, that you make that jump over to Columbus, Ohio. And I'm a big name guy.
I like Columbus, Ohio. I understand why he did it. I mean, I personally like it. The arena's beautiful. The town is great. It's a little cloudy, you know, during the course of the year. It stays cloudy a lot there. That might get you, but you know, it's Ohio State is there. I think it's a great place. If I was a player who wanted to raise a family, and that's what he said, he and his wife, they wanted to go to Columbus to raise their family. You know, I mean, they gave him money, but other teams were giving him money. He chose to go there.
Yeah.
And it was a big deal because the franchise has not been a great franchise to go and sign with. It'd be like signing with the Sacramento Kings in the NBA. I choose to go to Sacramento, or I choose to go to Utah.
Or Charlotte.
Yeah, exactly. I choose to go to Charlotte, and you can have your choice of other places. He chose to go to Columbus, and they really embraced him there. But they wanted to raise their children in Ohio. And he's got 2 little kids. It's just friggin' awful.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm sorry, dudes. I'm not trying to bring you down, but it's just, golly, this is gonna affect the hockey community all year, if it been forever.
Well, hearts go out to the Gaudreau family and everybody that was affected by the tragedy. Just terrible news. Now, this weekend, CSU has a game that's going to get some national attention. They're going to be on ESPN. It's funny, Vic. You worked in Texas. You worked in Austin. Mm-hmm. For the last decade, it's always felt like, hey, watch out, Texas is really talented. And they go, oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, can't wait for them to go 8-4. This Texas team is different. Like, they're a legitimate, like, substance is matching the hype with them now for the first time in a long time.
They have an established quarterback. They have studs at every position. They did have some injuries in the preseason at the running back spot. They have to deal with that, but they're so loaded. They're so deep. They've got funds. You know, the thing about Texas, and I've always thought this, having worked there and seen it firsthand, there's so much oil money in that program. Mm-hmm. There's so much of that Texas oil money. Same with Texas A&M. They have so much of an advantage. I don't know how you're not a top 10 team. If you're not in the top 10 at the University of Texas, somebody messed up.
Yeah.
Somebody wasted money.
Somebody's been messing up for a while now.
Yes.
Their last really big season before last year when they went 12-2 under Sark was Mac Brown in 2009. They were 13-1.
Yeah.
8-0 in conference play. They had a 10-4 season under Tom Herman and played in the Sugar Bowl.
Was that Colt McCoy that year, I think, in 2009?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, and they won the Sugar Bowl that year. But, again, a lot of 7-6s, 8-5s, that kind of thing. And then
that's either coaching, somebody messed up somewhere, because fundamentally, they have the resources to win a national championship every year if they wanted to.
Sark, I remember, Vic. Sark then took over in 21, went 5-7, then 8-5, and then 12-2. I remember.
Here's the number.
I remember the renovation of whatever they had going on there, their facilities, and I remember they were showing the bathrooms and whatnot inside the Longhorns facilities.
It looks like something you'd see in Abu Dhabi.
This is a bathroom. The bathroom, they all have TV. They have TVs in front of the urinals. And I thought to myself, every single one of those TVs in their urinal, at the urinal, is nicer than any TV I have in my house at the time. I'm like, that is a 40-inch flat screen, high def, UHD PQR. I mean, whatever. I'm like, damn, they got money down there in Texas. Damn, they got
I saw it
bread.
firsthand 30 years ago. I mean, it's only better 30 years later. I do have a number for you, though. Got this out of the Denver Post today. CSU, all-time record against top 10 schools, AP top 10. All-time record for CSU, 2-18. Now, help me out, CSU fans. I know one of those wins came against Desert Swarm, the big Sports Illustrated cover. I think Teddy Bruschi was on that team.
Is that early Sonny years? Early Sonny?
That was Sonny Lubick years. Who's the other win against a top 10 team in CSU's history? I didn't Google it. I didn't want to Google it. I'm trying to remember it off the top of my head. I remember Arizona. Help me out with the other win against a top 10 team.
Are we sure it's sometime in the last 30 years?
According to what I just read, since 1993.
Since 93, okay.
Yeah. Since 1993, they've beaten 2 teams in the top 10. That's not an easy task if you're CSU to go on the road and take on Texas to open the season. The only advantage is this. We saw last night. You got change in the offseason. Teams haven't hit. Quarterbacks haven't been hit. Maybe the best time to play that team is the first game. Maybe the first game is the best time to take on a team like Texas.
I agree with that.
The Texas Longhorns are number 4 in the country. So Rams fans, think about this. There's probably only one team in the country that if they were going to Austin this weekend would be a favorite, and that's Georgia, the number 1 team in the country. Nobody else would be a favorite going in there.
Hey, look, listen to this.
I mean, the Longhorns would be a favorite in some capacity over every other college football team in the land. So, I mean, think about it. That's how good the Texas Longhorns are.
I asked who was the last team other than Arizona that they beat in the top 10, and all the CSU fans are chiming in, sorted with gritted teeth, of CU, worst number 6 team I've ever seen when they beat them in 2002 with Bradley Van Pelt.
So the question I had heading into this game was, what do you consider success, though, for CSU? The point spread is 32. I don't think it's enough just to cover the spread. You lose by 30, I'm not going to feel great about that.
I think within 3 touchdowns.
That's my line. Is you keep it within 3 scores, I think that's a good day for you. I really do. And I'm trying to be fair just for the talent contrast between these two teams.
Well, when it gets beyond 3 scores, doesn't it become one of those games where they can either turn it on or turn it off, the opponent? So it's hard to judge, right? I mean, if they're up by 21 in the 4th, they can either pour it on or just clear the sidelines and put all our walk-ons in the game. So I don't know if that's the judgment. I think that, to me, just make it competitive. Be able to move the ball. Forget the scoreboard for a second. Let's see what you can do against top-notch talent.
Like, make Texas sweat for a minute. How about that?
Yeah.
Just make them sweat. Be like, all right, we need to get our bleep together or this could go poorly. There is, I think, a real sense of expectation with CSU, by the way. I mean, they're heading into year 3 of Jay Norvell. This is the year you got to make the jump. A bowl game should be a given. You should be competing for a Mountain West championship appearance. Like, I think all that's on the table, especially the way that we talked about CU. Great quarterback heading into the year. One of the best players in the country heading into the year. That should lead to some loftier expectations. So CSU might not have Travis Hunter and might not have Shedeur Sanders. But Fowler Nicolosi is a good quarterback that's going into his sophomore season. If he can cut down the turnovers, I think he can have a really, really solid year. And CSU has one of the best players in the country. They have what is projected to be a first-round draft pick in Torrey Horton. And that puts you top 32 in the country territory. Yeah, you have that.
Yeah. How about this in terms of what you expect to see out of CSU? How about you give me a reason to watch the second half? Is that fair?
Yeah. I think that's fair.
I know that sounds condescending.
And I'm not trying to be that
I know,
way.
I know, but
I would love nothing more than to see CSU shock Texas.
that is correct. It sounds condescending, but I think for Rams fans, and they're not dumb, they know. It sounds condescending, but it's not, because that's how good Texas is, and that's the gap between you and them. But, I mean, if South Dakota State can go into Oklahoma State and keep it close, if North Dakota State last night can come into Boulder and make that a 5-point game, I think it's entirely reasonable for Jay Norvell this year to go into Texas and keep this thing, relatively close for a while.
It is a money game, and a high of 92 in Austin. Some rain expected. It's going to be humid. That humidity gets you, man. That humidity gets you. But it is what it is. This game for CSU is a let's go ahead and stuff the coffers with some cash.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, they win either way. They're going to get some cash out of it, just like North Dakota State got some cash out of it last night.
And it's a big game against a big opponent. You're playing at 1:30 on ESPN, the middle of the day in college football tomorrow.
In fact, these teams get paid to go on the road, and I want you guys to start paying me when I come to studio. Like North Dakota State got paid last night. CSU's getting paid. When I come there and do a show with you, I want to get paid.
Feel free to do the show from home. Feel free to not do the show at all.
Feel free to just go get bent.
Yeah, how does that sound?
Go in the corner with your hand.
I mean, if North Dakota State could walk out of Folsom last night with the check, I expect the same thing.
I haven't been paid to do the appetizer in years. What's going on there?
Actually, you have.
It just started as,
Hole.
hey, can we just have you try this and see if it works?
I'm not kidding, Vic. I think that's how it started. It was like, let's just run this for a couple of weeks and see how this goes. And then just nobody stopped me. And I've just been doing it ever since. Like I said, you ask anybody in this building, you ever listen to Brett's 6 o'clock hour? They're like, he has a 6? I thought we were 7 to 6 every day. 303-504-0925. So a lot more college football to get to. By the way, a never-ending story that finally ended yesterday. We'll get to it next.
It is Labor Day. It's the perfect weekend to get to Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. They've got so many vehicles on the lot right now, over 1,100 new and pre-owned certifieds in stock. Plus, they've got those Ford Broncos, the brand new ones. They are awesome, all lined up, ready for you. You want a Mazda CX-90 to lease, $299 a month with $2,000 down. That's unbelievable as well, and they're family-owned. I know these people personally. They are great people, and they are going to take care of you. As for the Mosier Special, $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance, or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. If you ask for it, they're going to hook you up. So head to Highway 36 in Wadsworth. Make an appointment with yourself and your family this weekend. Get up there. It's real easy to get to, Highway 36 in Wads. Or if you want to peruse online and then go see the vehicle that you want to drive, go to sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. It's Silterhar. Everything you want out of a dealership.
So, what felt like a story that wouldn't end has finally come to an end, and I'm trying to figure out why it went down the way it did. So, Brandon Ayuk has been holding out for a contract, requesting trades, and he finally gets a contract in place. It's a 4-year, $120 million extension in San Francisco, and part of me, Vic, just thinks that this isn't over. Like, I think the reason why San Francisco was hesitant to pay him was because they don't think they can afford to have him and Purdy and Kittle and all these different guys on the roster at the same time.
Pay him. Pay that man his money.
So maybe they just gave him the extension now to get him on the field until they can find a suitor later in the year. I don't know.
Yeah. It's a price of doing business when you're the San Francisco 49ers and you're ripe with all that talent, right? They have a very talented roster everywhere. They got offensive tackle who holds out. They got a wide receiver who refuses to participate until he gets paid. You got players upset at whatever salaries. Debo last year. Wasn't it Debo last year? So, man, that's what happens when you're at the top, baby. That's what happens, and it's hard to avoid that stuff. I don't know what IU gained that whole thing. Didn't he get the same money that was offered to him? What's the gain here?
I think so. Like, the reason the trade didn't happen from, I think Schefter was the one who said this. The reason the trade didn't happen to Cleveland or to the Patriots was that he didn't want to go there. And it's like, how much do you want, bro? Like, what do you want? So he got his money now, and he's staying in San Francisco at least for the moment. But what I was saying to Vic, Moj, was I think San Francisco didn't want to give him an extension because they couldn't afford to once they have to pay Purdy. And I almost wonder, are they just doing this to put him on the field at the beginning of the season and then trading him later?
That tackle, missing your tackle is the biggest component.
Yeah, Trent Williams is still out too.
I don't know that you can go into this season without your tackle. Vic, you always say there's a way. There's always a way to get these deals done. Defer money, be creative, bonus it out. I mean, whatever, right? It's just move money around. It's just paper, right? If they're going to pay Brock Purdy, and I have to assume that they are. God, can you believe that, Brett? That Brock Purdy is going to get paid? That must kill you. You don't like him at all.
Go ahead and you make the mistake.
I don't think that I would pay him either. To be honest, I don't think that I would. I know that Shanahan likes him and he runs that offense that well, but that's a lot of money. I don't know what you do.
I would love to see San Fran.
There's only so much to go around.
I would love to see Kyle Shanahan say, I can do this with any quarterback. You go ahead and get that money somewhere else. I'll take another Mr. Irrelevant pick and have him throwing 32 touchdowns a year.
Or give me Zach Wilson, and I'll make him the guy. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. They're paying him $30 million a year, which is what he wanted. He wanted his cake and eat it too, and now he gets to.
Hey, Vic, if I gave Kyle Shanahan, that quarterback from North Dakota State last night, does San Fran win the NFC West?
Probably.
Do they still win? You know what I mean?
Name me a quarterback. Give me a quarterback, and I'll give me somebody that I'll say no to.
By the way, did you guys see this yesterday? I don't know if you paid attention.
Nathan Peterman.
That they would lose the division if they had him.
There you go.
Did you guys see another game last night? Probably as far as marquee names playing against each other, the biggest one of the night last night was Minnesota and North Carolina. So kind of an ugly
missed
game.
Field goal at the buzzer by Minnesota.
So did you guys see this, though? That it's in Minnesota. They're down 2 points. It's 19-17. Final seconds coming off the clock. Minnesota's lining up for the game winner. Kick it, and they miss Moj. And what happens next? Somebody lights off the fireworks inside the stadium.
Jeez.
Somebody hit the wrong button.
I mean, that's a bad look. Don't want to be the guy responsible for the fireworks going off in a non-celebratory moment when everybody's pissed off.
That was
There's
an
two
early
buttons.
ejection right there.
There's the fireworks button, and then there's the sad trombone button. And they hit the wrong one.
There's been many times in the National Hockey League when a puck does not go in, and yet the horn goes off and blah 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 blah. But this is next level.
Happened?
I mean, this is.
Does it happen recently at ball? Have we had a premature horn?
No, it happens once every couple years. You know, it happens. I mean, at Ball Arena, but it happens in the National Hockey League. You get a
Remember that goal
you
last
get somebody
year,
with a little jumpy on the button.
Moj, what was the goal last year where no one knew it went in? And then all of a sudden, like seconds later,
That was
you
a
go.
That was during the cup run, wasn't it?
What are you talking? Well,
that was the cup.
Remember that?
Wasn't that the cup
well,
run?
I mean, Nazem Kadri's game-winning goal.
That was
Is that the one that got caught
game-
in the bar at the
in
top?
in game 4. Yeah. Got caught.
Like
that was
seconds go by. Nobody says anything.
Well,
Everybody's just sort of staring. And then Mosier,
I think that was the Stanley
score!
Cup. It wasn't me, or was
No, you had one of those,
You
and I
did
can't
have one.
remember. You did.
I can't remember what he had one too. It might not have been
He
that
had
one.
one.
Not Kadri's goal, but
what
you
could
had
have
one
been. I wasn't
recently.
calling the game.
No, I think that there was a game where there's a goal scored, nobody said anything. You go to commercial, you come back, and then score.
No, you didn't go to commercial.
No, there have
That
been
would be hilarious.
there have
though.
been times when they're reviewing it. And I'm like, did that go in? Or I don't say scored. Is it in? Did they make? And then they'll say, after further review, the puck completely crossed the goal. I'm like, score! Yay!
Wait, who's our Nelly? Who's our favorite ref in hockey who really cherishes the
Wes
microphone?
McCauley.
Wes
He goes,
McCauley.
After further review, it's been determined. We gotta go.
Yeah, I like that guy. That guy
he
rules.
has a flair for the dramatic. That guy.
Him and my NBA guy Kennedy. What's his? Bill Kennedy? Is that his name?
Billy Kennedy, he's the best.
The review stands. I mean,
He does it like a cologne commercial.
I know he does. He milks it. Those two guys, I would say my favorites. My favorites in the NHL and the NBA. So a couple other things here.
Hey, did you see yesterday, because I know D-Mac spoke to him, Greg Penner, when they had the shovel in the dirt ceremony, and they're talking about the new facility?
Sounds so stupid.
The
shovel in the dirt.
Shovel in the dirt. Start digging away. Although it'd be something if you went back there today and Penner was still digging. I'm going to do it myself, damn it.
It's just that same box that's not doing anything. Just, yeah.
Greg was asked by DMAC about the stadium and why they stopped construction of that entertainment district, and he admitted that they're in wait and see mode. They don't know where they're going to put the stadium. They're not sure if it's going to be in the present site. They're looking elsewhere.
Well, Vic,
They're going to monitor. They're going to look around.
But there has been talk. I mean, are we now convinced that they are going to build a new building no matter what? Are we convinced of that?
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. They're building a new stadium. What part of this ownership group tells you they're not committed to being the very best?
Agreed.
They spend. I mean, they take care of their players, their team.
Mm-hmm.
This facility they're doing right now, you know what? They don't need to redo the facility. If you've been to Broncos, and you have many times, they got
It's
plenty
fine.
good enough of a facility.
Yep.
It's fine. Plenty. They're doing it because they want to be the best.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe nowadays that you just after 25 years, you rip a joint down.
Well, Moj,
I mean, a lot. I'm old enough to remember, Kaner, when we were talking about even whether that joint was going to go up, and Pat Bolin had the old,
yeah.
God, if we don't get a new, I mean, because Mile High, as much as we loved old Mile High, Vic, say what it was.
It was a lot of steel, and you stomped your feet, and you could feel it
Yeah,
from miles away.
Yeah, but the building itself was.
It was a building with football fans watching football games.
Texture says, or put that MF right on top of Lookout Mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah, do that.
That's what I suggested. Remember that? I said, if you want to feature a new stadium and you want the entire world to know you're there, put that sucker right on the top of a mountain.
See, but hang on a second.
A flat
Moj.
one.
What do I say about rich people?
What do you say about rich people?
They don't rent things.
Correct. They buy things. They acquire things. No,
They
listen,
own them.
Old Mile High was junk. Had to have a stadium. Got one. I like it still. I still like.
Old McNichols. No, McNichols.
No,
was
McNichols
junk.
was. Well, that was junk
That
too.
was junk.
And again, what's funny about McNichols is when it went under, it wasn't even. I mean, it was about 25-ish years old when it when
I
they
was going
when
to
they
say
blew
Paul
it up.
Arena's the same age.
When they blew it up, can you believe that? Remember McNichols Arena, Vic. Remember walking through McNichols, Big Mac. Remember the old scoreboard at the end? Oh God,
It was the size of my laptop.
It was, and it had those little flashing little lights, bulbs.
When I was a kid, we used to unscrew those bulbs. We had seats up near the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Like you had seats under the scoreboard, Brett.
Yeah.
And my brothers and I, we found it fun. we would start unscrewing the light bulb. So every time they put something on the scoreboard,
You're that close to it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Dude,
you're right under
This
it.
building was in it. I mean, but if you wanted to watch something, it was a great building.
So
I mean, it was.
Where was that at? Where was it located?
It was located just on the west side of where the stadium is now.
Where the current stadium is, it was basically on top of that.
No. It was behind it in the parking lot. It was up
gotcha.
against the hill.
Mile high.
Mile high.
Yeah.
It's up against the hill. And the old stadium is behind that Turntable Studios building. The old Mile High was right there.
Gotcha.
So anyway, but it only lasted 25 years, and current Mile High is only 25 years old. But the day the paint dried at Big Mac, it was outdated.
Did you know when
The
when,
day
when
the
I was,
paint dried, it was
Moshe,
an outdated building.
Here's how bad Big Mac was. And when I was a ball boy there, the doors to the outside, the locks didn't work. You literally, I used to have friends say, "Can you give me tickets?" I go, "Just go to the door on the east side. It opens right up. Just walk in." The doors opened. There were no locks. The locks stopped working. You just walk right in.
I got one for you. You're probably not going to appreciate this because you're mean to me.
Me?
Yes. But have you ever seen the video, Pour Some Sugar on Me?
Yep.
That was filmed at McNichols Sports Arena.
Was it?
That whole Def Leppard, they had a concert video, In the Round in Your Face, it was called. They did it over a couple of days at Big Mac.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's a good music video, though.
So if
It's a
you
good
watch
one.
the music video, that you're inside Old McNichols Arena. Swear to God.
That's pretty cool, actually. I like that. I'm not going to make fun of you. That's a good story.
Okay.
Can I ask you
Well,
guys something real quick?
Vic typically pops off about Def Leppard.
No,
or
that's a
something.
great story.
Okay.
I like Def Leppard videos, and I had no idea. That's good stuff.
I wonder how many people are listening right now. There's a lot of women in that video.
There's a lot.
And I wonder how many of those are now beyond soccer moms, maybe soccer grandmoms. Was it 1988, 89?
Which video was it
35
Tawny
years
Katane?
later?
Is that Cherry Pie? Was that
No,
Tawny
dude, no, she was with Whitesnake, bro.
Moshe, tell me.
Oh, she
that
was all
you were a
Whitesnake. Here I go again on my own.
Oh, yeah.
Moshe, I know how easily influenced you are by artists and 80s hair bands and all that. How do I know that in around 1985, you wore a bandana on your jeans in honor of Loverboy?
I swear to God, I never did that.
Yes, folks listening to this radio show, if anyone is more apt to wear a bandana on their jeans, it's got to be Mark
You think I
Mosher.
could have gotten the bear in high school wearing a bandana around my leg?
Probably
Come
how
on,
you did
bro.
it.
Come on, bro.
Well, you had super long hair.
Well, that wasn't until after.
Oh.
I mean, it
You
started,
tied that bandana. You had multiple bandanas tied to your jeans.
Did you have
Never-
a chain?
none of that crap ever. Dude, I was styling and profiling.
You know what I want? You know what I want to come back, make a comeback? As much as I have no use for a watch, give me a nice little pocket watch.
Dude,
I want to be able to pull something out and then click it open.
Okay, Monopoly man.
And a monocle. You know what? Monocles should
Okay,
make a
Monopoly.
comeback
Okay,
too.
Monopoly guy.
Brett, you know when I bought this in that shop in Rome, this Spartan hat,
Yeah.
or this Roman Colosseum hat, they had multiple pocket watches for sale.
Why didn't
I don't
you
know what
buy
it
me
is.
one?
I should have bought several because I was looking at them, and my brothers are like, "What are you doing?" I go, "I don't know. I'm just fascinated by this pocket watch."
I would be too. Could you imagine if somebody asked you for the time and you pull out a pocket watch? They'd be like, "Who's this badass?
Exactly right.
Hey,
What's he up to?"
What if Shador Sanders, rather than go like this,
No, he
pulled out his pocket watch?
Oh my God! What a great idea!
That would be pretty boss. The 1233 says Marty's mom is in that video.
All right.
Do you think Marty's mom was in the Pour Some Sugar on Me video?
Oh, yeah.
You can't take shots. You can't do Marty shots unless Marty's here. That I have a rule.
I
My
agree.
general rule of thumb: you can't take shots
I'm gonna
at him
text him.
unless he's with us.
I'm gonna text him right now. I'm texting. I gotta know.
As you do that, just some breaking news from the NFL here that Mike McDaniel has signed a new contract extension that takes him through 2028. So he is sticking around in Miami as he can continue his quest to be some sort of Cuban drug lord in Miami for the next few years, judging off some of the photos of him leading into this
That
season.
last photo is the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life.
I mean, isn't it insane?
He is all in on Miami, dude. I mean, he's like, when he arrived, he was like the nerd, and all of a sudden he's like, yeah. Hey!
At some point, Vic, he's going to be that picture of Scarface. I think the one that they used in some movie posters, where he's leaned against the chair like this with all the powder on his nose, like, "Ugh." That's going to be Mike McDaniel in about 3 years. 303-504-0925. ESPN's been talking about Shedeur and Travis Hunter and the Buffs a lot this morning. Get some audio on that next.
I feel better, Molly, and it's because of what we saw. I mean, this is one of the most exciting duos I have ever seen in college football in Shedeur and Travis Hunter. And to me, that they are the show. The issues are going to come later. Can they stay healthy? Can they survive the gauntlet? And can the rest of the team kick up a little bit more than that defense showed at times last night? But this is exactly what they had to do. Anything other than a win was a disaster for Prime and his Colorado program, but they got it. And I'm not one of those, a win is a win. I think it's a cliche that's very lazy to offer. But the point is that they were the spotlight of the country. That's what people are talking about today, whether it's LeBron or anyone else. And that's really what this program is built on. It's built on great talent in very specific places, and it's built on buzz. And they're getting the buzz today. And that, to me, is all that matters. Are they a great team? No. Are they a playoff team? No. But they do have a chance now to get a winning record, a bowl game, and move forward as a program.
How was that for an air guitar, Moshe? That's usually
Not so
your
good.
job.
Yeah, not so good.
What do
buddy.
you mean not so good?
Not so
Did
good.
you see that power slide at the end? That was Paul Feinbaum on ESPN talking about the Buffs game from last night. I just saw somebody else tweet this out too. Like they could be one of the best duos in college football history. I was like, all right, let's calm down a little bit on Shedeur and Travis Hunter being one of the best duos ever. There's quite a few in history that were pretty good. But certainly for this year, I mean,
I can't confidently say that this is probably one of the most exciting offenses I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Offenses.
As far as teams that I've watched closely, like you look at that LSU team that had Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson, like pretty fun, but still.
No, it's a one trick offense. They can't run the ball.
Yeah.
And that's what's going to get them in trouble eventually.
It's got to change. It's got to change.
You got to be able to sustain some sort of run at some point, especially in the red zone. You saw on that one occasion where it resulted in the interception, opening drive of the second half.
Yeah.
They got it inside the red zone. They tried to run, couldn't run, and then they resorted to the pass. Well, you have to run the ball effectively. And my takeaway is if you can't move the pile against North Dakota State, how are you going to move it against Kansas, Oklahoma State, and the rest of the Big 12? Nebraska.
Yep.
Agreed. I mean, you should be able to punch that ball in there. And I don't know where Shedeur was throwing the football, but it was going down into the ground until it hit dude in the calf and then popped up into the air.
Right.
I don't know who that pass was intended for. You got to be able. As an offense.
Just throwing it? Was that his way of throwing it away? Was it just kind of I'll throw it in the dirt near a receiver in the end zone sort of thing? Or
as an offense, you've got to be able. Listen, I'm not taking anything away from North Dakota State, but as an offense and an revamped offensive line, you've got to be able to control that line of scrimmage and push it forward and get your guy into the end zone. End of story.
Mm-hmm. Well, he talked about this. I got a question that was asked to Prime in the post game about how the offensive line looked and his assessment of it. Here's what he said.
Well, I'm happy. You would love, like I said, you would love to run the ball a little more, but shoot, you got over 500 yards of total offense. I thought I'm pretty good. I go home, I'm going to sleep good, really good tonight with that. So I'm cool with that. We would like to see a little more balance, but what is balance? Balance is wins, really. That's what balance is. Nobody says nothing when you win.
Again, winning is the ultimate trump card, but I'm with you, Vic. Lakey talks about this a lot when people talk about balance in an offense, especially in the NFL. He goes, it's not 50-50. It's not you run half the time and you throw half the time, but it's can I run when I have to, right?
Yeah.
That's what matters. And what doesn't make sense and didn't compute last year and doesn't compute after one game this year, when you throw the ball that effectively, 26 of 34 for 445 yards, you're lighting people up. You would think that would soften up a defense a little bit, right? To where you could run the ball more. And it's not translating for whatever reason.
Again, the danger zone, if I were to offer my commentary to Prime after that is you're right. I mean, the goal is to win and nobody cares. You win. The refrain would be if you don't run the ball effectively, people are going to pin their ears back, and you're going to get your quarterback hurt eventually,
Heck,
just like he got hurt last year.
Last night, Vic, the Bison did that. I mean, they brought some blitzes as that game went on. They stopped the run, and they tried to attack Shedeur Sanders, Vic. You're right on the money. I was looking at some of the other scores. Missouri blows out Murray State 51-0, and Murray State last year was a terrible football team. And then Utah blanks Southern Utah 49-0. Kansas over Lindenwood. I don't know what Lindenwood is. I don't know where Lindenwood is.
Yeah.
I've never even heard of a Lindenwood.
It's in the woods in Linden.
Lindenwood.
I'll say New Jersey.
It's a private university. You say New Jersey, Moshe? Where you give me a guess?
Antarctica.
St. Charles, Missouri.
Okay, so they don't have to
Not
travel
even
very
close.
far to go to Lawrence. They lose 48-3. I would argue to you if North Dakota State plays Missouri or Utah or Kansas, and the Buffs played Lindenwood, Southern Utah, or Murray State Racers, I would argue to you that the outcomes are probably drill Lindenwood. They drill Southern Utah Thunderbirds.
Sure.
They drill the Murray State Racers. They had a tough FCS opponent that I believe, and golly, I don't want to do this, Vic, but I'm going to do it anyway. If you stuck North Dakota State in the Mountain West, would they be a middle of the pack team?
I think they could be. They
Yeah.
certainly could be. Like
I do too.
They're legitimately really good program for their level, and they would be a okay program at an FBS level. Like I think I said in the appetizer, how many teams are there in college football now at FBS? Is it 132 or something like that? I bet you they'd be in the 70 to 80 range, like that level of a program.
Hey, the reason CU won that game last night, and it wasn't easy, is because they have better top-end talent. They have better athletes. They didn't win the game because they had a better game plan.
Mm-hmm.
Would you agree?
Totally.
The first half time of possession was unreal, 22 minutes to 8. Unreal. And the fact that CU is only down by 3 despite that imbalance in time of possession, that told me they're going to win the game. They'll come back. They're fine. And they did.
Because
Listen,
they had the ability to have a 2-play 75-yard drive, and North Dakota State didn't. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And that's why CU is going to be in every game. They're going to be in every game because this offense is just so damn good. Travis Hunter is so damn good. Shedeur Sanders, my God, the ability to take the shots that he took last night. He got hit multiple times right in the jaw and got right back up. Now, you're going to clean stuff up. And that's the first thing is acknowledging after a win that you have to clean stuff up. And I think Prime did so late in the game. They get the first down off the pass interference. Just sit on the ball, man, and the game's over. Sit on the ball. But what do they do on first down? They try and go the home run ball, and it's short. And now they're playing catch up again. They got to throw it again and stop the clock. Afterwards, Shedeur Sanders mentioned that was his fault. They should have just kneeled. They should have milked the clock. But he wanted some love for his receiver.
Cover zero, and we have like the best receiver room in the nation, so it's kind of like disrespectful. So it was something I definitely would learn from. So that's why I'm happy everything in my life. I always was able to learn from it. So it's not too many mistakes you're gonna see I made twice. So that's just something I'm gonna learn, understand that, and even if it looks super tempting, and it's just like still like you just gotta, just go with it. So it's a lot of situations like play clock and everything that we're getting back into the flow of the games, but I'm just excited about the starting point and excited getting everybody involved, and next week we'll be locked in and focused.
Best way to learn after a win, and he's exactly right. He saw zero coverage. He saw his receiver one-on-one, and he said, jump ball, let's go get it. It didn't work. He'll learn. You can't do that all year long. You can't do it.
What was he saying was disrespectful? What was he talking about?
They played zero coverage one-on-one. See, you got to get that out of your system.
Yeah.
You can't play the pride game in the middle. I saw a couple occasions where I saw some selfish plays out there that could have cost him.
Sure.
Not from him, but from everybody.
Yeah, so the assessment that I had, at least what I wanted to see going into the game, was basically just trench play. Could you have a running game and protect your quarterback? And on the opposite side, could you stop the run and get after the quarterback? And they were like 2 for 4, I think, in the category. Because they protected Shedeur better It wasn't great, but it was certainly better than the tail end of last year, no doubt. But they couldn't run the ball at all. And on the defensive side, I actually thought they did okay stopping the run. I mean, for what was the final tally? 43 carries for how many yards?
The second half obviously was much better.
Yeah, 40.
They got off the field.
Yeah,
the defense finally got off the field.
They finally were able to get some stops. I mean, obviously, they got better. If you want to be encouraged, outside that silly 20-yard run where Miller had all day to run the football and he himself was shocked at how much room he had to the end zone, if you want to hang your hat on something on the defensive side of things, they got better as that game went on. Whatever they adjusted at halftime absolutely worked. And I was impressed with that Cam Miller kid. I was impressed with all those Nodak State guys.
Well, what I was going to say was they held them 43 carries for 157 yards, which is not a bad number at all. You held them under 4 yards a carry. But didn't feel like they got after Cam Miller enough. I mean, he had time to throw. He was 18 of 22. He didn't seem all that uncomfortable throughout the course of the game.
That kid's he's pretty shifty, though, and obviously he can run. I mean,
But
obviously
when they
he
went
has
into
legs.
Yeah, they went into that empty set, and they basically made him a runner. CU's going to have to deal with that. Listen, they got that Livingston, D.C. he was the coach at Cincinnati in their secondary. He's going to have to come up with better defensive packages. When college teams want to run their quarterback, which they do much more in the college game and in the pro game, you just have to account for that.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did a good job of doing that last night.
It's tough to stop, too, because you want to stay on your P's and Q's when you're in pass defense, but it's also can't let the guy take off. I'll say a couple things here. I just watched the video again of Shedeur taking that shot to the helmet. I don't know how that wasn't targeting. It's crazy.
You're talking about when he was back near his own goal line,
Yes.
back to his own goal line.
He backpedaled,
I thought that was a penalty.
backpedaled.
I mean, should have been. Secondly, Shiloh's got to calm the hell down because he's going to take some stupid penalties if he keeps doing that. I saw about 3 or 4 times where he would shove somebody out of bounds and they'd roll into the benches or something like that. Did get penalized. One of the reasons they didn't get off the field on third down, they got to stop, and they got an incompletion. And a second after the ball hits the ground, Shiloh goes up and blows the guy up for a personal foul.
Yeah, I look at it this way. I look at it the same way I saw Kareem Jackson play for the Broncos. Some people would say, "Oh, that's too reckless," and I've always been of the opinion that you're always going to have a guy or two on the team that just he crosses that line. Sometimes that's healthy, man. Sometimes it keeps the edge on, keeps you sharp. Do you want him to calm down in those situations? Yes, you do.
Well, when you're begging for a stop and get a stop on third down, don't do it.
Dude,
then.
you're begging for a stop deep in your own end of the field, and you blow a guy. He was, what is he, about the 5-yard line?
Yeah.
He blew him up, and I'm like, come on, dude.
Can we take
Come on.
some time? Again, I'm a colorblind man, as you well know. Can we take some time to acknowledge how sweet those CU uniforms really were?
That color combination works with whatever they want to do.
I don't think I've ever seen every CU product they put out there is sweet.
Yep.
It's nice. And again, maybe because it just pops. The black helmet with the white face mask just pops. And compare that, again, take it for what it's worth, a colorblind man. What color was North Dakota State stuff? That looked like ugly to me. What is that?
Sort of like a Green Bay Packers yellow.
It looked like ugh. Like I vomited.
I mean, is that a good way to describe it, Mo? Sort of a Packers yellow with white?
They kind of look like the throwback Oakland A's uniforms to me.
Yeah,
a little bit.
They spent the money for the communication equipment to play the Buffaloes.
Mm-hmm.
They ought to spend a little bit more bread getting their unis looking better. The logo on the side of the helmet, I don't know. It felt like 1979 to me. You know what I mean? They don't even have names on the back no names on the back of their jerseys. And I'm not even kidding. North Dakota State, North Dakota, South Dakota State. They're in that Missouri. They're all pretty damn good. The Missouri Valley they're all pretty damn good.
Really good.
I mean, South Dakota lost to North Dakota State last year in the playoffs in December. Spend a little bread on your unis, man. Get it kicked up a little bit. You have the support. You're pretty damn good.
Fix it.
Those big paydays. Hey, you go to Kansas, you knock off the Jayhawks. You go to K-State, you knock them off.
Mm-hmm.
take some of that money, right? Go down
Put it in some threads.
Go down to Big Five.
Well, I don't think they could change their color scheme, though.
No,
And
no,
that's
but
the
you
thing.
can- but you can-
The
but you can-
CU color scheme is just, it's made for television. It's beautiful.
Somebody told me, I read online where that's the first win they have ever in that all-black scheme with the white face masks. Is that true?
I would have no idea.
They've had so many different iterations. I don't know, dude. I don't keep track of that stuff. I just thought it was cool looking.
Just quickly, Texter says, please, guys, CU can't block anyone. The ass kicking is coming when they play conference. Nearly lost to NDSU. They are a reality show, is what the texture says. Here's the deal. I don't want to make too much of a judgment after one game. And I think the goal should be you make it through these first 4 weeks, you have a whole bunch of new pieces on this team, build up some chemistry, get a rhythm going, and then it might look a little bit different as the year goes on. That's the hope. Because you're right. If it looks like this the entire year, they're going to be in some trouble in a lot of games. But I'm not buying that this is the last, like this is the solid formation of what this team looks like in week 6.
No, I think the first game of the season is the toughest to prepare for. You know, you're not hitting in camp. You're not hitting the quarterback in camp. The defense looks suspect. I get it. It's the first game. If there are 3 takeaways, and you take away stuff from a win, it's beautiful. You got to get a run game going. You've got to be able to run the ball. You have to play with some more discipline on the defensive end. There are some breakdowns, some late hits, all that business, a little more discipline defensively. And point number 3, I don't know what it is, but I always like 3 points.
Okay. So that third one, why don't you just hang on to that third one, and then when you come up with
why don't you guys give me a third one? I gave you 2. I gave you 2.
It's only 8:38, but between now and 10 a.m., whenever it pops into your head, you just say third point.
No, you give me the
and we'll
third.
know.
I gave you the top 2. I gave you the top 2, and the number 1 is that run game. You give me the third.
What's number 2?
Play with some more discipline in certain situations.
You talking about just offense or the whole team?
I mean, take a knee when you could take a knee. Don't, defensively, the late hits that kept drives alive for North Dakota State. What's the third one?
Offensively or the entire team?
Moshe. The entire team.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Yeah, the entire team.
Defensively.
Get a stop. Get off the field on third down.
Get a stop early, because I'm telling you, if Cam Miller is running loose on you, this sunshine from K-State is going to rip you a new one. This guy, I mean, there's quarterbacks.
Oh, we don't know anything about this dude from Nebraska. I can't wait to watch next week's game. I can tell you, though, Moshe, you're right about this.
He's 6'3", 220, and he may be the most highly touted freshman in the last 20 years at Nebraska.
Dude, I don't know what the average size is of North Dakota State in the trenches, their linemen, but that corn-fed cattle from Nebraska, I guarantee they got them by 15, 20 pounds at every spot.
No, Vic, I'm telling you, no Dak State had some big fellas. Now, they may not be the most
not the size
or
you're going to see in Nebraska, guys. No, I guarantee it's not the same size.
The one thing I would say that I think is, you asked me earlier, Vic, what do I know about Nebraska? And I was like, really nothing. I don't follow them anymore, but I do know this. That defensive line that feasted last year, I think, 7 sacks on Shedeur last year in that game, they returned a lot of their guys. So their D-line should be pretty good again. So it's going to be a good test next week to see what CU offensive line does against them. But you got to win. That was the number 1 goal. Make sure you leave Folsom with the dub yesterday, and they did it 31-26 over North Dakota State. A lot more to get to. Stick around. Sorry, having a little conversation with the coach, Mike Sanford. He'll talk to us in a little bit.
Coach.
Want to get his breakdown.
I love talking to the coach. Will you come back in the 9 o'clock hour, please? And it's.
I might. He might. He said he might.
I'm going to check with my agent.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean what I said to you. I apologize.
What did you say?
You know what I said.
All right, we'll talk to you in a bit. So Sanford. I just said,
Can I explain my D now?
Overall thoughts, Mike, on the game, and he goes, he said that's a good win, and it is. Like that very easily could have gone a different direction. That would have led to some chaos, right? If they lost that game yesterday, let's say that the Hail Mary was 4 yards farther, and the guy comes down with it. There's going to be some panic happening immediately, right?
How do you – I don't care if he caught it on the 4. How do you let the guy catch the ball? There were 4 or 5 black jerseys right there. How do you not knock it down?
Right.
I just don't – I can't comprehend that.
You guys worried about the defense? You worried about the Buffs defense? I am.
Of course I am.
Yep.
I am. You know, again, though, I don't know how good North Dakota State is. They may go on to win the FCS national title yet again, which means you're right there with FBS teams. I mean, you can compete. You've knocked off plenty of FBS teams in the last decade plus. So they're probably still pretty damn good. That quarterback is legit. They got some linebackers who are legit, some linebackers who can cover. That one kid I know got thrown for the PI late in the game, but they can run and they can cover. That's a pretty darn good football team. So I'm going to just say, listen, you're one step closer. You got a dub. Keep on going.
Get back to football in a second. I want to ask you guys something because you guys love golf. Did you guys hear about this thing called the Creator Classic that the PGA put on?
Yeah, I watched some of that.
So
that is YouTubers who cover golf, influencers, whatnot. They got together at East Lake earlier this week and played a tournament amongst themselves.
Here's the thing. There's a guy, one of these creators, like there's some, I know the reaction Mosher's having. I probably would have the same, except I've watched these. They're actually really entertaining. I've told you guys about the Bob Does Sports Crew. Watch them. They're hilarious. Hilarious. But they put together this tournament mode for all these creators, and the winner got like a trophy and all that stuff. So the winner was this guy named Luke Kwan. You know what else he got? An invite to play in the Masters and the Open.
No, come on. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. They're not. No, he did not. He's not playing in the Masters.
Never mind. I got torn apart. Okay, never mind. It's fake. It's fake.
I mean, just the fact that you thought that Augusta
National. It does look legit, though. It does look legit.
I mean, Moj, stop.
It does look legit. It does.
Vic, I'm out. I'll see you
Why
tomorrow.
are you out?
See you Monday.
Moj, you can't do that. You can't do that. You got to stay in studio. We all make mistakes.
Exclusive club
that's
in the
why
history of the game
you would
is going to open its doors to
understand.
a YouTuber because he won a YouTube tournament. Sure.
You would understand my shock at reading that. You would understand it now.
Oh, that is quite upsetting.
That would
Where
be
did you
amazing.
read that? Did somebody just...
It was, okay, it was
Did
from
Nelly
somebody.
text it to you?
It was somebody who works for golf.com, and he said in a subsequent tweet, which I didn't read in the thread, this is a joke, okay? So it was a reputable source, and it looked legit. I got. It happens occasionally. It happens.
I'm not going to accept it.
Accept it.
I'm not going to accept it. It was painful to go through. What we just experienced there on that Friday at 8:49 a.m., people driving around town, that was a painful experience for you to get got like that.
People who are texting in, that's $2. I actually agree. Nelly, mark it down. There's $2 for me in the jar. $2.
I want to go to the
Moshe's
I want to go to the parking lot.
Look at Moshe's face. Look at his head. His hat's all jacked.
I want to go to the parking lot. I want to find a 2x4.
Yeah?
And then I want to bring the 2x4 back into the studio.
Let's see if I can bring Mosher back.
And I want to beat you with it until you puke.
Fair.
Hey, Nelly, can you replay when he made this ridiculous claim on air live. I just want to gather our reaction one more time because I was like in shock.
And here's the other thing: this Luke Quan guy isn't some YouTuber who's like a 15 handicap. He also he played in the professional ranks overseas, so that's why it made me think for a second. Okay, this guy wasn't like me out there with a YouTube page. He's played professionally. I thought maybe he'd get an invite. Who knows?
It hurts me, Brett. And I'm being dead.
Two of those creators have played in the Masters before. It's not as insane as you think it sounds. It's not.
Okay, listen, you have a long history in an antagonistic relationship with golf and golfers.
It's not. It's not antagonistic.
Do you like golf playing? You embarrassed us in front of Wyndham Clark, U.S. Open champion.
I did a great job.
You embarrassed us today.
You've embarrassed us at courses. Yeah. You've embarrassed us with your wardrobe, your lack of knowledge. I golfed 9 holes. I golf. I just.
Did you guys hear about this thing called the Creator Classic that the PGA put on?
Yeah, I watched some of that.
So
that is YouTubers who
we got to get to the meat.
Influencers.
Yeah.
You didn't want I thought you wanted the full context.
No.
Cut to the chase.
Just go
All right.
cut to the chase.
Sad.
Go ahead, let's hear it again. One of these creators, there's some. I know the reaction Mosher's having. I probably would have the same, except I've watched these. They're actually really entertaining. I've told you guys about the Bob Does Sports Crew. Watch them. They're hilarious. Hilarious. But they put together this tournament mode for all these creators, and the winner got like a trophy and all that stuff. So the winner was this guy named Luke Quan. You know what else he got? An invite to play in the Masters and the Open.
No, come on. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. They're not. No, he did not. He's not playing in the Masters.
Never mind. I got literally all it took was for me to hit it.
Scroll down to
At least I spoke up. Mosher didn't say a word. Mosher, at least I spoke up and challenged the Nebraskan at his lack of golf knowledge.
What you had it handled. You had the situation handled. I was there to bolster you should you need it. You did not need it. That's just an embarrassing thing to say.
All right, can I bring Mosher back now? Announced yesterday from the NHL that the Avs will make 17 appearances on national TV this season.
That is correct. Yep, 17.
9 on TNT and 8 on ESPN.
Yeah, 13 of those will be national exclusives. 4 of those will be side-by-sides. To explain it, and I don't want to get into it in everything else, and I'm glad that everybody's going to be able to watch, and I think there's an opportunity for that to happen anyway. But that being said, the networks always take the maximum number of games allowed away from the best teams. And the fact that they are taking 13 games away plus 4 side-by-sides is a really big deal. I mean, it'll be 65 games that we do, but 13 of those are exclusive to ESPN or TNT, and then 4 side-by-sides. Which means I'll walk down the hallway and high-five Steve Levy, and we're both doing the game.
So the first one is going to be, I believe it's, let me pull this back up, the 9th against Vegas.
I like this. 5266. Did he get a hole-in-one at Cherry Hills during the amateur championship? That's pretty good.
Did you fall for that one, too, or was that Mosher? Who fell for that?
That was Mosher.
That was Drennan's fault. Drennan's the one who texted me.
Oh, don't blame your friends, Moj.
Anyway, would you say about Vegas what?
The first game that's going to be nationally televised is the October 9th game against Vegas.
That's correct. We're going to do a couple of preseason games. The thing is, though, is that after the second preseason game that we do, and I don't think it's been announced what exact games we're doing. I know what games we're doing, but I don't do another game until October 12th, the home opener.
Wait, say that again?
So after the preseason games that Riker and I do, and Altitude TV does, I will not do another home game. I will not do another game, period, until October 12th.
Huh.
Yeah, I mean, because the season opens on the 9th at Vegas, but the next game after that is the home opener on October 12th. So the end of September, I'll have 2 weeks with my teeth in my mouth getting ready for the season.
Well, it gives you a lot of time to prepare, Moj.
Okay. Yeah.
Get prepped.
Yeah, absolutely.
So they play. So the 9th is the opener. I'm trying to figure out. Okay, so the first game against Utah is going to be on the 24th. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, they're also they're taking Utah games as well. So they're very interested in sort of. I think the national people want to get some sort of rivalry going between the Avs and the former Coyotes, the
You can't
Utah Hockey
manufacture
Club.
that stuff, though. You can't do
And
that.
listen, the texts are coming in. For those of you wondering if there's going to be any shakeup, if you're going to have access to these games, we know what's held us back for 5 years. There's some things happening in the background. Hope to announce them soon, but just know that there are some things happening. Be able to watch more games. Hopefully, we all want you to. We all want them watched.
Always have. Always have.
So, can't announce anything yet, but things are happening.
303-504-0925. Shunt Mazda text line.
Mosier's
Yes,
playing
Moshe?
in the Masters.
Yeah. Hey, the more I read about the death of Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew, I mean, it's just so senseless and needless. It's just so sad. The more details come out, it's just horrible, dude.
It is.
I mean, this guy is the guy who did it, such a friggin' clown show. Sickening.
Can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. What an amazing time to jump on with the Circus Sportsbook as football season is officially back, and we got the first full slate of college games coming up tomorrow, and that includes Colorado State on the road at Texas as 32-point dogs. The over-under is 59, but maybe you want to look to something a little bit farther down the line. Colorado State to win the Mountain West, plus 1,300. Air Force to win the Mountain West, plus 1,100. You can find that and so much more. We're just a week away from the NFL opening up as well. Download that Circus Sports app because it is the best sports gambling app in the game with the best odds you could imagine. Download it right now or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
That last drive, though, not running the ball, like throwing the passes, is that something that, I mean, you guys couldn't really run the ball effectively a lot tonight?
I'm not going to say that. I mean, you got to understand, you got to take what people give you. You can't take what you want, and it's not there. I mean, what is it? What did he throw for? 445 yards? You think we upset?
Right.
Who upset? So, they didn't have a running game. Well, the passing game looked pretty darn good today. So let's be appreciative and thankful that we got one of the premier guys in college football spinning it. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do that. We're going to have a lot more balance. Today was just that type of day. You got to take what they give you.
But in that situation, like 2 minutes left, you want to run the clock down. I mean,
you want first downs.
Right.
If you want to run the clock down, they got a 5-man box. I mean, they got five down. Like, you got to look out there and say, okay, I got one-on-one right here. I haven't seen one-on-one the whole game. So I got to do what I got to do to move these chains. And that's what that is.
It's Deion in the postgame after their 31-26 win over NDSU yesterday. We're now joined by the coach, Mike Sanford. First of all, just overall thoughts on the game from last night from your perspective.
Yeah, so you open up the X app, and all of a sudden it's like, it's no different than before the game. The Deion haters are just crushing every aspect of the game.
Right.
And then, of course, the Deion camp that loves him no matter what. It's like, this was an unbelievable performance. I mean, I try to be somewhere in between, and in this case, this is a really good program win for CU. Mm-hmm. This is a win that they might not have gotten last year.
Sure.
And I think it's so abundantly clear that you have two absolutely elite players. And those two guys
100%.
came from Jackson State.
Yeah.
That was the Louis. The Louis was the two guys that came from Jackson State. And
Coach,
I'm not there yet with the rest of the roster. I'm not there yet with the defense. I'm not there yet with the offensive line, because that's probably the least athletic pass rush that you're going to see for the remainder of the season.
And therein lies the concern moving forward, is that you're going to see a Nebraska team that's bigger in the trenches, and if you can't move North Dakota State, how are you going to move Nebraska? Whatever. We'll get into that, but I want to talk about those two Louis you mentioned. Travis Hunter, Shedeur Sanders. I asked DMAC this question last night. I want to pose it to you guys. You first, Coach. Broncos end up with the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft. Do you take Travis Hunter or Shedeur Sanders?
I take Travis Hunter, because you've already doubled down that Bo Nix is the guy. And Bo Nix has already proven to be a good proximity thrower.
Yeah.
And when I say that, it's not the wow throw, but you just put it in the area. Like, there's a halo surrounding Travis Hunter, and that halo is pretty big. And a guy like Bo Nix that may or may not have elite arm talent, I have my opinion. Other people have their opinion.
Sure.
He's the kind of guy with the ball skills as a receiver, and he won me over last night as a wide receiver.
That third touchdown was so incredible. To be able to wrestle a guy off who's basically tackling you mid-throw and get your hands on it and still haul it in and hang on to it still. Crazy.
It was insane. And I would go even further, and I tweeted this out at some point in response to somebody, is I really do believe, and this isn't, I'd call this an educated take. It's a hot take. But in terms of ball skills, like, the ball is in your vicinity somehow, some way. I'm coming down with it.
Mm-hmm.
Travis Hunter has the best ball skills on planet Earth today.
Really?
The best ball skills. The only other guy in the NFL today that I think has comparable ball skills is Justin Jefferson.
You know who was like that? You know who he reminds me of? And different player. Remember Brandon Lloyd, former University of Illinois player, played for the Broncos? His ball skills were unbelievable. His ability to come down with the ball. But Travis Hunter, I've never seen anything like it, Coach. We've seen Prime play both ways. We've seen different players at different times. Champ Bailey did it. I've never seen anybody do it through the extent of an entire game and do it superiorly. I mean, on defense, he didn't give up anything. In offense, he made all the big plays. Have you ever seen anything like this?
I really haven't. What I almost liken it to is that when you watch that team play last night, it's like Shedeur is playing NCAA football 25 with himself.
Yeah.
And there are two players that are 99 overall players. And then on the clutch, I don't know if there's a clutch rating for quarterbacks. I don't get too far in the weeds in NCAA. I'm an old guy now. But Shedeur Sanders is a 99. And then they have three other receivers in addition to Travis Hunter, who's a 99 on that game.
Yeah.
that are in the 90s. And that's
like Horn's a stud.
Horn's a really good player. Now, a lot of his receiving yards came on too, like egregiously busted coverages.
Yep.
I was watching that, like cover 2. You're playing wide safety cover 2, and I'm talking about the touchdown that he had straight down the middle of the field.
Yep.
You have wide safety cover 2 with no middle dropper. Like, that is criminal.
Right.
Yeah, that dude just messed up, man. You could see it on the replay. What was he doing? That safety.
Is Mosier's mic turned up there, Nelly? He's speaking.
I don't blame you, Nelly, for
Check 2. There we go. Thanks,
for
Nelly.
blackballing him there.
No, they both rotated. You've got Hunter up the middle. They both sort of safeties rotated this way, and like dude just goes, "Oh, okay." In fact, the pass was a little bit underthrown. If it's right there on the money, it's just a beeline to pay dirt.
Do you remember late in that game? It was like a fourth quarter drive. I think it ended up being the game winning drive. There was a play that was made down the middle of the field. Shedeur threw the ball, and the linebacker, outstretched arm, ended up making a play on the football. That's how that coverage was supposed to look.
Right.
That linebacker is supposed to be the middle plugger. So he's a run fit player first, and then if it's not run game, it's drop back. You better get your butt back deep.
Turn and run.
And that's exactly what he did, and that was a different player. But, man, to see the amount of coverage busts, that's not NDSU. That's not their – now, they were missing their all-world safety, but that was egregious.
Could I say this about – and I know it's just 1 week, and I'm going to reserve judgment for what this team's totally going to look like for, the conference schedule and blah, blah, blah. But one thing I noticed from last night, one thing I came away with was I don't feel like it looked that different from last year. It was still a lack of a running game. You needed Shedeur and Travis Hunter to play hero ball for you to keep you in it. Had a tough time getting off the field on defense. Like, it looked kind of the same from last year. I would say, like, the O-line protection-wise was a little better than the end of last season, but not a lot. I don't know. It just I was hoping to see, like, an actual running game, and it just never happened.
Last year's defense under Charles Kelly, I would quantify it as in the coaching world, we'd say it's a big play defense last year's.
Yeah.
Big plays for them, big plays for us.
Right.
This was a little bit, there weren't many big plays made by this defense against North Dakota State, the CU defense.
Mm-hmm.
And so they played the entire game in one call. They played cover 1. So they brought an extra safety into the box to deal with just the population of the run game of NDSU and played straight man coverage. And frankly, like coverage-wise, outside of going away from Travis Hunter, which was a wise move from NDSU,
right?
There were some open dudes. Yeah. And that was not the strength of NDSU's team going into this as their receivers. So I have my concerns about the defense because you're going to play really good receivers that can beat you over the top. NDSU really didn't ever take a shot down the field. No. And I was a bit surprised by that. But yeah, I think that the running back position might have actually been a downgrade from last year to this year.
Yeah.
That's one concern I do have is not only do you maybe not have a dominant offensive line, you don't have a tight end. They played Savell Smalls.
Yeah, what do they even have a tight end of the roster? I mean, they didn't do anything.
It was a defensive player converted to offense.
Yeah.
Savell Smalls, I think he was wearing number 18.
What's going on? Not one point when a guy was running the football, no matter who it was, did I ever feel like this guy's got a threat to break through and even for a big gainer, like a 20-yard gain. Or certainly not to the house. I never felt like there was any sort of.
About running backs?
Yeah, you get a couple yards beyond the line of scrimmage, and those linebackers and the safety coming up, they were all over that run game.
That's the one thing last year that if you go back to week 1, that great game against TCU, they didn't run the football well last year either. But I watched Dylan Edwards in open space, and I'm like, that guy can be a problem.
Well, he has juice.
Yes.
Like top speed. After that first game last year, I thought he was also in the Heisman conversation.
Right.
I tweeted out a year ago that there's 3 Heisman candidates on this roster. Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter, and Dylan Edwards. Those 3 guys showed up in such a big way.
And he's at Kansas State now, I think, right?
Kansas State, yes. You know what's interesting is when you watch this team play, how much different are they than a Mike Leach coach team back in the Washington State, Texas Tech era?
Yeah.
I mean, how much different is it?
Not that much.
And you almost just lean into it and say, this is who we are.
Well, Deion said as much after the game. He's like, yeah, we didn't run the football, but we had 500 yards of offense.
But I guess the question is, though, Vic, can it, in year number 2, if that's the way you have to go or want to go, I know you think you have to run the football, can you make it work enough to get to a bowl game?
Coach, I'm just worried about. Listen, we know that Shedeur is tough. He took some hits last night. He bounced back up, no problem. I'm just worried that if that's what you become, a one-dimensional offense, that he's going to get hit so many times by week 5, he may not be able to get through a game.
Well, he also has the business decision of how much of this am I going to take for 12 weeks?
Yeah.
Right? Because there's a lot at stake for him. There's potentially the first pick overall in the draft versus, getting injured and sliding all the way down to the 4th, 5th, 6th round if you have an injury history. You look what happened with Jordan Travis at Florida State last year.
Yep.
You do have to make some business decisions. So you don't want him to take these types of hits. And yes, he was only sacked once, I believe. Was it once?
One time.
One time.
But he was hit a lot.
And those hits were big hits.
Yes, they were.
They were not, those add up, and they added up last year, guys. You got to that Washington State game, he was broken. Physically, not mentally. Broken.
Yeah.
And when you're broken, this team...
Because he's tough up here.
Oh, he is. He's an incredible football player.
Yep.
He really is. And I had my reservations even when I was going through the transition of, am I going to be staying or not? I had my reservations. Mostly daddy ball in Little League and all these things. Daddy ball.
Sure.
Usually that guy's a liability. This guy's the savior.
He's the real deal,
He
man.
is the savior of the daddy ball situation.
He's the real deal at that position. But that's why I started this by asking you, Travis Hunter or Shedeur. Travis Hunter is, we've seen great football players. Like before Travis Hunter showed up, I can honestly tell you the greatest college football player these eyes have ever seen, college, not pro, was Rocket Ismail. All right, because I saw it every single day. I saw it for 2 seasons. Rocket Ismail was the greatest college player until I saw Travis Hunter. Best college player I've ever seen.
And here's the thing, going into this year, Coach, we were talking about Travis Hunter like he's going to make the transition to the NFL. He probably can't do both positions. If he has to pick one, which one is it? And a lot of people said corner. And now it's like, shoot, man, why not wide out? If he's able, the concern with him was always size, right? Could he get off a press off the line of scrimmage? Was he strong enough to do that? And he's bigger now. He's bigger. But it's just he is elite level at 2 different spots, which I didn't think was a possibility.
I don't know if you guys have already listened to the clip from
Shohei Ohtani stuff.
Did you guys hear the clip from Shedeur post game where he was talking about, that he hadn't even really practiced with Travis, up to this point. He was saying in game we were working through things together because.
Oh, I saw them on the sideline talking things out. I saw that happen on more than one occasion.
And you think about this, those opportunities to communicate with your star receiver on the sideline with Travis Hunter are so limited because he's out there playing defense.
Yeah.
It might be. It really is remarkable, guys.
I never thought about that. You can't huddle up and look over you can't huddle up. Oh, look at how the safety's playing. Next time, do this. You can't say that. You can't have any conversations.
This new iPad technology on the sideline? That doesn't apply to Travis Hunter. He doesn't have the time to be able to sit down because he's playing.
And when he's not actively on the field, he's getting a drink of water just for a second before he runs back out. Let's see if this is the clip that you're talking about here. This is Shedeur after the game.
It was really a connection because he made the decision to defy the odds, to go on a different route and come to Jackson State at the time. And, from then on, it's, something that I look back and now I really respect him a lot for because, a player of his caliber didn't have to do that, But he did. And that's powerful right there. So then years on years on years of connections, years of talking about different things. He plays defensive back, so he.
Oh, I think that was
and that's powerful right there. So then years on years on years of connections, years of talking about different things. He plays defensive back, so he understands body position. He understands a lot of things a lot of receivers don't understand. So that's the pro of, having him on there when he practice all week on defense sometimes or then he gets out there and he handles his business, and it's just we locked in mentally. So that's the overall goal.
Okay. He makes such a great point because when Travis Hunter came out of high school and we said, oh, this 5-star kid, we said, all right, he's going to Jackson State. It's a cool story, right? All right. But I don't think we understood how good he really was.
Yeah.
I don't think we knew the hype. We knew the hype that came with him. But until you see him at this level, you don't know how good he really is.
Vic, I'll tell you from my perspective, when I saw him signing with Jackson State, and I was, I think at the time coaching, I was at Minnesota as the offensive coordinator. From the football coach's vantage point, you're like, yeah, he chose that so he can go be the big fish in the small pond. He's probably not that good. That's just the outside looking in in the recruiting landscape. And boy, could I not have been more wrong. And same thing with Shedeur. Like I didn't think they were bad players, clearly, but you're like, Jackson State, of course they should dominate. They had Power 5 offers. They should dominate.
You can brush their accomplishments to the side a little bit.
Guys, you brought up the question about Shedeur or Travis Hunter for the Denver Broncos. That's been the glaring omission from this roster, is a true bona fide number 1 wide receiver for a long time.
Yeah.
I think the hashtag that Bronco country needs to start is hashtag tank for Travis.
Yeah.
Because that's the guy you want.
He is just remarkable.
And he's trained at altitude, not to mention.
Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, go ahead, Vic.
Minnesota guy, he mentioned he was the OC at Minnesota. Did you hear what your Minnesota guys did last night? They hit the wrong button and had fireworks after a missed field goal at the buzzer.
Is there any
Who's
place
responsible for that?
Yeah, is there any place in the football world that's had a tougher month than the state of Minnesota? You got J.J. McCarthy, goes out preseason game 1, looks like the next great, period.
That was an early ejection right there.
Well, they had also Jordan Addison's going to get suspended for I think a DUI or something like that.
Yeah, he was going like
over the course of the
175 miles
offseason.
an hour with about 16 toddies in him. It's a bad deal.
I've had the pleasure of talking to PJ Fleck on a couple of occasions when I was doing
Unfortunately,
Big Ten
so
stuff.
did I.
The pleasure?
He was my boss for 2 years.
I can tell you right now, I bet you those fireworks pissed him off to no end. I bet you he's fuming about that. Fuming.
One of the most OCD individuals I've ever been around in my
know.
life. You told me off air the story about you and what was it, a Coke? Diet Coke that you were drinking at a press conference?
I rarely drank soda, but that's the only thing they had at these little setups that we had at Big Ten Media Day. So I just grabbed one. I was thirsty. I was just like, cool, I'll take this. And he goes, like 5 minutes as I'm interviewing him, Vic, he's talking about how bad that is for me, how that's going to kill me, that I got to stop drinking those. He was like lecturing me. And I was telling him, I was like, I know this is bad. I needed to drink.
So,
and,
like,
and then
what
2
we do
days
to
later,
Mosier?
2 days later, he's holding a Coke in his hand. And I'm like, what's going on? You just lectured me. So, yeah, I mean, it's a small thing, but ever since I'm like, PJ Fleck, not my guy anymore.
And then the real behind-the-scenes glimpse into this individual that you were talking about.
Yeah.
You saw him a couple days later at Big Ten Media Days, and what was he drinking?
Yeah, he was drinking that Coke. He had that Coke in his hand. Of course he did. I hate it. Anyway, Coach, thank you so much. You can hear Mike Sanford on with Dempsey & Company in about 40 minutes. Appreciate it, buddy.
Appreciate you.
All right, back after
Thanks,
this.
Coach.
Hey, we got the first full slate of college football tomorrow. The whole gamut. And the big games, there's one right out of the gates, man. You got Georgia and Clemson.
Right out of the gates. I was looking.
10 a.m.
Vic, Colorado State Rams on the road to the number 4 Texas Longhorns. A 32-point underdog.
Yeah.
What do you think what percentage does my matchup predictor give the Rams to win?
I'll say maybe a 18% chance, maybe lower than that. Here's my expectation for CSU Texas. Keep me interested into the second half. Give me a reason to be interested in that second half. Is that fair?
I think that's fair. Yes. Moshe, go ahead and read it. Go ahead.
2.1%.
I mean, it makes sense, man. Like, Texas is amazing.
I know, but it just seems, the Rams don't suck, do they? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm thinking with my heart rather than my brain here. I know how good Texas is.
Hey, Moshe, if you took CU and put them in Texas for the opener, what would the point spread be?
25, probably.
It might be more.
That may be more. Maybe. Yeah.
Well, you just answered your own question then. I think it's playing at Texas to start the season. Not many teams would win there. Hell, Texas beat Alabama last year to start the season.
Yeah, but
if you remember.
In all honesty, I'd rather get them in game one.
Well, and
I'd rather get them in game. I'd rather get them in game one.
Hang on to that. I want to get to that in a second, but I do want to mention that Altitude TV will be broadcasting a couple of CSU games this year. Some news that just came down at 9:00 this morning, so they're going to have Northern Colorado. That game that comes next week on the 7th. So that game's going to be at 5:00 Mountain Time, and then the New Mexico game on October 26th at 3 p.m. will be on Altitude TV. So you can catch the Rams
I saw
on
the
there.
Lobos game last weekend against Montana State. They had a big lead and gave up 21 late to lose. Ooh, devastating.
But let's do the I like where your head was at. I totally agree. If there's any time that you want to play a really good team where you feel like you have not a very good chance to win, week 1. Give it to me. Don't let that team start to find a rhythm. I think if you're going to play them at any time and have the best opportunity to I guess, whatever your success meter is in this game, to reach that, it's now.
And for Rams fans, again, I want to reiterate, how good are the Texas Longhorns as the number 4 team in the country? Well, first of all, they're really good. But there's only one team I can think of in all of college football that would actually go to Austin and be a favorite, and that's probably Georgia. And it would be maybe a field goal, maybe, right? Alabama wouldn't be a favorite. Nobody else in the SEC would be a favorite. Oklahoma wouldn't be a favorite. Michigan wouldn't be a favorite. Ohio State wouldn't be a favorite. Nobody would be a favorite. Even the teams in front of them, and again, number 1 is Georgia, nobody's going to be a favorite except maybe the Bulldogs, and that's it. So, whatever the spread would be, that's how good the Longhorns are.
I think we talked about this earlier, but my barometer of success, Vic said, keep you interested in the second half. Is that your barometer, Vic, for success for CSU?
Pretty simple.
Mine is like keep it within 3 scores. If you're in that category, I think that fits your billing, Vic. You keep it within 3 scores at the very end of the game. Moj, I think you said the same thing as me, right? Keep it within 3 touchdowns and consider that success.
I think
covering
3
the
touchdowns,
spread's not enough.
Yeah, correct.
Covering the spread, like they're 32-point dogs. I don't need a 30-point loss.
But I agree with
pretending it's
Moj.
good.
If you're going to take on a team like that, better to do so in the season opener.
Yeah. Yep. By the way, I just came across this, and this is just hilarious to read. Minnesota loses yesterday. They're now 0-1 on the season. The Minnesota Golden Gophers are the first team in the history of the Big Ten Conference to be in 18th place. There's 18 teams in that conference.
That's
18.
Yeah, that's crazy. I got to look at the Big Ten schedule. It's going to take some getting used to for me. Yesterday I was talking about, what's it like for these coaches, the coaches that are already in the conference to welcome in. You're welcoming in 4 good football teams. USC, UCLA, Oregon, and Washington. If you're coaching Michigan State or Purdue, aren't you going like, Jesus God almighty, what are we doing?
Yeah.
I mean, it's hard enough for me to try to get some dubs. If you're poor, let's say you're Indiana, right? You're like, man, maybe we can scratch out a couple of wins a year against maybe Michigan State, maybe Purdue, certainly Illinois, right? And then you welcome in these 4, and you're like, 4 more teams to kick our heads in? I would be angry, personally.
I'm trying to think here. Last year.
I mean, let's say you're Maryland.
Yeah.
And here come the Ducks, the Huskies, the Trojans, and the Bruins. You're like, come on, man. Come on.
Yeah, but still, it's... yeah, I guess I'm with you.
It's going to take some getting used to. Oregon at Maryland. That's going to stink. That's going to be lame. UCLA at Rutgers. How lame is that? That's just
couple
dumb.
games
It's
on the
dumb.
docket
It's
tomorrow.
just dumb.
Besides the game that, going to watch CSU, Texas, obviously. A couple games I'm vastly interested in, obviously. Clemson, Georgia. That's a 10 a.m. start here. I'm going to watch the hell out of that. Certainly Notre Dame, Texas A&M that night. Going to watch the hell out of that. Wyoming is at Arizona State. We'll see what ASU has left. We'll see what Wyoming can do. Any other game on the docket that you guys are interested in watching? College Saturday, my God. Pick a game.
All of them? Yeah.
UTEP's at Nebraska. You want to get a sneak peek at Nebraska to see what they're all about? That one's going to be on Fox 31.
Sunday night, we haven't talked about this, but USC and LSU are hooking up.
Yeah.
You want more of that. You want more big-time programs playing each other early.
Yep.
It's amazing to me what an afterthought Clemson is now. I can't believe I'm saying that. They're number 14 in the country. But nobody expects Clemson to give Georgia a game, do
I don't
they?
buy them. I don't buy Clemson.
Yeah.
Well, I guess nobody
By the
does.
way-
What?
By the way, I never brought this up. Watching Florida State lose last week to Georgia Tech. How many teams has Ugalele played for?
I'm so glad that you said this, Vic.
When I saw they did a piece on him, a feature piece, and I'm looking at this guy and saying, this guy's older than I am.
Well, he's on, I think this is 3, right? Because he started at Clemson,
Yes.
then went to Oregon State, and is now at
Yes.
Florida State.
Yes. There's
Another guy
got to
who's
be a
doing that.
maximum. Are you allowed?
I think we're reaching the last. Is this the last year, or is next year the last year where you can play 6 years in college football?
I don't know.
But you know who
I don't know
else?
anymore.
You know who else is on that list, by the way? Dylan Gabriel, Oregon's quarterback. He's on his third team because he played for UCF, then Oklahoma, and now Oregon.
Yeah, but maybe he was happy at Oregon State. If you're at Oregon State, you're a Beaver or you're a Wazoo, right? You're a Coug.
Oh, you're saying he was forced to leave
Then all of
by
a sudden,
circumstance, yeah.
you're standing there,
Like
and your conference dissolves around you. Of course, you're going to try to bail.
Cam Ward, who's Miami's quarterback now, was Wazoo's quarterback last year.
Correct. I mean, if you're a good player at one of those schools, and your conference just disintegrates around you, and you are left homeless, of course you're going to go someplace else.
I swear to God, though, when I saw that little piece on him, I had to do a double take. I knew who it was, but I thought to myself, wait a minute. This guy played for Clemson back in the 90s? Wasn't he there in the late 80s or not? No, it's the same guy.
I don't want to be too harsh on him either. He's not been uber impressive really anywhere either.
I agree.
Like he gets so much hype, and I don't get it. Like I never watch him and like blown away by his ability. He's fine.
He's only 23. He'll be 24 next April.
By the way, one other game that I want to ask you guys about. In the fourth quarter, will we be on fourth or fifth stringers for Air Force as they take on Merrimack?
Thank God I'm not calling that game this year for that reason alone. Because when I had to call Air Force games the last 2 years, I wasn't worried about calling the game. I was worried about who wasn't going to be on the roster in the fourth quarter.
This is what's so funny about point spreads, too. Do you know what the spread is in that Air Force and Merrimack game?
I have
35?
no idea.
30.5. But it's going to feel like they win that game by 70 because they're just going to have the ball the entire time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
They're just going to beat them to death. God, is this true? This is Cam Rising's 7th year for Utah?
You're kidding.
Is it his 7th?
Well, he's had a lot of injuries, man.
Well, you can get injury red shirts. It can't happen. There is no way it's year 7 for him. All right,
Really? This eligibility stuff is getting flat out crazy. Is Mike Gundy still the quarterback at Oklahoma State?
So
I remember when he was a quarterback at Oklahoma State.
You said he's still the quarterback. He's the coach.
I know. I remember when he was the quarterback.
Well, good for you.
I'm a man. I'm 40.
Cam Rising is 25 years old, guys.
Good Lord Almighty.
He's 25 years old and he's playing college football still. When
That's
did he
that's
get
incredible.
there?
Well, let me look at his stats.
He redshirted his.
He might be the youngest college football player in the state of Utah.
Vic, he redshirted his first year. He committed to Texas. That was 2018. 2018. Oh yeah, we know the story about that tight end from Miami. He's in his 9th year now because he had a whole bunch of things. Remember that guy? We talked about it last year.
Yeah, he's got a kid in high school.
That's crazy.
He's like LeBron. He's trying to hang on to the college game so he can play with his kid.
So Cam Rising is 25 years old, still playing college football. Good for you,
Dude,
buddy.
I've always said this when BYU would beat up on teams, even Utah beat up on teams. I said, and people laughed at it and said, "Oh, you're just making excuses." I go, "Do you understand what a distinct advantage it is to be 26 years old, 25? Your body is different. You've developed a lot more from age 21 to 25." And they got a bunch of these dudes because of the missions they're on. They got a bunch of these dudes out there. What a huge advantage that is.
It is. Yeah, I don't know where the lines start to get really, really drastic in age and where it doesn't matter anymore.
Dude, I didn't hit puberty till I was 36.
But you have Moj, a 12-year-old youth basketball team against a 10-year-old youth basketball team. It's like they are going to crush them, right?
100%.
An 18-year-old kid against a 15-year-old kid is going to get crushed.
100%.
I don't know where the line starts to like blend into the ages become the same sort of thing. Probably somewhere like 22, 23, like mid-20s. But then it goes the opposite way, right? Then you turn 35 and the 28-year-old has the it's a weird thing.
No, you get into your mid-30s. And you're sitting in your chair talking into a microphone, and your neck seizes up, and you can't move your head.
Exactly.
Is it what day was that? Was that Monday for you? Was it Monday that you couldn't?
Tuesday. I'm pretty much good. It still hurts, but I got movement.
You were just sitting there.
Watch this.
Hey, that's amazing.
My shoulders didn't move. See that, Vic? Watch this move again. Watch this.
How'd you hit the ball yesterday?
2 days ago. Terrible.
Oh, never mind.
Your rule did not apply.
You were sitting there, tell everybody, you were sitting there, and you moved your head, and then what happened?
I couldn't move my head anymore.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I don't know why that makes me laugh every time I hear it. Every single time. I'm just going to start saying that to people. I've seen you
swing. I know you swing.
I know your swing. You can't hit that shot. It's like a big shot. It's worth if you hit this shot, it's I don't know, worth $200. I've seen your swing. I know your swing. There's no chance.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hysterical.
All right. 303-504-0925. Drunk takes.
Here's a good one. CJ says Cam Rising is like Wooderson in Dazed and Confused.
Mm-hmm.
You ever see Dazed and Confused?
Yep.
Wooderson?
Yep.
McConaughey?
He's a Van Wilder.
Just hanging around, picking up on all those freshman chicks. Come on, man.
Drunk takes coming your way next.
I'm glad we got drunk takes coming up here, guys. I woke up this morning and got the news, and I've just been like in a daze ever since. I've just been in shock. It's just so friggin' sad. I mean, Johnny Gaudreau obviously was a great hockey player, and his brother was a pro player too, played with him at Boston College and became a coach. And, I mean, you're back home with your family. You're getting ready for your sister's wedding. You're going to be groomsmen in the wedding the following day. It's supposed to be tonight in Philadelphia. And it's just beyond tragic, man. This is going to be something that hurts the entire hockey world this entire season and forever. I mean, it's just shocking, and it's so sad. And the more I read about what this guy was doing, this diphole who had open booze in his car, allegedly, failed the field sobriety test, said he had like 6 beers beforehand, which is probably more than that. There's 2 cars. One car he passes on the left, and then the other car he wanted to pass, it moves to the left to give Johnny Gaudreau and his brother some room, right? In the bike lane over there, right?
Yeah.
So this guy decides he wants to pass that car on the right. And he kills both of them. It's just so sad, man.
It's unfair.
Wife and 2 little kids. His son is just a tiny baby.
It's unfair, man.
Shoot, man.
It hits you whenever. Listen, any tragedy like this is devastating. It hits like the Kobe incident. It hits like so many just completely out of the blue, and it leaves you shocked and stunned. It's the first thing I saw this morning when I woke up. First thing that was on my phone. And you just leave wondering how unnecessary that is.
Yeah.
Right.
Just how unnecessary.
And Vic, so many families have gone through so much tragedy. I mean, listen, anytime a family member passes, it hurts, whether they're young, old, accidents, cancer, whatever. It's devastating to people. But this family is ruined forever. I mean, the entire family, everybody's ruined forever. I mean, the sister, the day before I'm supposed to get married, the happiest day of my life, I lose both my brothers. You know, it's just so
even
sad
go on
because
with the wedding. What?
No, you cannot. Obviously, you cannot. I mean, the dip hole who's been accused of this, he's obviously in custody. He's going away for a long time. I mean, just one poor decision ruins so many lives. It's just so sad.
Right.
Golly. And listen, I'm sorry if I dwelled on it a little bit today. I apologize. I've just been sort of down all day. I've gotten texts from NHL guys and whatnot this morning and around the league. And it's just so sad.
Yeah. Brutal. As tragic as you can get. I mean, he's obviously beloved member of the hockey community, beloved member of a loving family, and just in an instant, it's all taken away. It's terrible.
Hug your loved ones, man. Moj, it got me. God, I miss my daughter. I didn't think I'd miss her this much. Do you miss your daughter?
I do, and she's now however many thousand miles away. You can't hang on to them. I mean, Vic, you can't babysit them forever and hold them at your hip forever. You got to let them become their own people and grow up. But golly,
I know, but I want her back in high school. My wife and I were talking about it. I wish she flunked.
Yeah, you know what? I purposely should have screwed her up, helping her with her homework.
Right.
It's just you can't do it. But golly, man, it's just, and that organization. Remember they lost their young goalie 3 years ago, Vic. During the 4th of July when a firework hit him in the chest and killed him.
That's right.
It's just that poor organization. I saw outside of Nationwide Arena, they have they have a bunch of banners, but he's front and foremost welcoming people to the arena and whatnot. And there's a huge memorial there at the arena in Columbus for him. And thank goodness we have drunk takes because I need to leave today on a happier note for sure.
I agree. I'll say when you're driving, man,
and no pun intended. Obviously, that we have fun, but this guy, it's just awful. I don't know, man.
I saw a dude yesterday. I'm driving east on Spear, and I'm getting to the Spear Bridge that, it's right over the overpass of I-25 there. And there's the turnoff to go south on I-25, and this guy's in the far left lane. The turnoff is about 20 yards away. Do you know what he does? On the far left lane.
Just mobs all the way over.
He stopped.
Oh, my God.
Completely stopped and forced his way across 3 lanes into that turnoff. And cars came to a screeching halt. Everybody, could have caused 3 or 4 accidents right there. To move across the lane because he was too impatient to keep driving and turn around.
Right. Stupid. Well, again, hearts go out to the Goudreau family and everybody in Columbus and everybody that's been affected by this thing. Just awful, awful news this morning. Now, before we move on, one last look here on Colorado State in Texas. 32-point underdogs heading into this weekend. They play at 1:30 tomorrow on ESPN.
This is good for the. Let me say this though. This is good for the Rams to be. They're on national TV.
Yeah, I think it's great.
National. And they're on TV an awful lot. But like the Buffaloes last night, all the scouts that were there.
Sure.
Every football eye in America was watching Colorado and North Dakota State last night, and I'm sure there are some people who walked away going, "Man, the Bison can play some football, right?" No matter what you think about Colorado. North Dakota State acquitted themselves quite nicely.
But we sort of knew that.
Well-coached,
Didn't we already know this?
Well-coached, disciplined team, good players. That quarterback, Cam Miller, I like that guy.
Yeah.
The fact that they never put a spy on him and allowed him to run crazy was crazy.
I just think if CSU can keep this within a, let's say within the margin for error. What if I said that? Just keep it within 3 scores. Always feel like you're a big play away from being right back in the game, that sort of thing. The only thing you don't want is for Texas to roll out the walk-ons in the fourth quarter and let them get some playing time. That would be the only thing I would consider a failure.
I'm not talking about forcing Quinn Ewers to stay in the game all game. I'm sure at some point he's going to have a baseball cap on. I'm sure. But make him earn it, man. Rams, make him earn what he gets.
Yeah.
Tomorrow. Make him earn it. And he is an incredibly talented player, always has been. Heck, the year that 2 years ago, he hurt himself early in the season. He probably could have been a Heisman candidate. Make Quinn Ewers earn everything he gets. That's all.
303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line. Let's get to our favorite part of the week, Drunk Takes.
Dun, 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 dun. Mosher, Lombardi, and Kane present dun, 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 dun. Drunk Takes. Brought to you by Lariat Lodge Brewing Company. Crack open a cold beer or enjoy scratch food and a cold pint at one of their 2 scenic locations in Littleton and Evergreen.
Always head into the weekend with our favorite part of the week, and shout out to our friends over at Lariat Lodge. Go check them out. Great beer, great food, great scenes. These are clips from throughout the week. We slow them down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Go ahead, Nelly.
Well, why is it so fun to say joist?
I don't know.
But it's not so fun to say moist.
Moist joist. If you have moist joist, you got to replace those joists.
Yeah, that's going to rot.
Does your ex-wife have moist joist?
Okay.
I've seen moist joists. They're not pretty.
Good. Yeah, it's not good. You don't want those.
You need to tear it down, rebuild it.
What's next?
Flooding.
I had to reach down your pants a few weeks ago and put ice in there.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
But here's the deal.
How many people on this show have touched his butt?
A lot.
Here's what you need to know.
I'm dead serious. I've touched his butt. You've touched his butt. Nelly, I think you need an honorary touch of his butt.
I'm not going to reach down your back, just so we know.
It's always an ailment.
A lot of people have put things down Vic's pants.
Yeah,
that's a fact.
It's happened a lot.
Yes.
Like, too often, I would say. Too often. What's next?
Oh, it was amazing. I mean, it was such a strong race. We were all running so fast, multiple running in the 50s, so I knew I had to go out fast.
What's her name?
Hell is that?
Femke Bol. That's Femke Bol.
From Holland or the Netherlands.
She's Dutch.
or Dutch. That I still can't believe what Mosier said when we played that clip. You know what Mosier said to me, Vic? Yeah, you do. You were here. He said she only sounds like that because she just got done running.
Is that her real voice?
Like, yes, that's her voice. That's how she sounds.
That's not a helium trick?
No. Like, it's actually when I do an impression of somebody.
Running so fast, multiple running into 50s.
No way, that's her real voice. I refuse to believe that.
If Travis Hunter sounded like that, would he be as good a football player? if he caught that and like, Travis, how about those 3 touchdowns? Oh, you just want to get your hands on the ball. You want to make sure you come down with it 2 feet in bounds. What's next?
How about World Cup 2026? When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
That actually sounded legit. Play that again. Play that again.
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. Well, I was right.
When is the World Cup? America. That's when. What's next?
You always get more bees with honey. And what my first attempt would be is probably to turn that wasp into a bumblebee that's going to come and want to drink my honey. That didn't come out right.
Moj, I'm not going to take any lessons from you on bees and honey since your entire hive abandoned you.
At least I tried. I tried, man. I
You're
tried.
the bee expert. What the hell was that?
I was successful for a while until they all died, but I was successful.
Track some bees with some of the Diet Coke that you brought to training camp.
Yeah, that works. What's next?
What if you were to play against your son and you wanted to trash talk? Could you bring up a yo mama?
Yeah. Your mama's so hot, we made you.
I made you, dude. I made you. You wouldn't be here without me. Literally.
That would be like, you can trash talk your kid pretty good if you're LeBron. I like it. All right, one more, Nelly. Go ahead.
Have you been in my basement?
Yeah.
Did you see the soffits along the wall where I have the cans in?
I wasn't looking for soffits when I was in your basement. Rarely do I go to somebody's house and I look at their,
Hey, what's a
their
soffit?
building structure.
He's looking just for cans.
Yeah, I'm just looking for the cans. You got
me,
the cans?
Ask me again.
Can I go to your house, walk up to the
No,
bear
no,
and say,
no, no,
show
no.
me your cans downstairs?
I am going to do that. Next time I go to the house, I'm going to go straight to the bear and say, hey,
excuse me?
Let's go downstairs. Show me your cans.
Well, you better watch out. She may just take you up on it.
Oh, God.
All
I
right.
needed that laugh. I needed that laugh.
Hey, so excited for first week of college football this weekend. Go Rammies. Get the upset, huh?
Go Rams,
Just
yeah.
go ahead and do the upset. How about that?
That would be, dude, I'd erect a statue of Jay Norvell out in front of our studio.
All right, everybody have a wonderful weekend. We'll talk to you extended weekend. We're going to talk to you on Tuesday. Enjoy Labor Day, everybody. Talk to you then. Goodbye.
When's the World Cup, Vic?
It's in America. The next one.
Today is gonna be a great day. Chris Dempsey.
Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen.
Here we go. Yeah. This is Dempsey and Company
So without further ado, please enjoy our show.
on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Hey, it's Friday. It's Friday. You made it. Chris Dempsey, Mike Sanford, KJ, Steve Nelson, you. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's let it breathe. It's a good day. Colorado got that dub.
State of Colorado football teams right now. Real football 1-0, baby.
Yes,
1-0.
sir.
1-0.
Yes, sir. 31-26 on a vibey Friday here at Dempsey and Company. Here until noon. Yeah, what a day. Well,
You were in the building, weren't you?
I was in the building.
How was it being in the building? How's the new scoreboard?
It's beautiful.
Yeah. I saw it. I was there for the Tyler Childers concert, but the scoreboard was installed but not running.
Yeah.
Because the concert venue's faces opposite.
Yeah.
So.
There were definitely a couple of times where I was just watching the scoreboard and not the field. I'm like, wait, the action's happening right down in front of you here, Dimps.
The coolest thing about that scoreboard, because frankly, it does look relatively small when you're used to the Empower.
Oh, yeah. That was actually big, yeah.
Insanely big.
Mm-hmm.
It's a humongous upgrade over what,
oh my gosh,
over what Folsom had for decades. But the thing about it that to me looks so cool is when you're coming in from the outside and they have it branded with the Ralphie logo. And I think are there two little screens on the side of Ralphie on the outside?
On the outside? That I didn't notice.
Okay.
I didn't notice.
Did you enter that way or no? That might have been a personal question. Sorry. Yeah, it's Friday. You made it. You know it. Here we are.
Here we are.
Yeah.
Hey.
I'm a suburban dad. Yeah. I can rap too.
What would have you do that next week?
I want to do it so bad.
Yes.
He's not going to improve his DNA. No, he's not. He didn't. And I was right. Jarrett Stidham did not improve his DNA.
He did not. He did not. Colorado improved their DNA, kind of. It was a good win. Actually, let's talk about your tweet because you tweeted just something that was really kind of a simple, quick assessment of the game.
Right. So I'm watching these games now as a former college football coach that understands the magnitude of your opening game and particularly who that opponent is.
Yeah.
And opening up as a Power 5 football team, now a Power 4 football team, with all the hype and expectations and scrutiny in the world that the CU Buffs have, the last type of team that you want to open up with is a team from the Dakotas, a team from the state of Montana or a non-conference service academy. So those are games as a coach.
Yeah.
And I know the fans, everybody's looking for style points. Everybody's looking for this. And there were plenty of style points for the Buffs last night.
Yep.
Certainly with their top 2-3 players on offense. But if you're looking for style points, that as a coach isn't where you're at. You're just trying to survive and just be 1-0 in the North Dakota State season. That's really what it is. And that's, to that point, my tweet was, despite all of the polarization on this platform regarding CU NDSU, this is a fact. That was a really good win for the CU Buffs football program. Simple. I like 600 likes. 611 likes right now. And
22,000 views on that.
Yeah, 22. But it's insane because there is this, everything surrounding the CU program, whether it be fan bases, message boards, X, social media, right? It is so polarizing, man. It's either like whatever viewpoint you had of CU going into the game, if you hated Dion, you hated all of his antics, you hated what this program stands for, you came out of that game and you strengthened your opinion for some reason. And then on the flip side, if you were so strong, Dion, all you see is everything was awesome, like the Lego movie.
Yeah.
Everything is cool when you're part of a team. Everything is awesome. But the reality of it is like, I want to, for this entire year, I want to be just the person that uses my experiences for all things football.
Right.
And not come from a place of bias. Guys, I got fired by CU within the last 2 years, right? Fired.
Yep.
And if I were to be very honest about how it went down, it wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
Okay. But my job to the people that are listening to us is to utilize the experience I have of being at college football programs from Notre Dame all the way down to Yale and everything in between in terms of the expanse of college football, and just evaluate and analyze it and then give an unbiased take. And that's exactly what I saw. That's a really quality win for the CU Buffs football program.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. It's why yesterday, I've said a couple of times, like, I don't actually mind that game, that's the scheduling of that game, because I think you just get more out of it than you would. Like, if Colorado would have gone in and beat, I'm just going to pick a school out of the clear blue sky, Northeast Louisiana, and you beat them 50-7. I just don't think you get as, not for Colorado. Maybe if you're Alabama and you got to go through a really super tough SEC schedule, and you already know what kind of team you are because you've proven yourself in that arena already. Yeah, you can boat race in Northeast Louisiana and still understand, okay, who you are and what you got to work on. And I just think for Colorado, it was just a little bit different, and this team allowed you to get a real view of yourselves. Now, we played the clip right off the top of Deion Sanders being very upset, actually, at what he saw out there, and but that's a good thing. I think it's a really, really good thing, because they're going to play Nebraska in 10 days, and that's going to be a vastly different situation, especially defensively, and they got to be ready for that. It's just but outside of that, this is just a great. It is a good win. It's a good win against a good team. Cam Miller is a total stud, dual threat quarterback for them. And Colorado was able to, after just giving up. Both teams. I thought the score at the end of the first quarter, I thought the score was going to be a 54-53. Yeah, it was headed in that direction with all the scoring that was happening. But over the course of the game, after North Dakota State scores on the first 4 drives of the game, they only score one more time the entirety of the rest of the game. So defensively, I know he didn't love what he saw. I don't think anybody loved what we saw, but I think over the course of the game, they started to get things sorted out, at least in a way that kept them out of the end zone.
The thing I did not have on my bingo card with North Dakota State, we had the conversation yesterday with Brian Howell, who's had podcasts and done interviews with North Dakota State's beat writers in Fargo. They said that this was arguably the worst 2-deep North Dakota State team that they've gone into a season opener in the last 2 decades, 20 years.
Yep.
And the biggest weakness of this NDSU roster was the receivers. They were out there eating.
Yeah.
And in the defense that was put forward, I watch it from a coverage standpoint. There was pretty much one call for the majority of the game, which is extra hat in the box to defend North Dakota State's run game. Smart. It was just population, get more people to the point of attack. and then play cover one with a low hole safety. So he can be a roamer. He can, take away any crossing routes. He can also become involved in the run fit. I was impressed with this receiving crew. Trey Lance's younger brother was out there. That is a concern I have coming out of this game, is that you are going to see way more talented wide receivers. And if you're going to be a cover one only type of an outfit, that's going to come back to bite you when it does. And I don't know when that'll be. It might be against Nebraska, but everybody's saying that, oh, you barely squeaked by, you didn't cover, even though they tried to at the end of the game.
Oh man,
bruh. You know what though? All right, let's keep going. Nebraska's going to have its own set of issues. Like, we won't know what Nebraska is until after this weekend. They're starting a true freshman quarterback that thinks he's Patrick freaking Mahomes.
Right.
Like, you're not. There's one Patrick Mahomes on planet Earth. Right. And he's going to make mistakes. He's going to throw He's going to throw picks. So Nebraska's going to have some things to iron out, but they're going to be much more talented in their defensive front in terms of pass rushers. They're going to be more athletic. Like, I do think there were some improvements in pass protection.
Yeah, I did too.
But not big enough for what I think this team's going to be built to do, and that's to drop back 40-plus times per game. Well, and you got to play the long game with Shedeur Sanders and his health.
It's true.
He took some huge hits.
So Colorado rushed the football. Oh, my gosh. There's passing attempts, total yards, net yards, rushing. 23 times in this game, 23. Averaged 2.6 yards per carry. On the first drive,
if you take out
however,
the sack-adjusted numbers, it was right at 3.0, which still, not good.
Yeah, right.
When you're playing an FCS team.
Yeah, in college, they take that out of the rushing, yes.
I mean, a good day running the football, like a goal for a team, is more than 5 yards per carry.
And they didn't get that. And actually, on the first drive, they, you had a couple of early runs on that first drive as well. So it looked like they were going to utilize the run a little bit more, but they're also such a quick strike offense, right? You had Offerdahl. I think he ran for a first down 5 yards. You had the freshman, Draylon, who they gave the ball to twice. They threw it to him, and then they handed it to him.
Yeah, they started him out as a receiver. And this is the first time
he motioned back out to from the backfield.
First time in CU football history that the actual starters that were on the field for the first play offensively in that game were all five wide receivers, 5 offensive linemen, and a quarterback.
Yeah.
That was it.
Yeah.
And so they're kind of using that Draylon as a bit of a Deebo Samuel type guy. Dallin Hayden showed, I think, one play that gave me some optimism about the running back position was late in that. I believe it ended up being the game sealing drive. It was a throw out to the flat to Dallin Hayden, and North Dakota State's one of their experienced linebackers had an opportunity to tackle him on third down behind the sticks. Hayden broke the tackle and advanced for 7-8 yards, as a receiver.
Yep.
That to me showed that there's something there. But if I'm going eye test off of last year's week 1, where Dylan Edwards went absolutely ham, Anthony Hankerson looked very capable. I think that the running back position and probably the tight end position have actually been downgraded.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see anything to tell you otherwise?
Not really. No.
Because at least Dylan Edwards had juice, man. He did. He could flat out get it.
Yeah, he could take it to the house just on any play. You get him in any amount of space. He could just make one guy miss, and it was a house call. No, I'm with you on that. And I think over the course of the game, they showed you that they didn't necessarily believe in the running game themselves. And then they were so good in the passing game that they didn't have to believe in the running game. And one of the things we said yesterday about North Dakota State was like the one thing you can't do is just let speedy wide receivers just be hanging out anywhere around the field. But that's exactly what happened.
The amount of horrible coverage busts from North Dakota State in that game, like from a coaching perspective, like watching what cover 2 should look like, meaning both safeties have the deep half. If you have 53 1/3 of width of a field, that's how many yards are the width of the field. If you have a half of those areas and you have speed on the outside, those safeties have to get wide, right? Well, to do that, you have to have your linebacker dropping and plugging the middle of the field. There was no middle plugger on, I believe it's Jimmy Horn's first or second touchdown. I'm sitting there like, what is going on here?
Right.
And then Jimmy Horn's touchdown post over the top.
Yeah.
That was actually a blitz look They brought the nickel.
That, by the way, Dallin Hayden, he picked up the
which
blitzer
was
on
good.
that.
Yeah. And Dallin Hayden's played college football. He's played for
Mhm.
Ohio State. Like
Yeah.
the guy's, he's not a rookie by any stretch
Yeah.
of the imagination. He's put together well and did a good job in pass protection. But that safety, his job when you're in a single high coverage, you're actually called the post safety because you take away the post. He's sitting there hanging around at about 8-9 yards, and I'm like, how is this so open? And then, if you watch the broadcast, Coach Polisic, the new head coach at NDSU, said, I mean, if we can just get a safety in the post, we're in a pretty good spot. I'm like sitting there like, yeah. Why don't you get your dang safety in the post?
Easier said than done. We got wide receivers running all over the place. Shadur Sanders, 445 yards, 4 touchdowns, one weird interception.
Just light work.
Light work. It really was for him. Jimmy Horn, 7 catches, 198 yards, and a touchdown. And Travis Hunter. I've been saying this for weeks now. Like, I think this dude is a better wide receiver, and he should be a wide receiver.
And I have been on the corner train.
Yeah, right.
Up until yesterday. and my take watching him play yesterday is that he has the best ball skills on this planet right now. And the only guy that I think's in that conversation is Justin Jefferson.
Shut up. Yeah.
I really believe that.
Yeah.
And the degree of difficulty for not just one, not just 2, but 3 of his touchdown catches in terms of ball skills.
Yeah.
I haven't coached a player in my life that can do any of those things.
Mhm.
Not once. And I've coached fairly high level of Power 5 football.
Yeah.
And Will Fuller, a tremendous player. He ended up having like a ton of NFL touchdowns for the Texans. I coached him at Notre Dame. He was the best I'd ever seen. But like to actually lose vision on the football, and I'm talking about the one on the north end zone, kind of by the front pylon, to lose vision on the football, have somebody playing arm barring through your face.
Right.
And then have not just the coordination, but also the hand strength, upper body strength to contort your body and come down with that football. I've never seen that catch made.
Yeah.
Not once.
It's crazy. He is a crazy individual. Man, I mean, if anybody can win a Heisman in one day, maybe he just did. I don't know.
No, it's
a long
play the
season.
long
I know
game.
it's a long season,
Yeah.
right? But the beauty for him is that everybody was watching that, and he showed this. This is what he put on. He put on great catches, like you were saying. The stats were ridiculous, and this morning, nobody is talking about anybody else other than Travis Hunter
And Shadur.
Well, Shador's getting run. Actually, Shador's getting run. I was watching
NFL,
earlier.
on the
he was
NFL
getting.
Network.
Well, he was getting run as maybe the number 1 pick in the
That's what
draft.
I'm saying.
And so he's a quarterback. Like, quarterback's gonna get taken high.
All
He's
right,
great.
we had this discussion. I jumped on the morning show for a segment. If the Broncos ended up with pick number 1,
Take Travis Hunter.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Yes.
Because the perceived deficiency of Bo Nix by people like me,
Mhm.
and you call me inaccurate, we can have that discussion. We'll let it play out. We'll watch it, and I'll evaluate it.
Right.
Is that he doesn't have big arm talent to fit throws down the field with incredible velocity, but he does throw the ball in the area where a receiver can come down with it. He also needs run after catch guys.
Oh, and then Travis Hunter's that.
He is the epitome of both of those things.
Mm-hmm.
And he still could probably play, critical third downs as in 2-man.
Yep.
And then you just shut down a side of the field.
Yep.
And that could be 5 to 12 snaps a game.
Yep.
And even then, he could probably impact the game, via punt return. Who knows? Like there's different things he could do in addition to just being a number 1 wide receiver. He is the perfect number 1 wide receiver. Let alone he's been training above 6,000 feet.
Yeah. So
in
that's
Boulder.
good point. Good point.
Because when those Packers receivers came here and practiced, I saw the elevation piano jump on their back because they don't train at that altitude.
Yep.
That's a real thing.
He is the 4th player in 24 years. 24 years. Just the 4th player with 3 career interceptions and 8 career receiving touchdowns. And he's just getting started. Last year, he played over 1,000 snaps. He played pretty much the entirety of the game yesterday on offense and defense. He is one of one. He is definitely a unicorn. Let's take a break. We have Colorado State and Texas coming up tomorrow. We will speak with Kevin Lytle of the Fort Collins, Colorado. And now.
Nicolosi pulls it out on the slant. Horton with the catch. Touchdown! And we're an extra point from being tied. What a dart.
You know, I think he's much wiser and he has a better plan. And that's going to show. And he understands his teammates better and where he can use his teammates. I think that's one of the most important things as a quarterback is somebody gives you the keys to a car, you got to know what you're driving, right? And you got to know what it can do. And I think he knows his players way better now.
All right, Colorado State going to open the season up against Texas tomorrow in Austin. Actually, a quick programming note, CSU and Altitude Sports are announcing today that they're going to broadcast 2 games on the network. And guess who's going to be part of the broadcast?
Drum roll. Drum roll.
You, Coach Sanford.
I am so excited. This has actually not just been a dream of mine for the last year and a half since I've been venturing into this media space, but this was a dream of mine when I was a kid. Was to be able to call college football games on TV as a color analyst. My goal as a kid was to go the route of play as long as I can, then coach as long as I can, and then talk about it for a living. And I'm really excited. I'm so thankful for Learfield up at CSU, and more, I'm extremely thankful for Altitude TV. I mean, I sat at the negotiation table and got some stuff done, baby.
I'm kidding. It was you.
It was. Hey, will you please hire me to do this? Will you please carry the game?
CSU versus Northern Colorado. The 2 games are going to be CSU versus Northern Colorado on Saturday, September 7th, and CSU versus New Mexico on October 26th. That brings us to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. This is where we find Kevin Lytle of the Fort Collins, Coloradoan. And Kevin, thanks for waiting for us. I really appreciate that. We got a little long in the tooth in that first segment there. But let's just jump right in with this game that CSU has tomorrow. The point spread is huge. What do you expect to see out there? What does success look like for CSU against the number 4 team in the nation?
Yeah, it's a big old point spread. I think, so 2 years ago, Jay Norvell's first game at CSU went to Michigan, who kind of like Texas was like top 5, expected to make the college football playoff. And basically CSU got steamrolled. They were never in the game, never competitive. Only touchdown came late in the game against, the JV, so to speak. So I think you want to see it look a lot different than that. Not saying CSU is going to go beat Texas or anything like that. But, this is a veteran team, especially a veteran offense. You want to see them be able to move the ball a little bit against Texas, get some things done there. And, defensively, hang in a bit. Don't let it be a track meet for Texas. The Longhorns are going to score. That's okay. But, make them work for it a little bit. I think if you get out healthy, score some touchdowns, show some of the ways you'll be able to be competitive in the Mountain West, realistically, I think that's, a successful day.
Kevin, if you look at this offensive line unit that Bill Best, offensive line coach up in Fort Collins, has been putting together, they've taken their lumps. They certainly, in the 3 years, now going into year 3 for Jay Norvell and Bill Best, this is by far the most experienced offensive line. You look at Savion Henderson, left tackle, with 32 career starts. The center, Jacob Gardner, has Bo Nix-like numbers, already has 45 career starts. And then Drew Moss with 34 career starts. Outside of one position, Aaron Karras, who did play in spot duty a year ago, this is a veteran offensive line. What can we expect to see in terms of this offensive line, now built in the image of what Jay Norvell and Bill Best want to do offensively? How improved is this unit going to be?
Yeah, I mean, they're really excited about this group. I think, like you say, a super veteran, a lot of guys have played a ton of games, and I think it's a great test for them to see how they handle Texas. Again, it's going to be a little different type of front that you're going to see against Texas than you do in the Mountain West. So if they can hang in there against this group, I think that'll just do nothing but build confidence moving forward. It's one of those, most importantly, probably keep Fowler Nicolosi, mostly upright, and then see if they can get, a little bit of success in the run game. Texas is pretty stout there, but if you could get a few things going there, again, it would just build a lot of confidence moving forward. So they're really excited about that O-line group. It's the biggest and probably deepest CSU has had in quite a while.
Yeah. Okay. So there's a lot to like here about the offense's ability to to be very effective here. And I don't know, I guess I don't want to get over my skis, but I mean they're they're potent enough to be able to put some points on the board against Texas, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, this is a team, I think privately they're talking, we should be a 35-point per game offense. Again, you're probably not going to be that against Texas, but like I said, I think it'd be very disappointing if CSU leaves Austin with a similar offensive showing to what they did at Michigan a couple of years ago. I think, yes, it's Texas, but this offense should be able to move the ball. I mean, you have guys, Torrey Horton could play anywhere, including at Texas. He's that level guy. Armani Winfield at one point was a Texas commit, ended up at Baylor. Now he's at CSU. I mean, these are guys that they're not going to look out of place on that field. So, yeah, you should be able to move the ball and score some points. I think, like I say, I think it'd be very disappointing if, CSU only scores in garbage time.
One of the areas that is going to be of concern going into this opener against a team with so many weapons in Texas and Heisman Trophy top 3 frontrunner and Quinn Ewers playing quarterback. If you look at this defense from CSU, you have an incredible veteran presence in the back end, particularly at safety. Jack Howell now will be his 29th start. Henry Blackburn, this will be his 18th start. But there is some inexperience in the front seven, and the absence of Mo Camara, the injury to Goktooth. You got to help me with that pronunciation. How do you think that this defense has come out of fall camp in terms of being ready for this challenge?
Yeah, I think you're right, especially that front group. Replacing Mo is always going to be hard. And then, as you mentioned, newer Goktooth, I'm with you there. I need
there you go
pronunciation guide, but he was kind of not saying he was expected to be a 13 sack guy this year, but he was going to be probably the most dangerous edge rusher. Now he's out. And you just have a lot of inexperienced players on that front group. In the middle, you have some Cam Barretow's played a bunch of games. James Mitchell's played a decent bit, but they lost Grady Kelly. Went to Florida State where he's just a backup. So you're really thin there. Not thin. I mean, they have their numbers, but inexperienced, I should say. So huge test because, as we know, if Quinn Ewers gets to stand back there, just survey the field all day, it's going to be a long day. It doesn't matter who your corners are if Quinn Ewers is sitting there with 5-6 seconds.
Yeah, of the edge rushers here, Mukendi Wa-Kalonji appears to be the guy that could create some problems in the pass rush for Quinn Ewers in Texas. How has his camp looked? How has he been?
Yeah, he's solid. He's played a decent number of games. He's had some flashes, and he had a long fumble return touchdown against Nevada a couple seasons ago. Physically talented player, kid, I believe went to Grandview down in Aurora, really talented player. And then there are a couple, they have some of those speed rushers off the edge. That'll be really intrigued. They're really quick off the ball. Kenyon Eggers and Kennedy McDowell. He still doesn't have the overall physical strength to do it down to down, but if they can get Texas in a third down, a third and long type situation, Kennedy, most players on CSU say he has the quickest get off the ball that they've ever seen. So they do have some talent in that group. It's just really inexperienced.
And we're speaking with Kevin Lytle of the Fort Collins, Coloradoan, the great CSU beat writer up there. Kevin, one of the things that's been intriguing to me just watching this go by over the course of this summer is the culture that Jay Norvell has crafted there. I mean, you have two players that turned down hundreds of thousands of dollars to go to other places to play football. What is Norvell's culture, and what is it about that culture that makes these young men want to stay?
Yeah, it's such a fascinating time right now, especially for a school like Colorado State. I mean, schools like CSU are very wary of, doing good recruiting and basically becoming a farm system for the Power Five. And, it has happened. They've lost a few guys. But yeah, Torrey Horton has stayed with Norvell for a long time. And he was at Nevada with him, came to CSU, basically each of the last two off seasons. Safe to say his phone has been ringing, so to speak, from other teams checking in on how he's doing. And he continues to stay. I think a lot of his loyalty, he's a Fresno kid that, even Fresno State didn't bother offering, which blows my mind. Norvell did. And so I think there's loyalty there. And I think some of it's the long game, too. If he knows in this system he's going to get a bunch of catches, a bunch of opportunities, and it's going to pay off on Sundays. He would have been drafted this year, decided to come back and try and boost his draft stock even more. I think it's going to pay off for him. So there's that. And, Fowler Nicolosi, somewhat similar. He came in and After the struggles early last year, and the system, kind of allowed him to flourish as a redshirt freshman. And he seems to be likewise playing the long game of, hey, if I can go have a monster season here, who knows what the next step might be. So yeah, it's some of that, and I know Norvell and staff use examples of guys that do go chase a bag and end up not playing at all, because there's a lot of that too of, a group of 5 player will go, to Power 5, and turns out they were actually just recruiting you to be their second, third stringer, and now you don't really play at all. So they're definitely using some of that too.
With the CSU schedule coming up following this massive undertaking in Austin, Texas, you have Northern Colorado, which will be broadcast on Altitude TV, and then followed by, of course, everybody knows the Rocky Mountain Showdown, and then a Mountain West Conference slate that appears to be wide open outside of maybe the preseason favorite Boise State. But what do you see as realistic expectations for the team that you've watched at practice compared to last year, a team that had 3 games that came down to the final possession, and 4 games, 3 of which were lost by the Rams. What are realistic expectations for football fans in the greater, Northern Colorado area for this team?
Yeah, I think the floor for this team, barring crazy injuries, which is always the asterisk, but the floor for this team, I think, should be, a bowl eligible team, at a 6-6 or so. I think that anything worse than that, I think, would be a huge letdown. There's 7 home games. You have 8 coaches CSU faces who are in their first year at the program. You have such a veteran group in a lot of key positions for CSU. Anything worse than 500 would be a huge letdown. And the ceiling, I think, if everything goes well, there's a path to competing to make that Mountain West championship game. CSU avoids Boise State on the schedule. They avoid UNLV. So you get a boost right there. And if you can put some of these things together, like you say, I think that kind of top and other middle bunch is very uncertain. We don't know what to expect from a lot of those teams. So yeah, I think the ceiling for this team could be compete for the Mountain West. Probably most realistically, they'll be somewhere between the 2 of those.
Well, we'll see. I think it's going to be a big season for the Colorado State Rams. Looking forward to seeing them on the field starting tomorrow, and an opportunity to really probably open some eyes around the nation as to what kind of program they are, what kind of football team they are this season. 1:30 tomorrow at Texas on ESPN. Kevin Lytle, we appreciate you very much for joining us. We'll have you on again because we're going to be talking about this team a lot. Coach Sanford's going to be up there a lot as well.
Yeah, Lytle, make sure that you're down in Austin already.
Yep. Down here, getting some barbecue and enjoying the sights.
Yeah, that's
little
exactly right.
6th
That's
Street
the right
action.
answer.
All that I request of you, Lytle, just knowing you a little bit, is do your best to help keep Austin weird, man. That's the slogan down there.
Absolutely. I'll do my best. It's great talking to you guys. Always appreciate your time, and we'll catch up soon.
We appreciate your time. Thanks, Kevin.
All right, there he goes, Kevin Lytle, Fort Collins, Colorado, and Colorado State. This is obviously. You're getting paid to go play Texas. Doesn't mean you have to lose that game.
$1.8 million. Is that what I saw?
Yeah, that's what you saw.
Pretty good cash.
It's a good payday.
Yeah.
But I think it's an interesting game though, Coach. I really do.
It's a very interesting game.
Yeah. And if Texas just rolls into this one and just goes, young men are young men. They're just like, okay, well, it's Colorado State. Like, we got this. They might be in a little more of a tussle than they bargained for.
I'm actually on upset watch, and it could be my my Northern Colorado resident colored glasses
Right.
that I'm wearing. But I'm on upset alert. This Texas team lost arguably the strength of their football team with their 2 interior defensive linemen, Byron Murphy and Tavondre Sweat. Those 2 guys were unblockable.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm talking about unblockable in the Big 12, unblockable across every game that they played until they saw Washington, which did have offensive linemen that are NFL starters now.
Those guys, yeah.
But they lost all of their top receivers, their top running back, their starter coming into the year. He's injured out for the season. And I don't think Quinn Ewers is particularly phenomenal as a creator. He's got a big arm. He's more of a traditional pocket player, can do some things with his legs, but he's not dynamic by any stretch of the imagination. The strength of this Texas team is their offensive line. 4 offensive line starters are returning, led by arguably the best tackle maybe in college football, their left tackle, who is an absolute unit, Kelvin Banks. But I think that the firepower and the weapons that CSU have out on the perimeter, combined with the experience that they have defensively in their back end, I think this is going to be an interesting football game.
A lot of response here on the text line. A lot of CSU fans out there. I understand that. So we have upset alert. Go Rams. Christina likes you saying that. From the 206, Texas also lost their top two running backs this spring to injury. Let's see. From Nevada, CSU put a scare into Bama years ago. Why not do it again?
And with having been up to Fort Collins and watching a practice, like there is a maturity to this team. There's a development to this team that you can see. It's tangible.
Yep.
Like you can tell this offensive line is not being piecemealed together. This is an offensive line that's played together and is developed together and is healthy. And if you compare it to last season, you were starting a quarterback that wasn't even the opening day starter in Braden Fowler Nicolosi.
Right.
And then he ends up one of the top 10 passers in college football.
Right.
So he's going to take this next right step. And they went out and got even better receivers to surround Horton. And you think if they're trying to take away Horton, then those other receivers are going to eat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's going to be a challenge. It's going to be a test. There's no question about it. But if the Rams can find a way to take this thing into the second half in a competitive environment, I say watch out.
Yeah.
Can we go to fairy tale land for like just 2 seconds here, Coach?
Let's do it.
Let's say they upset Texas.
Oh, it'd be
and
amazing.
CSU only loses maybe, we'll call it 2 games this year. Does that strengthen their potential bid for a New Year's Six Bowl?
It will, but they'll probably have to come down to a conference championship win against Boise State.
And then it would
because
have
they
to
don't
hope
play
that,
they don't play in the regular season.
Correct.
As Kevin just said.
Yeah.
And Boise State is like everybody's Cinderella story for this year,
Right.
Because of the running back Ashton Genty and all the returning players.
Yeah. You would, yes, correct. You would have to beat Boise State and win that title and win that conference with minimal losses too. And then look, I mean, not even KJ, if we're really going to start dreaming here, I mean, there is a group of 5 spot available in the college football playoff. And depending on what Liberty is doing or Memphis is doing elsewhere.
Did we just become a Stan account for the Rams?
Yes,
I think we did.
We did.
How about we do need to learn to walk first, right?
No.
And walking is to be bowl eligible.
No, we want to run, Coach.
Okay, let's run. I'm in. You know what? It'll make my calls on Altitude TV a whole heck of a lot more fun if the Rams are competing for a freaking national championship, baby.
That would be wild if that was at the end of the end of the rainbow.
They have talent, man. They have talent. Let's go. And they built it the right way. They got trenches too.
All right, let's take a break and come back. We'll jump back into CU. We didn't really fully flesh out a lot of that stuff, so we'll jump back into that. What else is happening in college football? And then in hour 2, we have KJ's NFL notes.
cover zero, and we have like the best receiver room in the nation. So it's kind of like disrespectful. So it was something I definitely would learn from. So that's why I'm happy everything in my life. I always was able to learn from it. So it's not too many mistakes you're gonna see I made twice. So that's just something I'm gonna learn, understand that. And even if it looks super tempting and it's just like still, like you just gotta, just go with it. So it's a lot of situations like play clock and everything that we're getting back into the flow of the games. But I'm just excited about the starting point and excited getting everybody involved. And next week we'll be locked in and focused.
Well, we certainly hope so, because your 4-minute offense, your 2-minute offense at the end of the game is very, 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 very important.
2-minute offense, they got that thing. They're good on that. CU might have the best 2-minute offense.
Well, at the end of the game. I'm sorry, just to bleed out a clock at the end of the game.
Yeah, 4-minute offense. Ooh.
It's not this.
Okay, so
they got the ball.
So for our Twitchers right here, I'm going to show you. I took a screenshot. Gosh, it's all backlit and crap. But I actually have my chart, end of game chart from my call sheet, my old call sheet.
Mm-hmm.
It's gathering some dust, a lot of dust. So we have it broken down by if the clock was running prior to like that first down or second down or whatever it may be. You have it broken down by how many timeouts your opponent has. Okay, so the situation that CU finds itself in, they had clock stopped because of the penalty, which was, I believe it was it a PI?
It was a PI. Yeah, it was. Yeah.
Okay, so the clock was stopped, wasn't going to wind, obviously, on a dead ball. So there was 1:41 remaining with the clock stopped.
Yep.
North Dakota State had 1 timeout.
Correct.
On this chart, okay, you can kneel on it and bleed out 1:28.
And instead,
threw the football.
He threw it a deep shot to Webster.
Yep.
Wester, I'm sorry.
And you got to think about it this way. 1:28, you might say, well, that's not 1:41, right? But you can pin them deep with a punt, and then they would inherit the ball with most likely less than 10 seconds if you include the punt play in and of itself. A good hang time punt is about 4.3 seconds, not including the snap.
And Coach, I mean, that was a first down play. I mean, you could have just bled out the clock. I mean, you hand off or kneel, right? They'll call a timeout, their last timeout.
Yes.
Then at second down, and you just kneel again, right?
Right, but I'm saying this factors in that you're kneeling out further until
all the way. Oh,
so,
I got you.
So you can bleed out 1:28.
Yeah,
1 minute and 28 seconds, and instead, North Dakota State inherits the ball with what 40 seconds, right? 38 seconds. 31 seconds.
Yep.
And now, I mean, did drive the length of field. In fact, CU did avoid a catastrophic situation. NDSU's final offensive play before the Hail Mary attempt, which ended up at the 4-yard line caught, was actually a targeting. It should have been a targeting penalty on the tackle, and that's a 15-yard penalty. Clock stops. Now you're kind of knocking on the door of field goal range.
Correct.
Although you're down at that point, you're down, but you're at least in Hail Mary range.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
you're down 5. You're down 5. So field goal is disadvised.
But look, it's the point here is that the clock management, and we just heard Shedeur Sanders talk about he'll get back into the flow of things in subsequent weeks. That will get you beat. I mean that they got the ball to a space where they threw the ball to your 4-yard line, and they caught it. And if that was 4 yards closer, that would have been your end zone, and you would have lost that game.
And what would have been the narrative? National, local, let's just go there. Because when you do make decisions as a program, I'm not saying this is Coach Prime, but as a program, Shedeur even said it was a called run, and I audibled at the line of scrimmage. Well, he can't have you can't give a quarterback that autonomy in those types of situations.
Right.
They can have the autonomy when the game's in the middle of the second quarter. You can give the quarterback the autonomy, especially when he's that dang talented.
Mm-hmm.
But that's when Deion Sanders and Pat Shermer need to say, Let's give them the ball with less than 10 seconds on their 5-yard line.
Right.
With 0 timeouts.
Right.
Game's over.
Right.
Period.
And if they did say that to him, then he just ignored that. And if they didn't say that to him, then they need to say that to him. And it just was a weird way to end the game. I mean, they got away with it and they won that game. But that was
so right here on the Shop Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. 6478 says you can't use a should have been called penalty as an excuse when there were tons all games both ways. I agree. A targeting was missed on Shedeur as well. I totally agree.
Mm-hmm.
But what we're talking about is not that this is the reason that the game was lost or won. I'm talking about the decision that you have to exhaust the entirety of the clock in as much as you can.
Right.
Because then you aren't in that situation where it could go awry. That's
Right.
what I'm talking about.
Right.
This game was not lost by North Dakota State because of a penalty, but it could have been lost because of throwing the football on a first down when it's a complete no-brainer run the clock out situation.
Right. Right.
And even if you choose to run outside zone 3 times, that actually exhausts more time because
Mhm.
you can stretch it. Those plays will take 5 seconds.
Yep.
6 seconds.
Right.
And now you can exhaust the entirety of that play clock.
It's just these
Or the game
things.
clock.
Exactly right. It's just these things that are necessary. If you're trying to win 7, 8, 9, 10 games, these games are going to come down to decisions that you make at the end. A lot of these, as they get into conference play, these games are all going to be close. These teams are good. They're good, obviously. This is not going to be blowout city, and then we just do what we want. I see from the 7-0, he's got to get all his peeps paid. But, you know, and
who would that imply?
Shedeur.
Oh, the
Shedeur.
players.
The players.
I thought we were talking about the spread.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Dude, so I saw it last night. So covers.com, which is would be the equivalent of Sports Illustrated in the sports betting market.
Yeah.
Their tweet last night was about that decision.
Oh, was it?
It was
really?
like,
yeah.
Did Coach Prime looking at the spread? And I know that's not the case.
No,
that's
but yeah.
definitely not the case.
What was it? It was 9.5, right? I think it was 9.5. Is what it was when the game started.
If you score there, you cover.
Yeah.
If you score a touchdown, you cover.
Yeah. That's crazy. That's crazy.
I was like, oh, they're gonna score.
Yeah.
This is going to be one of the gnarliest backdoor covers in the history of college football.
Oh, man.
There's going to be a 30 for 30 about this, especially when allegedly it was like 93% of the juice in Vegas was
Right.
on CU covering.
Yeah, it sure was.
And then the other huge part of the juice was on money line, North Dakota State. So all of that was coming out and playing out in real time with those decisions to throw the football.
Super late in the game. Yeah.
Because if the plays don't work and the clock remains there for North Dakota State to attempt to drive the football, then the money line's right there for the taking.
Sure is.
And you have a walk. If that's caught in the end zone, that's a walk-off win.
Yeah.
You hit the money line.
Instead, I did because I picked the University of Colorado and
if that corner
and the 59 under point.
Did you hit both?
Yeah, got them both.
That's what I told you, man. You're a smart man.
Yeah, got them both.
Yeah, real smart man.
All right, let's take a break. There's a lot of stuff happening in college football this weekend. Georgia and Clemson and everybody else. I'm blinking on the games right now. I won't blink on them when we come back after this. It's a big college football weekend. Oh, yeah. That's right. That's
man.
right.
My childhood is flashing before my eyes.
Oh. These, who makes these songs? Like, who's in charge of the song?
Who's the guy? Zemeckis is the Disney guy? Robert Zemeckis?
Could be.
He's like, does all the movie scores and I don't know.
They're so good.
They're really
This one's
good.
good. The one, the CBS one is really good too.
Dude, I was so wired last night because like college football is really, really back. Like that was day one of 5 straight days of just
I know.
just college football bliss. I couldn't go to bed last night. And I was watching the freaking Sacramento State versus San Jose State game like it was the CFP final.
I love it.
I thought that I'd be like, as a coach for 18 years, not doing it anymore, I'd be like kind of drowning in my sorrows, a handle of cheap whiskey and just pissed off at the world. And instead I'm just like, man, this is great.
Yeah, you just can't wait.
My daughter, I'm like, Peyton, come in and you got to see the huge third down. She's like, Dad, I don't care about San Jose State football. Third down in the middle of the second quarter. I know. God, I love football.
Oh man, I'm with you.
You know who doesn't love football? Our good friend Anna Mills. I'm kidding. She loves football.
I think she does. I think she does.
She gave me the ultimate mean. We'll call it a mean face.
Yeah, that was the perplexed.
I was going to use
what?
a different one, but we'll stay away from acronyms that could be.
Before, this is why you need to come in here more. Before we get to some of these games, can I just read you something interesting that The Athletic reported about Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers and the Broncos and the Steelers?
I grant you permission to read said Athletic report.
Okay, so we know that Brandon Ayuk just got a contract, right?
Finally, by the way.
Finally, yeah.
Remember, we've been talking about this for 2 months.
Yeah, I know.
Remember, I was like, I'm done. Tell me when. Just
you did say that.
I'm sick of the labor pains. Just show me the baby in the form of a Brandon Ayuk contract.
We're like, let's just talk about this one more time and just watch Coach Sanford's eyes just roll all the way back to the back of his head.
If he's not signed with the Broncos, I don't care. Right. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you. So remember that the Steelers made some overtures to try to trade for Ayuk.
This is interesting.
The Broncos basically stopped that from happening because the trajectory of this would have been the 49ers offered a 3rd-round pick for Courtland Sutton. So Courtland Sutton then would go to the 49ers, thereby clearing the way for the 49ers to trade Brandon Ayuk to the Pittsburgh Steelers. And the Broncos were like, nope, not doing that.
I have a theory here, right? I think that we're going to go into the culinary world here for a second. I think that Sean Payton, who clearly doesn't have a great love for what Russell Wilson produces in his kitchen, he said, you know what? Russell Wilson's sitting over there in Pittsburgh, and right now, you know what he's cooking with? He's cooking with vegetable oil, canola oil. If Brandon Ayuk gets over there, he's going to have extra virgin olive oil. And I don't want him to have extra virgin olive oil.
That's right.
You cook with that crappy oil.
I believe it, man. I believe it. And so the Broncos, if you think about this over the course from the draft to this report, I mean, Pittsburgh offered them a draft pick or whatever for Courtland Sutton, period. And they said no to that. Obviously, then they gave Courtland Sutton a little bump in money. And then this comes around, and so the Broncos are just blocking Russell Wilson from having productive wide receivers left and right. It's hilarious.
It says right here from the Safeway Twitch feed here, Pickens, baby. Pickens ain't Ayuk, man. Pickens is vegetable oil.
He is not.
He is not extra virgin olive oil.
Yeah, that was way to go, Broncos. You know what? I love the Broncos even more right now. Love them even more. Let's do all the blocking of all the stuff that would go to Pittsburgh that would be productive.
Yeah, I do love that about Sean Payton. I think he is so petty, and I am so here for his pettiness.
I know.
Insofar as it keep things going in the right direction for our franchise.
Right, correct.
For the franchise here.
Mm-hmm.
The pettiness is kind of fun to watch.
It really is.
I mean, the pettiness surrounding the Minnesota Vikings made him trade up. JJ McCarthy, that guy stinks. They gave up draft capital for that smuck.
It does. He loves that space. He just does.
You know, all of his coaches are pretty petty. I'm pretty petty too, man. Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Watching the Minnesota North Carolina game last night, the guy who fired me, I was pretty petty watching him lose last night.
Wait, can you just relay the story? So they missed a field goal to lose the game.
Oh, this is beautiful, man. First off, North Carolina minus Drake May and Tez Walker.
Right.
They went to play in a former Big Ten West stadium, and they adapted to Big Ten West football. Like the final score, I think, was 19-18. Is there anything more Big Ten West than that? It's like Iowa versus Northwestern.
Facts.
You know, it was a pick six for Minnesota. So I guess it would be 12 or 11 of their points came via defense. And it was an awful game to watch. I mean, bad football. Like if you got just done watching Shedeur Sanders throw darts all over the field and then you switch over to Fox 4K, you're like, this is awful. Anyway,
banging your head against the wall.
The game is a back and forth. North Carolina led by Mac Brown, your grandfather. He ends up, they have a 2-minute drive that they got down the field too quickly. Left about 1 minute and 50 seconds on the clock for Minnesota, who hadn't thrown the ball for crap all day, and kicked the field goal. The go-ahead field goal takes a 19-18 lead. Well, Minnesota then gets the ball in a 2-minute scenario and drives the field very quickly as well. And they get the ball right around the 35-yard line, 35-yard line. And instead of trying to attempt to improve the field position, PJ Fleck plays the ultimate conservative ball and runs it up the middle and then does like a setup on the right hash, right middle for his kicker. Guess where that kick went?
Where?
Wide right. Laces out, Dan.
So he just basically
Finkel was Einhorn, and Einhorn was Finkel. Finkel's a man. I kissed a man. And guess what happened shortly thereafter in his stadium, Minnesota, hosted by the Gophers.
Right.
The pyrotechnic guy lights the fireworks off for visiting North Carolina to celebrate the massive win. And this petty football coach, this former coach, Mike Sanford, was here for every single bit of it. And then here for Mac Brown going up to PJ Fleck like a grandfather to his grandson and then giving him a hug and bringing him in closer. God, I love college football.
Oh, wow. Lighting fireworks.
College
when your
kickers are
team
the best, man.
it's the best. It's, man.
And Dragan Kesic, who hit a humongous game-winning field goal in last year's opener for Minnesota to beat Nebraska before CU then beat Nebraska, he missed it. He's a Serbian.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, like family, both parents from Serbia.
Yeah.
So he is a Nikola Jokic fanatic.
Let's see. Where do I want to go here? I just want to run through a couple of games, and then I will get to obviously some tragedy out of the NHL. Notre Dame and Texas A&M is an interesting game to me because Texas A&M is really good at home. I've been to that stadium many times.
Loud.
Yeah. Should Notre Dame be on upset alert?
100% absolutely yes. Riley Leonard, quarterback transfer from Duke, goes to Notre Dame. A lot of expectations on Riley Leonard, who is his former head coach at Duke.
It's Elko.
Mike Elko, new head coach at Texas A&M.
Sure is. Yep.
Also, I think one of the great defensive minds in college football, Mike Elko, and one of the great program and culture developers in short order. What he did at Duke was incredible.
Yeah.
That place is impossible to win.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that this is Notre Dame's on massive upset alert.
Clemson and Georgia. I don't know why Clemson is getting as much love as it's getting, to be honest with you.
Well,
I think Georgia's going
we should
to roll them.
I think we should ask Tyler from Spartanburg what he thinks about Clemson's chance to knock off the Bulldogs from Athens, Georgia.
Well, since he's been banned from the show, he's probably now in Georgia Bulldogs gear.
You know who I used to coach? I'm Tyler from Spartanburg. I could just call in. I'm going to find the coaches shows and just call in.
You could do that.
If anybody's doing them, I'm here for all the pettiness of calling in a coaches show. Asking the really, really big zingers of questions.
Penn State at West Virginia. I
like West Virginia.
I do too.
Yeah.
I think that's the upset I'm really looking at the most this week. West Virginia last year went into a football season with Zero expectations. As a matter of fact, I do believe they were picked to finish last or second to last in the Big 12 last season.
West Bygone, Virginia, baby.
And instead, they won 9 games.
I love their quarterback, too.
Yeah.
Garrett Green, dynamic playmaker. This dude can go.
Mm-hmm.
They have quite a few returning starters in the offensive line. They have the running back there. They're going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good. You know what I'm really excited to listen to?
What?
After that win?
What?
Country Roads, baby. Take me home.
I can't with you right now.
Okay, I won't do it anymore. I'll go back to being boring.
No, you just.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
You just.
I'm good. Boring Mike's fun.
You just keep being you. We love it.
Wait, today's a Vibey Friday, right?
It is a Vibey Friday.
And I got 3.5 hours of sleep last night because I was too excited about the college football season.
Yeah. So you need this monster more than I do.
Oh, yeah. Still bringing in the juice today, man.
LSU, USC.
Just remember this. If you're juiceless, you're useless. But if you're juiceful, you're useful. That was
get weird.
That's a PJ Flex saying.
Okay.
It really is.
Is it really?
100%. That is a PJ Flex saying.
He said that.
He'd say it between 250 and 500 times a year.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, we said LSU, USC. Do you know where that game is?
Is it at a neutral site?
Allegiant Field. My dad, a USC alum.
Yeah.
Played quarterback there in this 1973, won a national championship as a fifth-string quarterback, just like his son.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we were really both good depth pieces for college football programs.
Yeah, we got it.
I think both teams are going to suck this year.
Oh, really?
Yep. I think USC's got a ton of pressure on them. I think USC wins this game because it's going to be West Coast. I mean, Las Vegas, Los Angeles.
Yeah.
I actually really like Riley Moss, the quarterback, I believe it. No, Riley Moss is our cornerback.
Mm-hmm.
Miller Moss. Miller Moss is the quarterback for USC. He played in the bowl game last year, and that was arguably the best that the team looked when he took over. The leadership traits. I think there were some issues with Caleb and Nessie and the kind of the arrangement of NIL and practicing and training that wasn't conducive to a college football culture.
Yeah.
I do think SC wins this game. I don't know what's the line on that one.
I don't know, actually.
Right. My guess would be it's LSU -3 would be my guess.
Okay. Let's find out if you're right.
So I think that SC will be slightly improved defensively. I don't think that they are committed enough to playing a physical brand of football that's going to be required of them in the Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
I think LSU was a team last year that wasn't a good football team, and Jaden Daniels and Malik, what's my guy's name? Neighbors.
Mm-hmm.
Those two guys covered a multitude of sins, and they just outscored everybody. The two of them were similar to what I see right now with Shedeur Sanders and the entire receiving crew, but definitely Travis Hunter. Those guys can cover a multitude of sins.
USC -4.
Ooh, interesting.
Yeah.
SC covers.
Okay.
And then has a terrible year in the Big Ten.
You don't think that
my parents are going to the game. Excited, man.
It's really good. Okay. Oh my gosh.
All day.
I know.
You get 2
It's
yards on
worst.
1st and 10.
Is there a more annoying? Is that a fight? That's not even. What do we call that? There's not
and
a
they
more
hold up a
annoying
V.
fight song.
Like, is there a V in Trojan or USC? It's a V for victory.
Is that what it
Cool.
is?
I think they call it like Conquest or I don't know.
It's annoying.
There's a lot of. Oh man, what's worse, that or the Seminole?
I still give it to US. They just play it so many. I remember being in Colorado. Played this is years ago. Colorado played at USC, and it was the first time that I'd ever been to the stadium, and it was just so many times. Coach, they played it so many times, and I just want to rip all of my hair out.
What's your favorite fight song in college football?
CU's.
I mean,
that was easy.
Honestly.
Shoulder to shoulder, man. That's it.
Okay.
What's the best fight song?
It's not even close. It's Notre Dame. Not even close. Cheer, cheer for old Notre Dame.
No, it's
Wake
not.
up the echoes.
Michigan
cheering
is better
Notre
than
Dame.
that.
Send a volley cheer on high. Shake down the thunder from the sky. What though the
Right. Thank you, KJ. Thank you. It's Colorado's. It's by a landslide.
Shoulder to shoulder, we will fight, 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 fight. Ba-ba-da, ba-da-da-da, go see you. I bleeped him out because in the locker room you say a bad word, a naughty word, a banned word from the radio waves.
Say that in the student section as well.
Yep,
that's right.
Yep. They also are partaking in a legal consumption of certain substances in that same student section. The cloud that would roll off onto the sideline when I was coaching games.
Yeah.
So I just said, you know what? I'm going to lean into it. Let's play Rocky Mountain High after the third quarter.
Right.
And we did.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. Let me just tell you. Okay. Very tragic news out of the NHL. Johnny Gaudreau and his brother, excuse me, Matthew, were killed by. They were riding their bikes last night and were hit by a car by a driver who was arrested under suspicion of driving under the influence. And this was a very shocking thing that we all kind of learned of this morning. This I'm going to read from the Columbus Blue Jackets. He was 11 years in the NHL, played for Columbus, was a star in Calgary as well, 7-time All-Star, all the things. And this is part of the statement from Columbus. The Columbus Blue Jackets are shocked and devastated by this unimaginable tragedy. Johnny was not only a great hockey player, but more significantly, a loving husband, father, son, brother, and friend. We extend our heartfelt sympathies to his wife, Meredith, his children, Noah and Johnny, his parents, their family, and friends on the sudden loss of Johnny and Matthew. This happened in New Jersey, where they were there for their sister's wedding, which is today.
Today.
Yeah.
Most likely it's got to be postponed. Debs, this is probably one of the most tragic stories I've ever heard, is that you're at a family celebration, a moment that is not just ruined, but this is something that you'll never recover from as a family.
Yeah.
And the timing of it being around a wedding, the timing of it being around all the people that you love. And, all I can think about when we do have this platform of people listening to us is that we've all been in situations that are, you get away with something, right? And, going into another weekend, college football season, student sections, man, you just never know when this can happen to you. And I'm talking about getting behind the wheel. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You can see how this family's life has been just absolutely pulled apart. It's not worth it.
Our deepest and heartfelt condolences to everybody involved with that. That is, that's very, very tragic, very, very sad. And certainly our prayers go out to all of them more after this.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, it's that time of the show, time where KJ takes us around the NFL to some of the biggest stories happening around the league. KJ, you have the floor. What's story number one?
So as we all know, yesterday, Greg Penner officially moved a little dirt around to establish that, hey, guys, it is time that we officially move into the transition for a new practice facility. And in his press conference afterwards, the media had a chance to ask him a few questions. And Greg Penner, in so many words, he is not letting anyone off the hook this season in regards to the expectations for this team in 2024.
I'm encouraged by what I saw in training camp. I mean, you go back to when I spoke after the season, I said this is going to be a critical offseason, and it's obviously too early to declare success, but I've been really impressed with what Sean and George have done in this offseason with the veteran players that we brought in through free agency or trades, our approach to the draft, what we did there. From the first day of OTAs, just the enthusiasm, competitiveness. I mean, I'm sure you all could hear it on the field. It was different, and that carried through to training camp, and that passion and intensity we saw it in the preseason games. So it's a young team, but I've got high expectations for what we can accomplish.
I've got high expectations for what we can accomplish. I'm sure Sean Payton has done a great job of explaining to him that this season is about the long term. It's not about immediate success. So what exactly could Greg Penner's expectations be this year?
Are you accusing Sean Payton of Sean-splaining? Mansplaining?
That's exactly what I am accusing him of. He's the greatest Sean-splainer I know.
Yeah, I'm going to Mike-splain right now. And my Mike-splaining is pretty simple here. You don't have a game-changing football player on the offensive side of the ball. It's a very simple formula. Hashtag tank for Travis.
What?
Really simple, man. It's really, really simple.
Stop it.
Okay.
I mean, what else? How else are you going to fix the problem?
would.
You don't have anybody that can take a 5-yard throw, just like the very first catch of Travis Hunter's 2024 season, and take it to the crib. One little boom, gone. See ya.
Yeah, it's true.
Do you have anybody? Have you seen anybody besides Devon Vele and all the training camp practices that we went to make any form of catch that was even remotely close to what we saw on display last night?
I have
Folsom
not.
Field?
I have not.
Tank for Travis.
Tank for Travis.
That should become the new Go Pack Go for Empower Field. Tank for Travis.
I don't hate
Tank
it.
for Travis. Instead of booing when Bo Nix in this offense does have a 3 and out, we should start cheering. Tank for Travis.
Well, let's just start Jared Stidham then. Let's just lose all the games. Yeah, well, that's I don't know.
You've been slamming the door on me a lot there, KJ. You've been slamming that door,
No,
man.
and that time I slammed it on Dempsey because Dempsey's start Jared Stidham. I know what you're trying to say, Dempsey. But come on.
I don't know, man. He's got expectations for the team. That's great. You know, what does strike me when I listen to him talk now, as opposed to the first time we ever heard him talk as part of the ownership group, is he really actually does sound a whole like he has been immersed in football for a while. Now, he also might have been convinced by, Sean and George about, what they think the season might go through, but he sounds just a whole lot better in terms of his evaluation of football and how he talks about a team and just the confidence with which he speaks. So, you know what? I'm with him. I don't know what he just said expectations. He doesn't say what they were.
It was fine.
It was good. It was just kind of
You should have that every year that you coach a team with all the investment that is going into it.
Correct. KJ, what's next?
We're going to call story 2, Don't Be Stupid. And it's going to start off with a personal story. So yesterday, we had a local establishment bring by some food. And we had ghost pepper wings.
Wait, what?
Yes. This was after you left.
I missed that?
You did.
Oh, man.
You did. That's why you got to hang around.
Debs can house some spicy food.
That's a fact.
Remember that hot chicken that we had that one time? I was literally like crying out of my face. My entire face was. It was like.
It was Dave's
Terrible.
Dave's hot chicken. It was good.
It was hot.
Dude, I went through the same thing yesterday.
Are you a sweater?
Dude, I am a sweater, and it started in the neck area. The neck area was, man, I was in trouble. I was in trouble. Dude, we had ghost pepper wings. And dude, so at first
Where were they from?
Right here at Hooters.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. I love me some Hooters wings.
Dude, they have some of the best wings. Their
smack.
wings are so underrated.
They smack.
I've never had them.
We're going for lunch after this.
Okay.
All right, Debs, come on.
You didn't see. You and I have never had a lunch date, Debs.
I know.
Come on, man.
I just don't have a lot of time.
We can continue the show.
We could.
It'd be really fun. KJ, you want to go to Hooters, man?
Hey, let's do it.
Yeah, I'm batching it this weekend. First stop, Hooters. hey, honey. Hey, sorry. I'm at Hooters. I'll call you right back.
You FaceTimer. Honey, look where I am.
All right, let's tie in my bad decision with someone else's bad decision. Mike Tannenbaum was on Get Up this morning, and Mike decided to project how Dallas will get Shedeur Sanders.
Let's say Dallas is 15, 18, somewhere in the draft order, Greeny, trade multiple first-round picks, and maybe CeeDee Lamb. And
CeeDee Lamb?
Hey,
trying to get CeeDee Lamb out of town.
And Bart brought up, well, I'm going to give you some, let's say it's New England that has the second pick in the draft, and they have everything. Right. They have a quarterback and nothing else. So if you're starting over, yes, CeeDee Lamb is expendable. I mean, there's a better chance.
CeeDee Lamb is expendable.
Yes, there's a better chance, in my opinion, that Shedeur Sanders could be the quarterback there next year than Dak Prescott at this point.
I don't agree with that.
If Dak wanted to be there, their deal would have been done. And the way it's going right now is Dallas is going to need a quarterback in the first round next year, and it would be a type of move where Jerry Jones could go up and say, hey, I got a younger, better, cheaper quarterback in Shedeur than I did with Dak.
Is that a realistic plan?
No, it is not. That's so weird coming from a former NFL GM.
Who said that?
Mike Tannenbaum.
Tannenbaum?
Yeah. Like that's.
I mean, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility. If Shedeur Sanders continues on this torrent pace that he's on for 11 more games, and probably won't play in a bowl game unless it's the playoffs,
Right.
which I think is a fairly long shot, probably. Yep. But I mean, he would be worth that.
Okay, the reason why I think it's not possible is if he has that kind of season, whoever it is at the number 1 or 2 spot, they're not going to give you. They're going to draft him. They're not going to hand him to you, Cowboys. I mean, if CeeDee Lamb is expendable to you, then he would be expendable to them too. And if they needed a quarterback, then they're just going to pick Shedeur. And if they need a wide receiver, they don't need to pick CeeDee Lamb. I mean, they don't need to get CeeDee Lamb. They can just take Travis Hunter. So there's no way.
You got to have a quarterback first.
Okay, I'm just saying. There's no way that Dallas gets up to be able to even have the opportunity to take either one of those two guys.
They got a lot of capital in that roster. They have roster capital.
Well, they do.
I mean, for a team that hasn't accomplished jack squat in the postseason.
They have good
and
players.
I know you're a Cowboy fan.
I
you
am
love
not
the
a
Cowboys.
Cowboy fan.
And you love Dak Prescott.
He's a good quarterback.
Yeah, he's fantastic.
He was second in the MVP.
Regular season quarterback. Phenomenal.
Well, he's got as many playoff victories as Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, I don't think Lamar Jackson is in the conversation of the top.
He's got 2 MVPs.
I'm talking about, dude, you make your contract the big, long money because of what you do in the postseason. Talk to my friend Jordan Love.
That's not how you make your
okay,
money.
So he just got the biggest contract in the history of pro football. And because he won one road playoff game.
What about Kirk Cousins? They handed him $100 million for what?
Jordan looked at Kirk Cousins' contract and goes, that's a cool contract.
It just doesn't matter, man. Like if you're
check out my 52.5 annually, guy.
I mean, Tampa Bay handed over money to Baker Mayfield. Why would you do that?
That was like 27 annually or something, 30 or something.
Okay. All right. KJ, what's next? We are never going to go back and forth on Dak and Baker Mayfield forever.
Yeah. I'm so excited to watch Baker Mayfield cook it up this year.
No, nobody's excited to watch Baker Mayfield.
I love when he just has that Zen. Just his little tin of Zen is just in his back pocket at practice.
Okay. Okay,
Coach. Good grief, Coach. Anyway, So Joey Bosa, he had to have surgery on his hand after he broke it during a joint practice earlier this month, and he is going to wear a black club around it this to start off the season as it continues to heal. The bigger question I have here is, are we overhyping the Los Angeles Chargers? Because I keep hearing everybody say, okay, that you got Harbaugh and you got Herbert, but the defense is very subpar, and in the offense, you don't know who's going to do what around Justin Herbert. So, simple question: are the Los Angeles Chargers the most overrated team in the AFC?
Yes.
The Los Angeles Chargers and the Las Vegas Raiders are the biggest obstacle for the Denver Broncos to achieve drafted bliss and tank for Travis. Because I think those two teams are going to be terrible this year.
I do too. And look,
you're going to get too many wins to get Travis.
Yeah.
And you have no roster capital to get into that spot if you're picks 8 through 14.
Yeah. No, I'm 100% with you on this. I think we're finally seeing the Chargers roster for what it actually was. Last year going into the season, there was just so much this roster is amazing talk around that team, and it really actually wasn't that amazing.
Well, and they also purged it.
Well, they
purged a bunch of it. Keenan Allen gone.
What did he do? He didn't do much. So that roster to me was overhyped last season, and it is overhyped this year. Now, having said that, Harbaugh's going to get this. He'll get that, in the right space. It's not going to be this year. I mean, it's everybody can't turn something around in one season. You see the building blocks of what he wants to do. It's just not going to happen for him.
Yeah,
this
but
year.
Jim Harbaugh climbs trees. He hires military operatives. He goes shirtless at camps. He wears cleats out to warm-ups. Of course they're going to be good in year one.
They're not going to be good in year one. I am 1,000% on board with them being the most overhyped team in the AFC. And I'll say
you have got to watch the Connor Stallions documentary. It is fascinating.
What? Oh,
it just came out on Netflix in the last, I think, 4 or 5 days.
What did you like about it?
It's just very well done.
Oh, okay.
I watched the Air McNair one as well. That was a big miss. Huge miss.
Yeah.
Terrible documentary. The one on Connor Stallions, dude, he was fairly transparent in a very lawyered up way, but it was really good.
Check it out. There's no doubt. From the 7-0-3, Houston turned around in one season. Yeah, they had better players. That is exactly what we're saying here. They had better. This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. All right, that's going to do it for this edition of KJ's NFL Notes. Let's take our fun. You have something to say?
No, just we almost every day on the Shop Mazda text line, we get asked the question, what's that, the sound noise, the noise that we use after a topic.
Yeah, Nick Sirianni.
Yep. Who is going to be kicking off the NFL season on Friday, live from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Where the Eagles will smash the Packers, right?
The Packers will absolutely
obliterate. The Eagles are going to smash the Packers.
No, they're not. The beginning of the end for Nick Sirianni, where we can finally do that to him.
Eagles 44, Packers 20.
Okay. All right. What is it, an FCS game? I mean, what are we talking about here?
The Eagles might be. I'm just messing with Coach. We'll take a break, come back. Into the final segment of the program. Chris, Coach KJ with you. Ayanna is here as well. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Well, you're in the studio. That means you're here.
That is Professor Anna Mills to you.
Oh, I know it is. It is. It's Professor Anna Mills.
Doctor. I'm a doctor,
Let's
not a lawyer.
let's not go too far. Did you see this? This is completely and totally random.
Are we like a zoo exhibit right now?
We are. That's what we are. Yeah. Okay. We're in the cage.
I like it.
Everybody gets to see.
Yeah. Walk by. Look at those hyenas.
So Jaren Jackson Jr. is a player on the Memphis Grizzlies. The NBA 2K25 is about to come out, here in the next few weeks.
Is it a good game? I've never played it.
It's a fun game.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
amazing game.
Yeah,
Whoa!
It's really fun.
That's coming from the guy that called Hooters a food establishment.
It is. They sell great wings.
I look at it that way.
I mean, unless you want to get into what else they sell.
They sell salads.
Yeah. They actually have crab there as well.
Look at that.
They have you can do like a bottle of Dom Perignon and some crab legs.
You can't do a bottle of Dom.
Yes,
you
100%. You know what's a really strange fact? My 68-year-old mother, her favorite restaurant is Hooters.
Because the food is amazing. The food is amazing. I can't even say it without laughing.
I'm here for all of it.
Oh, my God.
So the rating system on that game is just exactly like Madden, right? So 99 is your best rating. Nikola Jokic is a 97. And this is Jaren Jackson Jr.'s quote. I wish I had 3 MVPs and you would give me a 97. I'd be low-key mad. He should be. If Nikola Jokic isn't a 99, just who on earth is a 99? Oh, wait.
Well, the NBA would tell you LeBron James.
No, he
just because they love
LeBron
that guy.
I just.
Well, let's talk about video game ratings.
No.
Let's talk real quick. Let's go down a path here. When you watch CU play like that game last night,
yeah,
it really did feel like Shedeur was playing NCAA football 25.
I've played with them on that game, and they are amazing.
There is no question in my mind when I watch CU football play that it's like having 2 99s on your football team.
It is.
Shedeur Sanders, Travis Hunter.
Yep.
Both 99s.
Yes.
They have 2 other receivers, Jimmy Horn Jr.
Yeah.
and LeJontay Wester, that also should be in the 90s.
Yep.
And then what's the rest of the team?
The offensive linemen,
solid.
They'll be hanging out in the 70s, probably, right? What's the lowest? What's the lowest ranking? I don't even know what the lowest ranking is.
I guess it'd be 1.
I don't think it's 1.
I mean,
is there one? Are there ones?
I mean, if 90.
I think they'd be hanging out in the 70s. Let's see. Shiloh would be in the 80s. Actually, there's actual real rankings on it.
I had 1 year where I was a starting quarterback on the game release, and this is prior to.
Are you on the game?
2004 NCAA football 2004, a tremendous vintage.
What was your ranking?
I was kind of sweet, man.
What was your ranking, coach?
I mean, for a group of 5 school, because I played at Boise State, right? So we weren't the Boise State of the Fiesta Bowl and proposing your girlfriend, hook and ladders, and Statue of Liberty.
Not yet.
We were just like.
Were you on the field when LeGarrette Blount hit the?
Before that.
Okay.
Before that, but my ranking was like in the 80s.
Shut up! It was in the 80s.
I was sweet, dude.
Yeah, dope. Your arm strength was.
Arm strength.
Yeah.
Actually, I could run a little bit.
I was going to say, were you a dual threat?
I was a 4.68 40 guy.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I was. Pro timing day.
Yeah?
Yeah, 4.68, man.
Burner.
Freaking pretty good. 6'4", 222. Running a 4.68. Lifetime backup. Starting holder on field goal and PAT.
Oh, you were an amazing holder.
So good. So good.
What's the key to getting down the hold really fast?
Just be awesome at life.
Okay. Tyreek Hill, speaking of our 99s, on Twitter, X, quote, this is from last night. Whoever got that first pick, I don't care if you need a lineman, a QB, or a quarterback. Travis Hunter is one of one. That's from Tyreek Hill.
Huh. Is that what I've been saying about what the Broncos should do?
Yeah.
What's the hashtag again? I want to hear it from your mouth.
Tank for Travis. I'm in for it. Coach,
Yep.
I'm in for it. If Travis Hunter was in, yes, thank you. If he was in Broncos, orange and blue. Because the uniforms. Oh, by the way, what did you think of CU's uniforms?
I didn't like the white face mask at first. I saw the white face mask on the black helmet.
Yep.
And without context of the uniform. And I was like, dude, I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw the Flatirons white.
Yep.
Coach Prime was even wearing the Flatiron print on his pants.
Correct.
It was pretty sweet, dude.
Yeah. You know what's interesting is, and maybe I haven't gone through all the stuff on their website just quite yet. They should literally put the uniform on social media and explain to us all the details of it, because there were
kind of like the Broncos did.
Yeah.
They did that with their jersey release, and it was really cool.
Yeah.
Because the Broncos, their print inside their numbers, they are emblematic of mountains, because every single mountain in the history is a perfect isosceles triangle.
And so, okay. All right. It's a Friday. Is that what that was? It? It's a Friday at 11:49.
Have you ever seen a mountain that wasn't a perfect isosceles triangle? I sure as hell haven't. Look up there every single day. It's a perfect triangle.
LeBron James on Twitter. LeBron James on Twitter. Travis Hunter is ridiculous. Wow. Dan Orlovsky on Twitter. I think Shedeur Sanders is a top 5 pick next year. A lot of people talking about University of Colorado. They get the win, 31-26 over North Dakota State.
I think Shedeur has to continue to play the long game this season. And that was obviously an incredible step in the right direction.
Yep.
450 yards essentially passing. Zero. I mean, the interception wasn't really even. Yeah, it's a fluke. It wasn't even a turnover worthy play. The thing that's always impressed me so much about Shedeur is he doesn't turn the football over. All the massive hits he took last year, how many sack fumbles were there on the season? So few.
Yeah.
Like for how big of hits he was taking, blindsides, like he has like grip strength, like his instincts are really good. But he does have to prove that he can be somebody that manages the pocket well consistently. He managed it well yesterday, no doubt about it.
17.1 yards per completion for Colorado yesterday.
Is that more than Bo Nix in his opening preseason game?
Stop it.
Is it?
You stop it right now. Bo Nix is our savior.
I know Bo Nix wasn't playing an FCS team either. I do understand that context.
13.1 yards per attempt. 17.1 per reception. Shedeur Sanders, 445 yards, 4 touchdowns, only sacked 1 time. Jimmy Horn Jr. just looks like a super fast guy. 7 catches, 198 yards and a touchdown. Travis Hunter, 7 catches, 132 yards and 3 touchdowns. LeJohntay Wester, 5 catches, 58 yards for him.
A little survey here, if that's okay.
Yep.
Is it? So I think it's LeJohntay.
LeJohntay.
Is it?
LeJohntay.
Is it LeJohntay or LeJohntay?
It's a mix. LeJohntay.
Yeah, that's what I think. What you just said.
LeJohntay.
I think it's LeJohntay Wester. What do you think, KJ?
LeJohntay Wester.
I think it's LeJohntay.
Okay.
LeJohntay.
Like Lil Jordan? Where
Yeah.
There's like a pause in between.
Like a hard J.
Yeah. I think it's kind of more of a rolling J. LeJohntay Wester.
Yeah.
All I know is that dude,
he's fast.
He is a jitterbug.
He is.
You get that ball in his hand, he can go.
Yeah, it's interesting. Look, I just think that the Deion Sanders teams are always going to have just great skill position players, right? The wide receivers are going to be great. The corners are probably going to be better. I don't know. I was wondering why they didn't play a little bit more press man coverage on some of the NDSU receivers. Why? Don't you have the superior athletes?
They were playing press man. They played a lot of it. The NDSU was getting open. They were creating separation. I watched the time and again. I was shocked.
Draylon Miller is an interesting player to me.
Yep.
Freshman.
Debo Samuel Light.
Yeah, that's how he's been described. And in fact, they threw it to him and then handed it to him, like the first 2 plays of the game. What's the ceiling for this CU offense, and how quickly do they have to get to a space where they are really, like, at least giving the run a real opportunity to flourish?
I don't see any path forward for the run game flourishing because there is no tight end on this roster. They played a little bit with Savell Smalls, a converted defensive lineman. I think he wore number 18, 16, something along those lines. And, just looked like he was out there just to give the illusion that we can be in a tight end offense, but, not a polished blocker, not going to be involved in the pass game. it becomes a little bit more, you have to RPO out of those looks essentially to your receivers and have your tight end in the blocking unit. What I see this offense being, after watching last night's game and thinking about what was good last year and then hearing Coach Prime talk about why would I hand the ball off if I got the best quarterback in the country and averaging 17.1 yards per completion. This is Mike Leach air raid offensive football. And that's what I think this team is. And it's entertaining. It's fun to watch. It's captivating.
Well, should the offensive line splits be huge then? And let's just do it that way?
Yeah, it's Mike Leach early had the massive offensive line splits.
Yeah.
And then over time kind of started reducing those splits to a certain degree. But it is 4-5 wide receiver football. And it is Shedeur taking that drop, extending plays, playing creatively.
So it's basically just the same thing as last year.
That's what I see.
Yeah.
Because I don't see any candidate yet that seems better at the running back position than what they had a year ago. Why take away those touches for Travis Hunter? Why take away the touches for LeJounte Wester?
I think that's exactly how they play, Coach. You're right. I mean, it's one thing to give it lip service over the course of the offseason. We're going to run more. We got some talent here. We're going to offensive line. We're going to let them blow off but then it's just another when we watch you do what we thought you might do, which is throw the football all over the park with really all the great talent at all the positions.
One guy that we haven't yet brought up that I was impressed with was left tackle Jordan Seaton, because it was his first crack at it as a true freshman left tackle protecting the blind side in a game that turned into a pass fest, 40-plus drop back attempts in the game. So I think he only gave up 2 pressures is what PFF put it at. I think that was a really good step in building a young player's confidence, is coming out in a game like that with defensive linemen that aren't as athletic as what you're going to see, but are well trained. And he would look good out there.
Yeah, that's a good start for him, and he's going to get really tested by a Nebraska defensive line that's going to get after you. It's going to be one of the better defensive lines that they see all season long. All right, that's going to do it for us here on a vibey Friday.
Super vibey
Friday.
In fact, the Safeway Twitch line thinks that Coach Sanford maybe they want whatever I'm on today.
Yeah, what are you on?
I am on football. I am high on football.
I knew it. KJ, we love and appreciate you.
See the use of the tablet on the sidelines. One of the changes this year in college football. Shedeur Sanders over the middle of the field. Horn on the catch at the other end. The connection and a touchdown.
I can get a 9-year-old kid to watch the play on iPad and say, listen, that guy was running wide open up the seam. We should cover him, right?
Hey, Travis Hunter doesn't use the dang iPad. There's no time. So, hey, our guy Chuck Martin from Miami of Ohio is right. The best player in college football doesn't need a dang iPad. He can just go out and ball.
He doesn't need anything. Colorado 1-0. Good luck to CSU, Wyoming Air Force. We will see you on Monday.
new offensive coordinator for Colorado. Pressure coming. Shedeur gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes, Cribbett, touchdown. One, they just get it off into the end zone. Contact. What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12.
This is a desperation throw. The play clock's running down.
Come on.
That's
All right, I want to start today, and we've asked Coach Mike Sanford just to hang out for a little bit. Appreciate the overtime, Coach. The game is, you buying this or not? And
are we going straight to negativity? Or is that what we're doing?
No, because if you're buying it, it's fine. But it's a minute 41 to go.
We can't start with that's a great win. We can't start with that was actually a great win. We can't go there. We got to go straight to negativity.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to stay around for all this negative energy. I was having a great show. Me and Dempsey were sunshine.
I'm actually being serious. Like, yeah, it was a bonehead moment at the end of the game. It was.
I'm playing. Are we buying it? Are you buying with a minute 41? They throw a deep pass when all you have to do is kneel down, and the excuse was Shedeur was trying to help a pal out by giving him a big play.
Well, Shedeur made a bonehead mistake. It's as simple as that. He checked into it. It was his decision. They shouldn't have been in the situation, but it was Shedeur's call. And at this point, Deion Sanders is just doing his best to defend his son.
He was furious, rightfully so. I totally support Prime in how he was trying to hold his tongue to what was making upset. But I'm questioning, really, seriously, and if I'm wrong on this, but you realize Shedeur needed 55 more yards to get 500 yards and 5 touchdowns. So was that all about getting his guy a pass? Ooh. Or from the minus 42 when he threw that ball, was it about Shedeur Sanders getting 505? What should we buy here?
I'm buying it was a great win for the program. That's what I'm buying, and I'm being serious.
Little of A, a lot of B.
Yeah. But a bunch of bonehead stuff going on. I think there was a little bit of bad coaching going on at the end. There was a little bit of, not a little bit, there was a terrible decision by your quarterback. But I'm serious, man. That team, that North Dakota's team, that is a well-coached football team. I'm down there on that sideline. I'm looking at those boys, Mike, and I'm telling you, I'm looking at that offensive line.
Oh, they're
I'm
legit.
like, these guys look like SEC boys.
Yeah, they're legit.
They do. They look like SEC boys.
Do you realize that the 2022 team that played for the national championship for North Dakota State, all 5 offensive linemen are in the National Football League on rosters?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, but go ahead.
You know, I think this. I think, number one, this win is going to be scrutinized, over-evaluated, because you come from some type of position of bias. You come from the position of anti-CU, anti-Deion, anti-everything, or pro-CU, pro-Deion, pro-everything.
You mean you're saying our opinions are extremely left or extremely right on this decision?
I didn't want to bring in the politics into this
I'm not
discussion.
saying politics.
But I will say this. I think the reality for me is somebody that coached this game, this is a very, very valuable win for this program. Very valuable. Because if you have one of those types of programs coming in as your opener that you are supposed to beat, but you know the reality is that they are a very well-coached team. They were 5-1 in their last Power 5 trips to play as an FCS team. This is a team that if you just survive and win, man, you learn from the mistakes and you move on to the next one.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what CU did. Now, on the flip side of that, I do think that times like what happened at the end of that game, there's a saying that goes in the coaching industry, catches up to you when it catches up to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And you got to be cognizant of that. You got to learn the lessons.
You want to learn the lesson in a win as opposed to, they make a fluke play, score a touchdown, win the game, and you go, if we would adjust. So
I'll tell you this.
It's a bonehead play and a win that you can get over.
Being down there on the sideline when Shedeur threw that ball, Deion was furious. He was furious. They don't want that. That's not what they planned. That wasn't coached. That's not what they intended to do.
So to answer your question, when Deion won the 500,
and as mature,
it wasn't Deion,
and as mature as Shedeur Sanders is as a football player, and he is. And boys, this is as real as it gets. I don't know how you feel anymore, Mike, but I think
Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter, it's as real as it gets, boys.
I throw Jimmy
But
Horn in there. I think Jimmy Horn's legit too.
Oh, are you kidding me? Hell yeah. I mean, they got speed coming out of there, you know what. As mature as he is as a football player, he's still a young dude in the big picture. And young dudes make big mistakes. That was a big mistake. Fortunately, it didn't come back to cost him.
But how do you even get into that situation where you have the ability to make that decision?
Yeah, I agree.
That's what I understand Shedeur making that decision.
Because there's no way that was anything but a run call, right?
Well, not only that, but call a timeout. You had one left, right? So
They
you
did have one left, yeah.
Call a timeout. Get everybody over there on the sideline together, talk through the situation, even if it is outside zone and you can exhaust even more time, because the chart that I have that I've operated with for my 20 years of coaching tells you in that situation with the clock the clock is stopped prior to first down, which is a new set of downs for CU after the PI. You can exhaust 1 minute and 28 seconds if your opposing team has one timeout in the bag. Right. So it was 141 at that time.
Is this a secret chart?
So if you take a knee, you're giving them ball back with 20-some seconds on the clock ish.
At the most. Because you might get a first down.
Can I say this? Honestly, as a coach, I don't mind not taking a knee. I don't mind running the ball in that situation.
I agree.
Matter of fact, I would run the ball in that situation.
Yes. Outside zone.
I'm not giving you the ball. That's not my intention right now. If I've got a chance to not give you the ball at all, I'm not taking a knee. I will run the ball in that situation. So I don't blame them for not taking a knee on that play.
Yeah, if you do take a knee, you're gonna be punting with, on the chart, 13 seconds remaining.
Right, which seems like what could happen. Well,
block
a lot
punt.
can happen.
Block punt.
Yeah.
So
I absolutely would have ran the ball there.
And so taking a knee, the 40-second clock starts immediately thereafter. If you run outside zone, stretch it to the field for as long as you possibly can, that's 6 seconds. 4 to 6 seconds. Times three plays that you're going to be running, that's the game.
Do you think CU is aware of this chart?
I do. Yeah. I mean, I know for a fact that Pat Shurmur is.
Hold on. But okay, so with the chart in hand, your own chart, what would you have done?
I would have gotten in 12 personnel, which is not available.
You would have run the ball.
I would have run outside zone to the Y wing to the big field.
So we could sit there and act like they're not aware of the situation. How do you know they're not aware of the situation? They did try to run the ball, and Shedeur checked out of it.
But that's my point, though. Also, is
but I mean, you're mocking it like the coaching staff.
But you have to communicate it on the sideline.
Oh, of course.
Hey,
hey, Shedeur.
The normal check mechanism right now is off.
Yeah,
this is not.
Right.
I see cover
it's
zero.
One of those things that you do as a coach, and you kind of take it for granted when you're like, "Hey, boys, we're in 4-minute drill. Don't go out of bounds.
Right.
Don't go out of bounds. Hey, boys, we're in 2-minute drill. Get your butt out of bounds, right?" And then on game day, you're like, "Oh, I've harped this enough. I don't have to remind this, but of course you should every single time."
Hey, let me just throw out there. I know in a 5-point bonehead plays, blah, 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 whatever. Saying all that, because we'll probably break down a lot of the game. Now, how big was that drive at the end of the first half where you put up 3?
Oh, my gosh.
And now that drive right there at the end of the half to at least put up 3, going from your 2-yard line to getting a 7-yard field goal, whatever it was, that was a monster drive because otherwise it's a 2-point game.
Well, let me just
and actually it could have been a 1 because they probably would have kicked the extra point instead of going for 2.
Let me just tell you something on that one, and I'm glad that they did what they did. I'm glad that they scored. But I was having flashbacks. I was having deja vu to last year against Oregon State when they're backed up on their own end zone, coming out. You've got about 40 seconds left on the clock.
Highly risky.
They threw 2 passes, didn't work out. I think they threw an interception, if I remember correctly, or punted the ball, whatever, and Oregon State's ended up scoring at the end of the half, right? So I was having a little bit of nerves at that moment about the choices that they made. Worked out great, and that's awesome. But I'm telling you, look, as bad as the defense is, and I don't know if they're bad yet. It didn't look great. That offense, look, just call it what it is. It's an air raid offense that can't run the football.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it is. And so I'm sitting there on the broadcast with Gary Barnett. We're both banging our head against the wall like we can't run the football and we need to run the football. Guess what? You're not going to. So and I hope it gets better. I hope it gets better. But I mean, if you recognize what the offense is built to be, you won't be as frustrated in the moment, and you will just realize we are built to be an explosive scoring offense. You're not built to be an 8-play possession. Although they did have one drive in there.
17 plays.
17
player.
Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that.
But hold on, let's just go there real fast. And you touched it. Shedeur, Hunter, and Horn can play.
Yeah.
That's got a chance to be, if that offensive line can hold up, continue to prove as they mature, as they get older, we could see some fireworks from that offense. A lot of fireworks.
Now, you got to be able to run the ball when you got to run the ball. And that's the bottom line. There will always be situations in every game. I don't care what offense you're running.
Took my statement, turned it negative.
No, I'm really not. Because
I'm trying to be Mike.
What I'm saying is I don't need you to run for 110 yards every single game, 150 yards every single game. But I do need you to be able to pick up the first down when you got to run it. When you're in a 4-minute drill, you got to be able to run it.
Or when you're 4th and 6 inches, you got to pick that up.
Yeah.
So, thank you for sticking around. When Shedeur threw that ball in the air, that was youthful indiscretion or selfishness for him to get 505.
Probably both. I think those go hand in hand.
I'm not going to call it selfishness, but I think it's a dude that felt full of himself, that felt confident that he could make the play.
And rightfully so.
Yeah.
Rightfully so in terms of having that type of confidence.
I don't know if that makes him a selfish dude, but I think it's a dude that made a mistake because he felt like he couldn't make a mistake.
Hey, let me ask this. See, I'm staying positive. I was just amazed some of the stuff I saw.
Thank you.
You got a guy in Hunter that is an elite cornerback. I think he's an elite cornerback. I really do.
He's a top 10 pick, no question, at corner for sure.
Just at corner. That catch he made for his second touchdown or third touchdown?
Third touchdown.
Boy, seeing like it.
First of all, it should have been pass interference on a play. It wasn't called.
Correct.
But to make that catch for a cornerback, oh, my God.
I am 6 inches from that ball, 6 inches from that catch. That dude is living in the Matrix. I am telling you, he is living in the damn Matrix.
He went through that guy's body somehow.
Didn't have vision on the football.
I've got a photo of that I'll send to Dan. We got to put it up on the big screen. I'll show it to you guys right now. This catch, look at how he makes this catch.
Yeah,
he makes it behind the dude's head.
Defies description.
Oh, it was unbelievable. First of all, I see why he's playing both sides because cornerbacks don't make that catch. Right? If he was a defensive player on that play, it wouldn't have been a pick that hit the ground, blah, blah, blah. I'm telling you that dude is legit. And Shedeur's legit too now.
He is absolutely legit.
Legit.
I think that Travis Hunter has the best ball skills in any level of football today.
Yeah, that's what Coach Barnett called him the greatest athlete he's ever seen in his life.
Better than Justin Jefferson.
I think that's the neighborhood you're comparing at the receiver position.
Yeah, Dan just put it up. Look at that.
I mean, that's pass interference. I mean, a guy
clearly,
as much as
clearly, yeah.
I think the refs just get sick of throwing it, and they're like, "Yeah, he's gonna catch it."
Well, he called one right before that.
He did.
Well, you know what?
That should have been a PI. The touchdown run that they had in the first or second quarter should have been a hold on the outside.
But then there should have been on the 2-minute desperation drive by North Dakota State. There should have been a targeting.
Yeah.
Also, Travis has a neat way of getting away with stuff too, doesn't he?
Who?
Subtly. Travis Hunter.
Oh, with push-offs?
Mm-hmm.
He does it because he's so athletic. He does it in a way.
Subtle.
You know, it's very subtle, and also those refs were in bad position to make those calls, and these aren't reviewable plays.
Mm-hmm.
And so you think about it, like this is an opening game for football players. It's also an opening day for refs, none of which are at altitude, right? They're gassed. Like the ball's being thrown all over the yard by both teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just he just does it so smoothly. He's a smooth criminal.
Answer this question. If CU plays like they did last night against Nebraska, CU
loses.
Yeah, they lose, but it'll be a freaking shootout and it'll be fun.
Loses.
CU can correct it by
getting out of the too deep zone defensively and being able to run the football, bringing a real tight end.
Having more than one defensive call.
Okay,
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
We'll get to the defense.
Well, that's what you guys are your football guys.
Yep.
They stayed in the same thing all night.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
They did stop them, though. That's why it felt weird, because you got an 11-point lead. I thought, well, here you go. You're going to get a turnover here. North Dakota State's going to have to push it. They don't want to, obviously, but they're going to have to. So when Cam Miller ran in from 20 yards, I mean, like in a different area code than everybody.
What
happened there?
If you're in Fargo, North Dakota Sports Talk Radio this morning, you know what I'm talking about?
You're jumping up and down.
How much
No,
my life
I'm
sucks?
talking about what a wasted opportunity that was, and what turned the tides in that game was every time they brought number 7 on the field, or number 9. Was it number 9?
Oh, Tim Tebow.
Yeah,
The left-handed
he
big
wasn't
dude.
even particularly great at it.
The Taysom Hill of North Dakota State.
They rotated those two guys last year, and the dude played pretty damn good last year.
Yeah,
but,
Dude,
I don't know.
It was like offensive malpractice in terms of how out of rhythm they got.
Dude,
Especially
he was
that big third down late. That was a bad time.
A yoked up white lefty.
Yeah. It's Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow's back. Look at him.
Hey, I'll say this, though. North Dakota State, answer this question, guys. North Dakota State will be in the FCB or FBC championship mix at the end of the season.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I mean, South Dakota State has taken over that conference.
Well, they won it last year?
Montana, South Dakota State were in it last year. And what I heard based off the injuries, and this is talking to Brian Howell yesterday, who's been, on a lot of podcasts with North Dakota State beat writers, is the worst two deep that they've had in 20 years.
Mike, we appreciate the extra time. We got to dig more into it. We got to hear from Prime, who was fired up after the game, and plenty to dig into. But big win for CU and loads to talk about. How do you not love that?
We also got one more thing to talk about. Coach wants to reach in here. 10 straight touchdown drives, 70-0. I mean,
what are we talking about?
Arkansas beat.
Oh my God! Wow.
Arkansas won 70-0. 10 straight drives for touchdowns.
Did you see that quarterback?
Oh yeah.
Do you know where he's from?
No.
Boise State.
Can I say something?
Boise State, the one that got away from my alma mater.
Hey, can I say it? That dude can play.
He can play, and he's paired up with the brains behind Lamar Jackson, Bobby Petrino.
Cool story, bro.
That's true.
That's PhD on 92.5.
Crush CU. No, it's last night was just to get the order.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney. You won't believe what's happening at Mike Maroney Auto Group in Colorado. They're throwing their biggest model year-end event ever. And it's all about discounting the 2024s. Maroney has over 500 new 2024 vehicles that'll be sold with their lowest prices of the year. Get more on 24s. Cadillac, GMC, Chevrolet, Ford. If it's made by these brands, Mike Maroney Auto Group has it on sale this weekend. They'll deliver your new ride anywhere in Colorado, and get this, it's totally free. Wherever you are, they'll bring it right to you. And talk about peace of mind. Mike Maroney Auto Group has a 3-day money-back guarantee. Get me another dealer doing that. I'll wait. Really, I got nothing better to do. You can find them at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Easy to get to, easy to save big. What are you waiting for? Get more on 24s at the Mike Maroney Auto Group.
That last drive, though, not running the ball, like throwing the passes, is that something that, I mean, you guys couldn't really run the ball effectively a lot tonight?
I'm not going to say that. I mean, you got to understand, you got to take what people give you. You can't take what you want, and it's not there. I mean, what is it? What did he throw for? 445 yards? You think we upset?
Right.
Who upset? So, they didn't have a running game. Well, the passing game looked pretty darn good today. So let's be appreciative and thankful that we got one of the premier guys in college football spinning it. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do that. We're going to have a lot more balance. Today was just that type of day. You got to take what they give you.
But in that situation, like 2 minutes left, you want to run the clock down. I mean,
you want you want first downs.
Right.
If you want to run the clock down, they got a 5-man box. I mean, they got five down. Like, you got to look out there and say, okay, I got one-on-one right here. And I haven't seen one-on-one the whole game. So I got to do what I got to do to move these chains.
Antithesis of throwing a guy under the bus like he had a chance, but it's his son.
Yeah.
If it's any other quarterback, does he say, dude's got to know the situation?
Yeah, it's funny post game because he was clearly furious. But as the pressure was going on, he just kind of caught himself a little bit and just was like, all right. But let me just play the beginning of the press conference. Cut to there, Dan. Go ahead. The very beginning.
You ever felt like you won, but you didn't win? It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful. I'm happy we got the W. Miss Peggy's one step closer to the dream and the vision that we have for her, as well as I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and I think they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm going to try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
That don't even do it justice. If you watch the press conference, I mean, there was one thing, and it must have been for that. He's like, let me just and you could see him trying not to just go, anger from that one cartoon movie, right?
Smoke out the ears, hat popping off,
and he was, you could tell he was fighting for the words not to just go ballistic. But
Yep.
listen, my first take after watching that thing, and I don't know, Tyler, if you got to go in there and watch it. I got done watching it this morning, and I went, dude, I'm back to life. That's the best of Deion. That right there. That presser yesterday was why you like Deion. I thought he was good. I thought he treated people. He had a funny joke with Romy. You're with CBS, right? Oh yeah, okay.
Yep.
I mean, I thought it was an outstanding. I walked out. I go, dang it, I like him again. I'm and he's messed up. I still say the thing he did with the Denver Post guy was wrong. Shouldn't have done it. Handled better. Okay, whatever. That being said, dude. He's the only reason CU we're even talking about it even today.
Yeah, man. Look, once you get into the season and you win games, you're gonna love Deion Sanders. Obviously, when you're losing games, it gets different, and when you got all the offseason stuff going on, the best thing that happened to CU was getting to football. I mean, now you're talking about football. Now, when you talk about Deion Sanders, you will be talking about bad decisions then in the game, questioning stuff like this. But it gone should be all the secondary stuff.
Well, and this fan base, they go in and win in Nebraska. This fan base will be crazy.
Oh yeah, I'll tell you this though about the scouts, dude. It felt like I was at a national championship game. I mean, it's Colorado versus North Dakota State.
Mm-hmm.
I've never seen so many scouts at a college football game. I did not see anybody from the Broncos. That doesn't mean that they weren't there, but I didn't see them. But I mean, I ran into Champ Kelly from Vegas. I ran into some Atlanta folks. I ran into Giants folks. It was like memory lane for me, seeing all these guys that I know from the road. Insane the amount of scouts that are there for that game.
Well, and like Mike Sanford just said, you got 5 guys who were on their offensive line a year ago that are playing in the NFL today. So it's it's North Dakota State they're looking at too, because they're producing some players too. Right?
They're looking for value picks.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Okay.
You're sour today.
Yes, you are.
He's sour today.
Not at all. all.
You're sour today.
Not at all.
He's ticked off that
Hit
we're
his
not
music,
going down
Dan.
his wormhole.
Hit his
No,
music.
no, I'm not. I'm not unhappy about anything.
Oh my God!
I'm not. I'm a little tired because of being. Do I believe?
If only you're saying if you could see Dion, if only they could see D-Mac.
They can see me. People see me right now. What are you talking about?
I just think we got to hit your music. I just think
What's my music?
I think we just hit your music.
What
You'll
is
feel
my
better.
music? Hey, that 29-point lead to the Cardinal didn't lose itself, did it?
See, here we go.
Take a knee. No, let's throw a bomb.
Don't take a knee. See,
No.
even you can't figure out that would have been a bad idea.
I didn't think they should take a knee, but they certainly should have just run the ball and waste the I didn't have a chart like Mike Sanford had. I'm sure I was being
Kind of
of
like playing
course,
Vegas, right?
sarcastic. Yes, that's right. Let's standard blackjack.
He would have been ridiculed if he took a knee, actually.
By who?
By anybody that knows football, because you're giving them the ball back.
With like 10 seconds.
Yeah. No, well, it would have been about 20, but not. I get.
According to Mike, it was
I
going to be 10.
I think it was 20.
Oh, Mike said 10.
Okay. All right. Whatever. Either way, you don't give the ball back if you have a choice, ever.
Mm-hmm.
All you got to do is run the ball.
You got to get a first down, run the ball, or just run the ball. All you got to do. Listen, they got the penalty they needed. They got the PI, and I felt bad for that guy, 35 or whatever it was. Like, oh man, like you had good coverage, and the ball was underthrown. You just didn't turn around.
You got freaking lucky. There were two moments that really went CU's way. That pass interference obviously was enormous.
Yep.
Got a little bit lucky right there. And then the one that nobody's mentioned yet, dude, they were scoring a touchdown on a quarterback sneak that got called back because they called a timeout.
Right.
That dude was scoring a touchdown.
You don't think that coach was going, oh my God, what am I doing?
Yes.
Yeah, the middle of the field was bad, but it goes back to what you said a while ago. Get out of a different defense.
Well,
Do something
they
different.
kept running a Bear defense with the same exact coverage that when you run gap schemes against that Bear defense, it's not a good deed, man. But they ran the same coverage basically the entirety of the game.
You realize they completed a Hail Mary, right? We all know that was caught at the 4-yard line.
But what are you saying about that?
No discipline, bro.
No, dude, Hail Marys are just...
Guess who I'm watching about this?
Wait, are you saying the Hail Mary was no discipline?
They weren't knocking it down. They were looking to make the interception. And I'm watching Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson talking about it this morning.
Well, I haven't seen the replay of that, so maybe you're right. I don't know.
Whatever Shannon Sharp and Chad Johnson know, they were both saying that you need to just knock it down, and that's not what they were doing on defense. They were going for the pick. Shiloh Sanders, what are you thinking there, my man? By blasting that guy, what are you doing? And when you let a guy, Cam Miller, run for a 20-yard touchdown, I mean, nobody was even near him. Okay, man, you can say how great Travis, because he is, and I want him on the Broncos. The end, period. I've actually even changed my mind after last night. I don't care if Bulls is good or bad. He's a once-in-a-generation player.
Yeah.
He's a football player. And
Play that again, Dan.
We'll figure the rest of it out.
Can I say this?
Three's trying to catch it.
So, yeah, I mean, those guys are definitely not wrong. You got to bat the ball down in a Hail Mary situation. There's no reason to go for an interception. I got a thought right after I see this. But.
Boom. Look at this, pal. Oh, yeah, he's going for the pick.
Yeah, he definitely should have swatted that ball down.
He's going for the pick.
There's no question he should have swatted that ball
Well,
down. Can I say this, though?
12 is going, knock it down. He's going, knock it down.
Travis Hunter is not only is he unbelievably skilled, this dude's football IQ is off the charts. He is such a home run, it's ridiculous.
I'll just say this. You're not wrong on that. That's zero reason that you should ever be going for the interception. You're not wrong about some coaching decisions at the end of the game. But if your takeaway from that game is purely like the stuff that went wrong, my thought on that is you don't like football. That's my thought. And I'm being serious. Like, I'm not calling you out, but I'm just saying.
Well, I said Travis Hunter was great.
No, but what you just watched, you are watching the most talented wide receiver group in America. What you just watched, you are watching maybe the most talented quarterback in America. What you just watched is an electric, fun, an offense that you would die for to be able to see something like that out of the Denver Broncos. The positive stuff to look out of that game, it doesn't take away the negatives. It doesn't. And it doesn't mean you're wrong about your criticism on it. But my thought on it is if you can't walk away from that game being like, that was nothing but fun, engaging, and positivity, like look at the stuff that Colorado has right now, well, then you just want Colorado to fail, more or less.
Okay. What's changed? Okay, fine. But that existed last year too, right?
Sure.
Okay. What's changed about this team? What's better?
They are significantly bigger and improved on the offensive defensive lines. The offensive line pass protection was phenomenal, but I will say this. I was watching it closely, and they didn't have any edge rushers. They didn't have anybody that could get after the quarterback. Those guys were satisfied to get engaged on a bull rush. They had no secondary moves. I think that was a very stout defensive line against the run because that's what they practice against all day long. But in pass protection, the offensive line was great. I watched Jordan Seaton very, very closely the entirety of the game. I honestly expected this dude to look worse than he did. He had one play that he got beat on an inside move. Outside of that, he was more or less flawless the entirety of the game.
He got beat on an outside move, but Shedeur got it away. I mean,
I must have missed that one.
He got on his toes and he whiffed the guy, but the guy had to go so far around that he didn't get there in time. See, I thought the offensive line got better by the second half. I thought even the one touchdown pass to Horn, I mean, he got blasted.
Mm-hmm.
And I will say this, Shedeur steps up in the pocket now. I mean, he's not afraid to step up in the pocket.
But what's better? Your offensive line is significantly better. Now you got to run the ball. You do. The defense looks on the field, and I get it. This is Madden scouting. When you just look at him, you're like, that looks better. Just those dudes look like they should be better than it was last year.
The one as good as this offensive wide receiver core is, and I said this a while ago, I still believe this. They didn't address the tight end position.
No.
I wish they could get a Matt Lepsis type, right, that can play tight end, be a hell of a blocker, but then make a big 7-yard catch for a first down on 3rd and 6. They need a tight end.
Well, and I've got my doubts of whether Deion's here long-term for sure, but let's say he is. If you're a running back or a tight end, there's no chance I'd come to Colorado. I wouldn't. But that's okay. You just accept what your identity is. You're now an air raid football team. And Mike Leach, there's been lots of teams that have played football this way for a long, long time. But I would never come here if I'm a running back or a tight end.
Is Prime a better coach than last year?
Well, he's more mobile.
That's true.
Yeah, listen, I think if you do anything long enough, if you can't improve, then it's probably not really meant for you. You know what I'm saying? If you've got that many reps in and you still struggle, I still think his strength is recruiting and motivation.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's his 2 power trips. That being said, and maybe Shermer is, his style of offense will work at a CU or in college football that struggled. When you're putting 4 out in the pattern all the time against the Broncos and your offensive line is average and your quarterback is getting hammered all the time, probably needs something else. Probably needs some tight ends or something, or somebody stick back and block. But I think he's going to be good for him. But I go back to the same thing. And listen, I'm a layman. And I'm like, dude, they ran the same defense all day. In the middle of the field, 8-10 yards, boom, was wide open. Crossers are open, crossovers. Quarterback picking a seam on a drop back. That's open. That guy was running for miles. Like you said, that one little quarterback draw was a touchdown had they not called a timeout. And he still got a touchdown a little bit later on a similar play. But, yeah, defense, I don't know if their defensive coordinator is any good.
So, well, he's a first-timer.
Well, there you go.
So we'll find out. Before I answer your question, is Deion Sanders a better coach this year than he was last year? I'll ask you, okay, what are the 3 or 4 moments of the game specifically that you would point to that those were bad coaching decisions?
Not preparing your quarterback, I guess, to know how to properly finish a game is actually kind of unforgivable.
Okay.
It's like the worst. Like the last 2 minutes of the first half in the game, this is why the Avs and hockey teams practice the power play and penalty kill every day. You can go wide stretches of the middle of the game and whatever. If you don't have that dialed in, that was beyond disappointing. And I do have an eyebrow raised looking at the numbers. Was Shedeur really trying to help out, his pal? Was he trying to get 500 yards and 5 touchdowns? I have a literally serious question about that based on some of the other decision-making over time.
Okay, so is it just that? Is there anything else that popped up? Out of curiosity, I've got an answer, but I'm.
I wasn't. They got 3. They did get 3 at the end of the first half, but you're at the 2-yard line. You're going to get the ball to start the second half. You really can take a knee, and you're going to improve your field position minimum 23 yards, and you can just go from there. It worked out. It did work out, and they got 3 points. So you get a score, and then you get the ball again. So that's great. But from the 2-yard line, boy, oh boy, is that incredibly risky. But that's a coin flip to me. I wouldn't be so risky. I would say I got a lot of game left. I'm gonna get the ball. They went for it, and as you pointed out earlier, that could have been, and it was last year, a complete disaster
against a probably more athletic team.
So here's my takeaway on this, right? So if we're going to answer, is Deion a better coach? Well, the backed up situation, like you said, it's a coin flip. I agree. I was nervous. I already said it, right? I was nervous. It's never a bad idea when it works, right? That's just the reality of the situation. And then in terms of like game decisions, well, he didn't make a bad decision in the game. Right? If anything, the only thing that we're frustrated with is that Shedeur even had the thought in his head that he could check out of it. But in terms of a coaching decision, Deion Sanders made the decision to run the football there, right?
Well,
or the coaching staff made that decision.
And I'll still ask this, and here's my only caveat is he coaching game day?
It doesn't look like it.
And to me, is that more on your offensive coordinator to sit there and get in Shedeur's head and to say, listen, we're not checking out of this. We're eating up clock here. Run the football.
So, what's interesting about that? And, when you're down, you're trailing the majority of the game, and you really don't take control of it until the second half. I'm looking at these coaches very closely. I'm 10 feet from them, right? And I'm curious, what's the reaction going to be? Are we panicking? Are we dog cussing? Are we screaming, right? And I was even watching Warren Sapp very, very closely. These dudes were coaching, and I was shocked that Warren Sapp, because I thought he would be losing his damn mind after what's going on with his defensive line. He's out there coaching, man, just out there coaching. So is Deion coaching? Look, man, I don't know what the words are being said. I don't know if he's just giving motivational talks. I don't know what's happening, but that dude was active the entire game. Every opportunity he had a chance to talk to somebody, he's having a conversation. Now, I don't know what the conversation is, but
Listen, I played and won an NBA championship with Chuck Daly as the head coach. Now, there's no doubt in my mind, X's and O's, he was brilliant, served his time, doing whatever. But when we were with the Pistons, I don't want to say he's a figurehead. He was a guy that would break down the plays for the game, but he never drew him up. He never put him on the board. The assistant coaches were doing a lot of the leg work as far as here's what we want to do defensive. I'm sure they had meetings, and he put a stamp of approval. They did all the leg work. But as far as motivation and talking in a huddle and getting guys going after a tough period in a game or whatever, there was none better than Chuck Daly. Why he was picked, eagle-wise, to handle all those stars in the 92 Olympics.
I'll give you real quick. I'll give you one bad coaching moment that should have caught up to him that did not. When they went for it on fourth down, and they didn't get it. CU early in the game, right? Yeah. They go for it on fourth down on like their own 45 or something like that. They kept that offense out on the field the entire time, and I'm talking uncomfortably long, to the point that North Dakota State comes out, they get their offense on the ball. Right. They're waiting for the ref to start the clock. Our offense is still on the field, right? And
you can tell it wasn't the first down.
And do you guys remember what had to happen?
I do.
Shedeur Sanders goes down and fakes an injury.
Yeah,
because we didn't have a defense on the field.
And do you know who was screaming about it? Travis Hunter.
Yeah.
Because he's going to stay out there to play defense. He is screaming, so get out here.
Fortunately, Shedeur had or somebody on the sideline told him to go down.
Fake it.
Yeah.
So he might have been a little immature calling that long pass late, but he's still a pretty smart player, too, that come down and fake.
Oh, I think he's a really smart player. I think Shedeur is quite aware of everything. I think he's very intelligent.
Hey, Shiloh we got time.
Yeah, let's take a break. We got plenty of time, though. Yeah. And we'll get to the defense. Let's get to the defense and what's going on there. Plus, Prime makes up with CBS, I guess. It's the Romy story, which we were all kind of curious how that would go. We'll hear it coming up. Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago. The weekend is here, the long weekend, Labor Day, and I want you to enjoy it at Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Up in Boulder last night, what a blast. And at Old Chicago, they were founded in Boulder in 1976. Their scratch-made crust is unbelievable. Pizza crust made from scratch, legendary. It starts with good dough. You pick from 3 options. Chicago-style tavern thin, OC thick, that's deep dish, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. And then you can build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. And this weekend, come on now, go on that World Beer Tour. Your ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago. Try 110 local and legendary beers. Take the tour and earn rewards like Brandon merch and $5 OC bucks. Discover your next favorite pint this Labor Day weekend at Old Chicago. Find Old Chicago at oldchicago.com.
Miller on the move, plenty of real estate, touchdown! Don't count them out. The Bison with the score, and you would guess at this point they'll go for two. Miller with a 20-yard dash into the end zone.
Okay. Let's talk about the CUD. Oh, let's get to Romy first. Because we love Romy, of course. And when Prime melted down on Eric Christensen at CBS, local, all of us were kind of laughing because we're like, Does Prime know he does a coach's show with Romy on CBS? Like, because he was like, CBS this, CBS that. And like, does he not know Romy that he works for CBS? He doesn't.
He knows Romy.
I saw Romy before the game, and I was kind of teasing her about it, asking her how it was going to go. I said, I bet it goes a little different for you.
Oh, yeah. Well,
and she kind of laughed, and I said, yeah, you know, something tells me he might treat you just a little bit different.
Yeah, she was. I saw clips of the show this week that they did, pre last night. So
yeah.
Can I? My honest opinion is I don't think Prime associates or even realized the show was on CBS with Romy. It's just the Romy show, and I don't think he thought about it twice, and I doubt he watches it. So that's my takeaway, because obviously he's got a very close relationship with Romy. And
well, he's going to get a check every week that says CBS whatever.
You think he's looking at his checks?
Well,
all right. Oh, okay. He's got somebody for everything. You think he's what? He's at going down to the bank, signing it. Just, here you go.
$10,000 check. You'd figure you might want to.
I think that goes right to the accountant or whatever. And
direct deposit.
Probably something. Anyways, here's the end of the press conference with Prime and Romy. Go ahead, Dan.
What is Romney? I saw Romney.
Pause. Pause.
Romy.
Play it again.
What is Romney? I saw Romney.
Romy.
You want anything?
That's Curtis.
Come on. You family, baby. First of all, Romy was with CBS, right?
Yes. Romy Bean, CBS, Colorado. Get my question in.
Y'all forgot that, right? This is my girl.
He's redemptive.
So that's why you can't read into a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is just I'm setting you up for something else. But
setting you up for something else.
Don't we do a show every week?
We do a show every week.
All right.
Just talk to me for like 20 minutes.
There you go.
You knew this was a team that wasn't going to beat themselves.
That's a good question, though.
So what did it take? I know there's a lot you weren't happy with, but what did it take from you guys to wear them down and to be able to beat a team that didn't make a lot of mistakes?
Well, you got to understand, we knew we had a tremendous amount of athletes, that it was going to be tough covering them on the back end. And with the way Shedeur, his accuracy, we knew that was going to be tough on them. We just had to hold them and get stops so we could get the ball. I think they almost tripled us in time of possession in the first half, so we didn't really get the ball much. But we knew that was going to turn once we make the adjustments defensively so that we could get some stops. And that's what we did. But we knew they weren't going to lay down. We wanted to win decisively, and if we wouldn't have given up that last touchdown, it would have looked better. But we're not for looks, man. We the W or the L. That's what you remember. You guys could pick it apart, and you ladies, I apologize, all you want, but you're here for the W or the L. Some of you got upset that we got the W. Some of you, I'm really mad that we didn't get the L. So God bless you all. You have to wait again till next week.
There's a whole bunch of people that took the 10.5. They're pretty happy today.
Just like that, he cracks one little joke about CBS, and we're all friends again.
Yeah. But then a little dig at the end.
A little dig?
Yeah.
Who was in that room hoping they would lose?
I think a lot of people did. I think
like
you were hoping.
Wrong. Definitely wrong.
Did you see the Denver?
So if
and I wasn't in that room either. Who's in that room that's rooting for them to lose? Seriously.
Denver Post.
I think there are a lot
Troy
of people.
Rank represented the Denver Post. You think
Troy
Rank?
By the way, did you notice that Troy was there?
Yes, and he said Denver Post, and Dion had a smile about that one too.
There might, I don't know if there's a difference between losing and wanting Dion to fail, but there are a lot of media members wanting Dion to fail. A lot.
That's complicated because I don't know anybody who's rooting for CU to lose. But
what's the difference though?
I understand there's a lot of media, myself included, who aren't just. I'm just not a big Prime fan. I think he's a bully. So
are you rooting for him to succeed?
I'm rooting for the team to succeed.
Right. So how do those two exist at the same time?
It's tricky. And I had a moment of like anger and whatever, but I'm watching that game. My honest feelings are, let's go. I was upset when I saw things that reminded me of last year that are easily correctable that were happening. I thought when you're up by 11, you should win by 18. I thought the defense was going to get a stop there and your offense was going to cruise down the field. I thought it was ridiculous you couldn't run the ball on 4th and an inch to pick up a first down. I thought the game management at the end was terrible. And you came 4 yards away on a Hail Mary from losing that game. Really unnecessarily.
Mm-hmm.
So,
But that doesn't really answer the question, right? So you ask who's rooting for them to fail or who's rooting them to lose. Well, if you're rooting for Deion to fail, isn't that want them to lose?
I'm just, I guess rooting for him to fail is the wrong way to put it. He just ain't my cup of tea because I think he's a bully.
Do you want him to succeed?
I want the team to succeed. And
Do you want Deion to succeed?
I guess if we're going semantics, if the team succeeding is him succeeding, then I guess yes. But he ain't my guy. He is not my guy. Like, I don't know where you are on Sean Payton these days, but I know you're not rooting for the Broncos to lose.
No.
But you were pretty clear he wasn't your guy. I don't know if that's changed.
It is what's the word? Not mollified. It has mellowed because, and I've told you a couple of times, I've watched him coach. I didn't see him coach last year during practice. He's coaching. Like you said on the sideline watching Deion and watching all those guys working with the kids. I saw more of Sean Payton going, especially in particular the quarterbacks, the running backs, and wide receivers. I mean, he was coaching, and I saw a different side of Sean Payton that I didn't see last year.
And it very well might be just, kind of generic motivational pep talk stuff that Deion's doing. But I'm telling you, I've actually never seen a head coach spend so much time having conversations with players in a game. He did not miss a chance to get face-to-face with the player and have a 30-second, 45-second conversation, which doesn't sound that long. In the middle of a football game, it is, right? He did not miss an opportunity. Now, I don't know what the conversation is, if it's worth anything or not, but I could just tell he's doing it.
Well, if you read something about Jimmy Horn Jr. and what Senior going to prison, some of the things he said, what Jimmy Jr. has said about Deion and what he's meant to him, there is some really positive stuff that he's gone around and done.
Awesome.
But it goes back to what I said a while ago. I don't know. I still don't know how good of an X and O coach he truly is. I think he knows the game. I think he could sit there and watch film and probably break down absolutely everything. But I think he's a great recruiter and a great motivator. I think that's his two strengths, and that's a part of coaching, right?
Yeah, and then he has a moment in a press conference where he wants to make us all feel like, well, he was smarter than all of us, and he was playing a game with CBS, and he was really, darn, how stupid you are. Don't you know that I know that Romy works for CBS? But that's not true. That's not what's going on.
That goes back to your bullying.
So you know
that's
what?
right. That's right.
Here's
that's
the deal
right.
on that stuff. I don't like that stuff either.
Right.
I don't like it. But you know what? Deion Sanders has been Deion Sanders since like 1980. He's been this exact same personality. So I don't know what you expected from Deion Sanders, right? So if you're in for the Deion experience, and I think we all were, what are you surprised by?
You're right, and I shouldn't be. I just hadn't thought about Deion Sanders. What do I care until he came here? It doesn't matter. I mean, if you look back on his history of things, you can see a bunch of little bully sort of stories, but you can also see stories about him being a great dad and lifting people up and all that sort of stuff too. But he wasn't staying around Jackson State for the long haul. I mean, I don't know what promises he ever made over there about staying there. He wasn't going to do that.
But he elevated that program.
Sure did. I don't know how they're doing now.
They got hammered this week, I think.
Did they really?
I think so.
Well, okay. Listen, man, I think Deion's all about Deion. And Tyler, to your point, I think he always has been.
Right.
That's
to me, it's kind of like.
So I'm not.
Well, we were all excited about the Deion experience, but then we're frustrated when Deion's Deion.
Yeah,
like the
that's
scorpion
fair.
and frog.
Right.
You like the
That's
scorpion
fair.
and frog.
That's fair. So he is who he is. That's it. There's more good than bad. Likely some of the bad will reach up and it almost bit you in the butt yesterday, but I hope it doesn't happen. And I think as a team, especially defensively, they got a long way to go, Tyler. I don't know how you feel about it.
Of course.
They figured some things out. This is the first time this defensive coordinator has been a defensive coordinator. And so maybe we can dig into that as well. But hey, man, that's just me. I'm happy they won. Of course, I want them to stomp Nebraska. And when they play CSU, now that'll be interesting. That game for bystanders that don't have any interest aside from that we love Colorado, the state of Colorado, that one's going to be fun. That's going to be an interesting game. And you were on the sideline last night, so let's go into that and what we should know behind the scenes coming up next on PhD.
Hey, check it out. You don't have to settle for not feeling your best, for your workouts not going as far as they once did. You can do something about that. You can look and feel so much better. Call my friends at Revitalize Health. Tyler Palumbus here. Guys, I've been going over there for 7 years because they made a huge difference in my life, just like I know they're going to do for you. So whether you need help with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, or medical weight loss options, they've got you covered. So go check out Revitalize Health today. They will make you feel better. I promise you that. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
cover zero, and we have like the best receiver room in the nation. So it's kind of like disrespectful. So it was something I definitely would learn from. So that's why I'm happy everything in my life. I always was able to learn from it. So it's not too many mistakes you're gonna see I made twice. So that's just something I'm gonna learn, understand that. And even if it looks super tempting, and it's just like still like you just gotta, just go with it. So it's a lot of situations like play clock and everything that we're getting back into the flow of the games. But I'm just excited about the starting point and excited getting everybody involved. And next week we'll be locked in and focused.
CU wins 31-26 over North Dakota State.
You wouldn't have known this show.
Oh, come on. Come on, man. I'm happy they won. I'm a little tired today. I'm not going to lie. I'm excited for the weekend. Congratulations, Arkansas. I just was up late in the game and the whole thing.
I didn't get back till about 1:15 last night.
It was a late night.
I was actually in bed before 20 or before 12.
Oh, you weren't driving back.
You were texting us at like 11:45.
I know. I the picture of my daughter, my granddaughter.
Which was cute, by the way.
That was for you, though, right?
I apologize. I was driving, but I saw that. That was cute. Yeah.
I got her a CU. She's 6 months old.
Yeah.
Got her a
Yeah.
CU
Yeah.
onesie.
Yeah.
I said that she could manage the end of games better than what was going on out there. I was still a little snarky after the game. I couldn't believe what I was seeing at the end of that game, though. That being said, they won. Good for them. Defensively, we can move on to some other Broncos stuff and no dumb questions, all that.
In Arkansas.
No. Well, you want to talk about Syracuse and their big game this weekend?
Who cares? Oh, who they play this weekend?
I don't know. I can figure it out.
Dan,
Though.
I'm sorry. Metro doesn't have a football.
No, that was for Syracuse, not Arkansas.
We can break down all sorts of games that nobody gives a crap about.
Well, I think we are Syracuse, Arkansas every week.
I can tell you another cat story if you want.
Well,
cool story
for the break, me and you.
All sorts of directions. What was it like on the sideline? Unique game. Will you get to do another game this year?
I'll just start from. We'll see. They usually they said Gary usually needs to fill in once or twice a year, so I might call a game or two.
Okay.
But no, as of now, that was the only game I got lined up. I'll just start from the top. From warmups. The amount of scouts at that game was insane. Matter of fact, I've never seen anything like that at a college football game. Not personally, because I've never been to a national championship game. I've never seen anything like that. But it seriously felt like a national championship game. The amount of scouts, I'm talking about every single team. Did not see the Broncos. I'm sure they were there. I'm sure somebody was there from the Broncos. I just didn't see them.
Mm-hmm.
But the sideline was a little bit more subdued than last year. Terrell Owens was there. There was a couple rappers. I couldn't tell who they were, but I knew when they got 25 different iced out chains and looked like they got $1 million on them.
Well, a big old heavy guy gave him a Dallas Mavericks 21 prime jersey.
There you go.
Is he ever going to realize he's in Denver?
No.
What's that?
No, he's born in Dallas.
Don't be so negative. Why are you so negative?
Why don't you wrap yourself up in the community if you want to be part of this community?
There you go.
I can tell you where Erie and Superior are. You want me to go Louisville? I can tell you where it is.
Where's Westminster?
I know how to say Westminster. It's near the Butterfly Pavilion off 104th and Church. You want to go more local? I can do it for you. You want to know every exit off of Arapahoe?
No, really? Do you want,
you want me?
So,
you want me to go there?
Okay, so you're a local. So now some guy comes in and gives you a Dallas Mavericks jersey. What are you doing?
I throw it in the trash.
Thank you.
There you go.
Probably donate it. You shouldn't really just throw away clothes. Probably donate it, but I don't keep it.
But going from there, man, I'll just say this: that North Dakota State team, I can't praise them enough. The coaching staff, just the fan base is amazing. They traveled really well. It kind of bothered me how many fans were there, quite frankly. But it's an incredible organization, incredible team. But it's still an FCS team, and Colorado should have beat them by much more than they did. I'm very satisfied with the win. The sideline was an interesting experience because Colorado's sideline is so freaking small. It's got to be the smallest in America. For me to get to the other side of the field, I have to actually go out of the sideline, walk around the team in the stadium, and then go back down on the other side.
Really?
Yeah, it's impossible.
You can't just walk behind the bench?
It's an impossibility.
That's crazy.
If that's not a Dion thing, it's an impossibility. So you can't get through it. So.
Right.
But the amount of bodies on the sideline is nuts. It didn't feel like last year. There wasn't as much fanfare. There wasn't as many celebrities. Stone Cold was there. Saw him.
Oh,
that was cool.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. But man, I mean, I felt from my takeaway from that game is that there's not a team in college football that knows how to play defense, but that doesn't excuse what Colorado did. Seriously, I would love to know, and Dan, maybe you could pull it up. I'd love to know the best defense in the NCAA last year, I believe, was Michigan. I'd love to know how many points per game they allowed, right? Because what's the best team in America giving up? It's probably like 27, 28 points a game in college football. The offense that Colorado has got is so electric. It's so dynamic. It's so powerful. You can score on 1-2 plays anytime you want. That Colorado is not going to be a dominating team this year. They're going to lose plenty of games, but that offense will keep them in just about every game they play. I don't see a team that offensively you can't go toe-to-toe with.
Can they get better defensively quickly, or is this just going to be kind of painful to watch?
Well, the answer is yes, you can. I mean, I think you come up with a better.
Michigan allowed 10 points a game last year.
Well, that's pretty damn impressive. Give me number 10. What's number 10?
Number 10 was Troy at 17.
Okay, all right. I guess that's a little bit lower than I expected it to be, but it feels like
Air Force was 12 at 18.
Well, that makes sense though, because they eat up so much clock. It just feels like every college football game I watch is like 45 to 35, right? So defense it's hard to play. The game is so spread out. But yes, you can get better, and I do think you could do things differently, and it starts schematically. I think you got to make things more challenging on the quarterbacks, and I don't know if that was simply like that was it. Like when you game plan against Tim Tebow, you don't come out with a bunch of confusing stuff.
No.
You come up with a package that you say, this is what we're running the entire game, and we dare you to beat us.
By the way, CU last year, can the defense get better? CU in the NCAA, or what's the big games? FCSF, whatever.
FBS?
FBS is theirs. 124th, and they allowed 34.8 points a game.
It was tough. It was tough to watch.
To be better than that.
Yeah. Look, Colorado's not going to be a playoff team. I never expected them to be a playoff team. But my takeaway from that game is that I like it. Last year, you started out so freaking hot. You're on top of the world. I'm good with organic growth this year. Let's just get the wins when we should get the wins, and let's organically grow.
Well,
Problem is
hold
you
on.
can put Miracle Grow on a dirt bed if there ain't no seeds under there. Then
Yeah, I was
how's it
going to
grow?
say organically grow. I mean, this isn't the beanstalk at full length here with Shadur and Travis this year?
No.
There's-
Well, offensively, yes, sure.
I mean,
but to think that any program is going to be fully developed in year 2, that's nutso, bro.
I get it, but are we ever is any team going to see something like CU has this year?
Maybe not. I mean, and Colorado might not ever see this amount of talent on offense ever again.
2 slam dunk top 10 NFL picks, quarterback and receiver, corner, whatever. Is Horn draft eligible too? Is he draft eligible?
I think he's a senior.
Yeah.
Well, he's going. He's playing on Sundays.
Jimmy Horn was phenomenal, but he was wide open, and there was busted coverage.
He's also the fastest guy on the team, and he also was the leading receiver guy last year.
And
But
Xavier,
I'm telling you, though, every wide receiver they've got is electric. Like I would be shocked if there's a more dynamic wide receiver group in America.
Okay.
I bet you drafted.
So here's my takeaway. Colorado might not win as many games as you want them to. And my prediction was always 6 or 7, and I'll be satisfied with 6 or 7. But I promise you this, they will stay competitive because of that offense.
Well, I'll tell you.
And it's going to be fun.
Even when they beat TCU last year, help me, guys. They beat TCU, upset, everybody's excited, come from behind, blah, blah, blah. But it's 45-42, right? They scored 45 and held on and won one of the great, really, to be honest with you, one of the great college football games of last season was that first game of the year on national television, 45-42.
I can see the vibe, too, on the text line, and I'm fine because I'm a pro sports guy more than college guy. I've never tried to pretend any way about it. My school is Syracuse. I root for CU because I know so many people who I love who are connected to CU.
You were in Boulder yesterday.
I was in Boulder yesterday. I was hanging out there. So the thing that I don't want them to succeed is just silly. But what I realize, too, is people are it's almost as sensitive as hockey fan about just any kind of
criticism,
anything. So I'm fine to lay back on all of this and just roll with it if that's what it's going to be. Because I learned a long time ago, you really can't treat college programs the same as pro programs in terms of criticism. It doesn't work the same.
But has that changed with NIL
It
now the millions of dollars players making?
You absolutely can. Look, when
you can't though, Tyler. You see,
sure you can.
Well, I don't know. I'm too.
You should be able to.
If I came in on a Broncos Monday and they barely won, and I came in and I said, "Listen, man, boy, do they get lucky, and they screwed this up, and they better do boom."
And call out individuals.
I would be getting support left and right for all that because people expect more out of them and, that sort of thing. You do that about a college team, you're what? A hater, a cynic, a this, a that, the other thing. It's a drag.
What are your expectations for the Broncos this year? How many wins?
5 to 7 is fine by me.
So are you going to be insanely critical this year when things go wrong?
It depends on what goes wrong.
I guess it depends on what your expectations were for CU. See, mine were always realistic.
Here's what
mine are like 6 or 7 wins.
Here's what my expectations were: that they would be a better disciplined team than last year, and they wouldn't make so many bonehead mistakes that they made last year. And I saw evidence.
There was really one. There was one.
Shiloh Sanders blasted a guy. Another dude lined up offsides that cost him.
And that was 2 scoring drives that would have been stopped.
I thought it was too risky what they did at the end of the first half. It worked out fine, but it bit him in the butt last year. Whatever, your aggressive coin flip there. Horrible management of the fourth quarter. That's cool that, Stone Cold was there and a couple of rappers were there and the whole thing. The crowd was electric. I'll give you that.
That crowd was fantastic.
Uniforms, those uniforms were awesome.
Yeah. No, I have not liked almost all of the new uniform combinations. Those were cool.
Those were sweet.
Yeah. No doubt. Yeah. Ralphie.
I would take it.
Those were all mountains.
They were, whoever put that together
was good.
A+. That looked amazing.
The one
better than the
still
Broncos
bothering
New
me.
Jerseys?
What's that?
Better than the Broncos New Jersey?
Yes, those uniforms were way better than anything the Broncos have. Those were incredible uniforms.
Unrelated to football, what's still bothering me, and I think this is a Ralphie thing, not a Dion thing, but Ralphie still runs before the team. Like they don't run with Ralphie.
I know why. Well,
I've heard it's a Ralphie thing.
I think it is a Ralphie thing because if you watch Ralphie, she was a little weird out of the gate. When she rounded the corner, she picked up steam and looked okay.
She's been a problem for years. It's about time to let her go hang out.
I thought she was a new one just 2 or 3 years ago.
She is a new one.
She was, but she doesn't love it. She doesn't love it.
No, you can tell.
She's not like Blackout. No.
Well, she's small too.
Yeah.
Because I remember just in the last 10 years, they had a Ralphie that was big.
Oh, someone said Stone Cold's kids on the team. I guess I didn't realize that.
No, Goldberg's kids on the team.
Well, maybe it's Goldberg's that was there.
Was that Goldberg? I don't know. I'm not a wrestling guy.
Big 6'5" bald guy?
Let me look. Yeah.
They're both big 6'5" bald guys.
It looks like Stone Cold.
Well, Goldberg's bigger than Stone Cold.
And they both got Fu Manchus right now, too.
That was absolutely Goldberg. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, now I'm looking at a photo of him. Oh, and now I got to see Stone Cold.
But can I tell you something, man? This is as exciting as I remember.
They kind of look similar if you're not a wrestling fan.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
They're definitely.
See one white dude, you see them all.
Sure. CU is as much watch TV as I think they've ever been. And I'm happy to just put on the pom-poms and say, go CU.
Well, but
no problem.
I know where you're saying that, and it's no fun getting criticism about criticism. But if we're so sensitive to critical conversations, then why are you doing this thing? I mean, if you just want a cheerleading show, I mean, you can do that over DNVR or one of them other places. They're pure cheerleading. But if you want actually critical analysis, and then to have critical debate that Tyler and I could disagree, Tyler and you could, and actually bring up sides. Then if you're listening, you go, oh, okay, Tyler's kind of right. But D-Mac ain't far off on that one.
See, here's where I'm at. I'm not offended. I'm not offended at all by D-Mac's thoughts on the game. I'm not. I just, as a Buff fan, there is so much more stuff for me to be excited by that I'm not getting bogged down by the other stuff.
Yeah, see,
I couldn't have ever dreamed of something like this. Like, are you kidding me?
Right.
2 years ago, this is freaking insane, man.
And that's the difference.
So I'm having fun.
Okay, and that's the difference between somebody who's really deeply connected to the school and somebody who isn't. Somebody who just looks at sports as sports and doesn't think about all those other things. I just look at the game purely about the game like I would look at any game. As I would look about the Nuggets or the Avs, the Rockies, who I've crushed a million times, and the Broncos, who I've crushed and praised when I feel appropriate. So I think there was plenty of things to praise about last night and plenty of things to be like, what the hell was going on? But listen, man, I'll tell you, it's exciting. It's as exciting as I've ever seen it. And I'm sitting here right now today, and I don't think my mind is going to change. I want Travis Hunter on the Broncos. I think the Broncos are going to be in a position to get him, and I want them to get him. And I don't even care about bowls anymore. That has changed my opinion. I don't care about any of it. I want Travis Hunter. We'll figure out left tackle if we need to.
Healthy, man. God, I hope.
A lot of snaps. You know, he played more snaps than anybody in college football last year, and he missed 3 games.
He's not slowing down. He won't let him. He won't let them slow him down. The dude won't come off the field. I saw them trying to pull him off the field a couple times, and he wouldn't get off.
I think it's going to be risky, but I have no idea what number play he's going to get hurt on. So I don't know when you would.
He probably
pull him
will,
off.
and he probably will. He's taller than I expected in real life. Yeah, when I watch him on TV, he looks like this little teeny tiny guy. He's taller than I expected.
6'1" and change, right?
So that means Shedeur, because Shedeur is taller than him.
Yeah.
They list Shedeur at 6'2". He feels like he's bigger than that, right?
Yeah, but he's also kind of thicker, so that might fit.
They said on TV that he put on about 10 pounds of muscle. Would you buy that?
Yeah, he looks.
They said
he looks
they
great.
listed him last year at 198, and they listed him this year at 215. So, however that goes.
Who wins the Heisman from those two?
Taylon Green.
I mean, I've told you my hot take on it. I don't think Shedeur Sanders can win the Heisman because if he balls out that well, that means that Travis Hunter is doing his deal and he's doing it on both sides of the ball. I think Travis Hunter would be such a unicorn that it's impossible for Shedeur to win it.
Can I agree. Arkansas real fast. You know how big Arkansas's new quarterback is?
Is that
transfer from Boise
Who
State?
cares?
Is that I don't care feet multiplied by who gives a crap inches?
Do you want to know?
Well,
Cool story, bro.
How tall?
I mean, do you want our answer? You asked if we want to know.
6'5" and
so
3/4.
If we say no, will you tell us
I
anyway?
still tell you.
Yeah.
6'6", 230.
Damn.
Okay.
That's a big boy.
His freshman year at Boise State, he threw for 14 touchdowns and ran for 10. He's Lamar Jackson is what he is.
I don't know if this is right. Someone says Hunter only missed 2 plays last night.
He might have.
I think he might have missed a play after he scored a touchdown.
Well, I saw
he's
he
just
had to
tired.
pull, he lost his helmet on one. He had to go off the field for that one. So I know that's one.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, Travis Hunter is an all-timer, and let's go. And,
So hold on.
There's not a second of CU football I'm missing this year.
You get the
that's for sure.
5th pick in the draft, and you're the Denver Broncos.
Travis Hunter.
Over Shedeur.
Yes. Oh my God. Do we really have to go down that road
Well,
again?
no, but can I say something?
I don't know.
I really like Shedeur.
I
really like Shedeur.
Shedeur is special. He's special.
You're going to take a year of training with Bo Nix and just throw it in the trash can and start over.
If Shedeur
Really?
Sanders finishes the year the way that he's starting it, and he feels like Caleb Williams, would you still feel that same way?
Yes. Oh my
man.
God.
You got to draft to get Caleb Williams.
We've got to commit to something and go with it. The last thing this team needs is some sort of
But
fluctuation.
what if you could get something better than the old plan?
I'm going to go. No. If you guys feel differently, so you feel differently? You take Shedeur over Bo Nix?
Not right now. Not right now, but I am hopeful that Bo Nix is going to have a better than average rookie season. And I think he's going to throw for high 3,000 yards. I think he's going to have 20 touchdowns, 25 touchdowns, and if he can keep his picks down to single digits.
It's a simple question.
I would only entertain
If he plays good, yes. If he sucks,
He's not going to suck.
but if he sucks, then yes, I'd take
You
Shedeur.
have to be open. Look, I don't disagree, but you have to be open-minded that if he does suck, you got to do the right thing. And the right thing would be to draft Shedeur at that point.
I don't even know what to say.
Let's just hope he doesn't suck.
I'm taking Travis Hunter.
Let's just hope he doesn't
We've
suck.
already figured out the quarterback.
This goes back to my old Joe Williams conversation. He goes, Hastings, you got Bird, Magic, and Jordan. Who you picking first? I said, I don't care. I'll take the 3rd pick in that draft.
Hey, do you think North Dakota State's looking at Ralphie like, why the hell don't we have one?
Why don't they have one?
Well, I will say this.
A little bit, yeah, actually.
Their little cartoon bison on their helmets looks stupid.
It does, doesn't it?
It does.
Yeah.
And their uniforms are garbage, okay? Those colors suck. And
Green
stunningly,
Bay Packers colors.
They're terrible colors, and they're shockingly South Dakota State's colors kind of suck too. They're kind of like yellow and blue. Are they Vic Lombardi colorblind up in the Dakotas?
No, that way. No.
Those are terrible uniforms, right? North Dakota has.
They look like an FCS school that doesn't have the giant budget that CU has.
All right, let's get to know Doug.
They invested in the game day. They can communicate
Yeah.
just for one game, even though they can't use it moving forward because FCS, they're not allowed to.
Yeah.
But they spent the money on that for just one game.
Well, they tried hard. Okay, we can get into the spirit of things here. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac. You're hearing a lot about interest rates. Well, I got some news for you. Will they be cut? How much will they be cut? Does it matter? All right. Well, my friends at Mike Maroney Ford in Longmont are taking matters into their own hands. During their Great Percent event, they went ahead and secured the lowest rates on the planet just for you. The exclusive rate buy-down can help you lower your current car payment and get you in a brand spanking new Ford. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado. Get this, totally free. Plus, Mike Maroney gives you more peace of mind with their 3-day money-back guarantee. So lock in your low rate today. 3rd and Alpine in Longmont, online at MikeMaroneyFordLongmont.com. This Great Percent event is only for a limited time. Limited funds are available to lend. Waiting will cost you, so don't miss this chance. You never know when interest rates could even go even higher. It's Mike Maroney Ford. Get there today and make sure you tell them your pal D-Mac sent you.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
I like to use no dumb questions as parenting advice for myself.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions. With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
All right. Sorry about that. I was getting some nuts.
Chubby loves that.
I'm sorry, what?
I'll leave it alone.
It's keto. Keto mix coconuts.
Yeah, there you go.
Apologize. What
Were they salty?
Well, like DMAC.
Mm-hmm. Little and salty. Little salty.
Yeah.
Visit oldchicago.com to order online.
All salty nuts.
A location near you. You could, we got a winner. Today's Friday. Do we got a winner, Dan? Or are we going to pick a winner?
We're going to pick one right after this
Pick a
segment's
winner.
over.
Okay. Get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. Love it. Scotty, what do you got here?
You know, I
pal?
just had one. I forgot, but now I just remembered. You mentioned Goldberg.
Yeah.
Okay, you're down on CU's sideline. Who's the one celebrity that if they were down there, it would take everything for you not to go up and go, "Hi, I'm Darren," or something like that? Or do you introduce yourself as DMAC, by the way?
Oh, I'd say Darren.
Okay. So what celebrity would have to be down the sideline for you to go? Like Goldberg would almost be one of mine. If I were doing sidelines yesterday for you, there'd have been a part of me. It'd been tough not to go over and say hello.
So I almost went up to him, and now I'm glad I didn't because I thought he was stone cold.
Yeah,
I really almost went up to him.
It would have to be somebody theoretically who's also connected to Prime, right?
No, just in your world. Just your world.
Well, how else are they getting down there on the side?
Stop overthinking it. He's just giving a theoretical situation.
Yeah, the thing about
of
no dumb question is not overthinking.
Goodness gracious.
Okay, I mean, is Bill Clinton going to be down on the sideline?
That's the game. Yes. Do you not understand the game?
I guess I don't. I'm trying to think like who Dion would actually have down
Stop
there.
thinking about Dion.
Yeah, Doug Flutie.
There you go.
Larry Bird. Although I would be too intimidated to say hi to Larry Bird.
Yeah, you see that is an interesting
He's too
one,
tall,
right? Like
Flutie, I've met a bunch of times.
Like there's different categories of celebrities that you would feel like you actually could approach them, right?
Yeah, like I'm not going to approach Bill Clinton either, and I wouldn't approach Larry Bird. Flutie, I've hey, we're right there. He's right there with me. I've run into Flutie a bunch of times. Flutie, all right, he's my guy.
Doug Flutie?
Yeah, he's my guy.
Really?
Yeah, man, I grew up in Boston in the 80s, man. He was throwing Hail Marys to beat Miami, winning Heisman trophies. He's my guy. I
Bill
love Doug Flutie.
Romanowski running up and hugging him?
Travis Hunter.
You were on this, really?
What? I don't get the game. I don't get the game.
Goldberg, when he mentioned Goldberg, because that's like one of my favorite wrestlers for a while. Like I liked him better than The Rock, to be honest with you. And he really didn't have any moves. He was just a big, strong, nasty dude that could spear you. But he would have been a tough one for me if I'd have been on the sideline not to go up and just introduce myself.
I mean, we're just having
Is it time for no dumb statements?
Well, I'm going to tell you one celebrity.
Well, let me just say, I'd like to have a beer with Andre the Giant if I could get in a time machine and go back.
That'd be cool.
This is not a dumb statement. Wrestling sucks.
Whoa.
That is a dumb statement.
Wow.
No, wrestling sucks.
Modern day, it seems like I haven't followed it in 15 years, but real fast. The only time I ever saw a celebrity and I went up and I had my moment. It was kind of cool though. And of all places, it was in a Salt Lake City Marriott.
Okay.
So think about that.
Who?
I'm about ready to get on the elevator. Guy getting out on the same floor walks out in front of me, and I went, "Mr. Carlin?" I introduced myself to George Carlin.
That's pretty cool.
Right by the elevators in a hallway in Salt Lake City at the Salt Lake City Marriott.
Can I tell you guys something? The advantage you have is you're bigger than everybody. So even the most famous of celebrities, both of you guys are bigger than everybody. So there is an advantage of just size-wise introducing yourself to somebody. When you're a little pipsqueak, it's intimidating to talk to anybody. I'm not going to lie about that.
Really?
I swear to God, I don't think I would introduce myself to anybody.
I feel the opposite. I think big guys are more respectful of people, and little guys go talk to anyone.
How can you be intimidated by meeting
it's
somebody?
It's not intimidated.
Oh, I'm intimidated. So it's intimidating to me.
All right, I got two good ones on the text line. One's quick. One's super quick. No dumb question. What does Cheeseback hate more, Dion and CU or fireworks on the 4th of July?
I'm sorry, who?
Cheeseback.
Cheese Mac?
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want to answer it or no?
There's no doubt about it. I hate neighborhood fireworks more than well, they didn't even come,
Sorry. So he doesn't hate Dion, but he hates America. Okay, next question.
You said neighborhood fireworks.
Neighborhood fireworks.
You're okay with the Rockies or up in Grand Lake
Hell yeah.
or Vail? You like those fireworks?
We went to a fireworks spectacular. I told you in my backyard at the Lone Tree Rec Center. We went out there on the 4th of July because they had a Prince cover band who was unbelievable, and they blew off fireworks in Lone Tree over a field, not in my driveway, and
Okay.
it was awesome.
Maybe he doesn't hate America, but he's a Karen. Okay. No dumb question.
God.
What? No, what?
A Chad.
A Chad? Okay. In the media.
You realize my name is Darren, right? I don't have to be a Karen. You could just call me my name.
He's Darren.
Right.
He's Darren.
That's fine.
Darren the Karen.
In the media, who would you be more afraid to tick off? Sean Payton, Deion Sanders, Michael Malone, or any other classic local coach like Shanahan, Jim Leland, Bill Hanslick, etc.?
Afraid to tick off?
Like in a presser.
I wouldn't care about Sean Payton or Deion Sanders. I would care about Michael Malone because I really, really have a lot of respect for Michael Malone. I really do. So that would bum me out if he really didn't like me or whatever. Because I have so much respect for him.
No dumb question. If you did, would you try to talk to him?
I would try, absolutely. In fact, I have done that. There are a couple things in the past that I went to Nick O'Hare. I'm like, hey, man, I'm, just want to make sure everything's cool. Oh, yeah, everything's good. That play. I don't have that. Prime, I really don't care about. And Sean Payton is just, whatever. Because I don't
give you ice cream.
I don't have the respect for those guys right now like I do for Michael Malone. And you can put Bednar in there as well. And I really wouldn't care what Bud Black thinks about me whatsoever. You?
I don't know. I feel like Michael Malone, he does have a certain intimidating presence about him.
He does, definitely does.
Yeah, he's got an intimidating presence. I'll go with him.
Probably me for him because he could probably affect my job more. He could probably affect my job more than the other one.
Yeah, but what? I wouldn't want really, as abrasive as I might sound, I really don't want anybody to not want to have me ask him a question I try to be respectful. I swear to God. Try to be direct, and I would be with Deion too. And by the way, we have requested that Deion Sanders be a guest on the show. We've done it. Dan did it. Okay, so it's.
Are you going to point that out every day until we get him?
I'm not going to be shy about it. So when he's on the Elsa and RGB, podcast there, got some of those names right. Just
he's not coming, buddy.
Well, fine, but we are still trying to get him. So when we have Sean Keeler on, I hope everybody understands the same time that we asked Sean Keeler to be on, we asked Prime to be on at the exact same time. So whatever, man. I don't really have a relationship with Prime, so I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Remember when D-Mac was trying to get me kicked off the broadcast yesterday, 5 minutes before I was going on the broadcast?
Oh, my God. You were fine. I'm not getting you kicked off the broadcast. Although, listen, that would be one of the most jerky moves of all time if Prime heard something or heard about something and made that move. That would be, and he didn't. That did not happen.
Oh, I got to change my answer, by the way. There's zero chance I'd ever want to offend Mike Shanahan. Ever. That's Dad. Yeah. I can't offend Dad. I mean, and I've made Dad sad before. I've given up a sack to Dad, and he walks on this. I'll never forget one time. I give up a sack out in Washington, and I'm sheepishly coming off on the sideline. It's third down, and I can see him coming on a beeline for me, and I'm like, oh, is he coming to talk to me? Please don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact. He just comes directly up to me, chest to chest, stares in my face, doesn't say a word, and just walks away. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna die. He didn't say a word. He just looked at me, and that was everything he had to do. I let Dad down, and I'm sorry.
Would you ever ask Mike a controversial question?
That's my whole point.
Yeah, I mean, what would it be?
I told you the one time I upset him.
What? I don't remember. What?
Well, I'm over at KOA. Dave's doing football. We have the Mike Shanahan show every Tuesday, right? And he comes on, and the quarterback, whoever's starting the time, got hurt. Brought in a backup that hadn't played all year, and I asked him, I said, did you feel that you had to go a little more vanilla offensively with having the backup quarterback in? You know, and he took time, answer question. Come the next Saturday, we're getting on the flight to leave out. I walk up the steps, and Mike's standing there waiting on me.
Why?
He goes, hey, Scott. I go, hey, Coach. He goes,
Vanilla?
Vanilla? I run a vanilla
See?
offense.
But he didn't say, did he say anything more than that?
No, but he talked to me. I said, Coach, I honestly, and I could have used a better word. You know, is it tougher with a backup quarterback? Do you have to make it more simple for them? No, don't get the snaps during the week. You know, what do you have to do? What's the adjustment you have to make when you bring a back end up to have to play the whole second half? Could have been better. But the vanilla, and that just shows he's got a little pride in what he did.
Yeah.
That I called it Mike Shanahan offense, a vanilla offense. And he looked at me. Vanilla? Really?
Did you feel bad?
A vanilla offense? Yeah, I did. I said, Coach, I'm sorry. I lost words. I didn't know what to say.
Did he laugh?
He goes, okay. He knew he got me.
So he gave you an okay and walked away?
I probably turned as red as your hat, and I still had to get on the airplane. I'm thinking, oh, God, now I'm going to have to catch commercial flights or not be able to stay at the team hotel or some cheapy thing like that.
There was a deal that got announced yesterday that was really surprising the Broncos didn't take advantage of. I don't know if you caught the story. Details about that coming up. Hey, what's going on? It's D-Mac and the Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Founded in Boulder in 1976, rocking it since then. The Unreal Pizza Deal to go for just $29.99. That is happening for you this weekend. You can get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. It comes with cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. The gooiness is incredible. I love the gooiness. Hey, did I mention it's all $29.99? Feeds the whole fam, no dishes. Come on, it's the Unreal Pizza Deal to go for just $29.99. And when you're at Old Chicago, try 110 local and legendary beers, not all at once. Take your time with them. Take the tour and earn rewards along the way. So they have the drinks, they have the pizza, they have the atmosphere. They got it all at Old Chicago. Find them this Labor Day weekend, oldchicago.com. All right, I want you to have a great weekend, and that means great in all aspects of your life. And if erectile dysfunction is part of the hang-up that's not allowing you to have a great weekend, a great week, a great anything, then I have the answer for you. And this can be an embarrassing situation or something you don't want to own up to. Okay, fine. You're like most men. They put it off, put it off, put it off. But at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have the treatments where pills or herbals fail. They have success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can have you last an hour or more. Serving the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, successfully treating tens of thousands of men. Schedule a consult today. The initial visit is only $99, It includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test. If medically advised, a test dose. If that doesn't work, the office visit is free. They've got an expert staff. They want to help you out. 5 locations: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. All right. Maybe we do that and let's football go a little bit. A little tease. Dan Tanner has to do something completely humiliating.
Oh, I heard about this.
We'll get into details during Let's Football Go in about a half hour. How about that, Dan? Good spot?
Yeah, that's perfect.
We need to send a spy out for this.
Oh, no doubt. We got to.
Although it'll be videotaped.
We'll get it. We'll get to it. We'll get to it all. Get to it all. Look forward to it. Top of the hour, we'll get back into CU and Shedeur and what happened at the end of the game. They won, which is awesome. How do you feel about them going into Nebraska? We'll get to it in a second. This story is kind of interesting, though. Broncos made a play for Brandon Ayuk, according to Diana Rossini.
Am
I getting that wrong?
That's not how. No, you got this wrong.
Well, I'm reading here.
They were involved in ending the trade to the Steelers.
Say again.
So the Steelers had a trade lined up with San Francisco for Brandon Ayuk. If San Francisco was going to trade Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers, in return, they needed another receiver. They wanted Cortland Sutton from the Denver Broncos. They offered a third to the Broncos for Cortland Sutton. Broncos said no, so they said no to the Steelers trade for Brandon Ayuk.
Okay, well, this story is written really wrong then.
I got that right, Dan?
That's the way I read it.
That's correct.
Yeah. I'm not sure what you're
Well, which is what Shefty said with us on Thursday. Was he on yesterday? that they weren't going to trade Ayuk unless they got a top flight
Right.
wide receiver in return.
So, but I mean, the story.
Rossini is putting out something.
Yeah, no, read it.
49ers were willing to trade Ayuk if they could get a top flight wide receiver to replace him. They offered a 3rd-round pick to Denver for Sutton. Okay.
Yeah.
And they would have
So
dealt.
the story
Basically-
is the Broncos had an opportunity to get a 3rd-rounder for Cortland Sutton, and we said no.
And basically, this is what shows you what's wrong with social media. That Rossini can basically take a line out of that CBS article and put it on her thing like she just broke some breaking news.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right move by the Broncos?
Well, I think this is, I do think it's the right move. I never wanted to move on from Cortland, but I think this is a bit of a Bo Nix effect, right? Like, hey, we like what we got right now. We're kind of excited. We're feeling cautiously optimistic. We don't want to take away anything that might be able to help out our dude right now.
They make that trade and get a 3rd-rounder. Tim Patrick's still here.
Now, you would like to think that if you said no to a 3rd, Cortland Sutton's here for a while. Otherwise, if he's not here for a while, you'll look back out in a year and you're like, really? Did we need a 1-year rental out of it?
Yeah, because if the season's not going well, he's who you're going to trade. And if you're going to trade Cortland Sutton, well, or maybe not. Maybe I got that completely wrong. On the surface, when seasons are going wrong, somebody like Sutton is exactly who the Broncos have traded in the past. They did it with Vaughn. They did it with Sanders. They did it with DT. I mean, this is what they've done. So, okay. If things go poorly this year and they do trade him for less than a 3rd-round pick, that was the swing and a miss.
Well, I'll say this: a 3rd-rounder is actually a pretty damn good return for Cortland right now. It is. I mean, you traded DT for a 4th-rounder, and kind of at similar points of their career. DT was a little bit further down the road.
Better stats.
Yeah, better stats. But a 3rd-rounder return for Cortland, that's one you got to think twice about. It is.
I still am blown away they got a 1st-rounder for Bradley Chubb, which they turned into Sean Payton. So I like that they didn't do the deal either. I like it. I'm glad Court's here. I think he's going to have a great year.
You know how many sacks Chubb had last year?
6,
He
7.
missed a bunch of games.
11.
Did he really?
Yep, and he missed quite a few games.
Well, he got injured late in the year because he was playing in that meaningless game at the end of the season where it didn't matter.
He played in a blowout.
He wasn't available for the playoffs.
He didn't miss that much. He didn't miss that much. I think he only missed 1 game.
Yeah, well, because he got hurt late in a meaningless. The game was over, and he was still in the game, and he got hurt, and then he was gone for the playoffs. That was it.
Yeah.
So he didn't miss a lot, but he missed the most
Well, now
important
he's missing
part.
the beginning of the season, right?
Well, right. I mean, what was it? It was an ACL, wasn't it? So I don't know where Chubb is right now. I don't know. Is he okay? Is he coming back?
He's on the PUP right now.
Well, okay. So who knows? 3rd round for Sutton.
I'm fine with it. I honestly am. I made it very clear from the get-go. I thought it was really, really important that you kept Cortland Sutton around because you don't want a young quarterback room and an entirely young wide receiver room. Somebody's got to know what they're doing around there, right? And having Cortland in that mix is going to be very, very important, not only for Bo Nix, but for the future of these young wide receivers that you're trying to develop.
But if you'd have done that, doesn't Josh Reynolds, who you loved, obviously, a veteran guy, doesn't that take a spot? And then Tim Patrick, although not played the last 2 years, that's another veteran guy that you could have replaced in there, right?
In theory.
Yeah.
But I mean, Cortland Sutton's the number 1 wide receiver on this team. And we can get into the debate of if he's the number 1 wide receiver. It doesn't matter. He's our number 1. He's our number 1 wide receiver. And he's clearly better than the rest of the guys on our team.
Here's the funny thing. You're going to trade it, as you said, we'll go with what you said. You're number 1 receiver, and all you can get is a 3rd round.
Yeah.
I mean, say Vikings are going to trade Justin Jefferson. They're going to take a 3rd round for Justin
You
Jefferson.
might get 2 first rounds for Justin Jefferson.
Right?
If not 2 first rounds, you're certainly getting a 1st and a 3rd or something like that.
I think it's pretty encouraging that San Francisco values him like that. For everybody out there that's always so down on Cortland Sutton.
When I read that, I was like, there's got to be a part of Cortland going,
oh, I know.
kidding me?
I know.
How is San Francisco doing all this, by the way?
Because they got money. They still got Brock on a rookie deal.
Because of Purdy.
Yep.
When do they have to pay
So
Purdy?
they got the Ayuk deal done. Now they got to figure out Trent, and they're good.
Yeah, but their window is
2 years, maybe.
Every window, no window gets bigger. It only gets smaller, right? So it's not unique, and that's why, like when we talk about the Nuggets, there's no choice but to bring back Jamal Murray, and not to take it all the way back to basketball here, but because the window is never getting bigger, and you have to capitalize on it when you can.
The one team that's set up right now to go low-budget quarterback and win would be the 49ers, which would be a bold move. What you'd be saying is every 4 years we're just going to, go with somebody else.
No, they won't let that dude walk.
You don't think so?
No.
Who do you give up then? Like, who could you do without if you have somebody like him?
I don't know. You figure it out, but you don't give up on the quarterback.
Well, how many more years does McCaffrey, if we're being honest, have at that position and the hits he takes?
3.
If there's ever been a dude that is built and works out and takes care of the body to sustain it, I don't know, man. I think Christian's got a chance to play another 4 or 5 years.
Who's the oldest running back in the NFL right now?
Well, it was Frank Gore until last year, and Frank was like 41.
Frank Gore was kind of ridiculous. I don't even know how old is Christian? My God, is he 30? He's not 30, is he? Christian is 28. You think he could play another till he's 35? That would be an unbelievable career.
I do.
That would be ridiculous.
That dude, like he's the Jerry Rice of running backs.
Yeah.
Like he doesn't take a day off. All he does is eat, sleep, and train.
He's got a beautiful new wife.
I mean, he's had his injury problems for sure, but he's got the body type that, in theory, should sustain.
All right. Well,
you don't realize
the real question is what do you do with Trent Williams?
Burton is the 9th oldest running back in the NFL right
Michael
now.
Burton?
Yeah.
Our Michael Burton.
At 31, he's the 9th oldest running back.
Who is the oldest guy? Who do you got?
T. Jones from the Giants.
How old is he?
36. Tywan Jones.
Don't know anything about him.
Tywan Jones, 35. Bolden. Brandon Bolden with the Patriots.
So you don't think any team will ever go with the low budget quarterback and builds just high price guys around him?
Well, every team wants to do that, but what you're really trying to say is that you give up on the guy after it works. And no, I think it's a fun game. It's a fun theory that no team will ever have the guts to do because you don't give up on quarterbacks.
All right, what will Shedeur mean to the NFL, and what about that game last night? How you feeling about CU playing Nebraska next week? And CSU battles Texas. Plus, Dan Tanner humiliation unveiled. All coming up here on PhD. Hey, it's C-Mac for Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC. They have over 160 remaining 2024 Chevys and GMCs that'll be sold at their lowest prices of the year. You get more on 24s. 2024 GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation. 2024 Chevy Silverado. Listen, if Chevy or GMC makes it, Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC, they've got it on sale. And they'll deliver anywhere in Colorado totally free. Talk about peace of mind. It's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC, offering a 3-day money-back guarantee. Come on now. It doesn't get better. And you can find them at 3rd and Alpine in Longmont or online at Mike Maroney, ChevroletGMC.com. 160 remaining 2024 Chevys and GMCs. This is an incredible deal. Together, let's drive GMC. We are professional grade. We'll see you at Mike Maroney, Chevrolet GMC.
You ever felt like you won, but you didn't win? It's almost like we had more points than they did. Giving up the last touchdown on the run, that bothered me because we pride ourselves on going to get the quarterback, and we have a multitude of young men that can go get the quarterback, and we didn't get that done. But I'm thankful, I'm happy we got the W. Miss Peggy's one step closer to the dream and the vision that we have for her, as well as I think 31 NFL scouts are on hand tonight, and I think they saw what they came to see. So let's move on from there. I'm gonna try my best to hold back my anger, but we got the W, so I'm happy.
All right, well, that was Prime. You were on the sideline, Tyler, doing the game for Learfield. What notes were you making? What was the mood? What was the temperature after the game?
Well, we don't get to go into the locker room or anything like that, so I didn't get to hear the conversation that's being had. However, I did get to interview some guys after the locker room conversation, so they would come out of the locker room, do an interview after Prime spoke to them, and they were subdued. They were. The offensive guys felt pretty good. The defensive guys were embarrassed. They were flat out embarrassed. I chatted with Trevor Woods, and he didn't hold anything back. That they know that was not a good performance for them defensively, and they got a lot to clean up. So I think that's the way it should be. I think as a coach, you got to walk a fine line because I'm telling you, a win is freaking hard. It's hard. I don't care who you're playing. It's hard. And when you get a win, you don't want to grind your guys too much. But there's plenty that you're going to have to hold the guys accountable for. And when it's all said and done, though, I think the most important thing for those guys in that locker room, remember, it's a pretty good football team that you won. And at the end of the day, this program is growing, right? So you want to maintain a certain belief of positivity.
I remember talking to Joel Dreesen. I thought it was an athlete that got it. It was the Super Bowl 48 year. And that season offensively was crazy. And they're wiping people up left and right. And I asked him, how can you be critical in film study and everything else when you're winning 12 games in a row or 10 games in a row, whatever they did? He said, when you win is when you've got to be more critical.
Yeah.
Because just what you said, when you lose, there's guys that are hurting.
Yeah.
That if you just browbeat him to death, which probably he did in the 60s and 70s, it does no good anymore. But when you win is when you've got to be more critical on your team than ever before and try to improve, by the way, with getting away with a win. So, hey, listen, they won last night, and there was some good things. 445 yards passing by a quarterback. I mean, it's unbelievable.
What were your favorite parts of the game?
Opening drives, man. I mean, look, watching North Dakota State march down the field on the opening drive was depressing. It was. You end up holding it at 3 points, and that sucks. But then you get the ball back, and it was I think that was a 2-play possession or something. The very first possession, 2 or 3 plays, something like that. Just seeing how electric that thing was. I mean, seeing Travis Hunter. We talked about the corner catch on the touchdown that the dude's living in the Matrix, and he reaches out with his right hand, catches the ball behind the other dude's helmet. Insane. He had another insane catch. I think he was actually on that same drive when Shedeur had 2 bad throws in the game. He had the bad throw with the at the end of the game when he checked into it when he should not have. That should have been a touchdown. I mean, if we're keeping it honest,
He underthrew that one, right?
That was his only underthrow of the game. And then he underthrew Travis Hunter on a deep dig on a 15 to 18 yard dig route coming across the middle of the field. Throws it behind Travis Hunter. Travis Hunter hits the brakes, falls backwards as all his momentum is going to the right, falls back to his left, makes that catch. Just being able to watch what that dude is doing up close and personal. This is something I honestly don't know if CU will ever have guys like this ever again.
No. The thing that impressed me most is, listen, can Shedeur be a little arrogant and cocky and when things are going great? Absolutely. One, it was good to hear that him not hitting that throw. He was upset at himself for throwing it, blah, blah, blah. I love that. But if you watched him, that is a poised dude. And I really tried to pay attention. First of all, he's a pretty accurate thrower, and really on some deep balls are really good plays. And he's got 2 or 3 receivers that can run after the catch, which never hurts a quarterback's yardage. But I thought he was pretty accurate, and his poise just blows me away who he is. Do I think he still could take an easier shot once in a while? 7 yards, dump it. Maybe he could lure him from Bo Nix, keep it alive. I think it would save him from getting a handful of hits every game, especially as the teams get better and bigger in Nebraska. But I was blown away about he's legit, and we may have scoffed at Deion, 5 months ago that Shedeur is going to be the first quarterback off the board. If Beck is that much better than what I watched last night,
I'll be shocked.
I'll be shocked.
Yeah, because Beck doesn't have that. Shedeur has Caleb Williams moments. Another play that we haven't talked about from Shedeur when I can't remember if it's first half or second half. Forgive me, I can't remember it. Hopefully you guys will help me out here. But he's got the big deep scramble. He's running around for like what feels like 30 seconds. Goes out to the left. Looks like he's run about 10 yards down the field. Hits the brakes like Top Gun style. Just
short
jumps,
of the line of scrimmage.
Short of the line of scrimmage and delivers a bomb. Like the awareness. Like how the hell did he even know where he was on the field on that play?
Well, one of my favorite plays by Shedeur is when he was getting massive pressure guys on his face and he just takes them and just flips it 15 yards or something off to the sideline. Like he's got tons of pressure. On the deep one too, he did get drilled quite a few times. He only got sacked once, right?
But when he got drilled, it wasn't off of traditional pressure. It was long developing plays.
Yeah. He took some licks, though. He's a tough
Yeah,
kid.
they're going to have to get some short passes in there for him to help him. I will say this, and we've seen this ball batted down 100 times, but when they pass the ball on the 2-yard line in that last drive they're going to take, and it's a little screen pass, but that touch, so he's the same guy that was throwing it 45 yards down the field, but that touch just over the top of the hands of the defensive end jumping up there, right into the running back, boom, 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 pick up 14 yards. Now you're no longer, afraid of a safety.
So if you're on Twitch, you got to see this thing. We've got it on the big screen behind us. Shedeur Sanders steps up. He gets pressure, scrambles out, pulls a Russell Wilson down to the left side, just jumps.
And they got jarred.
Jumps at the line of scrimmage, break stops, delivers a strike. I mean, come on. That's Caleb Williams stuff right there. Carson Beck's not doing that.
Avoids the sack, and then takes a pop. Once he stops, he knows he's going to get hit.
Yeah. It would have been real easy to go pick up 4 or 5 yards running the ball right there.
Yeah, I thought he was going to run it because the first down, well, he's going to get hit down there too.
That's funny watching JT O'Sullivan. One of his criticisms of Bo Nix is he's got to set his feet after he moves up. You can't have 2 happy feet. Right there, he did set his feet, and he knew he was going to take a lick, when he did that. Okay.
They have great special players. I mean, they really, really do.
See, that's my main takeaway watching that. I get it, man. Like, you want to beat North Dakota State by 40 points. I get it. We got a bonehead moment at the end of the game that we got to fix. And I'll circle back on that because I've got thoughts on examples in the NFL and I've seen dumb stuff like that also. But if you watch that game and you don't take away how special of an offense you've got there, how special the playmakers are, like, I get it. There was a bonehead moment, but look at the fun stuff that you're watching, man. I mean, as a CU fan, I get it. Maybe I'm being neglectful, but I find it hard to believe if you watch the Denver Broncos come out, win a game where they were that explosive on offense.
And Bo Nix looks like that?
Bo Nix looks like that. And there's a couple bonehead moments that we'd be sitting here harping on all the negative stuff. Dude, we would be dropping our jaws and drooling.
You put that in a Broncos uniform, and next week in Seattle, you see that, and the quarterback plays like that. Listen, D-Mac ain't going to be able to walk in the door sideways.
That's where I actually disagree with you,
Bo
D-Mac.
Nix is going to be
when you said
massive.
When you said earlier in the show that if this happened with the Broncos that you'd be doing this, I don't think so. I think if you watch Bo Nix do this and it looked exactly like that, all you'd be talking about is the good stuff.
Well, when did the Broncos play somebody in a relegated smaller division? Just let me know. Or are they just going to play NFL teams?
They played
this
the Carolina Panthers, and they've got a couple bonehead moments, but it looks like that.
The Panthers still an NFL team?
Yeah.
Okay. Just checking because that's not a FBS team right there, right?
But again,
out of and you make a couple bonehead moments, but you win the game. But look at all the damn good stuff.
But to me, it's the same thing that we did judging Bo Nix in the preseason. He wasn't going against starting corners or starting DNs or linebackers, but he had to succeed at the level of the competition he was playing with, and he far exceeded the level of competition Bo Nix played against in the preseason. His next test comes up in Seattle. Same thing is, you're right. It's a Division II school. You know, they're not going to be in any big bowl that we've ever heard of or anything like that. But against that competition, now I think the biggest questions are defensively and stopping guys and all that stuff. But he passed the test. It wasn't the NFL players, and it wasn't, Nebraska or a Big 12 school. But guess what?
Right.
Could he play any better?
No. We have heaped tons of praise on him, right? We've just heaping praise. So why did he make that decision at the end of the game?
So I'm glad you asked it. I am glad you asked it. I think at the end of the day, as mature as he is as a football player, he's just a young dude that made a mental mistake. I cannot tell you the amount of times I've been in a 4-minute drill in the NFL, and everybody knows, the fans know, the whole world knows, get your ass down. Get down. Do not go out of bounds. And we've got some dumb running back that just bounces out of the sideline because he was trying to gain an extra yard or two, and he gets forced out of bounds. And we get to the meeting room, and our coaches are screaming at the top of the lungs. Well, how many times we got to tell you? The only thing you can't do is go out of bounds, and you go out of bounds. Because you know why? You make mental mistakes in sports. You do. You just do. It doesn't excuse it, and you got to get called out for it, and it was dumb. And I hope that he doesn't ever make the same. I'd be shocked if he ever makes the same mistake again.
And to simplify it, as smart of a player he is, and you even said that a while ago, that this guy is a smart player.
Yeah.
He showed he's still an immature kid at times.
I don't think it was a bonehead. My opinion is that he was staring down the barrel of 505.
Maybe.
And he was at the 42. And it helped.
You got one-on-one coverage with a fast receiver.
One-on-one coverage with his guy, and it's just,
You might be right. My opinion, though, and you very well could be right. My opinion, though, is I think he was a young player that lost track of the clock. And he probably thought he needed another first down.
All right. Well, listen, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. They don't get preseason games. Everything's coming at you real fast. Okay, fine. But this is the coaching staff that did blow a 29-point lead to Stanford, okay? So this was the coaching staff that didn't realize it benefits them more to have the ball second in overtime, not first. So I'm a little nervous about that, but I'm happy they won. But I think rightfully so, there's going to be some nervous Nellies around here next week when Nebraska comes.
Of course.
Well, when they go to Nebraska.
Of course. Yeah, I'm not promising they're going to beat Nebraska. I'm not doing that.
Are you promising they'll beat CSU?
I'm not promising anything. I'm not.
You can't promise that they're going to beat CSU?
No, I'm not promising anything. That game's always tough. I don't care.
You ain't going to hear nothing out of CSU leading up to that game.
No, I won't. I'm not an idiot.
I'm from CSU anyway.
I'm just living in the moment, and I'm enjoying the stuff because I'm a realist about CU.
That CSU game was crazy last year. It was bananas.
Entertaining television, though.
It was unbelievable.
That game will always be close. I don't care. It will always be close.
Why?
Because it's a rival game, and that's what happens.
Okay.
And I'm not that CU dum-dum that's going to sit here and deny that we don't care about that game. We care about that game.
All right, last one on this. Are you a little concerned that the start of the season is so exhausting for CU before they even get to the Big 12? I mean, it really is a test.
But you got 10 days now before you play again.
I get it, but it's 3 loaded games. A lot of big-time programs give themselves a little bit of a breather at this point of the season.
You know, historically, this is actually about as soft as CU has ever been in scheduling the early parts of the season. We have always, and I think we've been done for it. We have always scheduled the toughest opponents we possibly could. When Nebraska has always scheduled McNeese State and whatever else, we've always done this for whatever reason.
UAPB.
I just wonder if this is going to be so kind of mentally, physically exhausting for CU. By the time they get to the Big 12, it's going to feel like we've had a season.
I'll tell you this though. I would much rather see us grind out a couple wins early on in the season and have organic growth than what happened last year.
Well, but they had that last year. I mean, they had some big wins coming behind.
Well, I'm pointing out last year, 3-0 last year. It was thrilling, but it was like a full season. I mean, you got game day or big noon kickoff out there twice, and just the excitement and everything that was going on. That was insane out there last year.
I think going back, if you're looking back, I think Oregon stole their soul a little bit.
It was a tough
I think
game.
that Oregon game stole their soul
agree.
and it knocked them off
They
track.
were on top of the world.
They
going into
knocked
that.
them off track for about 3 weeks after that.
Dan Tanner is going to be humiliated. Why and how? Find out next.
All right, guys and gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plumbus here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Is Prime a little paranoid there, by the way? Like,
I think he's a little sensitive to the criticism that CU's got, and I think that's beneath him.
yeah, man, I don't know if people are in that room like Rooney. I think Paul Feinbaum might not have your back, but locally, you think people are out to get Deion? Locally.
I think there's a lot of people that would not mind seeing him fail. Yes. And I would include you in that.
That is just not correct. Because I want the school to win. So
do you want Deion to succeed?
Yes, I do.
You struggled earlier.
All right, because I'm trying to separate one thing from another. But if I can't separate, if loss means failure for him, I don't want them to lose. So I guess by default, I want him to succeed. He just ain't my cup of tea. That's all.
Hey,
that's all.
I got no problem with that. Believe
it.
me, there's a lot of things that's not my cup of tea either.
All right. Thanks to Mountain High Appliance, mountainhighappliance.com. We'll get to Dan's humiliation story, which is a Jim Dandy coming up here in a second. But what do you got first, Dan?
All right, let's go to Dove Valley from yesterday and hear from Mike McGlinchey. Now, this soundbite I'm about to play for you guys made the rounds on social media yesterday because a lot of people thought Mike McGlinchey was taking a little bit of a shot here at Russell Wilson when he was asked about his thoughts on how Bo Nix is doing so far.
I think he's been great. I mean, Bo's a great dude, and he's a great guy to hang out with, great guy to have a conversation with. I think he's fit in unbelievably well, and I think he has come in and be authentically himself, and I think that's all you can ask for him. And for us, he doesn't have to be somebody that he's not just because he's the superstar quarterback of an NFL franchise. He's a homegrown dude that really likes playing football, really likes being a teammate, and that's definitely shown through the rest of us in the way that we appreciate his work so far.
Well, that's clearly a shot.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I see why the words could feel like it's a shot when you're talking about a superstar. I think he was just complimenting Bo Nix personally.
Well, listen, man. There's a lot of reasons McGlinchey with the Niners against the Seahawks wouldn't like Russell Wilson.
No,
man.
stop. Professional players don't do that.
Okay.
They don't hate individuals on other teams.
Well, I can hear in Mike McGlinchey, Mayor McGlinchey, where his personality and Russ don't really jibe. I mean, I kind of get it.
They seem like pretty similar to me, if I'm being honest.
How so?
In a lot of ways. They're both like...
Hey, media, look at me.
Yeah, are very generic speech, but I'm presidential in my speech.
And you think those are two personalities that share similarities that get along with each other? Or fight against each other and compete against each other? If they have the same type of personality, and I know what you're saying, to me, those are guys who are boys. Those are guys who are trying to steer in the same lane.
Well, we said this last year about McGlinchey. He is the mouthpiece of Sean Payton, and we saw at the end of the last year, too. So to me, he's in the Sean Payton camp.
No doubt about it. Sean Payton spent a lot of money, lot of effort to get McGlinchey. He was a high priority.
Yeah, so I think he's always going to be more on that side. I don't necessarily was a shot, but I could see where you read it as well.
I think he's just complimenting Bo Nix, and the compliments happen to sound similar to Russ.
Listen, this is nothing new. Everybody's glad Russ ain't there, period, for the culture and everything of the locker room. And it wasn't fair for Russ maybe in that situation because it wasn't his hump, Sean Payton, but McGlinchey was his guy. And maybe that's a tough deal for Russ that everybody was kind of out to get him after Hackett. And frankly, let's not ignore the fact Russ wasn't Hackett's guy either. The only reason Hackett was hired because they thought he was going to pair up with Aaron Rodgers. It wasn't the other way around. It was just messed up from start to finish. And the fact that George Payton survived all that is actually a freaking miracle. Next story, Dan.
All right, let's go back to the CU Buffaloes. Let's hear from Brady Quinn. He was on the Dan Patrick Show this morning, and Dan asked him what we were all talking about last night and earlier today. When Travis Hunter gets to the NFL, do you see him more as a wide receiver, more as a cornerback, or can he do both in the pros?
Oh, man. I mean, looking at these wide receiver contracts,
that's what I said. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, Brandon Ayuk is frustrated with a 4-year, $120 million contract. Right? He's all just distraught about it. It's like,
but people are going to say, he can play both ways. And I said, you can't because you got to be in defensive meetings, offensive meetings. Like you can't be two places at one time, or could he?
I think he could. You figure out a way of the scheduling so you get him caught up to speed on both.
But full time on both sides of the ball, or
well, maybe not full time. You're going to have players you rotate out anyways at wide receiver. And so if I was looking at it realistically of how that would work, I think he'd be out there full time as a defensive back, and then a wide receiver he'd be in probably on 60 to 70% of the plays. And I think that's possible.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. DMAC wants the Broncos to select Travis Hunter in next year's draft. Is Sean Payton the coach that could utilize Travis Hunter on both sides of the ball? Is he the guy to do it?
I don't think there's a coach in the NFL that wouldn't try to use him at least part-time on both sides of the ball. He's proven it, right? It's a proven product.
Yep.
You know it. You're not experimenting. You're not trying something new. It's proven. He can do it.
He's devised for two different players, not offensive defense, not offensive defense, but Jimmy Graham played wide receiver, tight end, right? And remember, when it came to free agency, he wanted to be played like a wide receiver. And they said, oh, no, you're a tight end.
Right.
And then Taysom Hill. I mean, so he's done it, getting guys multiple positions.
The only real debate is how much can he realistically do it. And I personally, I don't think it's realistic for him to play even close to the amount of snaps that he's currently doing in the NFL. And I feel like I'm out on an island on this. Everybody seems to say he should be a full-time corner and a part-time wide receiver. I think he should be a full-time wide receiver and a nickel/dime defensive back, right?
That sounds good.
I talked to a guy in the NFL and who told me it would be an elite cornerback.
Yeah, but you don't.
You don't think he could be an elite? I think he'd be an elite wide receiver.
Well, they said.
Did you watch that game?
They say he's got great speed, but his routes aren't what a dynamic route run. Jerry Jeudy.
What they say about DK Metcalf coming out? Same type of thing. He's done all right. Listen, man. Years ago, I asked Julius Thomas. It's pretty funny. Are you a wide receiver or a tight end? And he looked at me and he kind of rolled his eyes and he goes, tight end. And you could tell it was killing him because he hated to block. He couldn't be stopped as a receiver.
No.
But you can't say you're a receiver because you're betraying everything else that you're doing. But because it was about a contract with Julius.
Yeah.
And he realized what he wasn't going to get paid. If Travis Hunter, who I think is a very bright guy, thinks about it, he's a receiver, guys. He's a receiver. And if you're playing nickel or dime, Tyler, how many plays you playing on defense?
I mean, a lot.
But if there's 60 defensive plays, how many out there for?
40.
That many in nickel or dime?
Yeah, definitely a nickel for sure.
Yeah.
Nickel, you play more snaps in nickel nowadays than you do in base.
All right, so what could you get him out there for 20 to 25 out of 60 snaps defensively?
Yeah, you put him out there when you go dime and just,
And other than that, he's out there all the time as your wide receiver.
Or you just put him in most like third downs, whatever, the most important plays.
Well, there you go. Right. You could balance it out. 1st and 10 on the,
Me personally, I think that I don't know. It's probably easier to miss the meeting time on the defensive side, I would think, than on the offensive side, just because there's so many play calls and the terminology and the motions and everything else. I think it'd be easier to miss the meetings on defense.
Well, let me ask this. Is Bo Jackson a baseball player or a football player?
Both.
I know, right? So Travis Hunter, is he an offensive guy or a defensive guy?
He is a football player. Ain't no doubt about it. He is so unique. But by the way, you don't think Pat Surtain could learn how to run a few routes as a wide receiver? You don't think he could figure that out?
Well, even Champ, who did it in college, and when he came here with Shanahan, they had him 1 year going to run some routes, did it for 2 or 3 games, and he just took a licking on a play, and they went,
Champ
let's keep him over at defense.
Champ did it at the college level, not like Travis.
No one's done it like Travis.
He sort of did it at the college level.
Dude, he played more snaps than anybody in college football last year, and he missed 3 full games.
Champ had a few moments on offense, but he wasn't anything special.
The truth, though, is you could probably do that in the NFL if you're lucky for 5 years, maybe. You couldn't do it for 10 or 15, so you'd have to pick a lane at some point. But I don't know if teams care because teams are in a win-now mentality. And if you can help them win now, they'll probably use you up. I mean, and I would hate to see that with Travis because I think he's such a bright, incredible young man. I think these plays are going to wear him down, though, man. I fear for that. I know he's in incredible shape now, but look at like you're a Wisconsin running back, right? I mean, you just get beat up so much by the time you get to the NFL, it just ain't what it used to be. And I have some nerves about that with Travis. Either way, I want him on the Broncos. Let's get.
He made a great tackle on the outside.
He's not afraid of contact. He's tough as nails. He's unbelievably athletic. He's smart. He's bright. He's fun. He's got a fiance. He likes playing video games and balling out and has a 4.0. Really, seriously, what in the world would you say poorly about this guy, Travis Hunter?
Right.
You want to talk about a slam dunk draft pick? My God. All right, Dan, your moment of humiliation. Detail it for everybody.
So I got a dinner date tonight. I have a date.
Is your dad out of town? So your mom?
Sister. It's his twin.
I have a dinner
she's
date.
Smoking too.
My dinner date is with a blow-up doll. Now, the reason I'm having a dinner date with a blow-up doll is because I have my fantasy football draft tonight, and I finished last
That
season.
doesn't surprise me.
So my punishment is we're all going out to dinner.
Oh.
I have to sit at a table by myself with a blow-up doll
Oh, no.
and have dinner for two.
It-
Just
oh.
her and I.
I couldn't do that.
Okay.
I could not. I wouldn't. I'd find a way. I'd buy my way out of it. I couldn't do that.
What type of restaurant is it?
I asked that too.
It's just a little mom and pop shop in Arvada.
Such like, give me it's like.
I'll give you
what?
the name of it here in a second.
Not like
What's the cost of a meal?
Yeah, like,
give us the name and we'll tell fans to go down and watch.
Oh, we're going to videotape it. Don't you worry.
Yeah, because is it a Chipotle
No,
or is
no,
it
no.
is it sit
I'm
down?
pulling it up here.
It's not a QSR, quick
It's
serve restaurant.
Schoolhouse Kitchen and Libations in Arvada.
Okay, all right. So it's a restaurant. It's a
It's
real
a
restaurant. Okay.
Dinner for two.
Do you
Well,
have
we knew
to
it wasn't a real date.
do you have to order your date a meal?
Oh, that would be
That
good.
I don't know yet.
That would be great, wouldn't
At
it?
least drinks.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to drink.
Do you
both.
have to take the date home with you?
Oh, it's coming back with me.
Do you have to pretend you're on a date, meaning conversation and
Oh,
you know you have to pretend you're on a date.
Oh yeah, this is like I'm
I'm
going
sit,
on a date.
You can't just sit there and eat and that's it.
Correct.
So you have to hold a conversation.
I might hold the hand.
Average cost of a meal, we're looking between $18 to $24 per meal.
I would say he would have to order her a meal and be like, "Oh, you're not hungry?" Like you would have to continue the conversation.
The cool thing is they should have made you have to take an Uber to the restaurant and you have to have the date in the car with you.
Oh my gosh. I'm so like I'm.
Don't be giving these people
I'm
ideas,
uncomfortable.
Scott.
I'm uncomfortable.
You know, it'd be great to see if you got in a fight and you stomped off and left, and she had to pay the tab.
How aggressive is this blow up doll? Like, what are we
I haven't
talking
seen
about
it
here?
yet. I haven't seen it yet.
So what's the thing where you're in a bar and then all of a sudden you leave and never say goodbye to somebody?
Irish goodbye.
Yeah, you got to do an Irish goodbye and not pay for dinner.
I think that's called Dine and Dash.
The funniest thing to videotape is you getting in a fight with her and stomping off and leaving.
Oh my gosh.
Actually, you know what would be funny, Dan? It kind of would make your buddies have to pay the bill.
Should I give her a smooch?
You could give her a smooch when you sit down. You could have a conversation, get in a fight, and your buddies would have to pay that bill.
Just get up and yell, "Fine, they'll pay for it."
Exactly.
Fine.
Exactly.
You're so interested in them, they can pay your food.
Right.
I thought you said we were done texting that guy.
Yeah, and then walk out.
Dude, that's the move. You have a fight and you find out she's cheating with one of your guys that's next door. And you start pointing at him saying, "That's it. Fine. You love him so much. Why don't you finish the night with him?"
That's how you get over on him.
And then you walk out on the date. That's
and
a
you
good
walk
point.
out.
Yeah.
And they'd have to pay it.
Oh my god, am I the only one that's like uncomfortable? Like,
No way.
I
This is
I'm not
awesome.
saying it has to do it.
Why are you uncomfortable?
I couldn't do that. I could not do that. No way.
Yeah, but we could turn the tables because the bet was just having dinner with her, right? Correct?
Yes.
The
that is
bet
correct.
wasn't what was going to happen
Well,
during the dinner.
It's a punishment. Yeah.
No, I get it, but we're working on your side here.
Yeah, no. They haven't told me any specific rules that I have to abide by.
You gotta
with
get
the blow-up doll.
You gotta get in a fight with the blow-up doll and pin it on one of your buddies. Right?
Yeah,
Isn't
at
that kind of the
end of
ultimate?
the meal, you know you're ready to go home anyway. Yeah.
But here's the thing: we're doing the draft after dinner, so we're
So?
going back to do the draft.
So what?
So you're going back where to after draft?
House in Arvada.
Are you
Staying at.
gonna?
So you know what? You still leave the thing. You just meet him at the house.
There you go.
Who won the bet?
Well, all I know is I
I'm
lost.
sorry. Who won the league? Who won the league?
My buddy Nick won.
Blame Nick.
Okay.
Blame Nick
I
and
will.
walk out, and she cheated on you with Nick.
That's right.
And that'd be world class.
I mean, the real question: are you going to prenup?
Tyler.
Well,
Pre what?
Tyler, what's she wearing? What's the date wearing?
I don't think she's wearing anything. I think that's the point.
No, she'll probably be dressed a little bit, won't she?
I don't know. We're gonna find out.
It's a family restaurant.
Who is providing the blow-up doll?
Nick's the commissioner of our league.
So who's
He is
providing the
blow-up.
clothes for the blow-up doll?
I don't even know if there's gonna be
That's
clothes.
my whole point. That thing's not
I have
enough.
no idea.
You might want to bring a T-shirt.
Yeah, and some shorts.
No.
Yeah, do you want to sit in a family restaurant with a blow-up doll and have that in your reputation?
Listen, Dan, we're trying to help you with this and like screw over your pal Nick, which would be funny.
Or you could get the first fight could be like, you showed up like that, and then put some clothes on her.
Like Jim in the office.
You love him that much? You didn't even wear clothes?
Your buddies are going to be laughing their asses off. They're not going to see this coming. They're going to think you're the fool and you're whatever.
Yeah, I'm gonna play it up. Like
Yeah.
I'm in.
Who's videotaping all this?
Oh, I'm sure everybody in our league will be videotaping it.
Do they listen to this show?
I have been requested to send them this segment.
Well, don't do that.
Well, I'll do it after.
Put it
All right, hold
on
on.
a time delay that comes tomorrow.
Yeah, we're gonna play it for him after the whole dinner date with the
Because
blow
we could just do this whole. Dan, you're doing what with the blow-up doll? Oh my God, your friends are. You're such a fool, Dan. You're such an idiot.
Oh, I can't believe you have to do that.
Oh,
Man, I
my
feel
God.
bad for you, dog.
Your friends are real jerks.
Your friends are just going to have a great time laughing at you. Well, good for them. Okay, now send
I feel
that.
like we should end the show off this.
Send that to them.
This feels like this should have been a walk-off.
Well, I'm kind of dying to see how that goes down.
I'll give you a report coming up next week.
Why don't you invite D-Mac? Come meet you guys there.
Oh, I don't go to Arvada. It's PhD on 92.5.
All right, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, don't waste your time. Go to the best car dealership in Colorado. That's my friend over at Phil Longford. This is Tyler here. I've been buying all my vehicles since my rookie year in the NFL. That's an absolute fact. I just don't say that. It's the only dealership that I deal with. Guys, they are going to have the vehicle of your dreams because the inventory is incredible. I'm talking cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles for as far as you can see. And if you haven't driven one of those electric vehicles, go give it a test drive. You're going to be blown away at how fast those vehicles are. Guys, they've got great prices. The interest rates are solid. Incentive deals are solid. They've got an award-winning service department right now. So once you buy your new vehicle, keep it serviced at Phil Longford. You'll have a beautiful vehicle for a very, very long time. They will respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. They're going to give you the best price, and you're going to find the car of your dreams. So don't drive all over Colorado. Go to one spot. That is Phil Longford of Denver. Visit him online at phillongford.com.
I don't know how it works.
What do you? No.
How's that NBA pension going for you? Are you collecting that yet or not? Are you putting that off as long as you can?
He's got things he doesn't need the warden
All
to know,
right,
dude.
all right. Oh.
You don't think what? You don't think what?
Sorry about that. Yeah, my bad. You know how my radio pension's working out? Not good. Not good. I don't know what's going to happen. I'll just stick me in a box. Put me in a crate. You know when your special someone comes to your life and she goes, well, we don't have any money.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't that happen to you recently?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's like we'll have money on Wednesday. You ever get that? Like, it's just give it a couple days. Don't spend any money. Like, thanks, hon. All right, this topic's gone well. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize
where'd you
Health.
think it was going to go?
Nowhere. Thanks to our friends at Revitalize Health. Visit them at revitalize-health.com. CSU, Texas, tomorrow. 32-point dogs. Tough deal.
I could read you something because you're just trying to reach right now.
Okay.
Because I know you feel for me. So I'm doing a Mohs procedure next week.
Yeah, what are you doing? I saw that in an email. I didn't know if that was a little sensitive or not. What's
Thursday? Well, whatever. I mean, not the first guy. I just want to give you.
Well, you want to tell everybody what's going on? You want to tell us what's going on?
I got some skin cancer on my face, and they're going to cut it out. But I was going to let you read this.
All right.
And I won't get into the anesthesia, and they stick needles in your face, and blah blah blah.
Okay.
But let me just read this first line of what the procedure is. You ready for this?
Yeah.
And apropos that's named after Mosier.
Are you being serious?
Yeah, it's Mohs. Mohs.
Okay.
Once the skin has been completely numbed, the tumor is gently scraped with a curette, a semi-sharp scoop-shaped instrument. So you basically go in there and scoop it out of your face.
Nice.
Right?
Sounds fun.
How you feel about that?
Where is it? Let me see.
Oh.
No.
I think that on your face.
Oh, that's just the email. That's right.
No. Scott shows me the smallest print email of all time.
Yeah.
Okay, that's not a bad spot to do it.
But
though.
didn't they?
You already got a little scar there. Did they already try to cut it out?
That's where they biopsied it. Yeah, the little scar there is the biopsy, and then they say, "Oh yeah, well, skin cancer."
At least it's on the side of your face.
Yeah, they said it can be like a little facelift thing.
Really? You're gonna get a little tuck?
Yeah, so I'll be like this. just
the left side.
Hey, look at this, tight on the left.
When are you going through that?
Thursday.
Oh, well, thoughts are with you, man.
Thursday.
I'm sorry that you're doing that. I hope you're going to be okay. I'm sure you'll be fine.
Whatever. Yeah, but here's the funny thing. So then it goes. They say for 2 weeks you basically can't do anything strenuous.
Really? Well, you better get it in then, huh?
Nothing that raises
No more
your
47 seconds.
No, 42 seconds. 42.
Yeah, okay.
No blood. Raise your blood pressure.
Nope. Really?
And you can't lift anything over 10 pounds. I'm thinking, well, how'd I go to the restroom?
Wow.
No, I'm just kidding.
Wow.
I had to get a joke in there somewhere.
Wow. Well, best of luck with that, my man.
But could you, if someone told you,
and we're doing no dumb questions, wrap things up here.
Yeah, no dumb questions.
Okay,
so I told
fine.
you, okay, boom, 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 whatever it is, and for 2 weeks you basically can't lift or do anything.
Yeah.
Could you guys be okay?
Well, first off, they're full of BS. Like,
That's what I think.
They're cutting a little thing out of the side of your face.
Yeah.
What the hell does that have to do with picking up something?
They don't want the stitches to rip and pull.
yeah.
And
All right, hold on.
You'll be fine.
Let me back that one up.
That's what I
What
I'm sorry, I'm not being dismissive, but
No,
I mean,
no,
you're going to be fine.
This is exactly what I thought when
Yeah.
when the warden was reading to me. Now I'm like,
right.
What in your life at this point do you need to, within the next 2 week, lift that's over 10 pounds?
dumbbells, Tanner.
Tanner.
Blow up dolls.
Your love doll weighs more than 10 pounds? You didn't say you had a fat date.
You like some thick, baby.
Are they going to pour Jello in it and make it nice and?
Oh,
Wow.
jeez. Gosh.
You got a tubby love doll?
I didn't know that I was like the uncomfortable guy, but I'm so uncomfortable. I would 100% welch on this bet. There is zero chance I could do it.
Here's the.
Can you offer him coffee?
I can certainly try.
Here's what I think is embarrassing. I think I could easily go through my life in the next 2 weeks without lifting anything more than 10 pounds. I don't think it would be an issue whatsoever. The exercise.
Well, how much your bike weigh?
Ounces. It can't weigh more than 3 pounds. Maybe a little bit more than that. But there's no way my bike weighs 10 pounds. I'd be shocked.
How about your backpack?
Yeah, you know what? That's you got me on that one. That probably is a little bit heavier because I have the most.
What are you putting in your backpack?
2 weeks of clothes?
No, I have an industrial size lock now, so the thing doesn't get stolen. I mean, my lock is it's heavy. The backpack is maybe a little bit of an issue. But other than that, what do I lift? What do I do? Nothing. Do you really work out like that religiously? Like you gotta really? So you can't work.
Pretty good about it. Man.
I mean, this ain't free.
That's true. So 2 weeks without working out.
Yeah, well, that's what they say.
What's going to happen to you?
I'll look like Tanner.
Tanner's like a skinny mini these days, though. Tanner's like a rail.
Yeah, my problem is I don't know. I don't know what happened. 2 weeks off. What do you do?
Are you taking time off work?
No. That day. Maybe.
No, you're going to be fine. You're going to be good.
You nervous about it?
You're going to be
not
good.
really.
Are you going under?
No, it's just they basically. You know what my
The worst part's going to be the needle.
Do you want me to tell you the biggest fear I have? Because they stick needles in your face because they got to numb the whole side of your face.
Yeah.
And it's on my left side, which I would assume that means I've got to lay on my right side. My shoulders suck.
Oh, that's.
I mean, every 2 hours I wake up at night because my both shoulders have had surgeries. They go to sleep. That's my biggest fear is being able to lay there.
On that.
They say it can take 20 to 40 minutes to scoopy. Or no, it's 20 minutes to scoop and then about 40 to 60 to they analyze it right away.
Someone says, Scott, I've done it twice in my forehead, and I don't remember ever having restrictions. It's actually a pretty simple procedure.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty simple procedure. I'm not worried about that.
Are you afraid you're going to be as
You ever had a mole cut out?
No.
I have. Kind of sounds similar.
Are you afraid you're going to be as deformed as Mosier was?
No, I'm not as vain as Mosier either.
He bounced back pretty good, though.
But he didn't come on. Remember, he didn't come on the radio show for like a week.
It was a little at first, it was a little, wow. Hey, Moj. But he looks all right.
But
now.
I think he got it
got
on his nose, and
in
the hair.
Yeah.
Mine's on the side right now. So
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
Yeah.
It doesn't look like cancer to me.
Thank God you're not
Dr. Columbus.
Thank God you're not my dermatologist.
Dr. Columbus checking in right there.
It won't grow for another 20, 30 years.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're
that's
gonna be good. Don't worry.
You'll be fine.
No, I'm really not worried about. The most worried I am is laying on my right shoulder for an hour,
right,
or more, and how my shoulder holds up.
Well, but that's 2 weeks off of 42 seconds.
But saying that gives me to my point right now.
Oh, here we are.
Talked about last week. Regret tends to make us look backwards, and we screw our lives going forward because we're always thinking about what we did in the past, right? Same things with the control. Think of the majority of your problems or fights or arguments or everything that stems with how much it involves that you've tried to control a situation, a discussion, an argument, or whatever. Or you want bosses to do this because they're stupid if they don't. How about if we let go of control just how much stress would that take out of our lives? I can't control what they're going to do, so I'm not worried about it. So that's my tip.
And with that,
clock's going to be fine.
We bid you a fond farewell forever.
I'm going to waste 84 seconds the week following. A minute 24 out of my life.
All I can say is if you've got 2 weeks of doing nothing, have a fun week. All right, Nate Andy coming up next here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Yes! Welcome in, everybody! It is Ska Friday. Actually, you know what today is, Andy? It's a College Football Friday!
Yeah!
College football! Yeah! That's right, Gus! Welcome in, everybody! We had college football last night. We had the game that the nation was glued to, that all eyes in the country were staring at, and I got to be honest with you, Andy, it was never in doubt. My Fighting Illini handled Sean Payton's Eastern Illinois, whatever they are, 45-0. ILL and all that. Strong start for the Fighting Illini last night. Obviously, Texas and Ohio State and Georgia are all shaking in their boots right now, thinking about what could be coming out of the Big Ten.
You need to go to Sean Payton once a week and ask him a question. Big Ten or whatever, Illinois versus his school related.
Eastern Illinois related. Shutout last night for the Fighting Shambanners. But no, really, the Buffs.
The Buffs!
They won.
College football. Fox Sports.
The game ended.
College football.
With them having more points than North Dakota State.
Last I checked, that was the goal.
That's what you're trying to do. There's nothing more to add. There's nothing more to ask for.
There's more to ask for. Because I was sitting there going, you're not going to cover this spread. And because I just kept remembering the tweet that said, if it doesn't go the proper way, Vegas is going to have Christmas in August. And, break out the carols and the cocoa.
Were there some Buffs that were laying the 10 last night? What are you doing throwing the ball with 1:41 to go on first down? Run the ball. Force North Dakota State to take a timeout. Kneel. Game over. Game over. You comfortably walk back to the locker room with a victory. Instead, a Bison Hail Mary comes up 4 yards shy of the end zone. Also, knock the ball down.
Knock it down.
Knock the ball down.
Can hear Tom Jackson on NFL Primetime down now. Knock it down.
Woo.
You always knock it down.
Man, they did not knock it down. It did come up short. And yes, the Buffs do escape with a victory. North Dakota State covers. Seriously, like was CU trying to cover? Were they trying to do the student section a solid? What are they doing? Why is Shedeur trying to throw to LeJohntay Wester with 1:41 to go? Dion said that's just Shedeur being a good guy. Doesn't seem that good to me, because that's a losing play that he made right there. They survived, but that's a losing play. There are 113 other guys on the team last time I checked, right?
Yeah. So you brought this up to me in the car, and I just was like, I guess I never thought. Again, anybody that's heard me talk this, we're not hiding anything. Never have been the biggest gambler.
Mm-hmm.
So the lines don't always stick in my head the way it does for a lot of people.
Yeah.
I thought it was a stat grab. You know, I thought it was maybe more Heisman driven.
And maybe that's what
no,
it is.
But look, hey, listen, I didn't consider it. Well, now you mentioned it, I was like, gosh, there probably were a lot of prominent alumni that would have liked if you covered that sucker, right? So
yes, typically the boosters, the people that run the collective,
right?
They
like to.
They like it when you cover.
Couple of bucks on a game.
Very, very much. I've had more than one college football coach tell me, if somebody on the team ever tells you they don't know what the spread is, they are lying to you because they hear about it from people.
So I was curious. I was going to ask you again, being a guy who I come from the era where we weren't really supposed to talk about this, even though I told you yesterday, Cousin Lou educated me to plenty.
Yeah.
Do you think players are more aware now of the spread now than they were before?
I do think
you said it's always been that way.
I do think players are more aware of it now, just because it is so in your face. Like there's nowhere you can turn where the number is not part of it.
We are free to talk about it now, right? Nobody has to hide it anymore.
Mark Jones, between saying lacerated 87 times on the broadcast last night, is also making reference to ESPN Bet during the broadcast. They're talking about the 5.5 wins in the total and everything else on the game. So again, I think everybody is well aware, but the days of the donors, air quotes, the donors, bugging coaches about covering spreads, that's as old as time.
Okay.
Yeah. That has nothing to do with legalized sports betting. And hey, when has legality ever stopped any activity in college football? Let's be honest.
I will tell you, I do like Mark Jones as a play-by-play guy a lot. I really do.
I actually do too. I kid. It was just he was really leaning into the
lacerated. My guy, though, had
lacerated.
a rough night at times, too, where he was like me, where maybe don't get fancy with the words sometimes. He tried to say behemoth near the end of the broadcast,
Didn't
and I
work.
don't know what came out. I was like, what was that again?
I'm sorry, what now?
were you going for?
The who with the what now?
You know what else I thought was funny? They did not pick a great time to roll out the "Welcome to the Big 12." They got their hype video, and Mark's doing the narration, which sounds like they didn't record on the best of mics. And then all of a sudden, oh, here's a play. Anyway, back to the Big 12. Pomp and circumstance.
Let's not overlook the part where Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter are freaking awesome.
Well, I'm probably going to get in trouble. I don't know how many games you win without those dudes. Now, there's a lot of play. There's a lot of teams where you could say the same thing, right? But
no, Andy, they put that team on their back and won that game last night. Those two dudes.
Jimmy Horn got in there too. But
if you replace Shedeur Sanders and Travis Hunter with a replacement level quarterback and a replacement level wideout / corner, they lose that game last night. They're going to be dubs on the schedule if you don't have those two guys.
No.
They are freaking special. Shedeur was absolutely terrific last night. I ripped the decision at the end of the game because it deserves to be ripped. In between all that, dudes throwing 4 tutties, standing in, taking tough shots, delivering the ball accurately on target. Travis Hunter making phenomenal plays out there. The speed of that guy is just absolutely unbelievable. That first touchdown, I mean, he's getting 20 yards of cushion because the cornerback just knows if I try and backpedal with this guy, he'll blow right past me. He'll be 5 yards beyond me in no time. And so that dude's just given all the cushion in the world. Travis, he didn't even run a route on that play. He was like, here, give me the ball. And now watch me just burn all these fools. And the safety taking a terrible angle, coming down and trying to make that tackle on that. That Travis Hunter is unreal. To me, my answer is wide receiver because take the money, but the answer of what position that guy should play at the pro ranks, I don't know. I don't know why you shouldn't play both.
Well, I think you do play both. I still say as a corner, he's just so good.
Yeah.
Now, he's a good wide receiver. He really is.
I'd say.
But I don't know that he runs the technically specific, the sharp cut, the in the right, because you said it right there. I'm open, throw it.
Just give me the ball. Yeah.
But you know, in the NFL, there's a lot of guys, Peyton Manning chief among them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm throwing there. You better be there. I don't care where you. I need you there because I'm letting the ball go before you cut and get there.
But those ball skills are God-given.
His hands are because again, we're all still trying to figure out. I talked to Mark Johnson to see if he got any good explanation today of how he caught the one with basically having an arm bar around his neck. And again, you look at the pictures, and people got some great pictures. That's where I wish I would have been up in Boulder last night to be able to get some of that. But the way he just basically stuck one hand out, caught it like a baseball, then found a way to wrap the other hand on it. I don't think he saw any of it. I just think he felt the ball hit his hand because the kid literally had him in a headlock.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous.
Yeah. He's phenomenal.
Tyreek Hill. I don't love Tyreek Hill, but
you
players respect players.
Of course.
Tyreek Hill tweeted out today, I don't care what you need, that guy needs to be the number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
He had a lot of NFL, even Patrick Surtain's like, I've never seen anything like that, dude. Or the second, our guy, PS2, tweeted out, I've never seen anything like Travis Hunter. AG giving him a shout out. Travis Hunter was the talk of Twitter.
He should be.
So who's the Heisman favorite? Again, of the two, because I saw all the talk and the draft status and all this stuff on ESPN because of recency bias today and all that. Everybody will have, it'll be interesting to see what the conversation about that kind of stuff is come Monday when everyone's played a full weekend of college football. But of the two, who do you think took the lead last? I don't know. I mean, it feels like Travis Hunter's the guy nobody could quit talking about.
They both were phenomenal in that game. That's the thing, though, is you cannot forget, like, what did Travis have? 7 catches, I think, by the time the game was all said and done. But he also played, 50-some-odd snaps on the defensive side of the ball?
Kept Lance's brother from having too big a night.
Yeah, Bryce Lance, what do you have, 3 catches for 32 yards, I think, in that game?
Athlete too, though, man.
He's pretty
That's a good-looking
special.
prospect, I think.
He's pretty special, but Travis, for the most part, rendered him obsolete in that game last night.
All right, there's the good, okay?
Yeah. There's good. There is
a lot of good. It was fun.
There's
and all
good
that last
as in
night.
there's 2, and I got to put Jimmy Horn in there. I got to give him a little bit of
Give him a
love as
shout out.
well. That dude, his speed to burn, it really is something else. They're going to go against much better secondaries this year. But he is also a phenomenal talent.
Real quick, if I could, because we've already got a text coming in.
By all
Look, I
means.
understand the bitterness. Here's I am curious from CSU fans. Because whichever school we featured, the other school eventually, it's kind of funny. If you and I are talking CU, all the CSU fans pop off. If we talk CSU, all the CU fans are popping off, right? We had Brian Roth, I feel like we got more CU people weighing in during Brian Roth's interview than we do when we actually have CU people on. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So it goes both ways. It shows you the fun part of the rivalry.
Yes.
And Nate and I are happy all of you folks are listening.
We enjoy
But
it.
I've got a serious question for CSU fans. The Broncos could be in position to draft Travis Hunter. That would be a very good addition to what they're trying to do. Would you embrace him are you going to let the CU thing go if he becomes a Bronco? That's my simple question. Hey, you're giving me that look it's weird, but all I hear is CSU hate for this guy, and he even said it. I saw a tweet where he goes, yeah, I'd like to stay in Denver and play for the Broncos.
Now, what's his name? The running back from CU that had the 1,000-yard season a couple of years ago? I don't remember his name.
Yeah. I know.
I know.
We know why.
He's Philip Lindsay.
But he chose to betray us.
He's
so
over
unfortunately,
there.
you're dead to us from 3 to 6. We'll love you every other time.
For 3 hours
For
a
3
day.
hours a day,
you're
you don't
dead.
exist.
No,
You're
he's
the sixth sense.
Whatever, he's fine. But Rammies fans had to enjoy that, right? He was a great story. He was fast. He was the only fun player on otherwise atrocious Bronco offenses. You got over that, right? Didn't you? Maybe some of you didn't. And I respect that level of pettiness, quite frankly.
Oh, there is some, but both sides have it. I don't know what it is about the last couple. Maybe it's because, I was over at KOA, so not as many CSU. I don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But man, I could pick 3 out on Twitter from both the Buffs and the Rams where I'm like, you guys, you talk about party lines.
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Oh,
you are only loyal to one brand.
The thing I love
My
too
God.
is every CU fan is like, little brother, who cares about those guys? The second we talk Rammies, we hear from all of you. So,
yes.
Yeah, you guys.
And look, I would ask Buff fans, you're going to switch over if they get Horton. No one's going to get upset about that, right?
No, he's awesome too.
I wish they'd have gotten Mo Kamara. Anyway. Dang it, I had another question. We'll have to dive into it.
We'll do it on the other side. There's a lot
It's like
to do.
we got 2.5 more hours.
It's College Football Friday. Jeff Legwold will be with us from 4 to 5.
College football.
Thank you, Gus. Yes, he'll be with us from 4 to 5. We got a lot to do today on the show, but good God, did the Buffs give us all the content or scontent from last night. We do that on a Ska Friday. That is Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. Mark Springer produces the program. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious lawyers for the seriously injured. Stay right here. Oh, we hope you're having a delightful Ska Friday. We certainly are. Happy Labor Day weekend to everybody. That's Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. This is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. You're listening to Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can participate in Sports Talk Radio discourse with us, should you so choose, via the Schomp Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. Andy, what I've taken more than anything is the brilliance of Travis Hunter transcends Rams Buffs hate.
I believe so. There's a couple that are still entrenched.
Good for you.
Our guy, Army vet Mitch. I hated Shaq Barrett.
How do you hate Shaq Barrett?
Yeah, Shaq was so nice.
He's one of the nicest people and an awesome player.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Yes, a true. We can tell you this because Andy and I both covered Shaq up close. Genuinely good and nice person.
And even when he started to become a star, didn't change.
Didn't change.
Some guys, they're cool to you while they're a rookie, and then when they start to earn status on the team, they don't want to talk to you anymore. That was never Shaq Barrett.
Nope.
So
wasn't that dude. So turn your frown upside down.
Our guy
on
Mitch,
that one.
though, Mitch is dug in. Mitch is, I think, a party line guy.
Single issue. Ticket
black
voter.
and gold. Never mind. What'd you think of those uniforms, by the way?
I liked them. I thought they were good. Black. I thought the black looked sharp.
Those helmets were slick.
I thought the helmets looked good. I like the little.
The flat irons. It's supposed to be the flat irons.
They were flat irons. They were good looking flat irons. I thought it was a good looking uniform. I thought that was a good looking football game last night. Like, first off, North Dakota State fans traveled. The fine folks, they showed out in Boulder last night. They had a sizable section, the green and yellow. It was good to have college football back in our life.
It was. Trust me. It so was.
Good to have.
Can I ask you a question?
You may. I'm here to
This
answer
is where
your
the
questions.
bad comes in a little bit.
There's bad. 31-26, Andy, they won.
Yeah, I'm glad. I mean, look, you and I both have been preaching all week to the point of people telling us to knock it off. You're stupid or whatever,
Yeah.
Calling us stupid on the text line's a usual thing, so whatever.
Yeah. Water's wet.
That's what the text line's for.
Sure.
We told them it was going to be the game went about as we said. I thought they'd win by 10. They should have won by 10. They didn't win by 10. But you and I said second half, Buffs will pull away, a little bit of altitude, a little bit of talent, the whole deal, on and on and on.
North Dakota State's, by the way,
They're a good FCS program.
their clock management was also not awesome in the fourth quarter. Stop running the ball.
Yeah.
Stop handing it off.
Yeah.
Okay? You're down 2 scores. I know that's your identity. Stop doing that. But yeah, they went down, they scored, they backdoored it.
Okay. My question, again, if you're a CU fan, how have you changed most of the players and basically the coaching staff, and yet the defensive problems from last night still remain? What bothered me was, and North Dakota State took advantage of it a couple of times, especially on that touchdown. The coverage runs deep, you bring extra pressure, and the middle of the field could not be more wide open. And I don't understand how everything's different, and yet the problem's the same. Nate, crossers. There was crossing route room for days.
Yep.
4 days. And I worry that Nebraska, who played you last year and implemented some of that, and CSU, who really was the first one to have that show up, may take advantage of it if you're a Buff fan. I just don't, I guess, and again, you talked about running the football. Well, I think one of the reasons why they were still throwing is I don't think they can run the football effectively right now. That line has got to get on the same page a little bit more.
Yes. Yes,
So-
they certainly do. The turnover on downs, see you going for it on a fourth down.
Yeah, what
at their own 34
Can
yard
I tell you
line.
why I really hate that call?
Khalil
despite-
Benson, the right guard, just getting spun around on that play.
Aside from where you were on the field,
Yeah.
I don't like that decision because I was having flashbacks of Stanford, where roughly the same part of the field, you made the same decision, got the same result, and the next thing you know, Stanford went on a run and the game completely changed.
How about after that, though? Shedeur made one of the most brilliant moves of the night going down with the cramp.
Right.
That was a phenomenal strategic cramp. Buff's offense was still on the field.
Yeah.
They would have been in big time trouble if Shedeur didn't recognize it and fake an injury. Hey, he sold it. He got up. He limped. kind of walked like his dad off the field, and no one was the wiser. But that was a really smart play by him right there. He saved his sidelines bacon on that. There were various points of the evening where I'm looking at it and just it's the same story. It's disorganization. It's bad clock management. At the end of the game, it's weird decision-making going out there. It's wondering who is actually in charge of the entire thing. Deion throwing Shedeur under the bus on that decision to throw on the first down with 1:41 left in the game, saying that was on him. I'm sorry, my guy. You're in charge. Deion, you heavy as the head that wears the headset, my dude. You've got to not let that happen.
The thing I found most interesting was ESPN after the fourth down call found it. They caught an interesting, I thought, view of the sideline where they haven't picked up the first down, and Deion turns around and like dead stares at Pat Shurmur.
Yeah,
and
gave
I'm
the
like,
what was that?
That does not I would not want that glare from Deion.
No.
I just know that.
Yeah,
So that to me, this early in the year, that's kind of an interesting
lot to
deal.
clean up.
So
they left.
It is the
some
first
things.
game, and you get stuff like this, right?
First games are tough. There's no doubt about that. A lot of new guys out on the field. New coaches in new positions. There is that. Like to be completely fair, we do have to allow the grace of gelling and chemistry. Although Deion says chemistry is not a thing, I tend to disagree. I believe that this group does have to gel. I think the offensive line, really, what Gary Barnett told us, left side of the offensive line, quite good. Jordan Seaton, that dude can straight up, he can play.
NFL's interested in him.
Yeah, he's a large human. There's a reason why there were as many scouts as there were at that game last night. Right side of the offensive line, they got to work on some stuff. Shedeur bailed them out many times, as he so often does.
I got a question for you.
All right.
What's a question? Would Sean Payton want Shedeur? Could Shedeur Sanders play for Sean Payton?
Short answer, no.
You know where I'm going with that,
Of course.
right? I mean, Shedeur, you said it. He bailed him out, but it was I don't know if Shedeur didn't like the play. It looked like Shedeur was in charge of his own offense on a few of those plays last night. Did it not?
So this is funny, Andy, and you know me, I get into some of the analytical nerd stuff, and it's always difficult to look at college stats and say, okay, what inside the statistics of a college quarterback translates to something that's useful in projecting what they can be in the NFL. One of the big ones, and the analytics guys and the draft nicks hammer on, is sack rate, because it shows you're holding the ball too long. It questions your processing, and it questions, again, just in general, your ability to be able to stay in rhythm and get the ball out. Now, there's always things inside of these stories, okay? Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels actually both had pretty high sack rates last year, and they were the number 1 and number 2 picks in the draft, respectively. They're also both insano athletes that oftentimes were making plays and hanging onto the ball and creating things downfield. But the guys that get sacked a lot in college are also the guys that get sacked a lot in the pros. There's a big-time correlation that goes on right there. And again, it's one of the things that Sean Payton liked so much about Bo Nix. Low sack guy in college, and what we've seen out of him so far in 2 preseason games, low sack guy in the pros.
Because he gets rid of the ball. He just takes the plays it's called, and he gets rid of the ball.
Yeah.
Shedeur is trying to do the second play thing. To be clear, I don't want anyone mishearing me.
The skills of a Caleb Williams, a Jaden Daniels, a Shedeur Sanders, Bo Nix can't do that stuff.
Sure.
But also, there's the cost-benefit analysis that the coach then delves into, and you're right about that. Sean Payton, that's one of his things. That's a big Sean thing right there.
Yeah, I love the game of Shedeur, but I just wondered, could Sean, I just kept thinking this last night, was like, man, would Sean Payton handle this guy? When you watch him, literally, you could tell there's a look. He doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So I'm going to move over here and wait for the deep thing to open up. So
Accuracy, athleticism, arm, leadership, everything else. I'll take it all on. knowing that there's no such thing as an exactly perfect prospect, and that's the thing that you've got to get under the hood on.
He does have to start getting rid of the ball. He cannot take a beating like he did last night. He already took a beating in the first game.
Yeah.
And again, that goes back to this conversation. You can't, he can live for the second play, but sometimes, to Sean Payton's point of what I think he would tell him, just take a few of the 5-yarders, man. Just get the ball out. We'll give you those big ones on another play, but you cannot be getting crushed already. He had the one where he rolled back into a pressure and the D tackle rolled over him.
Well, here's a for instance for you, the PI that they were able to draw on that final drive on the 3rd down and 8. That was just straight up Shedeur making a play. That was just like, okay, you're freaking special. That was avoiding pressure, getting the ball out. It's the classic, and I hate that call, but it's right. I can still hate it even though it's right. It's the huge underthrow, and then the DB runs into the receiver, and boom, you get the PI. I hate that call.
That DB never even looked.
Nope.
Never even looked.
No.
By the way, what did you think of the play, which was one grabbed the mask and the other had the guy downfield? I thought that was a perfect just call them both off, but you can't really argue either one.
Right.
Because at first when they called the holding on the corner that I think got a hold of Travis.
What were the refs doing last night?
Not sure. There was a good game going on in front of them. I don't know.
That was a miserably officiated game.
It really
last night.
was, and I think both sides had beef as to what you weren't calling.
Some of the blatant holds on the outside that North Dakota State was getting away with. Travis Hunter, and I will take nothing away, but some light OPI here and there.
Man, the deep pass, the TV cut to it where you could see the full, like they caught the full shove at the end.
The touchdown in the back of the end zone, a little bit of a drag on the jersey. That corner got up and was like, anyone see that? Nope.
Yeah.
Got away with it.
The one in the end zone I felt was more of the subtle, that savvy one receivers will talk about.
Yeah.
The one on the deep ball was just a straight Walter Payton stiff arm out of the play. But then, I mean, both sides, there were targeting calls missed for both teams.
Yes, there were.
My gosh, what are we doing?
Andy, it's week 1 for the officials, too. You ever heard that expression?
Yeah.
Preseason for everybody. Buffs get the victory last night against North Dakota State. 303-504-0925. I asked this of CU fans or college football fans in general today.
College football!
After watching the on-field edition of the 2024 Buffs in week 1, you feeling better or worse about what Colorado is right now?
I'm surprised, and really, I think it goes for both sides of the ball. I'll remake my point. You have new players and new coaches, and yet some of your same bugaboo problems popped up again.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a little curious as to why. Now, here's the thing.
Your defensive line left quite a bit to be desired. Like we said, the right side of your offensive line was not good. You still didn't run the ball at all with any kind of consistency in that game last night. And your end-of-game clock management, which requires good, attentive coaching from the sideline, was non-existent.
Yeah, they don't have a tight end, and I think that's going to be a problem. My other main concern is I talk about Shedeur getting beat up, because without Shedeur, you don't – I mean, come on. You talked about if you take Shedeur and Travis off this team, I don't know. Maybe they got some great backup quarterback. You need Shedeur for this to work for you. If the offense is going to be what it's going to be.
And Andy, he took shots again last night.
I know.
Some of the hits that he took last night were just the 41-yarder that he threw to Jimmy Horn. He got drilled on that play.
He did.
Yeah.
You can't have it. And so my point is, if you're ever going to protect him, I understand why they want to get as many wide receivers. They've got a lot of talented receivers, but you've got to be able to block long enough for the routes to come to completion and for the play to be made. And you don't have a blocking tight end again. You know, I guess then go with the extra offense, but you're going to have to do something different than, frankly, some fairly undersized running backs as an extra blocker. We saw that last year.
The very nice 69-yard touchdown to Jimmy Horn, Dallin Hayden made the blitz pickup.
You're right.
But he was also sitting on Shadour's lap as Shadour let that thing go. So it's like, all right, well, you did get in the way. So you did help the ball go, but also blitz pickup. Not this offensive specialty. Not really.
I'm just kind of curious, that again, is Pat Shurmur and Deion on the same page?
I don't know.
I think Pat Shurmur knew. I know Pat Shurmur gets a lot of crap, and frankly, well deserved from the time with the Broncos. But I think Pat Shurmur tried to show you, we understand we better eat some clock or our defense is going to go get gassed out there.
Right. And that fourth quarter drive was the difference in the game. That it very much was, and that was where you talked about it all week, Andy. That was where I do think that altitude came into play a little bit, and got to North Dakota State. That's where Colorado was able to put the game away. That's and to their credit, they put on some big boy pants at that part of the game, and went and put together a drive to go and win that thing. But then their execution the rest of the way left quite a bit to be desired.
Yep. And you're right. And so, again, it's the first week. Nobody freaks out after the first week. A lot of teams, I've seen a lot of Colorado teams in particular doing that broadcast, look one way the first week, and then it kind of gets figured out the next. Maybe some kids take the coaching a little more to heart of what they're talking about, whatever it is. But I guess to piggyback on your question, after getting one look at the 2024 Buffaloes, how do you feel about the over-under 5.5?
It's the right number.
It's right there.
It's the right number.
It is.
It's very much the right number, and I wouldn't take the over with any confidence. Like our buddy Mike Palm says, you better believe they're going to win 7 if you're going to bet that over. Does that look like a 7-win Big 12 team right now?
Now, when you look at that schedule at this
Not
point.
really.
But, maybe we'll see some other. Here's the weird thing. With the transfer portal, you may think you know something about the teams you saw a year ago. Then you got to go figure out who's left on the roster.
There's that part.
You know
of
what
it
I mean?
too. Yeah.
So that's the only reason why I'll hedge my bet a little bit.
Jeff Legwold is going to be with us in studio for an hour from 4 to 5 today. All Broncos and NFL. Just we're doing hardcore football for a full hour with our buddy Jeff Legwold. We're talking about the Broncos roster. We are talking about reports of a trade that the Broncos didn't want to participate. We're doing all of that today here on the show. It's Ska Friday, College Football Friday.
College football!
Getting you ready for the Rammies going in to take on Bevo and the Longhorns tomorrow. Plus, don't forget Air Force and Merrimack, everybody.
Good old Merrimack.
Front Range College Football.
What did you say, the Warriors?
I think the Warriors, yeah.
Warriors!
The Merrimack Warriors will come out and play. It's Altitude Sports Radio.
Wow, all sorts of pops and pals in that one. All right, let's talk Colorado Off-Road. They deserve the same fireworks show. Are you looking for truck or 4x4 accessories? You got to check out a place like Colorado Off-Road. First off, I've done business with these folks since 2019. Jerry and Wendy Jones own this great Colorado business, and they've been at it for almost 25 years. They're coming up on their 25-year anniversary. Great thing about that is Jerry's a Colorado guy. He knows the Colorado elements. He knows what'll work for your truck. For example, I always tell you about the bed color. One of the ways that Jerry sold me on this bed cover was it was about the elements. He had told me the difference of this hard top bed cover and how it would hold up against the snow versus one of the other ones that was just frankly cheaper that I was looking at. And he's been true to his word. We've had some heavy snows over the last 5 years. You can probably remember them. My bed cover has shown no different, no deformation or anything during that time. And I'm telling you, I'm so happy that he pointed me in that direction. It's one that I can fold up. I can use different sizes of the bed if I need to because it folds up in threes. It was a great suggestion. He'll have the same conversation with you. He'll guide you in the right direction as well. And bed covers are great to think about this time of year because even though it's still hot out there and it's just the start of fall, at any time the snow will be flying, and then you got to get that out of the back of your truck. They can do heated seats, remote starts, step rails, you name it. Truck and 4x4 accessories, they've got it for you. It's Colorado Off-Road. Go and find them 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street, on the web at cooffroad.com, or call them 303-761-1264.
Scott Friday, Mephistopheles, Nate Kreckman, Andy Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, Andy, we got an NFL scoop.
Scoop it.
You ready for an NFL scoop?
Scoop it good.
Diana Rossini.
Yes, sir.
Of The Athletic has a interesting Bronco-related scoopage. According to Diana Rossini, there was a trade that wasn't. She is told that if the Broncos had been willing to take the 49ers' offer of a third-round pick for Courtland Sutton, the Niners would have then agreed to trade Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. But Denver passed on the offer, and so San Francisco turned down the Steelers' offer as well. Like you talked about, and this was something that you hammered home throughout our conversations on this topic, the Niners weren't going to swing Brandon Ayuk without getting back a competent wide receiver.
Yeah, who was the team they had one team, was it the Commanders that I think was willing to trade maybe Terry McLaurin? They had one team, no, it was Cleveland.
Cleveland with Amari Cooper.
He didn't want to go.
Yeah, and it was Amari Cooper.
But they were going to give him a good receiver back.
Right.
So
yeah. And so that didn't come to be. Well, okay. Andy, what does it say to you that the Broncos turned down a third-round pick for Courtland Sutton?
Jeff Legwold and Mike Sanford both had talked about during camp how much better Courtland has looked. Mike especially has talked about how he's running through cuts again better and accelerating better. You can't give away all your weapons, right? Like people were getting on me a while back. I think Sanford filled in for you one day and was getting on me because I was saying the Rockies should just trade everything. And he's like, well, you got to keep something to go around. Right. I'm with you.
You don't.
You and I are in agreement on that. But I think it's kind of the same thing here. You do have to keep Bo Nix, give him something. And I think Courtland is the prototype kind of guy that he'll love to throw to with somewhat this passing game is going to do.
I got two reasons why I think it didn't happen. Number one, piggybacking off of what you just said, they need their rookie quarterback to have a reliable weapon. Like that is going to be a critical part of the development of Courtland Sutton. I also do think the healthy Courtland Sutton fetches better than a third rounder at the trade deadline.
Fair enough.
And so the Broncos don't have to they don't have to take the third rounder. Like in recent seasons, whether it was Courtland Sutton or it was Jerry Jeudy that were on the trade block, the story always was the Broncos weren't happy with the offers, that reportedly they were turning down offers for those players because they thought they should be fetching higher picks. I think the Broncos were looking at those guys and thinking we should be getting first or second rounders for a Courtland Sutton or a Jerry Jeudy. So the Broncos turning down a third rounder for Courtland Sutton doesn't surprise me all that much. They've kind of had their price set in that regard. So his value can improve if Courtland Sutton is indeed better this year. Then you could get better value for him down the line should you want to trade him, or Bo Nix could be developing nicely and Sutton could be having a good year, and you could simply look at it and just say, we'd like to keep this combination together, and we want to continue to see what it could be.
See, let's first play on the point of the third rounder. If the Niners are able to do what they do a year ago, that third rounder is basically a fourth. They'll be picking end of the round, so it's a good call by you.
Yeah, they'll be good again.
Right. What I would also add to that, though, is I was going to ask you, if Dulcich, again, it's the hugest if maybe on this team, aside from will the quarterback prove to be worthy of the pick, but the big if Greg Dulcich is the weapon that Bo Nix could actually utilize, then maybe you don't need Courtland Sutton. Maybe then you would rethink that trade. But at the end of the day, I don't think, we don't know that yet. And you need to have the two reliable targets outside. And what I think will be Josh Reynolds, he had mostly a good camp. He had a few days where you're like, there's NFC Championship Josh Reynolds. But I would like to know, did the Broncos say, the hell with that trade? How about Sutton for Ayuk? Let's talk about that.
Sure.
The Niners, though, I want to make it clear. Brett Kane saying earlier this morning he doesn't understand what the Broncos or what the Niners are doing, that he wonders if they could still trade it. All the reporting is, and you and I have talked about it a few times, Deebo Samuel's going to be the odd man out when this is all said and done.
Brandon Ayuk is the best receiver on that team.
Right.
Deebo's a weapon, and he does a unique thing. But, like, all of those weapons and all the brilliance of Kyle Shanahan, Christian McCaffrey being the game changer that he is, George Kittle being as great as he is, everything that they have in that offense, doesn't change the part where you still need a guy to get open on third down, and Brandon Ayuk is that guy.
And he blocks.
Yep.
And he'll go up and not. He doesn't fear for his safety when he has to high point a ball in the middle of the field when
Yep.
his safety's coming to take his head off.
Top 10 wideout in the game,
He's just a
Andy.
tough, nasty player
Yep.
that you want on a team like that.
Top 10 wideout. You got to have a dude like that. If you want your offense to be that elite, you don't give up on a guy like that. That's why they ultimately paid him.
Well,
they're so good.
I'm not upset about them necessarily passing on a third-round pick. I'm with you. I'll be curious if this could be a rough start to the season. We've already laid it out. With 3 of the 4 on the road, if you just go chalk and lose road games because you got a younger kind of team and a young quarterback for sure.
Yeah.
Even if they're like, I don't know. What do you think gets them listening to trade offers at the deadline? A 500 record, a 3-5 record? I mean,
I expect the Broncos to be somewhere around 3-5, 2-6 at that part of the year, and then they'll be taking calls. I think if they're around 500, it's going to come down to, are you going to knock our socks off with an offer? But I think that they want to take a swing at it, and it much like we saw, like the amount of game planning that they did in the preseason, the emphasis that they put on winning in the preseason, the emphasis that they put on winning the day that they had a joint practice with the Green Bay Packers, and you could tell the preparation that was put into that. I don't mean to demean these things because they're the right thing to do, but also they are the things you do when you're trying to build a winning culture. And why are you trying to build a winning culture? Because you've been a perennial loser.
Yeah.
And so Denver's just, they're in that place where they're trying to change what has been an absolutely painful way of life with this organization for far too long. And it's exactly what you should do, but it's not the kind of thing that like the Niners, for example, worry about.
Well, no, because you're in a window.
Right.
And you got to have that guy for your window, quite honestly.
The Ravens, the Chiefs, the Eagles, they don't worry about that stuff.
Is there any chance, slip this in, any chance that either tackle's dangled at the deadline? We're locked in on receiver, but it's an expensive offensive line. And again, I think there'll be a good offensive line. I really like Zach Strief. I really like what he's done. I think he's really got this group playing as a group and playing well. But it's an expensive offensive line nonetheless.
They could be.
If you're at only a 2 or 3 win total, do they think about shopping a lineman? Could McGlinchey? Could Bowles? Bowles is not under contract.
Here's my question, though. Who's playing tackle then?
Crum. You kept Frank Crum for a reason, allegedly.
Palczewski or Crum?
Well,
that could be an adventure. It's Craigman and Lindahl. We're going to have an adventure with Jeff Legwold coming up here between 4 and 5 o'clock today here on the show. There are more roster moves. There are rumors. There is the right tackle saying something interesting at the podium that we have to get into. Plus, 303-504-0925. Get your NFL questions in right now. Jeff Legwold he's Mr. NFL, everybody. You want to ask, you can ask about any team in the league and get Jeff Legwold's assessment as to what is going on in that place. Our man is tied in. He is in the know. And he even has his notepad out today. He showed up with reference material, folks. Jeff Legwold next. Yes, we are here on a Ska Friday edition of the show. Nate Krickman, Andy Lindahl. That is our NFL insider, Jeff Legwold. His appearances are brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. You start with a job, you end with a career. Jeff Legwold, yes, I know you're fully ingrained in Bronco Dumb right now, but you, sir, you've got a top 100 to compile, and last night, there were a couple of guys on television.
A couple of guys that'll be in the a lot sooner than 100.
Okay, so let's start with the Travis Hunter conversation.
I'll put my. And
I got him top 5 right now, and that feels almost disrespectful.
Almost, yeah. I mean, I think I was just telling Andy this earlier today that, and this is my scouting hat on. This is
good.
38 years of being around scouts. He absolutely is an elite corner. I mean, elite corner.
Mm-hmm.
He's an awesome wide receiver, and maybe sometime he will be elite, and that's going to be the question.
Yeah.
He's an elite defender, but the ball skills are so good. I think there's going to be people who say, I can't put that on defense in good conscience.
You know what's so funny about it is think of Deion himself.
Yeah.
Bobby Bowden said, because when he got Deion had never played corner.
Right.
And so the argument with Deion was, is he a receiver or is he a corner? And Bobby Bowden, and this being the late 80s, Bobby Bowden goes, well, you win a national championship with defense. And so they put Deion on defense. And sure enough, he goes on to be one of the greatest corners of all time.
I saw Champ Bailey his last year at Georgia.
Yeah.
That's my comp. Champ was an elite corner.
Mm-hmm.
He was a really good, awesome offensive player
so
and,
what's
a punt returner.
What's an NFL owner, an NFL GM, and an NFL coach going to say when they see a talent like that, knowing that the bread is so buttered on the other side of the ball these days?
A lot of it will depend on what's the pedigree of the coach. You know, if it's a defensive coach,
yeah,
he may not have as big because corner. You talk to GMs right now. Quarterback, corner may be the order in value positions these days. And, again, classes at receiver are a lot deeper. Your chances of getting a player of that good or elite status are greater.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. Maybe if somebody lets them do both. Maybe we evolve. Maybe we've evolved to that.
What would Sean Payton do? WWSPD.
I got to believe Sean would lead offense and all of that. But he, and again, people, what do you know? You're Timmy the sports writer. I got it. But he is absolutely as elite a corner. He's not quite where I had Surtain, but the ball skills are better. The rest of it is, but he is so good that their goal will be not. I will tell you, scouting is like this. At some point, is like this negative activity. Pick. What's wrong. The mileage on the odometer is going to be
a lot of plays.
Yeah, and that's going to, that happened to Champ Bailey. I watched it. I heard it happen to him. He played a lot of plays at Georgia. That Rod Woodson, long time ago, Woodson was the same way. I mean, Woodson was an Olympic level hurdler too. So athletically, the greatest corners of great have that trait. They can do so many things. They're just one of those types of athlete. But I think he's, the quarterback is always going to be a multiplier in it. But if you were just covering up the positions, he is absolutely the best NFL prospect on that team.
Is there a coach or an organization that would say, you are our number one starting, cornerstone, pardon the pun, cornerback, and you will play 15 plays on offense?
I think we've evolved to that. Yeah. I mean, there was every year it seemed I talked to Mike Shanahan and he would say, I've got to get Champ Bailey in on offense. And then they would do it in camp and somebody would clock him and that would be it. Yeah. The end of the experiment. Every year it was almost the same scenario. But I think the league, I think it's all evolved to this point. You've got Ohtani in baseball taking it places people didn't think it would go again.
Guy's about to win an MVP. He didn't put a mitt on all year.
And doesn't have to,
yeah,
frankly.
He's going to put up a 50-50 season.
But I just think maybe that's the next level. And it would be kind of cool because I like to think the game still can go places we haven't been, with when guys can present that kind of cool problem.
Yeah.
He can do so many, but the one touchdown catch is just stupid. I mean, he's wearing the guy like a coat and he still somehow came out with the ball and got the feet down and everything. And, and the first touchdown makes a guy miss in space, elite speed to the score. So, yeah.
I mean, we were talking about it. Like he didn't run a route on that play. He was like, oh, you're going to give me that much cushion? Throw him the ball.
Yeah.
Watch this.
And I'm going to make you miss.
Yeah, I'll make FCS dude miss, and I'm going to go score. All right, so let's have the Shedeur conversation then.
Also, I mean, he's got a chance. Carson Beck is damn good.
Mm-hmm.
He plays in the SEC, so he's going to get the SEC multiplier for quarter. It's harder to play quarterback in the SEC. Jaden Daniels, it was harder for him to play quarterback than it was Caleb Williams, last year and the year before. So you're going to get that multiplier. But in terms of composure, what he sees, he clearly understands what he's looking at, and that's huge. And the fact, I know Shermer took a lot of heat when he was the Broncos, but he is.
I believe he took a lot of heat from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he returned some too. I'll just say that. But
he took the heat of 1,000 suns from Jeff Legwold a few times.
This show talked about it a bit.
Yeah. Letting him run the 2-minute drill is really cool.
Yeah.
Thing for him to do for a prospect to have that trust and for Shedeur to have that kind of responsibility. It doesn't guarantee anything because I will tell you, a couple drafts ago, the guy who had the most freedom at the line of scrimmage and in 2-minute drills was Trey Lance.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reason I loved him coming out. I still like him. I'll die on that hill. But no, the fact they're doing that with him tells you they're not only doing that for their own benefit.
Yeah.
It's good to let him work. But it's good for him as a prospect, too. He'll be ahead of a lot of people.
Plus, I think there were some teaching points last night.
Yes.
I think there's something.
And he's definitely like a lot of great athlete players in college. They believe in their heart, the longer I hold the ball, the better things will happen because they just believe in that. And that does have to go away at some point.
We haven't had a chance to talk to you since all the roster machinations went down, cuts and practice squads, and there's another move today. LaVale Bailey, I guess, is going to be a Bronco again and back on the practice squad.
As he should be.
Just curious, what do you make of it? What do we read into it? Was there a surprise for you?
Well, I think Watson was a surprise because I will say I know for a fact as close to an hour before the deadline, they still had multiple scenarios going of what the roster was going to look like. And ultimately they came to the conclusion that because they and 5 other teams are trying to sign Blake Watson right after the draft,
that somebody will
one
snake
of
him.
those 5. Now, had it been 3 teams or 2, they probably risk it and put him through waivers. But because it was 5 other teams, they decided that was not the way to go. And I think the Quinn Bailey injury cost them a roster spot other places. They had to keep probably more linemen.
Did that lead them to keep both Crum and Palczewski?
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
And Crum, Crum was another player they're fully invested in as a future, and they were concerned there was enough. And, I think I said to you guys on the show that other personnel guys were telling me there weren't many tackles out there in the world right now, whether the COVID guys are staying in longer, whatever, but that if you put any tackle on the waiver wire, you were risking it. And the Broncos did. And what happened? Jacobs got claimed by the Patriots. So that's what they were concerned would happen with them both.
Anything
They're not as young as he says they are. I guess that's my other thought, is they are young.
Yes.
They're younger than we've seen.
Are they as hungry as they say they are?
Well, I'll just say that they're not in the top 5 youngest teams right now.
How about top 5 hungriest?
If they're top 5 hungry, that could be good.
That could be good.
Because they got plenty to eat on the schedule.
Get that training table out of there.
They're going to have to get.
Schedule's a whole buffet.
They're going to have to be hungry.
Give us your thoughts on the Tim Patrick thing.
I think that's just where special teams finally, and they wanted to keep 6 receivers, and again, I'm telling you, up an hour before the deadline, I was still hearing 2 or 3 different scenarios of ultimately how it was going to look because they were still grinding away. And one of their big versions was 6 receivers make it. But when it was only 5, because, it ended up being 3 extra roster spots on offense, 3 quarterbacks. They keep an extra offensive lineman.
Yeah.
That's 2 spots.
Extra tight
Blake
end.
Watson was the 3rd spot.
Extra running back, yeah.
That's extra spots on offense. Where'd the price tag come? Because you can't lean the roster. You can go 26, 24, even 27, 25 is kind of risky, but you cannot go 28.
Yeah.
You can't lean it that far. You just, depth-wise, it just won't work too well.
All right, help me out here.
And he doesn't play special teams because he's been
Too banged up.
2 years coming off injury, but he made the team.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're just, we're going to cover up the names and we're taking the top 53 players no matter what, he made the team.
Remind me and everyone else out there, what are the call-up rules? Because
you can have two guys per game can
Okay,
come
but
up.
are they? Is it limited number of call-ups, or can you just live on the practice
It's 2
squad
guys
and play every game?
Well, Humphrey
thought
did
it was-
last year.
Yeah.
Right, but I thought you were only allowed to be called up before you had to then be on the active roster. Is that not a thing anymore? I think
No,
we only got 2 of those.
my understanding is you get 2 a week.
Just 2 players.
Yeah, and the 3rd quarterback's in uniform no matter what.
So why is it a practice squad if I can just play you game day anyway?
Because the league refuses to do what they should and make rosters. Because a lot of it is pay. The roster and the practice squad is still very different.
It's not a vet minimum position.
You have to be elevated to earn regular
game
season
check.
money.
Right.
Yeah, essentially. Now the practice squad is a good living now. It didn't used to be, but it is now. You can make, if you're a veteran player and you're on you're paid per week on the practice squad, so you have to be on there every week. But if you make it every week as a vested veteran player, you can make like $350 now.
It's not bad.
No, it's okay.
It's almost
I'd
radio
sign
money.
up.
That's
Let
pretty
me-
good.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's not what you guys are making
Exactly.
on
Like to get
Sky
in on
Friday,
that.
but
Jeff Legwald is with us, folks.
You mean $3.50? What are you?
That's the 53-man roster right there. Much else to get into with the Broncos, including rumors of a trade that they didn't want to get into. What does Jeff Legwald make of all of that? The Broncos refusing a 3rd rounder for the services of Cortland Sutton to the San Francisco 49ers. That is the rumor. We talk about that with Jeff Legwald next. Hey, what up, Denver? It is Nate Kreckman for Sport Trade, Colorado's newest premium sports betting experience. Guys, it's time to graduate in September from your sports book. Download Sport Trade on your iPhone today. Use the code Nate. Earn 10% cash back on every single bet that you place, or go to getsporttrade.com. Better prices at Sport Trade. You're not getting minus 110. We're talking minus 104, minus 106. That's more money in your pocket when you win. No delays on in-play wagering. Sport Trade accepts them instantly, which you're going to need on a big weekend of both college and an upcoming week of pro football. And sports books, normally they don't let you get much customer service. That's not what's going on at Sport Trade. They will text you as soon as you sign up. They'll give you their phone number. You just call them. They'll pick it up. You can ask for better prices, talk to them about the service. Go to getsporttrade.com and download it right now. Sport Trade, it's where the big bettors play. If you're stuck in a rut on your app, check out Sport Trade and get the edge of the best prices the market has to offer. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Sport Trade wants you to know the best bettors are responsible bettors. You can watch the Kreckman and Lindahl show and look at Jeff Legwold's face right now via Twitch. Our Twitch feed brought to you by Safeway. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com and order 2-cart Safeway fresh foods and local flavors. All right, Jeff Legwold, we got a hot rumor coming out of the Athletic, Scoop City, Diana Rossini, saying that she is told if the Broncos had been willing to take the 49ers offer of a third-round pick for Courtland Sutton, the Niners would have then agreed to trade Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers. Denver passed on the offer, and so San Francisco turned down the Steelers' offer as well. Third-rounder for Courtland Sutton. In recent years, Sutton and Judy as well have been on the block, Judy when he was here. And yet
they probably would have taken that last year.
The cost was always prohibitive. The Broncos never pulled the trigger on either of those trades.
And, I'm not shocked. Now, again, I heard several different things on this, that it was in the sort of being discussed that teams were trying to, or San Francisco was trying to get them involved in a 3-way deal with.
I've tried.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But they
no success.
You don't have time for your nonsense, Nate.
Sorry, continue.
I didn't hear a third rounder, but it would not shock me,
Uh-huh.
I guess. And it doesn't shock me that they said no because, he's the clear one with, a lot of hopefulness around the position. So if you move him, you've got a rookie quarterback. Already you've got, sort of 9 receivers and running backs total, and 4 of them are rookies, and 6 of them total are 2 years or fewer in the league at those 2 positions with a rookie quarterback. You take Sutton out of the mix. I think it was just too.
That's just it. Like Knicks needs Courtland Sutton. He
so it doesn't
needs
shock me
to have a dependable weapon to be able to throw the football too. Like you cannot. Yeah, I'm sure the Broncos would have loved to have had a third-round pick. There's no denying, but you cannot stunt the development of a rookie quarterback right now who absolutely needs dependable targets. Like Bo Nix is not he's not going to be a Caleb Williams or a Jaden Daniels back there. He needs to get the ball out. He needs to have somebody open.
Yeah, he can't. And I think you're even going to see more in the first month of the season, a concerted effort to get the ball out. I don't think you're going to see the full-blown passing attack right away.
Yeah.
At least what I'm seeing in practice, sort of predicts a sort of reeled up passing attack. Now, maybe they'll shock me, but that's not what they've been doing. And to take him out of the mix, I think and again, that may be the 2 youngest positions on the roster. Again, 6 of the 9 players combined are 2 or fewer years in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Why not ask if Ayuk wanted to come this way?
I just don't think that's something the Niners wanted to.
They really didn't want to get rid of Ayuk,
and
right?
they don't have the Ayuk whole deal was you'd have a Hassan Reddick situation here. I think
because they couldn't pay him this year.
They can't do anything with their self-imposed salary cap penitentiary that they're in. I mean, that's why they signed one guy in free agency for more than $9 million because that's all they could do.
Yeah, things are restricted right now.
They did it when they released Russell Wilson. They've decided the next 2 years are going to be grinded out, salary cap wise. So I don't. They would have ended up having to cut, renegotiate, do a million things to get any sort of deal for him.
All right.
They done it that way.
Nate brought this up before you jumped in the studio. Could this be revisited if the record goes south by Halloween? By trade deadline?
No, I don't think anything. I think again, if your long-term hope is to take care of Bo Nix, then no, you don't revisit it. You keep giving him the best opportunity to progress through the season. But I think certainly teams will come asking. Yeah.
All right, Jeff Legwold is with us, 303-504-0925. That's the Champ Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. And this is one where we're all going to weigh in on this very topic right here. So we saw Bo Nix play in the preseason, and he completed 77% of his throws, and he threw 3 touchdown passes. He did not throw any interceptions. He did not get sacked. Every early return that you would have wanted to see out of this young quarterback, going up against, admittedly, NFL backups, but still, you wanted to see him go out and succeed, and he did just that. He moved the offense. He put points on the board in every drive except for one, and it clearly wasn't his fault when that fumble happened by Lucas Kroll. So now the regular season is upon us, and Bo Nix is going to go up to Seattle against a real live defensive play caller and game planner and a real live NFL secondary with Witherspoon and Woolen back there that have got some real dudes, okay? With real football now upon us, what's Bo going to struggle with the most early on?
Probably line of scrimmage things, because
recognition.
Well, and he gets right out of the he didn't get the easy landing in the schedule department. Your first 2 defensive minds you face are McDonald and Tomlin.
Yeah.
And that's not awesome for him. And he will get, McDonald is known for odd fronts. Nothing is too crazy for him to try, rush 2, rush 9, rush, 11, do it with one guy in a 3-point stance and everyone else standing up. I mean, it's just all kinds of things. It will be line of scrimmage things, where are the extra rushers? What coverage are they really in? Checking in and out of things. He'll get false reads and he'll make a check he shouldn't have, because that's just what happens to you. And it'll be those kinds of things. And I think to combat that, again, I think they will be very cognizant of, I don't think he'll get to hold the ball very long. I would be very stunned to see traditional 7-step drops with plant the back foot and let it go. I think there's going to be a lot more read option things on the move, and the gun and the pistol, all of those things. So,
all right, real quick then, with what you're describing, how do they keep like a Marvin Mims from getting frustrated with the role?
Well, I think everybody's just going to have to be on board that this is,
this is going to take a minute.
And you that's coaching. You explain to everybody, look, playing quarterback's a lot harder than what you're doing. So just calm down and let us work here. There was a time when I covered practices with the Titans, and if a receiver complained to the quarterback he was open during practice, Jeff Fisher would put the receiver at quarterback and then blitz him, just to let him know, all right, tough guy, you think you were open, here you go.
Yeah.
And that was kind of his way of telling everyone, see, this is a lot harder to do than what you're doing, so stop crying.
I mean, I agree with everything you said, Leggy. I worry about the footwork stuff.
Yeah, no, it's going to be
and
that was an issue, and it gets lost. I mean, he was essentially, look, 2 things happened. They absolutely made it the best scenario for him they could. They game planned more than you do in the preseason, a lot more. They practiced those sort of game plans more than you would normally do and will do 3 years from now. Their preseasons won't look the way they did with him this year. They just did that. That's a fact. But he held up his end of the bargain too. And he was essentially in sort of mop-up duty. Like if he was an experienced quarterback, those situations he was in, that was like mop-up duty and a big win. Those were sort of the environment he's playing in. But he absolutely held up his end of the bargain, and that's not going to exist now. And his footwork can't get away from him, and he still get away with it. It just won't happen that way.
There was a throw that Shedeur Sanders made last night to LeJounte Wester. It was on the field goal drive right before the half.
No.
And Shedeur got flushed out of the pocket. 93 was basically just a free runner. Again, there's those offensive line problems again for the Buffs. But Shedeur got himself space, and then you guys remember that throw? set his feet and threw a damn bullet, and then he got walloped on that play.
He got cratered.
He absolutely got crushed, but he threw a freaking strike in a 25-yarder to LeJontay Wester. And it's, okay, I know Shadour's playing FCS North Dakota State. That's not exactly the Seattle Seahawks or anything like that, but what I saw out of Bo Nix in the preseason was a quarterback that's going to have to be able to get to that place where it's like, okay, reestablish a solid base and then let that thing fly.
He doesn't have the raw arm strength to keep going on the move, especially if he's going right, you know, or going left and then throwing back right, which you don't want anyway. But
it sort of was that the throw to Javonte when he was over the line.
Yeah,
of scrimmage.
he didn't get his hips all the way back around. And again, that's a very common thing. That's not like this grievous.
It's a hard
awful
throw.
thing. But just in general, you get to this point if you're a good enough quarterback to be in the first round in the NFL draft, you've gotten away with your athleticism for a long time, and that's not always going to be the case now. And it's the toughest lesson of all is they still often believe they're going to outrun the defenders, and they're not anymore. And they just got to get over it.
All right, Andy, save us from this wallowing in Bo Nix's flaws, okay? Come on, you're Mr. 10-win Lindahl this week.
Yeah.
Let's take it the other way, okay? What is Bo gonna do well when he goes out on the field against the Seahawks?
Listen, the problem is he's facing a defensive mastermind.
Yeah.
Paul's already writing in, boy, your Broncos, your show hates the Broncos. I had to switch. All right, man, we're just trying to warn you what could be coming. I heard a lot of people getting all over us yesterday about the CU takes. Hold on. I heard a lot of this crap yesterday about the CU takes. How did the game go? About the way that we told you. So I don't know. I can point you to some outlets if you want some cheerleading. The reality is, Bo Nix is going up against two of the best defensive minds to start his career. Not the way you would have drawn it up. I would be happier if he was getting to take on maybe a guy that's more worried about offense. The things guys have told me, and again, I can't even explain it to you. Jeff just tried. I don't know what to tell you about the fronts he's going to be looking at, but it doesn't. They could have Russell Wilson. Pick your veteran quarterback. Joe Flacco. McDonald is known to confuse those guys.
Yeah.
All we're getting ready to do, and Greg Penner frankly said it to you yesterday, there's going to be some bumpy waters with this thing, okay? Doesn't mean the kid is going to wash out or be a bust or not be what you want him to be, but you have to be ready that the first 2 weeks may not be the fire the cannons, let's go have a parade deal. He's got dealt a tough hand to start his career. That's all.
Yeah.
I just think it's unfair for any of us in this business to frame it like he's not going to be a rookie quarterback. And
right.
I think that's been done in this town, and I think it's unfair to the kid. I've seen this movie, okay, many times. It's unfair to the player to frame it as if he will not play like a rookie because they all play like rookies. It's a big jump. Doesn't mean he's not ready. Doesn't mean he won't be good. Doesn't mean he won't get the Broncos back to where so many people want them to be, but it is unfair to the kid for this constant he won the job and away they go type of thing, because it's not going to be that way this year.
He is the next Drew Brees. I covered Drew Brees. Drew Brees wasn't Drew Brees his rookie year, okay? That's how this goes. Patrick Mahomes didn't even get to play his rookie year. All right? Guys that play their rookie year, sometimes it goes so far south, you don't know if you can recover them again, i.e. David Carr. So we just have to wait and see what's going on. Here's the other thing I would tell fans. You want something to look forward to? I think he will give you some fun offensive drives. But at the same time, again, one of the challenges, whether it's Bo Nix or anybody, when you're trying to outdo what the Broncos are trying to climb out of, consistency is going to be a problem. Russell Wilson gave you some fun drives. Whether you hated him and wanted him gone or not, you had some fun drives there. So just, let's just see what goes on. And now, I don't know. Maybe Sean Payton game plans the hell out of this thing.
He will.
Surprises everybody, and it ends up being a surprising win. We're just trying to lay the table, not to freak out if he doesn't look like the savior game one.
But that very factor that you talk about, though, guys, is everything. Like, This isn't one where the owner just wanted a guy or the owner's wife wanted a guy or something like this. This was Sean Payton instructing everybody inside the organization, I love this guy and I've got to have him. Sean Payton's coaching future with the Denver Broncos is fully tied to Bo Nix. So everything that he is going to do is with his complete and total personal investment. He is his play caller. He is his offensive designer. He is his head coach. He is the guy that drafted him. He is the guy that will one day pay him should he be good enough. That in and of itself, that Sean Payton, quarterback guru, is that invested in this guy is a very good thing. This isn't a you got handed a guy and try and make it work. This isn't Brian Flores and Tua or anything else like that. The Broncos are all in, which puts Bo Nix in a great situation.
That is absolutely the best thing about it for Bo Nix. It's again, it's unfair. The player sometimes just shows up and discovers the dysfunction waiting for him.
Right.
And they don't have that here. That,
the footing's solid.
However it's going to turn out, it's going to turn out with, again, I know people want this to work immediately. I get it. I really do. But the owner doesn't call the rookie quarterback up and say, we will support you, because everybody in the building is already thinking about, what are we going to do after the Super Bowl parade?
Yeah.
They understand what this is going to be because it's always like this.
Expectations are set properly, I think. I think they are.
Do they have a legit run game that they can lean on if they chose to?
They have to lean on it. They do.
But it is good.
But I think their line is built for that. And that's why you're going to see a lot of RPO things, maybe more than Sean Payton ever thought he would run in his career. But you're going to see more of that because they have a very good line moving forward, coming out of their stance. They're much more proficient, I think, at that. And I think you will see the offense reflect that. And, I'm the guy who asked Sean Payton the other day, do you have enough patience or do you need to show more patience with this group given the youth at some of the skill positions? And, his response was basically, yes, it's a young man's game.
Mm-hmm.
And we're all going to see that.
Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. All right, we'll take a break. Next segment, we need Jeff Legwold's. We need his picks. Okay.
Wow.
It's time to make picks for you, Jeff Legwold. This is the last hour we're doing before the NFL season officially kicks off on Thursday. Plus on Friday they got to go to Sao Paulo, so we got a lot to talk about here. But Jeff Legwold,
I want that road trip.
That'd be a fun one,
That
right?
would be fun.
Nice trip to Brazil. That'd
Put
be
me on
kinda
board
cool.
for the Brazil.
I think there's a Corinthians match at the stadium the next day.
I'm gonna have to
the ones with the leather.
Talk to the yes.
It's my favorite book.
From the Ford LTD.
Yeah.
The Ford LTD
Yeah,
with
yeah.
Corinthian leather.
All right, so we're getting Jeff Legwold's picks. He's going to tell us who's going to win every division in the NFL, AFC, NFC championship game, and who wins the Super Bowl. And we'll even make him pick an MVP. Speed round football predictions with Jeff Legwold next. Coming up at 5:20, we got highlights. Buffs North Dakota State from last night. We'll relive that 31-26 CU
It's a lot
victory.
of Travis Hunter.
That sure
highlights.
is. A lot of Travis Hunter. That man was the story. Plus, we got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up at 5 o'clock. Mike McGlinchey with some interesting comments about his rookie quarterback, Bo Nix, that you will want to hear because Strays may have been fired. But right now, it is time to put the feet to the fire with Jeff Legwold, okay? Our man is in the know.
Yeah.
How in the know is he? All right. All right,
Not
Jeff.
very. I'd be at the Bellagio if I had such a good handle on this.
Okay, let's see what you're made of. Let's start here, okay? Let's start in the AFC.
Okay.
AFC North, who wins the division?
Baltimore.
Over Cincy.
Over Cincy, huh?
Yes.
Healthy Joe Burrow.
I love healthy Joe Burrow.
You should.
I don't think their defense is very healthy.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. What do you think goes on with
Got
both
Jamar
receivers?
Chase. You got the Jamar Chase thing going on. I mean, I don't know.
What's going on with Higgins? It's kind of overshadowing the fact that Higgins never really got. He's playing on his franchise tag, and that'll
Anyway.
be that. What do you mean anyway? No,
I
anyway.
like Baltimore.
Baltimore.
I ain't letting you anyway. Nothing. Anyway, it's
But I
my
love
show.
Joe Burrow.
Now, tell me more about what
Joe
you got
Burrow.
going on with Cincinnati.
Joe Burrow's the only guy sort of in the same area code as Mahomes for me.
When Lamar Jackson suits up, the Ravens win 75% of their games.
Yeah, because he's pretty good.
He's pretty good. Yeah.
Is he?
32nd pick of the draft.
AFC East.
Miami.
Ooh.
Wow. Really?
Ooh.
Where you got Buffalo?
Right there. They'll fight it out. That'll
And-
be like maybe they tie with the same record and
you're down on the Jets.
division opponents. Very good on defense.
Very good on defense.
Spectacular on defense.
Yeah.
You don't think Aaron Rodgers again?
I think it's tough to be a year out at that. I mean, history says it's going to be difficult.
Let me ask you this: Have you got any moles over there? We keep
I
hearing
know
weird
some
things
people.
about that. It's a little bit chaotic in there. Is that the case?
Well, it's always going to be that
Is
way.
everybody
when-
not really pulling the same rope?
Well, you can't because you're sort of building two separate teams. You're sort of building this offense Aaron wants, and then you're building the defense how you would a regular team, so to speak.
Salah's got studs, and he's such a good defensive coach, and that organization's a mess.
Yeah.
Going-
Well, you can see, and look, I know how it went for him there.
Yeah.
But the fact one of their best defenders is playing for the Broncos now for nothing,
Mm-hmm.
and the guy they got rid of him for is, in the contract squabble. And
right.
And Zach Wilson, I think we saw a little bit. Some of it was Zach Wilson's fault, but not all of it.
No. That organization failed him.
I think that's what we learned is that
I wrote down Houston and Kansas City. Am I safe to
No,
have done that?
yes,
Move right
boom.
on. Okay, good.
You know my love. for
Okay,
the-
good. Let's go to the NFC North.
But I love how Houston is built. That's as a person who loves the draft.
Yeah,
that's exactly.
Who's
how
their
you do it.
toughest competition in
And
that
Kansas
division?
City is a draft built team. I'm going to keep saying it because
Mm-hmm.
I want people here to forget about who people sign in March.
Who's the closest in those divisions? Who's number 2?
I think the Chargers will be
Okay.
just because they're more settled.
All right.
Than the Broncos are at this point.
What do you think of Lad McConkey as a dark horse offensive rookie
Yeah.
of the year?
It's a good. I mean, you won't.
It's got to have someone to throw to, right?
Yeah, and it's just gonna be a matter of you gonna get enough snaps to have the kind of impact one of these rookie I mean, there's
Yeah.
6 rookie.
Right.
There's a lot of rookie quarterbacks.
I think
popping around.
McConkey's going to get a lot of targets there.
I like
with the Chargers.
from what I'm hearing, I like Brock Bowers and that sort of shadowy rookie of the year candidate
Okay,
too.
I like it. I like
Who's
it.
number 2 in the South, man? Jacksonville? Tennessee?
I think Tennessee's probably.
Oh.
Jacksonville should be. I think eventually they're going to. The quarterback's going to take some heat if they're not at some point.
No kidding.
Oh, he's rich now. What does he
Yeah.
care?
I think it's
Well,
already.
it's just that's a cost of doing business at quarterback. It's like if you're it's because it's not public, but you got people in the movies getting $60 million a movie that are terrible. So just the cost of doing business.
Take that, Don Cheadle.
Yeah.
Wow.
No, Don's local.
Actually, you should.
Yeah,
Don's
you can. Don's-
awesome,
I'm-
actually. NFC North, who you got? Are
That's
you
a-
willing to do it? Are you
No,
are you
I'm not.
You're not going to do it.
Green Bay.
Okay.
Oh! Oh,
That hurts.
Your mom is mad at you.
There's going to be some
Your
lightning.
mom is
There
mad
may,
at you.
there may be a
Watch your walk to the car,
There
son.
may be a lightning strike
Wow.
close by.
Okay, who's second? Now I'm fascinated in that division because Detroit is everyone's
Detroit.
glory pick this year.
As they should be.
All right, Chicago has a pretty interesting year, though, don't they?
It's just.
Is that the Hard Knocks effect on me? Is that why I think
I always
should be pretty
worry
good?
about teams that are so decidedly built to one side of the ball. They're just like all in on, and they should be. You got to surround a guy with some weapons, but
You don't like the D of the Bears?
not as much as I like what the other two teams can do in general.
Okay.
Taking Green Bay. Okay.
Third.
NFC East.
I bet Detroit. Honestly, will
Okay.
probably win the division, but I just like the Packers seem to just show up every year.
NFC East.
I don't like that division. No, Philly. I like Philly there.
Okay.
I'm a big Jalen Hurts guy. I think
Yeah.
he takes a lot of crap for unnecessarily.
Are he and the coach going to get on the same page this year?
They better
Yeah.
for both of them.
Exactly.
They both. I think.
Yeah, Jeff and Lurie may just get rid of everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I always think you always hope that guys. And I've seen it in the teams I've covered. It's amazing to me that people don't just figure out it's much better if you sort of invest in it together or you're all going to be packing boxes at some point.
NFC South. The Broncos play this division this year.
That's a nutty one.
It is.
I don't think it's a particularly good division.
It's not.
And I
You would
think-
be you would be correct in that
I
assessment.
bet Sean Payton misses that division. I will say that out loud because it was a lot more fun than the AFC.
Because there's no
I like-
Mahomes in it.
Just Tampa is sort of the most settled of the group.
Wow.
You're
not buying into Kirk Cousins in Atlanta? Matthew Judon?
No.
Justin Simmons? Okay.
I'm not. Oh, I like Justin Simmons a lot.
You should.
He should still be here.
NFC West.
That is a quirky. I like the Niners.
Yeah.
Why? Who else who you battling with? Rams or Rams?
I like how the Rams go young all the time. That's just as an old guy, I shouldn't like that as much, but
I'm
they
surprised.
did it again.
The Rams were the bleep them picks team, and you're kind of like them now.
Well, they've been using them in
they've
recent
been
years.
using the picks because they had to.
So you guys have come to
after
a-
they bleeped
yeah.
all the picks, they had to use them all because they bleeped themselves. Not like San Francisco is easily the best team in that.
They are. If Stafford's healthy, that I think they can keep it interesting for a while. But
You
okay.
think Trent Williams comes back soon? By the way, for them, think that gets worked out now that the Ayuk thing's done.
I would think so. John is too sort of composed and all this, not to get at least try to get all the T's crossed.
Okay.
When it's time.
All right. Who plays in the AFC Championship game this year?
I'm always going to sit until the kid is done. It's KC and whoever.
Old whoever.
Yeah.
Make a fun pick. Say Houston.
Yeah, there you go.
That would be a fun pick
Is that tempting you?
Because Stroud was my QB1. I'm
Yeah.
just going to keep saying it over and over.
There you go.
No, I got to believe Lamar is getting over the hump one of these years. But
He's pretty good.
I like Baltimore.
All right, Kansas City and Baltimore would be a rematch in the NFC. Who is in the NFC Championship
I
game
don't
this
think
year?
the NFC is particularly good.
It's not.
I like the Niners' chances of getting there, and
Green Bay again.
no,
Green Bay?
I like Philly.
Okay.
I like
Philly?
I like the grizzled teams.
Minus
right.
Jason
And
Kelsey. huh?
but both of those, Philly and San Francisco, the windows are about. You better get it done.
Remember when they played a couple
But
of
I
years
don't.
ago?
You know, again, it's like how
Brock
everybody
Purdy got hurt.
It's how everybody felt when, Brady had it going.
Yeah.
You're beating your head against the wall.
All right.
In some cases.
Kansas City, Baltimore, San Francisco, Philly. Who wins the Super Bowl? Jeff Legwald. Tell us right now here
Kansas City,
on August
3 in a row.
30th. Wow. Okay.
Shut up. Get out of here. Take your tea and go home. You just told me Baltimore's getting over the hump. What do you mean?
I mean,
they ain't getting over the hump.
Playoff hump.
They played in the AFC Championship
There's
last
two humps.
year.
There's
Ain't
two
no hump.
humps. There's
What
two
hell
humps.
hump are you talking about?
You're so
Getting
bitter.
over the hump is getting Baltimore to the Super Bowl.
Well, then the other guys.
I would root for the Raiders to beat the damn Chiefs at this point, just to be done with that misery.
This is
Are
good.
you kidding me
This
right
is
now?
this is
He's
why
only
I did this
29.
segment. This
He's
is
only
so good.
29. What are you going to do? You going to be this mad 10 years from now?
Maybe. Maybe.
When he's got 5
You're going to
more.
blow a gasket. 10 years from now, you'll be blowing the same gasket.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you like it? That's what the world's saying to you right
Shut your
now.
mouth. Yeah, you know what? The Broncos fell short a few times.
That's
Just,
what the world-
How do you like it? The
That's what
Broncos fell short in 3 I had to watch. Remember the Niner one? Give me Mahomes eating that one time. Give him that
Yeah,
donut.
all you need-
55-14 there, Leggy. When's that coming? Huh?
You just need
Huh?
Joe Montana
What?
somewhere.
He had a rough day against the Bucks. It was a rough day.
Oh, wow.
10 years from now.
Hey, I'm going to give you the Nikola Jokic. Ooh.
That's pretty good.
The thing is crazy about it is he still played out of his mind in that game,
He
too.
did. He did.
He was, whew.
The pass when he almost hit the ground.
Yeah.
That's an epic.
Who went the MVP this year, Leggy?
Wow.
You're going to say it, aren't you?
I want to.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're
I hope you don't get invited to a Labor Day barbecue. Say it.
I haven't so far.
Say it.
so
Say it.
I like Mahomes.
Hey, you're out.
He's like Brady to me. I think it's futile to pick anything else until someone proves that they can do it.
Yeah, you know what? He's like your girlfriend I'm going to try to break you up with. Had enough of him.
And finally,
No one breaks me up.
Golly.
Let's
Taylor.
put-
Did you hear Taylor Swift's designing plays accordingly, allegedly, to Twitter?
That's the word.
She's got a couple plays, and
Well,
Mahomes like, we might have to use one. Now, it came from that ML football handle, so it may
Well-
not be true. But honestly, I could see the Chiefs doing it. Couldn't you see the Chiefs doing it? Some stupid winning play like Hot Dog 34, whatever the hell they called last year, and Reeves, big fat Kool-Aid man butts on the camera going,
so
yeah,
bad.
Taylor Swift drew that up for us.
Yeah.
That's what we won the Super Bowl on.
Cruel Summer
God,
on
I hate
3.
that team. I hate it all.
Cruel
God,
Summer
I
on
hate
3.
them.
We're running
And-
Cruel Summer on 3.
And finally,
Yeah.
Touchdown.
Wow, Cruel Summer.
Jeff
For-
Legwold.
for- Isn't that a cover? Is that a T Swift cover?
not
You ain't
a
gonna
cover.
pick her original?
Same name. What do you want from me?
Not Mahomes. I think I made it clear.
Well, you're in a bad spot.
Now let's go see what's a cover and what isn't.
You're
You
in a
didn't
bad
pick,
situation.
22 or whatever that thing is.
She wrote Cruel Summer.
Yeah. It's just
Is
the
it not
same
the
name.
Cruel Summer?
It's
not a Bananarama cover.
It's not Bananarama,
All
no.
right. Sorry, Swifties. I hadn't heard.
She changed the words for her own needs.
Yeah.
And finally,
God, there's more?
what is the Broncos' record this year? Jeff
Oh,
Legwold?
here's the big one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is a big one.
Are you joining the public? The 96% juice in the over at 5.5 in Vegas?
I'd have a hard time taking the over right now.
No 6? You ain't got
No.
6?
Maybe 6.
Maybe
6 or 7.
six.
6 or 7.
Maybe
If
six.
if all goes well and they just keep the young guy on the right track.
Yep. All right.
So you're going 6.
6 or 7.
Oh, now it's nearly 7. What is it?
Whoa.
I said 6 or 7
The
right
guy's
away.
never won less than 7.
Whoa.
What are you taking?
Yeah, because that is an
Take
that's
a
right.
number.
that's an important demarcation, Leggy. Are you willing to go there?
I'm not sure why that's so important because 7 isn't getting you in the playoffs. That ain't like a
Wait,
great year.
It did though, didn't it? 7 and 9 got him in the playoffs. I don't think 7 and 10 will, but 7 and 9 got him in the
Seattle
playoffs.
got in.
Seattle
and they
got
had
in.
to go to Seattle, even though
He
they
never
were
made the
better
playoffs
team.
at 7 and 9.
No, that was
No.
Seattle.
He
They
won-
won
Are
the
we sure?
puke. Yes, that
Okay.
was the
he went,
Beastquake
he went
game.
7
Okay.
and 9, 3
Oh,
consecutive
that should be
years.
his biggest grudge against everything. They were like a 12-win team, and they had to go be the road team in Seattle for
that's
their
right.
'Cause they
7 and
didn't win the
9.
That's
division.
right. You're right.
That's his greatest gripe.
He's got a lot of.
Not his greatest one.
The man's got gripes for days. Jeff
And
Legwold.
why is 7 so good? Like 6 is so bad and 7 is so good.
Because Brad Hand or whoever the hell we had on said that you don't bet the over unless you think they're at least 2 games better. So unless
That's
you believe
true.
they're 7, you don't juice the over.
That's true.
These are things I'm learning lately. What
Yeah.
was that? Paul Hand?
As you bet,
Bobby Hand? Who was it? Mike Palm?
he made a big impression on you.
That guy's name was Palm. I keep thinking it's Hand.
It is not former Rocky Brad Hand.
Yeah.
It is.
We didn't talk to him
Whatever.
in Vegas.
Hand.
It is not Aloha,
Glove.
Mr. Hand.
Was his name Glove? Pinky?
Mike Palm.
His name's Palm, and I
Palm.
keep thinking Hand.
Palm.
Whatever. Knuckle?
Jeff Legwold,
Billy
everybody.
Knuckle?
From ESPN. You watch him there. You read him there. He gives you the information. You listen to him on Crankman and
Oh,
Lindahl.
man.
And all day here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Jeff Legwold, excellent predictions. That all went exactly as I wanted
Yeah,
it to.
you-
So thank you very
That was,
much.
welcome to the gasoline zone.
Absolutely. I am, if nothing else, I am a puppeteer in these parts. It is the Crankman and Lindahl Show. We got NFL news next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. If you're thinking about the weekend, and maybe that's usually the old date time or whatever, special night on Saturday, but you're dealing with erectile dysfunction, so that's ruining the fun of special Saturday, then you need to go get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them help you out. They've got all sorts of treatments. They'll get you with the right treatment, which that is really the key. Matter of fact, they've got treatments with well over 90% success rates, and they've got options for when the pills and the herbals fail. If you'd like to talk to them, it's real easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Here's how it goes down on your first visit. It's only $99. You'll get a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if you're advised a test dose, and if that test dose doesn't work in the office, the whole visit is free. It is a serious problem where if it's starting to cause depression or you pulling away from the people that you love, don't let it get to that point. Go talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and make your next date night all that much more special. 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Real easy to navigate website. Go to the RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call them 720-440-7900.
College Football Friday. Craigman and Lindahl.
College football.
We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We call it the High Five. That is how we kick off the 5 o'clock hour. Best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Mark Springer. Hey, it's spring.
Hey, guys. Let's start with some Broncos talk. The Broncos today re-signed undrafted free agent out of Fresno State linebacker Lavelle Bailey, who the Broncos did sign after the draft. They waived him, and today they bring him back. He cleared waivers, and he will join the Broncos practice squad. Yesterday, lost in the madness of Broncos owner Greg Penner talking to the media.
They were breaking ground, Spring.
They were. They had hard hats on.
They had shovels.
And everything.
They had shovels, right? Didn't they have shovels?
They did
They
have
gave him
shovels.
shovels. They had like a sandbox.
Yeah.
Sure did.
It's a whole thing. Do you know, once in my life, I've never actually been to a groundbreaking,
right?
But I got to go to a ribbon cutting once.
Okay.
And I did go take a picture with the giant scissors.
Did you?
They had giant scissors.
Nice.
And I took a picture with them.
Why not? Huh?
Because how often do you get to hold giant scissors in your life?
Did you do any of this?
You
or
better
did
believe it.
All right.
You
yeah,
know,
you would.
You know I did.
Yeah.
I had the giant scissor experience.
Nate opened it up and then closed it again for those not on Twitch.
Also, Spring, go ahead and save that drop. Continue, Mark Springer.
Lost in all that, Broncos right tackle Mike McGlinchey talked to the media yesterday, and he was asked what his thoughts are on Broncos rookie quarterback Bo Nix.
I think he's been great. I mean, Bo's a great dude, and he's a great guy to hang out with, great guy to have a conversation with. I think he's fit in unbelievably well, and I think he has come in and be authentically himself, and I think that's all you can ask for him. And for us, he doesn't have to be somebody that he's not just because he's the superstar quarterback of an NFL franchise. He's a homegrown dude that really likes playing football, really likes being a teammate, and that's definitely shown through the rest of us in the way that we appreciate his work so far.
Can you say that again into my good ear there, Mike McGlinchey? I'm sorry, what now?
Bo's a great dude.
Well, there is that part. But there's also he doesn't have to be somebody that he's not just because he's the superstar quarterback of an NFL franchise. What quarterback has Mike McGlinchey been hanging around that tries to be somebody they're not? Who could it be, Andy?
Okay, but is that who he is? Do you think that's just who he is? I don't know if he's not being someone he's not. I just think he's nerdy.
Russell Wilson?
Yeah.
You ever done anything dangerous?
I think what Mike McGlinchey is saying right there is a little along the old Kyle Brandt lines right there. I think I think what he's trying to say is that Russell Wilson was fronting.
Okay.
As I was going to say as the kids would say, but like that's like a 90s rap expression, so that's not what the kids would say.
He was capping?
I don't know what that means.
No cap is no lies. I don't know.
Okay.
Cap is a...
Thus he was capping?
Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
That sounds like something else, though, too, from the 90s, so
Cap'n
whatever.
Crunch?
No.
It is a fine cereal, Andy.
Yeah, it cuts your mouth, though. You got to be careful. Some of those, the corners will get you. Little when it's not soggy in the milk yet. You've never experienced a Cap'n Crunch injury.
I got
just that slight little cut top of your mouth that bugs you for a bit.
Gums of steel over here, pal. Don't know what to tell you.
I don't believe you. I don't think you've eaten as much Cap'n Crunch as you suggest. Then
I know I haven't eaten as much as you.
Oh, have you not been cereal after school guy?
I haven't been in school since I was 21 years old.
Okay, well,
yeah,
that's good.
So
still no cereal after school.
So it's been a while.
What were you having after school?
I'm
telling you, these cuts when they get you, you remember them.
You know what I was? I was a big Kudos guy. Do you remember a Kudos bar?
Yeah,
it was a candy bar.
No, it was good.
Kudos was like your mom bought it because it was like under the guise of it's a granola bar.
Sure, there's granola in there.
It was chocolate covered.
Right. It's like a salad that's a taco
had
salad.
like M&Ms in it. It's like the salad that I had in Vegas last week.
No, There was some health you had a lot of meat going on that thing.
There was a pound of bacon on that thing.
That ruined it a little bit. It was your classic Cobb salad. It was the largest salad you and I had ever seen. It literally was like a cookie tray of salad.
A baking sheet of salad.
To your point about the kudos, like it was a good bar, but you couldn't save it for the end of the damn thing would melt and it would stick to the wrapper. That thing could be a nightmare in hot weather. You had to have it as the snack at the right time.
I ate it quickly. I was.
What? As soon as you got it in the bag?
I knew kudos. It was after school. I was home. But it also did go to.
Look who had a mom who was home when he got home. La-di-da. I ate cereal. Sue me.
Yes, my parents did love me.
Yeah. Look who didn't have to grow up in the 80s. They're just like, here's a key. Good luck. Don't turn on the oven.
Yes, she greeted me when I got home. She made me a snack. She asked if I needed any help with my homework. It was delightful.
Well, there's a reason why this show's got two different personalities. Have you ever broken into your own house?
I was hugged. Broken into my own house.
Have you never had to do? See, again, that's another latchkey kid problem.
Yeah.
Where when you forgot the key, how do I gain entry to this house so I'm not just stuck out on the stoop all day till someone gets home?
What was your technique? How'd you get in?
Well, one time the bathroom,
climb a tree?
I had a second-story bathroom window that was open.
Uh-huh.
But I had to get the screen off the window.
Sure.
But I did.
How did you scale it? Was there a tree nearby? Or?
Luckily, I had a buddy that none of it was safe.
Stood
if
on
you're
the
looking
shoulders?
for safe, no safe was going on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but I got in there. Other times, I don't remember what else. I never broke anything. Couldn't break something. Yeah.
I could go for a fruit roll-up right now.
Why a fruit roll-up?
Love a fruit roll-up.
Again, roof of the mouth issues. The thing just sticks to you.
Yeah, again, gums of steel. I don't have these issues.
Okay, but that doesn't. Gums of steel or not, the dang thing is like a wallpaper suck into the top of your teeth.
I know how to eat. I don't know. I don't have these issues.
You haven't eaten half of what you claim. And you're outing yourself by these lies you tell about the
100%.
results.
100%.
Oh, now you're 100?
Do I sound cooler if I'm like, I was a fruit roll-up guy? That's the lie I'm gonna tell?
I've never. No, that's not the lie.
Cooler?
The lie is it's never stuck to my teeth. No one has never not had a fruit roll-up stick to their teeth.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Did you just swallow it then?
I just chewed and swallowed. Just give a quick clean of the teeth with the tongue. It was no issue whatsoever.
I don't believe you.
I know how to eat.
I'm bringing it in Tuesday. I'm bringing it in.
Bring it in. Bring in a box of fruit roll-ups.
See, dog door. I got other people helping me out. Yeah, you found ways to try to break into your own house. I'm surprised you never had to.
Yeah, again, my parents loved me.
You're soft.
I was hugged. I was supported. I was told I was good.
Yeah, well, I'm here. Doing just fine.
I don't know about that
Pissed
part.
off at Mahomes.
Is
there another story?
You don't think Mike McGlinchey hates Russell Wilson?
No, I'm confident he does. No, I'm not arguing that at all. I just think Russ was trying. I do think Russ was being. I think Russ was who. I guess it goes into who you're not. He was trying to give the people what they wanted. I just think he was a nerdy guy that didn't know how to. Look, I say with all due respect.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
He was a nerd, as I say, with all due respect.
I think he was trying to fit into what wasn't like his deal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't think he's ever just been a guy's guy.
The picture of
that's
Russ,
fine, but just be genuine about it.
The picture of Russ on the wall at the house of LR&C, where he's got the stocking cap and the cool shades.
You described that, and I was like, dude, come on, man.
Yeah.
That's not you.
Yeah.
You may want it to be you.
Mm-hmm.
Look, I can relate. You know, they got like the beanies that have a little extra up top. I've tried to wear those. That ain't me. I ain't that guy. That doesn't look good. You know, I'd like to be bucket hat guy. I'm not bucket hat guy. Just accept we all got limitations. Some things are not for everyone. That's all.
I didn't know you aspired to be bucket hat guy.
Bucket hat guy was cool. No, I'm serious, dude. Do you know what I'm saying?
Fred Durst.
You're a good read of personalities. You and I have been around a lot of different people.
Yes.
You know what? I'll give you a funny example from yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I told you. So we were at Joe Willie's on Broadway.
You got it.
And next to him, one of the managers like, you got to come next door. Is this really cool bar? Well, I go in there and it was a really cool bar. It was like called Desert or something. I don't know what it was, but I think I showed you as we walked out. it was like all these really chill women that frankly were all very attractive enjoying these drinks and what I expected yoga music and sitars to play. And like, it was so chill in there.
Ravi Shankar.
And I walk in there and he's like introducing me to people. I'm like, hey, in my big Andy voice. And like the young lady that owned the place, she's like, hey, how are you? And I was like, all right, I got to get out of here.
Yeah.
I'm not this vibe. I think Russ is not a football locker room kind of guy. And that's fine. But he tried to fake it. And he tried to Tom Brady, here's the go get him Gipper speeches that nobody wanted to hear. And I think he would do himself a favor as whatever Stephen A went off. Bro, just be you. I think if you're winning, they'll always accept you.
Yeah.
But you're not being you, and I don't think they liked it. Especially when you're not being you and you're losing.
I think he tried to just come off as cooler than he was.
Fair enough.
And it didn't play.
Yeah,
And
it's cool that your wife is cool. You don't have to be as cool as your wife.
And I don't think his teammates gravitated toward his leadership. I keep hearing out of Pittsburgh, Tomlin likes the leadership of Russell Wilson, and it didn't play in Seattle, at least with the guys on the defensive side of the ball and Marshawn Lynch, and it sure as hell didn't play here in Denver. So how is it working out right now in Pittsburgh? A bunch of guys that read, by the way, read all the same content, see the memes, all those things, who were clowning Russ in their own locker room just as much as anybody else was.
I don't think it was playing. I told you, the day he was hurt and trying to fire everybody up for stretches, I saw a few guys with the look of, you're not about to do what we got to go do.
Right.
So it's cool. Go over there. Go chill.
Spring.
High five. Hey, the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel agreed on a 3-year extension. So the plan is he will remain the Dolphins head coach through the 2028 season. I feel like it would be weird if I didn't play some Mike McDaniel audio here.
Yes, please.
So here's the last time he spoke to the media. This is how he opened his press conference. This was before cutdown day, before the Dolphins got to 53 players, and McDaniel takes the podium quoting Jim Mora.
Playoffs. How about it's opening statement time? I'm not an opening statement guy, so let's have a conversational opening statement. The elephant in the room is that tomorrow we are adjusting our roster size significantly, right? So, and there's, I'll do my best to answer questions today. That I'm able to, but there's some stuff I won't be able to. So if you just bear with me, we'll do our best to all do our jobs, because you guys want me to do my job as the head coach, by the organization and the players, right? You do, right? All right. So then I'm going to do my best to do what you're asking me for. Boom.
What?
If I was a reporter sitting there, I'd be like, I don't care.
Yeah, no. I just want the real story so we can give it to our people.
Yeah.
Who are you cutting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to tell the fans what's going on,
I don't
Mike.
care what you do.
Yeah, whatever's best. Just do what you cut.
You get around to it, my friend.
Hey, can we do the Josh Jacobs story?
Let's
I think
do
this
it.
is funny.
High five. Yeah, a couple Chiefs notes. They are likely going to be without wide receiver Hollywood Brown for their season opener this Thursday night against the Ravens. He has been dealing with injury. And Josh Jacobs signed with the Green Bay Packers in the offseason. He's was a longtime Raider. Apparently, the Chiefs tried hard to sign Josh Jacobs, as he told theathletic.com, but he said there was no way that he was going to sign with the former division rival Kansas City Chiefs.
I love the pettiness of this. I love I don't care if it gets me a Super Bowl ring.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I am not here to join the best. I'm here to beat you. That's old school, man. I like it. Now, it also makes me wonder, why wouldn't the Broncos go after him? Do you think he felt that way about the whole division or just the Chiefs?
Probably the Chiefs, and also all it tells me is that the Chiefs didn't offer enough.
No, I'm with you, but I still love it. I love the thought. That's old school, and I love the thought.
It is good. Before we go to break, Andy, we're just gonna have to do and talk about this awful
yeah, okay.
thing. as many of you are aware of, Columbus Blue Jackets winger Johnny Gaudreau, Johnny Hockey, and his brother Matthew were killed yesterday when they were struck by a vehicle while bicycling in New Jersey. Johnny Gaudreau, at the age of 31, smack in the middle of his NHL career. His brother Matthew, 29 years of age. According to police, a driver of a Jeep Grand Cherokee hit two cyclists identified as the Gaudreaus from behind while trying to pass an SUV on the right that had moved over to make way for the two cyclists. Police who responded to the scene in Old Mins Township, New Jersey at 8:19 p.m. said both Gaudreaus suffered fatal injuries and were pronounced dead at the scene some 35 miles south of Philadelphia. They were in New Jersey for their sister's wedding, which was intended to be today.
They were both groomsmen in the wedding.
This is an absolutely crushing and heartbreaking story to see a family get ripped apart for just gross negligence and irresponsible behavior. The driver, Sean Higgins, age 43, suspected of being under the influence of alcohol, has been charged with 2 counts of death by auto, reckless driving, possession of an open container, and consuming alcohol in a motor vehicle. This story is absolutely devastating, and whatever thoughts that we can offer up in prayers for the Gaudreau family, for the Columbus Blue Jackets, and everything else involved. What a horrific story to have woken up and seen today, and to know the way that this all went down. Andy, that we have nothing good to say, because there is nothing good to say with a story like this.
But do us all a favor. Somehow pay the universe back.
Yeah.
This is a famously let's go out and have a good time weekend. And this guy admitted to having 7-8 beers to the cops under interrogation or questioning or whatever it would be. Okay. Please do us all a favor. Just, if you're going to go out and you're going to imbibe, as you have the right to do if you're of age, please have a way to get home.
Yep.
Please don't be on the road after 7 or 8 beers. I don't care how much you think, because it can lead to just something as stupid and senseless as this.
And when we're on the road, everybody,
be chill.
Calm down.
Because there's a road rage element in too, where the
down.
guy decided the dude in front of him was going too slow. The person in front of him moved over to give the Gaudreaus a little space on their bikes.
Yeah.
The guy thought he was getting out of his way and gunned it before seeing what was in front of him, and that's how he mowed these two down.
Yeah. So whatever it is that you're angry about in your life, it isn't the other motorist's fault. So everybody calm the hell down. Because an issue such as that just completely ripped apart a family, and it is absolutely heartbreaking that this happened. 2 young men in the prime of their life, crushing story, absolutely awful. No good radio segue out of that. We will talk about the Buffs in North Dakota State and relive that game next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Yes, it is a Ska Friday. It is Craigman and Lindahl. It is Labor Day weekend. Let's get right after it. Last night, Colorado, a 31-26 victory over North Dakota State. NDSU opens the game with a field goal drive highlighted by a Cam Miller to TK Marshall slant and some good yak for 48 yards right there. So a 3-0 North Dakota State lead. Buffs get the ball back, and boy, it didn't take long. Here we go. Colorado at the 41-yard line. This is Mark Jones, Roddy Jones, ESPN last night.
Pressure coming. Shedeur gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes, Cribbett, touchdown.
Cribbett, touchdown. Travis Hunter wasn't covered on that play. I mean, he was. There was a guy in coverage giving him 20 yards of cushion. Not exactly tight bump and run coverage against Travis Hunter. Andy, I don't even think he ran a route. I think he just looked over at Shedeur and was just like, you see this?
Yeah, are you kidding me?
Just throw me the ball right now. Catches it and then just turns on the jets and goes and scores a 41-yard touchdown on a 1st down and 10. He's amazing.
Yeah.
He is flat out amazing. Made one dude miss. Safety took a bad angle. Boom. It's 7-3. So just like that. However, North Dakota State gets the ball back. They march directly down the field, 10 plays, 75 yards. Cam Miller working on 3rd and goal at the 7.
Miller, touchdown Bison. Stoffel with the catch. And Stoffel giving North Dakota State the lead.
Yeah, went to the big tight end, Joe Stoffel, on that play. Accurate throw. Cam Miller's pretty good.
Yeah.
That's a good quarterback.
Well, they again, that's a good bloodline of what they got going on up there with all the different coaches. He knows what he's looking at. We heard about all the starts that he made prior to this game. He had on the first drive, they ended up having to kick a field goal. I was in the car, but I heard Coach Barnett describe that they had the perfect blitz pickup in order for he shifted protections around a couple of times to get into a right play. I think I'd be curious to see if the NFL isn't interested in him.
2nd down and 4 at the CU 31. Why not just put up a 2-play drive? Here we go. Shedeur Sanders, Jimmy Horn Jr., a nice touchdown, Spring.
See the use of the tablet on the sidelines. One of the changes this year in college football. Shedeur Sanders over the middle of the field. Horn on the catch at the other end. The connection and a touchdown.
Deep post, snug pocket. That's a great throw by Shedeur. And Jimmy Horn just kind of did the rest. Also, good-ish blitz pickup by Dallin Hayden. You can't argue with it. It kept Shedeur on his feet. He stood tall and delivered that ball. A freaking 2-play drive, Andy. Unreal.
Again, there was some part. Well, didn't the coach even mention in his beginning of the second quarter, what was it? Beginning of the second quarter interview with Quinn Kesnick, where he said, yeah, I don't know what my safety's doing.
Right.
My safety needs to stay over the top and get help, but Jimmy Horn have a game.
Yeah. North Dakota State ball, and once again, they drive right down the field. They got a 2nd and 5 at the CU 7. This was an impressive drive, including a 3rd and 7 where, Miller had a great scramble and hit Stoffel for a 1st down. Tackle got away with a hold. There was a little bit of that going on in that game last night, but they get down inside the red zone, and then Miller finished.
See Travis Hunter at the bottom of your screen. He's played in all 32 plays so far. Miller keeps it. Got a good block. Touchdown, Bison. Bryce Lance with another key block.
His brother Trey Lance would certainly be proud. It doesn't hold too much.
Okay, I was going to ask you.
It gets a little bit on the outside. It's borderline.
No, he held too much.
That was just one of many missed calls by the officials in both ways, but yes.
He wrapped. That was a brutal hold from Trey Lance's brother Bryce right there. But still, 10 plays, 77-yard drive. And just like that, NDSU is back on top at 17-14. Buffs got stuffed on a 4th down inside their own territory. Khalil Benson, the right guard, just got spun around and whiffed. And then after that, Shedeur had the air quotes cramp. and went down, which actually saved his team a little bit. But that allowed North Dakota State to take over at the CU 34. They would get 1,000 penalties on them. Shiloh would also get called for the late hit right there, but they would kick a 31-yard field goal, make it a 2014 game. CU would get one more field goal before the end of the half. That drive did have a great throw to Jimmy Horn Jr. on a 31-yard gain where Shedeur just, again, making plays all over the place. 20-17 at the break. We go now to quarter number 3. Buffs open with the ball, drive right down the field, and then this drive ended strangely.
Sanders pulls, incomplete, and picked off. It takes a crazy carom into Kubitz's hands, into the arms of the defender.
It's the corner.
Alfaro.
Shedimi Alfaro. Anthony Shedimi Alfaro, who's laying on the ground. He's doing push-ups in the end zone. And it bounces off his back leg.
Wow.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know where Shedeur was throwing that ball.
It was not a good throw.
Nobody was really open.
No.
The DB looked like he was falling down, so I don't think you could have got PI on that. That was just a weird play all around.
Yeah.
Maybe he got hit. I don't know if he just didn't get what he wanted on the ball, but the ball ended up in just an odd spot.
So Kubitz gets the easiest interception that he'll ever have, but NDSU goes 3 and out after that. Hey, let's have some fun. Let's talk about another Buffs touchdown drive. 41-yarder to Jimmy Horn. Good God, was he wide open. That's another one that's not going to look good on film for North Dakota State. Buffs ball at the 13-yard line on a 3rd down and 3. Spring.
Sanders pulls it out into the end zone. Touchdown, Hunter.
Again, some light OPI, a little grab and a drag. Veteran play by Travis
That
Hunter,
one was
I
a
would
veteran.
say.
That was the savvy one you see guys get away with. There was a shove earlier that was normally one that's called.
They force yet another punt, and hey, Colorado, for the first time all day, goes up 2 scores in this game. This was the drive that ultimately gave CU the win. 17 plays, 80 yards, took 8 minutes and 10 seconds off the clock. They converted numerous 3rd downs on this drive, including a key 3rd down and 10 where Shedeur hit Travis Hunter to be able to pick that up and get it inside the red zone. Now the Buffs have the ball in a goal-to-go situation, 3rd down and goal at the North Dakota State 3. And Shedeur had already missed Travis Hunter once down in this goal-to-go situation. He tried again, and Travis Hunter made what's, I know we're 1 day into the college football season, the catch of the year in college football.
Oh, this, though.
One, they just get it off into the end zone. Contact. What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12.
Yeah, again, you're right. There's going to be more catch of the year candidates. Who'd I hear talk? You know what? It was Desmond Howard talking about it today on ESPN. He said the one-handed catches that we all go gaga over are sweet.
Yeah.
But he said what we talked about, and again, there's another picture somewhere that I just saw, and maybe it was on a tweet, where not only is there the arm bar around his neck, his helmet is pushed up over his eyes. I literally can't explain how he even saw the ball to catch it.
Just made it just preternatural ability, hand-eye coordination, but his eyes weren't available to him, and he just reached up and snagged that thing out of the air. That DB has got to be absolutely sick about giving up that.
He's like, he want
today.
a flag on that.
Exactly.
Were they just like, the heck with it, it's a TD.
Right.
I mean, that was interference, right?
So North Dakota State then puts together a touchdown drive. However, it took over 5.5 minutes off the clock. I thought North Dakota State was being a bit too casual. Plus, there was a key play where Levante Bentley had a huge sack on Cole Payton for a nice loss. That dragged like an extra almost 40 seconds of game clock away. That was a winning play for the Buffs, but still on a 2nd down and 10, right at the 20-yard line. Cam Miller, he was just kind of that dude all night, and he got free and made it a 1-score game again.
Miller on the move, plenty of real estate. Touchdown! Don't count them out. The Bison with the score, and you would guess at this point they'll go for 2. Miller with a 20-yard dash into the end zone.
31-26. They were unable to convert on the 2-point conversion attempt, so it's a 5-point game. Buffs take over at their own 25, Andy, with 2:19 to play. And this is an area of much consternation. Buffs throw on second down. Shedeur does complete to LeJohntay Wester, but you should just be keeping the ball on the ground right there on a 2nd down and 10 situation. North Dakota State takes a timeout on a 3rd down and 8. North Dakota State makes a bad mistake. Gets called for a DPI and a 15-yard penalty, which bails out Colorado because Shedeur was dead to rights on that one. And to his credit, he made a play and he got the ball up in the air, and the DB ran into Wester, and boom, they got the flag. But North Dakota State gets a stop there, and that dude turns around and makes a play. I don't know. I think we're having a different conversation today. If North Dakota State gets that ball back with about 1:30 to go, I think it's a different situation. Nonetheless, Buffs hang on to the football. There's 1:50 to go, roughly, and North Dakota State's got 1 timeout left. Take a knee, game over. They did not take a knee and game over. Instead, on a 1st down and 10, Shedeur Sanders did this.
1:41 to go, 1st and 10 now for the Buffaloes. Sanders has a man, and it's incomplete. No flag on the play. That time, Young able to break it up.
Not only are you throwing, you're throwing the ball deep.
Right.
What are you doing?
Yeah, it was weird, man. I didn't know if they were just trying to, go for more yardage. Some people said, were they trying to cover the spread for the people that gave them the old nod there? What was going on?
Go to the 10. So I looked. There's no good explanation for why you would have done that. Deion was asked about it after the game, and this is how he explained that decision.
That last drive, though, not running the ball, like throwing the passes, is that something that, you guys couldn't really run the ball effectively a lot tonight?
I'm not going to say that. You got to understand, you got to take what people give you. You can't take what you want, and it's not there. What is it? What did he throw for? 445 yards? You think we upset?
Right.
Who upset? So, they didn't have a running game. Well, the passing game looked pretty darn good today. So let's be appreciative and thankful that we got one of the premier guys in college football spinning it. We're going to run the ball. We're going to do that. We're going to have a lot more balance. Today was just that type of day. You got to take what they give you.
But in that situation, like 2 minutes left, you want to run the clock down.
You want you want 1st downs.
Right.
If you want to run the clock down, they got a 5-man box. They got five down. Like, you got to look out there and say, okay, I got one-on-one right here. And I haven't seen one-on-one the whole game. So I got to do what I got to do to move these chains. And that's what that is.
No, that's not what that is. You need to run the clock down. Do the math. The game was over. Or what? North Dakota State would have gotten the ball back with 8 seconds to go and 95 yards to go? I don't think Cam Miller has that arm. Flat out, no. You do not want 1st downs. That tells me you were not aware of the situation, Deion. That's what that says. You do not want a 1st down. You have the ball, and you have the clock on your side. End the game. There's no defending that throw. It was a losing decision that they got away with.
Yeah. Look, man, there's no explaining what happened there. No explaining, at least.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you wanted a few more yards or one more touchdown or to cover or whatever.
Right.
So
No. That's dead wrong. And this is how close it got that CU didn't get crushed for that just absolute brain fart of game management. This is how close it got, Spring.
Miller out of the shotgun. 5 seconds to go. He gets it off. It's short of the end zone. They wrestle for it, but time has expired, and the Buffaloes will win it. They close the deal. It came down to the final play of the game.
Knock the ball down.
North Dakota State caught it, but they fell down at the 4-yard line. You are 4 yards away
Yeah,
from
man,
blowing
that was
game.
again. That was not that. That was
No.
much closer than you want that thing to be at the end of the game.
Yep.
A little bit of shades of the old miracle in Minnesota when the defender falls down, misses the tackle, whatever it was, and they walk in and you're shocked.
And you know what? Deion Sanders can sit at the podium and say you want first downs there, which again he's wrong. He can say that at the podium. As long as they get back into the film room and Pat Shurmur is in front of the room and lets everybody know, no, that was atrocious. That almost blew us the game. Just put the ball on the ground. They burn their final timeout, run the clock all the way down, punt it away, and North Dakota State's dead. There's nothing they can do. They have no chance to be able to win that game. Instead, they were 4 yards shy of it. The end of game management was terrible for Colorado. Shedeur was marvelous last night outside of that decision. Travis Hunter put up a Heisman watch kind of performance in that game. Jimmy Horn was great. Levante Bentley made a couple of plays. BJ Green made a couple of plays on the defensive line. But whew,
lots to clean up before Nebraska.
Lots to clean up. Kreckman and Lindahl, that was the Buffs' victory over North Dakota State last night. Good job, Nate and Andy. Let's get right after it. It is time for the weekend preview. Spring! Everybody's watching sports on the weekend. Everybody wants to watch the games. Everybody's eating guacamole. Uh-huh.
What happened to you?
Chips and guac are good when watching sports. You want to go watch the game? It is time for the weekend preview. Andy, the Baltimore Orioles are in town for 3 against the Rocks.
Guess who else showed up?
Who's that?
Matt Holliday to watch his boy.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Jackson in town. Gunnar Henderson and company. Who's your all-time favorite Baltimore Oriole?
Who was the guy? Don't you love it when I start to ask?
Who's
you
the
name?
guy?
Who was the guy that was known for hitting home runs during the old steroid era and then never heard from again? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I believe
The
you're talking about
masher.
Brady Anderson.
Brady Anderson, there it is. No, he's not my favorite. Come on, you just got to go. You got to default to Cal Ripken.
You go right
don't
to
you?
Cal?
Well,
Okay.
What was it? Eddie
Murray.
Eddie Murray played for them.
He was Hall of Famer Eddie Murray.
How about the most random Oriole you could give me? How about a famous guy with another team that played for the Orioles?
Random O. I mean, I would have gone Adam Jones. I actually really
Okay.
liked. He was an awful lot of fun. I'll go Miguel Tejada. How's that for a random Baltimore Oriole for you right there?
Who's your favorite?
Made his bones with the Athletics.
You believe the Cal Ripken story, by the way?
You know I do.
No, I'm with you.
I have
I
to
think
believe.
I'm all in on
that conspiracy theory.